Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 390. A crazy execution. Quite a number of Crown Prince Nanshan's subordinates shuddered when they heard the words, Sky Fire Insect Queen. They knew all too well what a Sky Fire Insect Queen was. It was an insect queen from some faraway areas of space that ate flames and produced many larvae. These larvae didn't have much offensive strength, yet if they were sealed in a container, they would little by little cleanly devour everything within the container. However, this process was really slow. Even a chicken would need a year to be completely devoured by the Sky Fire larva. Completely devouring a person would take at least 10 years. In the Blue Rain Empire, only someone who wanted to take revenge out of deep hatred would use such a cruel method. Crown Prince Nanshan had used this torturing method on the captive Flame Emperor, the Eagle King and the others. The Flame Emperor and the Eagle King were both very clear-headed. As they stared daggers at Crown Prince Nanshan, their eyes were filled with animosity. This man had given them many reasons to hate him. Someday, you are going to die a gruesome death. The Flame Emperor cursed angrily. His tone was indignant and filled with fury. Who, me? Who could kill me? Crown Prince Nanshan shouted with a conceited, arrogant expression. Do you think you people could even touch me? Ha ha ha, if you think the people who fled to Base 1 can kill me, you are just too naive. Crown Prince Nanshan rapped his fingers on the Flame Emperor's head, which was sticking out of the huge vat, with a brand new smirk. Even though he only knocked lightly, a metallic ringing sound echoed. The Flame Emperor's face flushed as a wave of immense pain flowed into his head. However, he didn't utter a word in the face of this pain. He just tried his hardest to endure it. People who endure pain suffer more. Crown Prince Nanshan swatted the Flame Emperor's head again with an even more sinister smile. I just don't know how much longer you will be able to endure. Yunyang will definitely kill you when he returns. The Flame Emperor barked out resolutely after taking deep breaths and grimacing in pain. Are you talking about Luo Yunyang? He won't be coming back. He has joined the Blood Massacre battle, so he will no longer be returning. Crown Prince Nanshan's expression became much more serene. However, his palm struck the large vat heavily as he said, Actually, I really hope that he is alive. If he is, I will prepare the largest vat there is and allow him to live there till the day I die. We can't coexist, but we can die together. How great would that be? The Flame Emperor no longer said anything. With a wave of his sleeves, Crown Prince Nanshan got his men to quickly load up the large vats that contained the Flame Emperor and the others onto a flying craft. The flying craft left Maya City and after a short while arrived at a plot of land that didn't seem special in any way. It was just a field with dried-out river channels that extended far away, thus showing its former glory. A shred of alarm flashed across the Flame Emperor's face when he was carried off the flying craft. His lips started trembling. Ha ha ha, isn't this unexpected? We are at Base 1. Although Crown Prince Nanshan was as serene as ever, the arrogance in his tone couldn't be concealed. You were really clever to actually construct Base 1 at a place like this. However, you must remember that there will always be people who are cleverer than you. You are about to watch a very good show. As Crown Prince Nanshan spoke, a subordinate behind him waved a flag in the sky. The flag wasn't large, yet as it was waved, sounds of sonic booms could be heard in the distance. Although the Flame Emperors and his comrades' cultivation bases were restricted, their eyesight wasn't weak. Their expressions turned ugly as they saw the lights streaking through the sky. They recognized these flying lights right away. Taboo weapons had always been a force the Da Alliance regarded highly. However, the taboo weapons being shot at now were considered the last hope of the Da Alliance. It seemed like the secret of Base 1 couldn't be kept hidden any longer. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions made it sound like the sky was ripping apart, while the earth shuddered violently. As soon as these vibrations and rumbling sounds occurred, the dried-up riverbed started being ripped to shreds. As everything in the area shattered, an entrance appeared before everyone's eyes. This entrance had been hidden beneath the river. Although it wasn't too big, by looking through this entrance, which was like a mirror, one could see another dimension. Many people within this dimension were looking at Crown Prince Nanshan. Most of them were watching him fearfully. Crown Prince Nanshan's gaze ultimately landed on a lady within that dimension. The lady was wearing green battle armor. Although this gorgeous armor made her seem valiant, deep cracks destroyed the beauty of her armor. Her expression didn't seem to change in the slightest, yet Crown Prince Nanshan was able to sense exhaustion coming from her body. The lady exuded deep exhaustion. Long time no see, Yunshi. Crown Prince Nanshan sounded extremely pleased as he looked at the lady who had once captivated him. He felt the pleasure of a victor. Crown Prince Nanshan thought that he should be pleased. However, this pleasure was quickly replaced by jealousy. He didn't know whether he was lucky or unfortunate. Crown Prince Nanshan was an extraordinary person. Why was Yunshi so cold to him? He drummed his fingers on the large vats containing the Flame Emperor and the Eagle King. You didn't go to the Tianluo Empire. Seems like you have become really sentimental. You know what? This stubbornness of yours is very foolish. To be honest, I really hoped that I wouldn't see you here. Should I thank or curse your foolishness for your presence? Yunshi stared at Crown Prince Nanshan silently. Suddenly, a young girl standing beside Yunshi shouted angrily, "Wash that mouth of yours. You are the stupid one. Judging by your bloodline, you are probably from the Da Alliance. However, if you are actually standing at that spot, your relationship with Yunshi can't be bad. My sharp eyes detect a 90% resemblance between you and Luo Yunyang's sister when she was young. Seems like you are the wrench I have been looking for." Crown Prince Nanshan seemed pleased with himself as he said, "Very good. You have already grown so big. This is just great. Nanshan, your armor must have been made from alloy 9. Seems like your lord father still treats you rather well," Yunshi said eventually. Her infuriating words were like a jab at Crown Prince Nanshan's sore spot. He immediately pointed at Yunshi and proclaimed loudly, "Shut your mouth, slut. This has all happened to me because of you. You and all your subordinates must die. Not a single one of these people should even dream of leaving this place alive." Crown Prince Nanshan's hands gestured wildly as he shouted. Meanwhile, streaks of taboo weapons once again descended from the sky. This frantic bombardment caused the earth, soil and mud to get blasted to oblivion. Base 1, which had originally only had one entrance, appeared before everyone's eyes. "Kill, kill, kill." Crown Prince Nanshan pointed at the extremely shattered dimensional barrier as he roared manically, "Capture Luo Yunyang's sister and anyone related to Luo Yunyang. Kill the rest." Yunshi gripped Luo Donger's hand tightly. Beside her stood slightly over 10 subordinates who had followed her. Although these subordinates were all top-notch planet-grade martialists, they didn't have the power to hold off Crown Prince Nanshan's subordinates. Most of the Yun family's fighting force had followed the remnants of the Yun family to the Tianluo Empire. As she took a deep breath, Yunshi remembered how Luo Yunyang had entrusted her with this back then. No one would touch his family as long as she lived. This had been Luo Yunyang's initial response. However, it now seemed like that fear would really come true. Yunshi flashed a faint smile at Luo Donger, who was like a flower in full bloom. Her smile was resolute as she patted Luo Donger's hand and said, "Are you afraid, Donger?" "I would never be afraid of these baddies." Luo Donger's voice was firm, yet Yunshi could sense her nervousness from her slightly trembling tone. "When the time comes, you will take Donger and break your way out." Yunshi gazed at her subordinates as she said resolutely, "I will bring up the rear." Bringing up the rear implied a big sacrifice on her part. Bringing up the rear equaled death. Bringing up the rear meant bidding farewell. "My lady, let me do it instead," a middle-aged man with a staunch look proclaimed loudly after some thought. Yunshi waved her hands dismissively. "You can't do it." As she said this, her gaze swept over base 1. "Tell Lu Cubing to think of a way to let everyone leave," she said calmly. "I won't be able to hold out for too long." As soon as she said this, Yunshi soared up into the sky. A jet-black pike had appeared in her fine hands. "I am Yunshi. Who will take me on?" Crown Prince Nanshan's expression became solemn as he watched the majestic, godlike Yunshi. He didn't step forward. Instead, he nodded his head at a top-notch Planet 9 grade powerhouse beside him. The Planet 9 grade powerhouse rose in the sky, brandishing a long blade as he charged at Yunshi. However, the instant he attacked, Yunshi had already become a flickering shadow and the pike had appeared before his body. The Planet 9 grade powerhouse was dead. As his body fell to the ground, Yunshi pulled back her pike. Meanwhile, fresh blood flowed from her mouth. Falling cherry blossoms. Crown Prince Nanshan spat out tartly. Was there really a need for this? Chapter 391. Falling cherry blossoms unintentionally painting the sky red, the falling cherry blossoms. This really is the falling cherry blossoms. One of the fighters standing behind Crown Prince Nanshan said, sounding terrified. Many of the people watching had only heard of the falling cherry blossoms but never seen it with their own eyes. However, after witnessing Yunyang unleash the falling cherry blossoms, all they felt in their hearts was fear. One step killed one person, but 10 steps spared no one. When the flowers bloomed, the ground would blossom with blood. This referred to the falling cherry blossoms, which was a famous technique developed by an extremely well-respected woman from the Blue Rain Empire. There were many stories about this woman, but the most famous of them all was that she had used the falling cherry blossoms to kill one person with every step she took and enter a field soaked in blood. Ultimately, this woman, who was like a goddess of war, had perished amid the falling cherry blossoms. However, the stories of her legendary acts continued to strike fear in all the residents of the Blue Rain Empire. The falling cherry blossoms was a spectacular sight. This difficult move, which was known to be exhausting both physically and mentally, had been circulating around the Blue Rain Empire for quite a long time. However, the people who made a point to learn it were few and far between. After all, this was a technique that put one's life on the line. However, once this technique was mastered, unleashing it on the battlefield would guarantee the user's survival. "Would you dare fight me, Nanshan?" said Yunyang. Her face was devoid of emotion as she stared at Crown Prince Nanshan and pointed her jet-black pike at him. There was a clear intent to kill in her eyes. Crown Prince Nanshan was suddenly reminded of the past as he watched her. He used to think that Yunyang had the most innocent smile, and he recalled gazing into her perfect, pure eyes. He felt a pang in his heart as it dawned on him that the girl he had been eyeing all these years had actually turned her back on him and become his foe. Even now, she was pressuring him hard. In hopes of winning her heart, he had made sacrifices that no one else could ever imagine. His heart ached badly as he started to snap out of his fantasy. What a well-executed falling cherry blossoms technique. However, you will still be unable to kill me. Crown Prince Nanshan glanced around nonchalantly as he shouted, "Sky-ripping golden rock, you guys are up." The sky-ripping golden rock, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other 6 heaven-grade source beasts followed Crown Prince Nanshan's orders and charged out to the front. They might have enjoyed a first-class status back in the Da Alliance, yet they were terrified of Crown Prince Nanshan. The sky-ripping golden rock, who had the worst temper, was also the one who was the most scared of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have submitted right away when confronted by Crown Prince Nanshan. "Crown Prince, you agreed that you would never put us in a dangerous situation." The sky-ripping golden rock pleaded while trembling in fear. Crown Prince Nanshan did not say anything. He conveyed his intentions to the sky-ripping golden rock by using gestures. His hand suddenly stretched over 100 meters and firmly grabbed the neck of the sky-ripping golden rock. Using brute force, he ripped out a piece of flesh that weighed over several dozen kilograms. Crown Prince Nanshan had turned his hand into a lethal weapon. "When will I even use you, if not at times like this?" Crown Prince Nanshan growled through gnashed teeth. The sky-ripping golden rock trembled as his lacerated flesh fell to the ground. Meanwhile, countless black worms began to crawl out of the sky-ripping golden rock as his huge body was devoured completely in the blink of an eye. Although these worms seemed to disappear as quickly as they had appeared, the entire situation was beyond tense and frightening. Without any further delay, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other heaven-grade source beasts charged over at Yunyang, immediately using their strongest techniques. They were all fighting to save their lives. Yunyang brandished her pike without hesitation. In an instant, pike lights had already filled the sky. During the fight, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other 5 heaven-grade source beasts fell in short succession with looks of disbelief etched on their faces. Yunyang moved swiftly in the direction of Crown Prince Nanshan without a pause. The planet-grade martialists beside Crown Prince Nanshan started to back away frantically. They didn't want to die. "Stop it, you have to remember that this battle is being recorded. I will send it to the Emperor for perusal. Should any of you retreat, my father and our great Emperor will not let you off." Crown Prince Nanshan waved his hands, turning them into a pair of knives that plunged into the back of a retreating fighter. "She has already used the falling cherry blossoms, so she won't be able to fight for much longer. If you try your best, it will only be a matter of time before she dies. Ha ha ha, the person who kills this woman shall become the owner of this planet." Countless retreating defaulters changed their course of action and began charging towards Yunyang upon hearing Crown Prince Nanshan's words. The pike in Yunyang's hands was waved furiously and countless pike lights extinguished one life after another. However, amidst this massacre, Yunxi also kept throwing up blood. Each mouthful of blood was like a cherry blossom blooming in the sky and falling to the ground. Kill, kill, kill. As Yunxi kept striving, the 10 Planet 9 grade fighters that accompanied her charged forward, taking Luo Donger along with them. They hastily made their way past the obstacles Yunxi had cleared for them. As Crown Prince Nanshan watched calmly the people who were leading Luo Donger away, he slowly broke into a mocking smile. The sheer amount of people being slaughtered by Yunxi didn't seem to affect Crown Prince Nanshan one bit. The number of people charging towards Yunxi from all directions increased over time, and so did the number of people slain by her. As Yunxi adapted to the situation, her moves became even quicker. Within a short span of 3 minutes, the ground was soaked in blood and the corpses of her foes lay in heaps all over the place. This overwhelming circle of foes seemed to be stretched to its limits. Yunxi just needed one last push to get Luo Donger out of there. Although Yunxi's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, the pike in her hand remained steady. With each stab, prod and slash, bodies kept falling. 30 meters, 15 meters, 3 meters. Just a little more till they could break free. Yunxi's dominant hand, which was wielding the pike, and her body both began to tremble. Inside base 1, Lu Qubing, who only had his right arm left, watched and waited for the perfect chance. Although he wasn't in a good mood, he was still able to remain as calm as a leader should. Kill them all. At Lu Qubing's order, hundreds of martial grandmasters charged out. These men were weak and frail compared to the prowess of Crown Prince Nanshan. However, they were the last ounce of power that Lu Qubing could call upon at this point in time. They escorted Lu Qubing in a mad charge forward. Amid this chaos, Shen Yunyang and many others watched quietly from the sidelines at base 1. They were not able to engage in combat. There were even some people who were just quietly sitting in wheelchairs made out of wood, unable to even stand up on their own. Master Shen Yuan, do you think Donger will be able to get out? Shen Yuying asked as she sat quietly with a red pill in her hands. Master Shen Yuan was in a pretty sorry state. He had lost both his legs and only had one arm left. Despite his condition, his eyes seemed to shine clear with brilliance. Of course, he replied. Shen Yuying nodded. Meanwhile, Yunxi defeated the very last opponent standing in their way. Ahead of them was a path of escape. There were no longer any obstacles in their way. Go, now, shouted Yunxi. Sister Yunxi, you. Donger's eyes welled up with tears. Although she did not know anything about the falling cherry blossoms, she could tell by Yunxi's appearance that this technique hurt the user. Remember to live strongly, Yunxi said as she took a parting look at Luo Donger. However, when she turned her head, the void split open and a shadow emerged. Blinding light shot through the hole and shone blindingly in every direction. Amid this bright light, a golden red fist appeared and flew over at Yunxi's shoulder. The moment the fist was about to hit its target, Yunxi's pike shifted position and aimed at the attacker's head. A spear strike in exchange for a fist. One life for another. As Yunxi was blasted away by the blow of that fist, droplets of blood fell to the ground like falling cherry blossoms. Yunxi fell down with a look of disappointment. It seemed as though she had some regrets about certain issues. The jet black pike landed on the ground. Meanwhile, blood streamed out of the hole in the attacker's forehead, where the pike had pierced him. The attacker, who was a middle-aged man, did not fall to the ground. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes filled with killing intent. Too bad that you are still unable to kill me, said the man in an emotionless voice. I'm pretty close to achieving it, Yunxi said as she attempted to get up. However, given her condition, she was only able to lie flat on the ground. Yes, Lady Yunxi, you really have my utmost respect for that, said the man tastelessly. The falling cherry blossoms is indeed a lethal killing method that has exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, you still have to pay with your life now. You are cruel indeed, Qing Yuano, said Yunxi as she glanced at Luo Donger. My inability to kill him might result in your inability to escape. Do you fear death, Donger? Luo Donger shook her head gently as tears rolled down her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, the communication device she was holding in her hand started to ring. When Luo Donger instinctively put the call through, a voice rang out. Where are you, Donger? Chapter 392. Return. Practically no one used communication devices at base 1 anymore. Luo Donger's communication device held some significance, as it signified her longing to see her brother. This communication device had been given to her by Luo Yunyang, so the only person who knew the device's code was Luo Yunyang. However, this communication device, which hadn't been activated in many years, suddenly rang. A voice that Luo Donger hadn't heard in a long time echoed. Even though she hadn't heard this voice in many years, she could tell that it was her brother, the very person she had been yearning for day and night. Tears welled up in Luo Donger's eyes in an instant. Thanks to her brother's protection, Luo Donger had led the life of a princess. When Luo Yunyang had first risen and been acknowledged by the Da Alliance, Luo Donger's status had risen rapidly. Thus, she had been revered everywhere. Luo Donger was currently gritting her teeth and enduring this without showing any timidity. However, in her heart, she felt wronged in a way she couldn't put into words. She was Luo Yunyang's sister. She definitely wouldn't disgrace her brother. Unfortunately, upon hearing her brother's voice, whatever pretense she'd been putting up came crumbling down completely. Luo Donger sobbed bitterly like a bullied child. "Big brother, where are you?" Luo Donger was not the only one who had heard Luo Yunyang's voice. Yunxi had also heard it. However, she thought that it had been a product of her imagination. How could Luo Yunyang possibly reappear now? Many people had died during the bloody massacre battle. Over 100,000 experts from many different areas, as well as 3,000 bloody massacre path elites, had lost their lives. This was a place of absolute death. Regardless of how strong one was, basically all roads there led to death. Although she had thought about Luo Yunyang returning from the bloody massacre battle, she would usually end up deriding herself and waking up from this fantasy. To think that she would have this hallucination just before she died. Yunxi wanted to laugh, but as her facial muscles twitched gently, a crushing pain surged through every single one of her nerves. Was she at the end of the line? There was still one more person who'd heard Luo Yunyang's voice. This person was Crown Prince Nanshan, who discerned Luo Yunyang's voice even quicker than Luo Donger. Crown Prince Nanshan was one of the few people who had found Luo Yunyang unforgettable. He'd felt unforgettable enmity, hatred, and animosity towards him. Although Crown Prince Nanshan was still alive, everything that he cared about had already been thoroughly destroyed by Luo Yunyang. He currently only had one thought on his mind. If Luo Yunyang was alive, he would take revenge. He would find Luo Yunyang, as well as everything and everyone related to him, and take revenge. There was no return from the bloody massacre battle. This saying wasn't just an old wives' tale. There were a number of times when Crown Prince Nanshan had actually regretted sending Luo Yunyang to participate in the bloody massacre battle. In Crown Prince Nanshan's opinion, letting Luo Yunyang die this way was too merciful. Therefore, when he heard Luo Yunyang's voice, he felt the urge to face the sky and roar with delight. Heaven had finally listened to his prayers. Luo Yunyang wasn't dead. "Don't cry, Donger. Big brother will head over right away." How was it possible for Luo Donger to not cry? Tears kept streaming down her cheeks. "Big bro, a baddie is trying to kill me. Big sister Yunxi has gotten seriously injured. Hurry over here, otherwise, you may never get to see us again." As Luo Donger said this, Crown Prince Nanshan's arm was already flying over. Luo Donger simply wasn't able to dodge. His arm, which was now several hundred meters long, had already caught hold of her arm. "Come on, Luo Yunyang. I shall let you see your sister for the last time." Crown Prince Nanshan lowered his head mockingly. Vice-like hands gripped Luo Donger's neck tightly. Luo Donger felt like a butterfly trapped in human hands. All it would take was a gentle squish for her to die. "Nanshan, let go." Yunxi wanted to stand up as she watched Luo Donger. However, she was already completely burned out from using the falling cherry blossoms technique, so moving even the slightest bit was a tough ask. A sinister glint appeared in Crown Prince Nanshan's eyes as he spoke loudly into the communication device. "Can you hear me, Luo Yunyang? Ha ha, this is a small world indeed. Your sister is in my hands. Hurry up and get over here. I will let you see her for the last time. Ha ha ha, I am already being very generous, old friend. How are you going to repay me this time?" No reply came from the communication device. However, Crown Prince Nanshan suddenly raised his head and saw a shadow hurtling over from a distance. The shadow was as quick as a streak of lightning. The blood-red battle armor that person was wearing made them look like a demon emerging from a sea of blood. Qing Yuano stiffened up slightly the moment he saw that shadow. Thanks to his cultivation base, he was able to discern that this young man had already reached the initial stage of the Stargrade realm. Qing Yuano felt slightly pleased when he sensed the newcomer's cultivation base. For a top-notch star-grade entity like him, killing someone who had just reached the star grade wasn't that difficult. Luo Yunyang. Crown Prince Nanshan's eyes turned bloodshot as soon as he saw that blood-red figure. He perhaps felt a little crazy from hatred, as he roared hysterically, "Ha ha ha! This is your sister. Watch as she dies." As he spoke, force gathered in Crown Prince Nanshan's hands. He could basically just squeeze the life out of his greatest foe's sister in an instant. However, as his palms pressed down, Crown Prince Nanshan felt a gentle spring breeze sweep past him. The breeze was gentle, yet as it brushed across him, Crown Prince Nanshan felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if a massive crisis was about to take place. The instant Crown Prince Nanshan thought about retreating, he realized that his arm on Luo Donger had been sliced clean without a sound. Crown Prince Nanshan instinctively fell to the ground violently and rolled around vigorously. He only calmed down after he had rolled 100 meters away. When he looked over to view the area he had rolled away from, he realized that 8 of his subordinates were already down for the count. They seemed to have been sliced apart by a formless power. However, this wasn't what attracted Crown Prince Nanshan's attention. Actually, he was looking at the person embracing Luo Donger. That man looked the same way he always had. "Brother, it's really you. You have really returned. I knew that you wouldn't abandon me and our mother." Luo Donger, who had just escaped from the clutches of death, felt tears streaming down her cheeks as she threw herself at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's heart ached greatly as he hugged his little sister tightly and consoled her. "Donger, Donger, it is all Big Brother's fault. I've let you suffer." Luo Donger had already started to quieten down. However, her brother's comforting words seemed to inspire more crying and send her into a fresh round of bawling. Luo Yunyang pacified his sister while he looked at Yunshi. Thanks to his current cultivation base, he could see that Yunshi was different. "Yunshi, what's wrong?" Yunshi was lying on the ground, gazing at Luo Yunyang with eyes filled with concentrated love. Yes, it was love indeed. While he hadn't been by her side, Yunshi's feelings had intensified with every passing day. She had actually strengthened her resolve and decided that if they met again, she would throw herself into his arms, ignore everything else, and express all her thoughts and feelings about him. However, when she finally saw him again, all her hard work vanished completely. Her pounding heart was beating in shock and comfort. "Yunyang, it is really great to see you again," Yunshi said in the end. The words that came out of her mouth seemed trivial and powerless, yet even so, Yunshi was using her own life force to speak. Luo Yunyang could sense that Yunshi's life was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. "Luo Yunyang, Yunshi is going to die soon. She just used the falling cherry blossoms to create a distraction for your sister's escape." Crown Prince Nanshan roared with laughter delightedly. Falling cherry blossoms have a strong charm, yet when a cherry blossom falls, that is when it is at its most beautiful. It's the prettiest when it's about to die. Luo Yunyang strode over to Yunshi's side and said gently, "I'm here, Yunshi. I will not let anything happen to you. I will now send this annoying fellow to the other side, where he belongs." Yunshi laughed soundlessly. Luo Yunyang glared at Crown Prince Nanshan, the soldiers from the Blue Rain Empire and the people who had encircled Base 1. "All of you should die." Qing Yuano was a top-notch star-grade entity, so he was naturally very proud. A look of disdain appeared on his face when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. "Just because you say so. The one dying here today will be you." Qing Yuanu's words were followed by a chorus of hooting laughter from quite a number of his subordinates. Their laughter sounded somewhat shrill on this battlefield, which was filled with loss and mourning. "Yunyang, Qing Yuano is one of the Empire's 72 marquises. You mustn't let your emotions affect your decision. You are no match for him." Yunshi's face was as white as a sheet while she spoke. Her body seemed like it could crumble at any moment. Crown Prince Nanshan had already run over to Qing Yuanu's side and completely calmed himself down. "Luo Yunyang, although I do not know how you managed to emerge from the bloody massacre battle alive, today you will die." Luo Yunyang's gaze flitted over to where the Flame Emperor and the others were. When he saw the Flame Emperor and the others trapped in the large vats, his hair stood on end. His pupils suddenly turned blood red and his gaze became cold and sinister. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth where he had bit down, and his facial muscles were all taut. A crazily intense murderous aura emanated from his body. As he shouted, he threw his fist over at Qing Yuano, Crown Prince Nanshan and his men. His punch struck the void, causing the sky and earth all around to get enveloped by a wave of formless power. Luo Yunyang was the god that controlled this power. This was the extensive Quake Fist. Luo Yunyang had put all his power in this move. Chapter 393, Sword Battle Cultivation. Qing Yuano was a top-tier star-grade powerhouse. His many followers believed that he was the strongest in terms of cultivation base. However, when this extensive Quake Fist was used, Qing Yuano couldn't help but fly towards the fist uncontrollably. Even though he used the power within his body, as well as his strength, to try and retreat quickly, Qing Yuano still couldn't help but be drawn by the extensive Quake Fist. In just a moment, his body had already rushed within 10 meters of Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the words, Origin Source Law, appeared in Qing Yuanu's mind. If it was not for Origin Source Law, he wouldn't be this way. Besides Qing Yuano, Crown Prince Nanshan also flew rapidly towards Luo Yunyang. The difference between him and Luo Yunyang was just too big. Thus, he had to use the effect of the extensive Quake Fist to fly close to Luo Yunyang. This uncontrollable flight made his expression turn ugly. However, as he was about to fall before Luo Yunyang, he turned his head and saw over 100 subordinates flying over to Luo Yunyang thanks to yet another wave of power. In an instant, they were tossed around and jolted into pieces in midair. Their familiar faces were filled with fear and indignation. What were they indignant about? What really made Crown Prince Nanshan break out in cold sweat was Qing Yuano, whom he had placed most of his hopes on. The pillar he had been relying on while running amok in the Da Alliance had been Qing Yuano. Qing Yuano, who served directly under his family, was tasked with ensuring Crown Prince Nanshan's safety. However, a single move from Luo Yunyang had caused Qing Yuanu's body to bleed from over 100 spots. Although he wasn't dead, Qing Yuano, who was now crouching no longer, looked as haughty as he had been moments ago. Spare my life, Qing Yuano pleaded in the end. He was a marquis of the Blue Rain Empire, so he considered one's dignity very important. However, he was currently pleading in earnest, which only meant one thing: he simply had no way of resisting Luo Yunyang's fist. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't stop. He pulled Qing Yuano over once again and shook his body into dust. With one fist, 100 people had been turned into ash and dust. Some of Crown Prince Nanshan's subordinates quickly threw down their weapons. They no longer had any intention of trying anything against Luo Yunyang. Yunxi and the others similarly stared at Luo Yunyang dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they'd witnessed had been real. However, the deaths of the foes they'd found so difficult to deal with clearly meant that all of this wasn't fabricated. Was that the power of Origin Source Law? Asked Yunxi as she stared at the young man in astonishment, complicated emotions running through her heart. Luo Yunyang nodded and quickly walked over to Yunxi's side. He wanted to help her up and love her dearly. However, as he helped Yunxi up, he realized that the lady who had sacrificed so much to uphold her promise was too light. She was just like a whiff of smoke that could dissipate from his hands at any moment. Years of killing had made Luo Yunyang's heart cold and detached. However, when he saw the pale and frail Yunxi, he felt a torrent of pain sweep through his heart. These waves of pain made Luo Yunyang feel extremely sad. His heart hurt as though it had been stabbed by a knife. He bent down and pressed his face tightly against Yunxi's cheek. Dear Yunxi, just tell me how the damage from the falling cherry blossoms can be neutralized. Neutralized? How could it be neutralized? Falling cherry blossoms damage the origin source. Do you know anything about the origin source? That's a person's potential, as well as their essence, energy and spirit. A slightly excited look appeared on Crown Prince Nanshan's face as he said this. He knew that he wouldn't live for much longer. The moment Qing Yuano had died, his own death had been set in stone. Thus, he was willing to do anything that would make Luo Yunyang unhappy. He was more than willing to say whatever would hurt him deeply. This shameless fellow was more than he could bear, so Crown Prince Nanshan would steal away his beloved woman and everything else he loved dearly. Did you know that the last person to use the falling cherry blossoms was Lan Tianju's grandmother? Even though the royal family's ultimate treasure called the wood spirit tree protected her, she was only able to live for 100 years, Crown Prince Nanshan said with a sneer. Do you have a wood spirit tree? The faces of Yunxi's subordinates fell when they heard these words. They all understood the importance the wood spirit tree had held for the entire royal family. That tree had been the first ultimate treasure of the royal family. Thus, nobody would normally even be allowed to look at it, let alone use it. Would watching helplessly as the woman you love died be the greatest pain you've experienced in your life? Come on, come on. Why don't you kill me to vent your anger? Crown Prince Nanshan stared at Luo Yunyang with a mocking expression. Luo Yunyang, who didn't care about Crown Prince Nanshan, hugged Yunshi's head to his chest as an olive fragrance entered his nostrils. He did his utmost to breathe it in, as though he wanted to retain this fragrance within his lungs for eternity. Then, he kissed Yunshi's beautiful long hair tenderly, like a young man who had just fallen in love. Luo Yunyang held Yunshi's tender face, which was currently devoid of color. As he took a look at each of the large vats containing the Flame Emperor and the others, the fire burning in his eyes suddenly turned ice cold. During the bloody massacre battle, Luo Yunyang had only thought about surviving. However, there was a voice roaring inside his heart right now. Kill, kill, kill. He wanted to kill. Instantly, gentle gusts of wind flew forth from his body. Although these gusts were extremely gentle, the instant they started blowing, countless figures were sliced in two. As this breeze passed through, over 10,000 of Crown Prince Nanshan's subordinates were completely sliced up by it. Luo Yunyang looked just like a demon as he rushed to the large vats imprisoning the Flame Emperor and the others and rapidly broke each and every one of them. The Flame Emperor and the others, who had been imprisoned within these large vats, were only left with raw, red torsos. Not a bit of skin could be seen anymore. Luo Yunyang's hand was trembling. His heart shuddered as he looked at their faces. Meanwhile, guilt and madness flooded his mind. Luo Yunyang wasn't looking at Crown Prince Nanshan. However, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. These two eyes had seemed to overlook everything when he had first boarded the Blood Axe warship. They were Lan Tianju's eyes. Yunyang, although you aren't the same anymore, there is still a considerable gulf between you and the entire Blue Rain Empire. Listen to me. Kill Crown Prince Nanshan and head to the Tianluo Empire. These two empires are on bad terms. You can seek shelter there. Yunshi's voice rang out beside Luo Yunyang's ear. Even in this state, Yunshi was still thinking about him. Although he had a stone-cold heart, Luo Yunyang was nearly moved to tears. Don't be afraid, Yunshi. You don't have to worry about a thing while I'm here, he said gently. As he spoke, his eyes landed on Crown Prince Nanshan's face. Didn't you say that I wouldn't dare go to the Blue Rain Empire? Luo Yunyang said calmly. Today, I will kill my way through the Blue Rain Empire and obtain Lan Tianju's head. Crown Prince Nanshan was flabbergasted. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually say such a thing. Although he had been looking forward to hearing this, as he watched Luo Yunyang speak, Crown Prince Nanshan thought that Luo Yunyang was definitely crazy. Suddenly, a massive warship appeared in the sky. When this blood-red, axe-shaped warship halted, many figures rushed down from it. They all looked at Luo Yunyang respectfully, every single one of them wearing the insignia of the bloody massacre path. Blood Son, we are late, Elder Keek said respectfully. Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively as he carried Yunshi towards the warship. Bring her in. We are heading to the Blue Rain Empire. You also need to repair and clean up that vat. Add in the best nutrient fluid, as well as his favorite sky fire insect queen. He must happily experience this pain for the rest of his life. Although Luo Yunyang's tone wasn't too high, it contained an irresistible power. Is that the bloody massacre path's warship, Yunyang? Yunshi stared at Elder Keek and the others in astonishment. She might be at the end of her life, but her frame of mind was really calm. However, the warship before her eyes was still a far cry from what she had expected. I should have known that you would survive the bloody massacre battle and become one of the blood sons of the bloody massacre path. Yunshi coughed lightly. Now I don't have to worry about you anymore. Although this is a far cry from the Blue Rain Empire, these people still have a considerable relationship with the higher-ups of the bloody massacre path. You shouldn't provoke him for the time being. Crown Prince Nanshan's gaze was also fixed on Luo Yunyang. However, Yunshi's words snapped him out of his trance. Luo Yunyang, who had gone through and survived the bloody massacre battle, already had a different identity. He was a blood son of the bloody massacre path. Even Lan Tianju from the Blue Rain Empire wouldn't dare mess with him now. Suddenly, Crown Prince Nanshan felt as though his heart had dropped really low. It's just the Blue Rain Empire. So what if I provoke him? He heard Luo Yunyang say unperturbedly. As Luo Yunyang boarded the warship, Luo Donger rushed over and said, I want to go too, big brother. Luo Yunyang nodded his head gently as he gazed at the grown-up Luo Donger. Then, he looked at the people below the warship. He saw Lu Qubing, his mother Shen Yunyang, and the surviving elites of the Da Alliance. "Wait for my return," he said faintly. Over 100 elite martialists from the bloody massacre path remained behind. Their task would be to help Lu Qubing and the others pick up the pieces. Meanwhile, Yunxi lay in a huge nourishment cabin in the large Blood Axe warship. Her body shivered continuously, making it hard for her to even absorb a little of the nutrient fluid inside the cabin. "Tell me, how did the bloody massacre battle go?" she asked with a weak yet tender smile. Luo Yunyang gazed at Yunxi as he said softly, "The bloody massacre battle. Actually, it wasn't that scary." Elder Keek commandeered the warship and followed Luo Yunyang's instructions. He contacted the Bloody Massacre Path's headquarters to check whether there were any items that could treat the injuries caused by falling cherry blossoms. A short while after Luo Yunyang had already briefly recounted what had happened during the Bloody Massacre battle, Elder Keek walked over quickly with a list. "Blood Disciple, this is the prescription given by the headquarters, medical shrine." A faint look of delight flashed across Luo Yunyang's eyes as he took the list quickly. Chapter 394. One man suppressing a nation. The 1,000 sun rose could cure Yunxi. 6 drops of dew from the Qianji soul tree could cure this condition within 3 years and boost the patient's mind power. 36 celestial goblet fruits could cure it. 1 piece of blood amber divine dragon jade could ensure that one's soul wasn't extinguished. There were more than 10 precious treasures on the prescription that could allow Yunxi's body to recover. This delighted Luo Yunyang considerably. However, when memories of the Jade Ridge Star Lord surged through his mind, Luo Yunyang's delight was thoroughly erased. The cost of these things was too high. It was actually so great that people could only yearn and pine for these items. Just a simple celestial goblet fruit cost a galaxy. It really did. One could only come across these sorts of things by accident. Searching for them was impossible, as anyone who possessed this sort of items wouldn't be willing to trade them away. A galaxy. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a poor bloke, he didn't have a galaxy either. Plus, one galaxy could only buy 1 fruit. If he wanted to treat Yunxi completely, he would need 36 such fruits. At the end of the list were the items that the Bloody Massacre Path's medicinal storage included. This was what Luo Yunyang was most anxious to see. The Bloody Massacre Path only possessed an essence soul blood fruit, which cost 30 star dollars. Star dollars were the currency used in the entire cosmos. According to the exchange rate, 1 star dollar equaled 10 billion blue rain dollars. Thus, 30 star dollars equaled 300 billion blue rain dollars. Actually, this was a discounted price. Luo Yunyang was the first blood disciple, so he enjoyed a significant status within the Bloody Massacre Path. Luo Yunyang felt his head hurt as he read the essence soul blood fruit's name. He had some star dollars on him, but he was still short more than 10 star dollars. Plus, the essence soul blood fruit wouldn't be used to treat Yunxi. It was only going to prolong her life. 1 essence soul blood fruit would allow Yunxi to live 30 more years. As Luo Yunyang mulled this over, a slightly sinister glint flashed through his eyes. Even this essence soul blood fruit was very difficult to obtain, so he could only place his hopes on the tree in the Blue Rain Empire. He had to have that tree, no matter what. The warship flew quickly, exceeding the speed of light in a few moments. After passing through a node, it entered the dark universe and started traveling even quicker. Meanwhile, Lan Tianju was standing on his high platform overlooking the huge imperial capital. He was feeling satisfied with his achievements at the moment. The revision of the 4 kings and 12 dukes had allowed his prestige to reach a level that surpassed even the empire's founder. Even though he knew that this was only a facade also provided some benefits. In any case, these 4 kings and 12 dukes were still freely controlled by Lan Tianju. "Your Highness," a servant bowed respectfully, "Consort Dong has prepared your favorite dragon marrow soup and sent me to ask when your majesty will go over." A faint smile emerged on Lan Tianju's face when he heard about the dragon marrow soup. Although he knew that Consort Dong was up to something, deep down he really liked her actions. Good, good, good. Lan Tianju smiled and brushed aside his sleeves. "I will head over now." As he was speaking, a man in green armor rushed over quickly and said, "Your Highness, urgent report from Blue Star." The words, Blue Star, made Lan Tianju freeze. He didn't seem to recall hearing that name within the domain he ruled over. However, he still extended his hand gently and said, "Bring it on." Luo Yunyang slayed Qing Yuano and has already entered our space. It is suspected that his target is the imperial capital. The short message had been sent through certain means of the virtual void by one of Qing Yuanu's subordinates. Lan Tianju's face turned unsightly when he heard Luo Yunyang's name. He had never imagined that he would hear that name again. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was just an ant that had already been squished by his finger. However, there had actually been news of this ant again. Luo Yunyang had killed Qing Yuano and was currently killing his way to the imperial capital. How was that possible? As he thought about this, Lan Tianju found the scenario laughable. However, he suddenly noticed the inscribed name of the sender. It was a guard he had dispatched to stay by Qing Yuanu's side and monitor him. This meant that this wasn't a joke. It was all real. Luo Yunyang was still alive and about to start a fight in the imperial capital. Once he absorbed this information, Lan Tianju quickly ordered his subordinates, investigate the information about the latest bloody massacre battle. Although the bloody massacre path had always been mysterious, there was some information that wasn't concealed, including the outcome of the bloody massacre battle. However, a short while later, the person in charge of the investigation returned and reported, "Your Highness, there's no news." No news was the worst possible news. It meant that someone had deliberately concealed this information. As an emperor, Lan Tianju was no stranger to these sort of circumstances. Even if Luo Yunyang had slain Qing Yuano, he would at most reach the top star grade realm in the space of 5 to 6 years. It was impossible for him to be at the nebula grade realm already. As long as he wasn't at the nebula grade realm, Luo Yunyang would be no match for him. Furthermore, Lan Tianju controlled the entire Blue Rain Empire. A young man like Luo Yunyang, who had just gotten out of the bloody massacre battle, couldn't hope to match the resources he possessed. These thoughts helped Lan Tianju calm down quickly. However, there was still a faint, nagging feeling of unease in his heart. "Your Highness, Lady Consort Dong's side has already," a servant warned him in a soft voice. At any other time, perhaps Lan Tianju would have gladly gone ahead, as Consort Dong was still a very attractive force. However, he was currently a bit flustered thanks to Luo Yunyang. When he heard this fawning voice, he felt a raging feeling about to explode in his heart. A subordinate should be adept at reading a situation and acting based on the circumstances. Why was this subordinate making noise and irritating him when he was clearly in a bad mood? "Drag him out and beat him to death," Lan Tianju said icily as he pointed to the servant, who was already on his knees pleading for mercy. Two soldiers hurriedly dragged the servant out. Moments later, blood-curdling screams were heard. "Check which area Luo Yunyang's ship is in," Lan Tianju asked after pacing around a few times. Although there was a considerable gulf between the Blue Rain Empire and the bloody massacre path, he was still the chief of a huge expanse of stars. As he mobilized his personnel, all sorts of information started to get transmitted over. The Blood Axe warship had already exited the Dark Universe. After crossing another 10 or so galaxies, it would approach the imperial capital. Many thoughts flashed through Lan Tianju's mind rapidly. Although he didn't have the power to confront the bloody massacre path, eliminating a Blood Axe warship wouldn't be too difficult. However, he was afraid of Luo Yunyang's current status. He was a blood disciple of the bloody massacre path. If Lan Tianju killed him here, then the bloody massacre path would. As numerous thoughts went through his mind, Lan Tianju felt extremely uncomfortable. He actually felt like a wolf that had caught sight of food. Although he could eat up this fold, the consequences of eating it would be extremely uncomfortable for him. What should he do? Eliminating Luo Yunyang in secret was impossible. After all, given the bloody massacre path's power, they would definitely know the moment he had Luo Yunyang killed. However, not dealing with Luo Yunyang in secret and attacking him openly would invoke the wrath of the bloody massacre path even before Luo Yunyang was killed. Bending his knee to Luo Yunyang was impossible. Lan Tianju knew very well that the animosity between them could not be dissolved. Therefore, bending his knee would be extremely disgraceful. Lan Tianju's eyes lit up slightly as he schemed in silence. Then, he spoke up. "Men, mobilize the Empire's 1st, 2nd and 3rd fleet. Send them to the Dunk Stars node to surround it. Nobody is allowed to approach unless I command so. If that Blood Axe warship comes close, fire immediately. Nobody is permitted to strike the Blood Axe warship. However, we have to make them realize the difficulty of this endeavor and retreat. Ask the Black Crystal Empire, the Purple Moon Empire, the Tianluo Empire and any other empire emissaries stationed in the Blue Rain Empire to grace the Dunk Star with their presence. After a series of commands were issued, Lan Tianju smiled. Although he didn't enjoy this method of dealing with the situation, this was the only choice he had. He had to be cautious, so he really had no better choice. The Dunk Star was the gateway to the imperial capital. If Luo Yunyang wanted to enter the Blue Rain Empire's imperial capital, he would need to pass through the Dunk Star. As long as the Dunk Star was defended and Luo Yunyang's ship wasn't allowed to pass, the Blue Rain Empire would be invincible. Sending various kingdom emissaries over was a sign of concession on Lan Tianju's part. It implied that he would be enduring this whole thing silently. Although the bloody massacre path was powerful, and they were the overlords of this expanse of space, they would still have to take into consideration the interests of all the empires. The bloody massacre path might not pay heed to one empire, but what about 10 or 100 empires? Lan Tianju believed that if he pressed hard against his enemies, no matter how much the bloody massacre path valued Luo Yunyang, they wouldn't let him act willfully. There was only one fleet stationed on the Dunk Star. However, the entire Blue Rain Empire's 10 large fleets soon congregated there. Countless warships were densely packed around the Dunk Star, forming more than 10 defensive lines. Ordinary soldiers didn't know why, yet some high-ranking military officers understood who they were guarding this place against. A number of generals from the Blue Rain Empire also felt their faces burn as they thought about the enemy they would be defending themselves against. However, they didn't dare question Lan Tianju's absolute orders, even in the face of the bloody massacre path's prowess. That day, the starry heavens were glittering. Luo Yunyang's Blood Axe warship was only half a day away from the Dunk Star. Suddenly, the subordinate in charge of information received a message from a strange signal. The contents of this message were about the defense of the Dunk Star. Chapter 395. All living things are like ants in the face of a star-obliterating cannon. The message sender was unknown, yet this didn't seem to be fake. Elder Cheke's expression became a little more solemn as he glanced at Luo Yunyang, who was meticulously studying the message. As Luo Yunyang's bodyguard, Elder Keek was way better informed regarding that entire star system. Even though the bloody massacre path had an overbearing control all over this area, they also had to simultaneously balance the interests of the empires they controlled. After all, the best possible outcome would only be achieved when mutual interest was achieved. "What are you thinking, Elder?" Luo Yunyang, who had always treated Elder Keek respectfully, was now asking about his opinion. "Blood Disciple, the Blue Rain Empire has assumed the stance of a hedgehog," Elder Keek said. Using a hedgehog to describe an empire didn't seem respectful, yet it was incomparably vivid. "If we were only dealing with Lan Tianju's empire, we could employ some other means. However, emissaries from over 100 empires are gathered here on the Dunk Star. They might appear deferential and respectful on the surface, but the majority of them have grievances in their hearts." Luo Yunyang waited for Elder Keek to finish speaking before he asked, "Then what should we do in your opinion, Elder?" "Blood Kid, this is..." Elder Keek shook his head silently. Although there was a significant gulf when comparing the Blue Rain Empire with the Bloody Massacre Path, they were dealing with the monarch of an empire after all. Luo Yunyang's rise had been too quick, so his foundation was insufficient. Slaying the master of an empire would not be easy. "We could negotiate. Perhaps we can make the Blue Rain Empire hand over the Wood Spirit Tree," Elder Keek suggested. The Wood Spirit Tree was an ultimate treasure. In Elder Cheke's opinion, suppressing an empire in this manner and making them hand over the Wood Spirit Tree was not too bad. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He just gazed at the space in front of him and instructed, "Scan a 5,000-kilometer radius around the Dunk Star on a map." The Blood Axe warship possessed advanced intelligence facilities. A large map appeared before Luo Yunyang's eyes at his command. Countless steel warships were situated outside the Dunk Star, forming a steel fortress in space. Many massive cannons were packed densely where they were gathered. Anyone who saw them would feel their skin tighten. "The Empire has a total of 10 fleets and they have all been dispatched over here. Seems like Lan Tianju is really afraid of you," Xianxia said, her eyes flashing with hatred as she uttered Lan Tianju's name. The Empire's 10 great fleets had been dispatched over there. Luo Yunyang got to his feet slowly. He was no longer the young man who had made his foray into the starry heavens. Thus, he glanced at Xianxia and comforted her. "I will handle this." Then, he turned to Elder Keek and instructed him, "Keep advancing." Aboard a massive warship on the Dunk Star, Yuan Zheng, Zheng Feng and a few others who had crossed paths with Luo Yunyang were gathered in a spacious cabin. Many different exquisite delicacies delivered from all sorts of places were continuously served on plates made from the finest diamonds. However, these people didn't feel like eating. That fellow actually made it out of the bloody massacre battle alive. That is unimaginable. Yuan Zheng sipped his wine gracefully as his eyes showed a hint of envy. They had thought that Luo Yunyang was just a slightly devious young man. However, the young man they hadn't thought much of was now actually threatening the entire empire. Just thinking about this made them feel slightly afraid. Although they were the heirs of the few large clans of the Blue Rain Empire, they had discovered that they were still ants compared to Luo Yunyang. After all, none of them or their families had the ability to make Lan Tianju dispatch the 10 great fleets to the Dunk Star. The few of them appeared slightly dim as they ate and drank. Isn't the emperor making such a big fuss over this because the bloody massacre path is behind Luo Yunyang? Zhen Feng, who had never liked Luo Yunyang, had a faint look of envy on his face as he heard his comrades voice their apprehensions about Luo Yunyang. Indeed, the emperor is taking the bloody massacre path into consideration. However, I heard that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base has already reached the star-grade realm. I heard that Qing Yuano has already fallen at Luo Yunyang's hands, said Yuan Zheng. Everyone knew what sort of person Qing Yuano was. Although he couldn't compare to their father's generation, he was a powerful individual too. However, Luo Yunyang had slain him as well. Do you think that Luo Yunyang will be able to pass the Dunk Star this time? Yuan Zheng, who was the host, broke the silence when he realized that everyone was silent. The reason he had invited all of them over was to discuss this matter. That shouldn't be possible. The 10 great fleets aren't just for show. Although Luo Yunyang's spaceship is one of the finest bloody massacre path ships, just one warship wouldn't be able to break through the defense of 10 large fleets. Furthermore, the emperor has already invited emissaries from all over the empire to the Dunk Star to exert even more pressure on the bloody massacre path. Li Qingyan sighed. Although I understand the emperor's tactics, I can't help but feel admiration. Zheng Feng chuckled. Lady Li says exactly the same thing as my lord father. However, I heard that the empire is ready to bleed this time. After all, merely using words to drive Luo Yunyang away is simply impossible. I heard that the imperial capital has already ordered all planets within the empire to grab Luo Yunyang at will. No one is allowed to resist. Li Qingyan and the others went silent. They could all understand what grabbing Luo Yunyang at will signified. Crown Prince, the Blood Axe warship is coming. A soldier in silver attire reported to the group respectfully. Yuan Zheng and the others quickly turned on the warship monitors and saw a warship in the shape of a blood axe cruising towards the Dunk Star. Is this Mr. Luo Yunyang's warship? On behalf of our emperor, we would like to express our sincerest apologies. His Majesty already knows about your intent. In order to avoid any misunderstandings with you in the bloody massacre path, the emperor requests that Mr. Luo temporarily stops outside the Dunk Star. A voice was transmitted through the starry heavens. This voice was a soundwave that could be transmitted rapidly even in space, where no air was present. In just a moment, practically the entire area around the Dunk Star could hear this voice. Lan Tianju's stance was very mild and respectful. The various emissaries from different empires aboard the warships on the Dunk Star had ugly expressions on their faces. Lan Tianju was the emperor of the Blue Rain Empire after all. If he made a compromise in order to deal with a small individual from the bloody massacre path, it would be easier for people to sympathize with him and feel anger for a common foe. Make way. An indifferent voice was transmitted from the Blood Axe warship. Yuan Zheng smiled faintly when he heard these two words. I thought that he would improve after spending a few years at the bloody massacre battle, he said with a chuckle. I never imagined that he would still be his same old rude self. Ha ha ha. This time, the emperor predicted his next move. Li Qingyan and the others had an extremely ordinary relationship with Luo Yunyang. Thus, when they heard him speak without any grace, satirical looks appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang's actions weren't worthy of praise. Lan Tianju's objective was to pressure the bloody massacre path. Even if Luo Yunyang was unable to guess this, shouldn't he be slightly aware of it? Could he really believe that a monarch could be that useless? Mr. Luo, our emperor holds great respect for you. If you are really going to charge forward, we will have to stop you. We have a total of more than 300,000 warships here. You can break warship after warship and then enter the Dunk Star's node. That voice was heard once again. Although it still had the same reverence, it gave off a tactful rejection. 300,000 warships. This sort of number could make one's head hurt. After all, breaking each and every warship was no easy task. Back in the imperial capital, a faint smile was plastered on Lan Tianju's face. Luo Yunyang was backed up by the bloody massacre path, which was what Lan Tianju had some qualms about. Thus, he would let him lose the support of the bloody massacre path first. This way, handling him would be easier. There weren't many ways to make Luo Yunyang lose the support of the bloody massacre path, so the current methods Lan Tianju was using were without a doubt the correct ones. As Lan Tianju thought about all this and pondered over his next step, he heard someone report, "Your Highness, the men we sent to deliver gifts to Bloody Massacre Path Elder Qinwen have already returned." "Oh, okay, what was the outcome?" Lan Tianju asked impatiently. Suddenly, a scarlet-red warship appeared on the large screen behind his back. This warship was even more advanced than Luo Yunyang's Blood Axe warship. When it appeared, a 1,000-meter-long cannon barrel extended and a blast was shot out. This blast caused the void to rupture. The originally clear image was immediately replaced by a murky gray image. In just a moment, the murky gray image disappeared completely. There were only tiny snowflakes left on the large screen. Lan Tianju stared flabbergasted, wondering what had just happened. After some time, he eventually shuddered and exclaimed, "It's a star. It's a star-obliterating cannon." A star-obliterating cannon. Even the Blue Rain Empire didn't have this sort of top-tier firepower. Just one blast of this cannon could destroy an entire star. Chapter 396. Dying with the dignity of an emperor, that's a star-obliterating cannon. Yuan Zhen rushed out of the ash and dust. His entire body was shaking as he stared at his surroundings that looked as though doomsday had arrived. He was really afraid because he had almost just died. If his warship hadn't been in a central position, if he hadn't had a decent cultivation base, and if he hadn't had some certain helpful items, he would have been turned to dust by the blast of the star-obliterating cannon. Li Qingyan came flying over from a distance. Her clothes were still complete, yet her face was full of black and white patches. Li Qingyan, who was conscious of her appearance, wasn't in the mood to fix it. His hands were shaking and the graceful, elegant air she exuded most of the time had completely vanished. Although Zheng Feng had also emerged, he was missing one arm. However, he didn't sigh over this. Instead, he was actually laughing. There was no doubt about it. Zheng Feng was laughing. Zheng Feng's smile was really dazzling. It was a free, natural smile. "I thought I would never get to see you all again. I never imagined that we would all be reunited here." Yuan Zheng also roared with carefree laughter, delighted that they had escaped the clutches of death. "What about Brother Feng?" A pained look appeared on his face. "He's dead. I saw him die. He was beside me when he was turned into dust." Zheng Feng and Li Qingyan's faces fell. There were some grudges and complaints among their generation, so sometimes they wished the other party would be killed straight away. However, discovering that their comrade was already dead made them distraught. "I really can't believe that we were enjoying the bustle a minute ago, yet we just stepped through the gates of hell." As he spoke, Yuan Zheng seemed a little gloomy. "That's the star-obliterating cannon." Yuan Zheng gritted his teeth as he said those words. However, what showed on his face after the last word was fear. Star-obliterating cannons had always been forbidden existences in their eyes. Most of what they knew about them was based on myths and legends. However, something fabled had endangered their lives that day. "The Blue Rain Empire is finished," Li Qingyan said with certainty after regaining her composure. Yuan Zheng and Zheng Feng didn't say anything. Although the two of them didn't have many relations with Lan Tianju, as a family of Blue Rain Empire nobles, how could they not worry when the empire that had always been like a massive mountain behind them crumbled before their eyes? However, they still didn't call into question Li Qingyan's judgment. The Blue Rain Empire was finished, not just because the 10 great fleets had been destroyed, but also because Luo Yunyang's blast had already destroyed all the empire's hopes. We can't say that His Majesty's power play was wrong. When Li Qingyan spoke about Lan Tianju, her voice no longer carried the respect she'd had for him in the past. However, in the face of absolute power, all power plays are ultimately nothing more than a laughing stock. Yuan Zheng and Zheng Feng both nodded simultaneously. They had experienced this battle, so they agreed with Li Qingyan. As the few of them were talking, the Blood Axe warship cruised on forward. The Dunk Star was no longer there, so Luo Yunyang and the others entered the node right away. Elder Keek watched Luo Yunyang respectfully. As his chief bodyguard, he had thought of all sorts of ways to help Luo Yunyang resolve this situation, which felt like a dilemma. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually mobilize the star-obliterating cannon. The top brass of the Bloody Massacre path had allowed Luo Yunyang to mobilize it and turn the star, as well as 10 fleets, into bits and pieces right away. This method of resolving conflict was simple yet cruel. Nevertheless, it proved that Luo Yunyang possessed the greatest power. At a crucial time like this, he had let his strength do the talking. The Blue Rain Empire has already become a thing of the past. Elder Keek said, not just because their 10 fleets have been obliterated, but also because the entire empire no longer has any willpower or fighting spirit. We won't encounter any obstacles when we go there. Some Yun family martialists who had followed Luo Yunyang over hadn't gotten over the shock yet. They stared at Luo Yunyang with eyes that glowed with admiration and respect. As Yunxi lay quietly in the nourishment cabin, which was filled with nutrient fluids, her heart was pounding. The man she loved was so valiant. Just as Elder Keek had said, the obliterated Dunk Star and all the other stars where Blue Rain Empire soldiers were garrisoned didn't try to oppose them. They marched straight in towards the imperial capital unchallenged. Yunyang, besides the people of the Blue Rain Empire, there were also emissaries from many other empires on the Dunk Star. Yunxi said worriedly as she watched the expanse of space through the screen. The empires that dispatched men to the Dunk Star should be worried, Luo Yunyang replied calmly. They should be worrying about how they will explain themselves to me. Elder Keek nodded. Allowing their personnel to go over was in itself a provocation. Now that they have seen that the Bloody Massacre path is supporting you in such a way, though. As the three of them were talking, they reached the imperial capital of the Blue Rain Empire. Lan Tianju was standing at his favorite spot on the viewing terrace in the imperial capital, yet he couldn't feel the pleasure of gazing out into the starry sky and overlooking everything beneath him. His entire body had become sluggish the instant the cannon had blasted out. Experts like Lan Tianju did not experience such incidents. His consciousness was still stuck at the moment when that cannon had been fired. Everything had been turned to ashes. Although he could rebuild the fleets that had been destroyed, what about his people's willpower, which had dispersed completely? The entire empire was on the verge of collapsing. Even the imperial family, let alone the various big clans, had already started talking about the emperor in the past tense. What could he do? Leave the Blue Rain Empire and become a heaven-wandering vagrant? For an ordinary nebula-grade powerhouse, finding somewhere to hide or moving to another area in the universe was always a decent choice. However, he had been the ruler of an empire. If he made such a choice, then he might have to deal with parties trying to hunt him down and kill him. The Bloody Massacre path would be among those parties. Suddenly, Lan Tianju's communication device rang, stunning him momentarily. His communication device hadn't rung in a long time. After all, people would usually contact an emperor through his servants. When he accepted the call, a wizened old face appeared on his communication device. Lan Tianju's heart dropped when he saw this cold, overcast face. Greetings, Ancestral Emperor. Lan Tianju greeted the man respectfully. The Blue Rain Empire cannot be extinguished just like this, Tianju. The wizened old man's voice reverberated in Lan Tianju's ear through the communication device. Lan Tianju's heart tightened when he realized what the Ancestral Emperor implied. The Blue Rain Empire could not be extinguished, but the Emperor could be replaced. Even if Lan Tianju was unwilling to make this decision, he had no other choice. I will abide by your instructions, Ancestral Emperor. Although they were speaking through a screen, Lan Tianju felt his heart quiver. The First Blood disciple has some issues with you. I have spoken with the various elders of the clan. The only way to placate his anger is by offering your head. We must do everything we can to save the Lan family. As a monarch, Lan Tianju had always controlled the lives of countless beings. However, his own life was now actually being used as a trading tool. This made him feel sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if the old man was speaking to him, a decision he couldn't question had already been made. Although his heart felt dead, there was a decisive look in Lan Tianju's eyes. He couldn't oppose this decision, yet he definitely wasn't going to die in such a stupid, cowardly way. He was an emperor, not an ant. I have no qualms about sacrificing my life for the Lan family. However, I hope that I can die a death befitting an emperor. The wizened old man's expression became more solemn when he heard this. As the Lan family's strongest powerhouse, what he wanted to do was control everything. He did not want any unexpected accidents to occur. However, Lan Tianju was no weakling either. Although he was only a preliminary nebula-grade powerhouse, killing him wouldn't be that easy. "What do you want to do?" the old man asked. "I don't care if I die, but I am not willing to be put into a box and given to someone else as an offering." Lan Tianju took a deep breath as he spoke. He wasn't lying. He really didn't want his head to be placed inside a box one day and sent over as an offering. The old man nodded but didn't say anything. He just waited for Lan Tianju to continue. Lan Tianju enunciated each and every syllable. "Aren't you going to deliver my head to the first blood disciple? I could let him cut off my head during a match. Let me finish, Ancestral Emperor." Lan Tianju put his arm up to stop the old man from speaking. "I can suppress my own boundaries. You can use sealing techniques at will to make my cultivation the same as Luo Yunyang's. You could also get someone to monitor me to prevent any accidents. Even if I win, I will let him cut off my head." Lan Tianju had a resolute look on his face as he finished speaking. "I can grant your request," the old man said calmly. "But can you guarantee that the Bloody Massacre Path will approve it? The sum of my entire assets is 1,650 star dollars. Lan Tianju's voice was very calm yet self-confident. "I have stored them at the Cosmos Bank. The only way to access them is by using my password. Tell Luo Yunyang that if he accepts my request and lets me die an honorable death, I will give him the password." Chapter 397, Beneath MT. Song amid the drizzling rain 1,650 star dollars. Many thoughts sprouted as Luo Yunyang studied the humble-looking, middle-aged man standing before him. The essence soul blood fruit that could prolong Yunxi's life cost 30 star dollars. Right now, Luo Yunyang only had 20 star dollars. He couldn't even afford one essence soul blood fruit. Although his position in the Bloody Massacre Path was very special, that didn't mean that the Bloody Massacre Path would still provide him with unlimited subsidy. Take star dollars, for example. The portion allocated to him annually was 20 star dollars. This didn't sound like much. However, when the sum was converted to blue rain dollars, the 20 star dollars became 200 billion blue rain dollars. 200 billion was an astronomical sum. These 20 star dollars were only one sort of treatment that Luo Yunyang received from the Bloody Massacre Path. However, if he wanted to obtain more star dollars, he would have to rely on himself to earn them. For example, according to the regulations of the Bloody Massacre Path, given Luo Yunyang's scope of powers, he could purchase a star-obliterating cannon and install it on a specialized spacecraft. However, one star-obliterating cannon cost 1 million star dollars. Luo Yunyang didn't know how long he would need to save up to purchase a star-obliterating cannon based on his annual income. Although the star-obliterating cannon had its flaws, it was still a top-notch offensive weapon. Nobody and nothing could change that fact. Turning the Dunk Star into dust had helped Luo Yunyang become the first Blood Sun. However, he would have to provide a huge contribution to the Bloody Massacre Path in order to earn such a reward again. Otherwise, he could use star dollars to rent it. Using it once cost 1,000 star coins. "I agree." Luo Yunyang nodded at the old man. "I heard that MT. Song is a scenic attraction of the imperial capital. I could let Lan Tianju die there," he said after some thought. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He hadn't been very confident about succeeding, but the clan's great elder had given him an order. Therefore, the middle-aged man had to try and succeed, no matter what. "Thank you, Mr. Luo." The man fished an envelope out of his sleeve and handed it over. "This is a gift from the Lan family's ancestral emperor. We hope you can accept it." Luo Yunyang glanced over the list as he said, "When will you send over the wood spirit tree?" The middle-aged man suddenly looked uncomfortable. The wood spirit tree was considered a precious treasure of the Lan family. Cultivating under the wood spirit tree or using its sap would bring massive benefits to a cultivator. However, this man obviously wasn't satisfied with the offer, as he had mentioned the wood spirit tree right away. As he thought about his clan's resolution, the middle-aged man explained tactfully, "Don't be impatient, sir. Listen to me first. The wood spirit tree is an ultimate treasure. If it's moved, there is a possibility that. Then give me the wood spirit tree and the land in a 500-kilometer radius around it." Luo Yunyang stared at the middle-aged man, who was trying to shirk, as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. "If your family doesn't want to hand it over, I can go over and take it myself." All color drained from the middle-aged man's face when he heard this. He had seen many shameless people, but he had never encountered someone like Luo Yunyang, who was acting righteously while stealing from other people. He immediately tried to find out what Luo Yunyang wanted. Mr. Luo, you accepted the clan heads. Luo Yunyang's face darkened. It seemed like this negotiation wasn't forceful enough. How could he waste time on this fellow? As these thoughts formed in his mind, Luo Yunyang glared icily at the middle-aged man and snarled, "Does this mean that you don't accept my terms?" We accept them." When he saw how displeased Luo Yunyang looked, the middle-aged man nodded his head as vigorously as a chicken pecking at grains. As the man left, Elder Keek walked over slowly and said, "My lord, isn't agreeing to the Lan family's request a little too?" Elder Keek didn't say what he wanted out loud. The Blood Son wasn't a hot-headed, impulsive man, so he definitely must have thought this through. Luo Yunyang, who understood why Elder Keek was hesitant, said with a chuckle, 1,650 star dollars are really tempting. Elder Keek could only sigh as he noticed Luo Yunyang's calm demeanor. He was Luo Yunyang's chief bodyguard, so he naturally understood why his master was in urgent need of large quantities of star dollars. Xianxia aside, Luo Yunyang would also need many cultivation items that would cost star dollars. Although a Blood Son was very precious to the Bloody Massacre Path, the Bloody Massacre Path and the 9 Galaxy Paths followed the same doctrine. Talent could be cultivated, but true genius required hard personal work. Geniuses that were aided by huge resources might be able to ride the wind and rise, but it would still be difficult for them to become big shots that could support the entire Bloody Massacre Path. Therefore, even the most precious of geniuses would only receive a certain extraordinary treatment from the Bloody Massacre Path. However, they wouldn't be babysitted every step of the way. Blood Son, although Lan Tianju's cultivation base will be limited, he is still a nebula-grade entity. A nebula-grade entity's comprehension of origin source law is not restricted by a cultivation base limit. You must definitely be wary. A cornered animal is the most dangerous kind of animal. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. I will keep that in mind. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Elder Keek stopped, nagging him. He had already done everything he was supposed to do as a bodyguard. Now it would be up to Luo Yunyang to decide. Even the Bloody Massacre Path Master rarely interfered in the decisions related to grooming Blood Sons. The fall of a Blood Son was naturally unavoidable. Therefore, the fact that a top-notch Blood Son had walked out alive was already a massive success in the history of the Bloody Massacre Path. Luo Yunyang's decision to grant an honorable death to Lan Tianju felt like a whirlwind sweeping through the whole imperial capital. The noble families of the 4 kings and 12 dukes, as well as some ordinary martialists, were all paying attention to the proceedings. There were even a few casinos conducting bets on this. For example, the casino under the Galaxy Mercenaries, Union Banner offered bets on whether Lan Tianju would die after defeating Luo Yunyang, whether he would die at Luo Yunyang's hands, or in some other way. The odds of him dying at Luo Yunyang's hands were 1/19, while the odds of him defeating Luo Yunyang were only 1/2. A payout of 1/2 was very low. However, there were still many people betting on these odds. Surprisingly, the 1/19 odds weren't the highest. There was another option at the Galaxy Mercenaries, Union Casino, an unexpected event. The payout for this choice was 1/25. Although the unexpected event wasn't clearly indicated, everyone understood what this implied. Some people who were hoping to earn an overnight fortune chose to bet on the unexpected event. Lan Tianju was quietly watching a singing and dancing performance in the imposing palace. Beautiful maids from many different regions flitted across him gracefully as they moved their intoxicating bodies. Very good, very good. Tonight all of you shall wait on me. Lan Tianju laughed as he waved his arm. However, it was clear that he was feeling dispirited. Many people around the palace were keeping an eye on him. Thus, his every action was quickly reported to all the parties observing him. Your Highness, Consort Dong flitted over naturally at a slow pace. However, her eyes were full of fear. You can't do this, Consort Dong implored as she pulled at Lan Tianju's hand. Her concerned words were answered with a heavy slap from Lan Tianju's palm. For an entire night, beautiful palace maids groomed and dressed Lan Tianju. As an emperor, Lan Tianju had always been conscious of his own appearance. Who will come and retrieve this great head of mine? Lan Tianju glanced at himself in the mirror mournfully. He seemed to have grown quite some gray hairs. His grief made some of the palace servants that were waiting on him break out in uncontrollable tears. Some of them even threw themselves to the ground. "Get up, even if I die, I must die in battle. I can't get slaughtered like an animal in the palace. Go fetch my sword." As Lan Tianju barked out his instructions, a long black sword was gently placed before him. It was the black jade saber, the sword Lan Tianju had been using for many years. Lan Tianju's eyes glowed slightly as he gazed at the saber. He waved away the servants and grasped the black jade firmly when they left. In an instant, a wave of killing intent flooded his eyes. Mount Song wasn't too tall, yet its scenic view was the best one in the imperial capital. Many high officials and nobles from the Blue Rain Empire liked to rest and relax on Mt. Song. However, Mt. Song had already been restricted earlier that day. Pieces of gem-filled terrain had already been buried beneath the mountain. The imperial capital wasn't a black hole. Any slip-up during an exchange between two star-grade powerhouses could cause serious damage, or even make the planet shatter. Light rain fell from the sky, as though supplementing the atmosphere for the astonishing battle that was about to occur. At 9 in the morning, Lan Tianju, who was adorned in his emperor robes, was the first to arrive at Mt. Song. The black jade saber was in his hands. However, Lan Tianju's nebula-grade cultivation base had already been restricted by the experts of the Bloody Massacre path. A calm smile was plastered on his face as he held his saber. Ever since he had become the emperor of the Blue Rain Empire, Lan Tianju had rarely ever waited for anyone. However, that day, he had no choice but to wait. At 9:30, Luo Yunyang arrived at Mt. Song in ordinary attire. He looked like an average young man from Earth that had come to visit Mt. Song. Our respects to Mr. Luo. Practically all the people guarding Mt. Song bowed respectfully before Luo Yunyang at the same time. When Lan Tianju had arrived earlier, they had only given the emperor a customary greeting. Even though they were technically his subordinates, he was about to reach the end of his life. Lan Tianju, who wasn't angry about the circumstances, watched Luo Yunyang walk over unhurriedly as he said, "I really never imagined that an ant would actually force me into such dire straits. If I had known, I would have killed you off back when you came to the imperial capital. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Please showcase your full range of techniques. It would be best if you let me die in battle while you were attacking me." Chapter 398. Crushing the same boundary. Do you think that Lan Tianju can come out victorious this time? Two figures were high up in the air, overlooking the area. The person speaking was a large, thick-set old man whose voice was filled with indifference. The possibility of victory is very high. He is a nebula-grade powerhouse after all, the middle-aged man standing beside him said. However, no matter the result, today will be the day he dies. He has to die, no matter what. The large, tall figure nodded. A Blue Rain Empire emperor actually has over 1,600 star dollars. How rich. The middle-aged man nodded. He was also a rather considerable individual within the Bloody Massacre path. However, his status wasn't that different from Lan Tianju's. Of course, he'd had to sell the various treasures on his body. He used his entire fortune to fix this fight and prove that his death is not a result of helplessness, but rather that the Bloody Massacre path is just too powerful. If he and the First Blood disciple are in the same position, then he won't lose, the middle-aged man said insipidly. He will either die or lose. The large figure nodded but didn't say anything else. While the two of them talked, the black jade saber in Lan Tianju's hand was brandished. Take this. This is my 1,000 army beheading. The black jade saber moved as Lan Tianju spoke. His saber seemed to contain a boundless might. This saber strike alone filled the sky with killing intent. Luo Yunyang's expression stiffened when he saw Lan Tianju wave his saber and rush over. Although Lan Tianju's cultivation base had already been restricted, he was still a nebula-grade powerhouse and his control of the laws remained the same. The unleashed saber strike was like a crushing mountain sweeping everything around it. Luo Yunyang didn't dodge this strike or draw the blade strapped on his back. Instead, he used his fist to blast out an attack. He used the extensive Quake Fist. Although he hadn't used his attribute regulator, all his body gathered within his fist. The extensive Quake Fist also contained Poshan's Earth Origin Source Law. Fist and saber collided. In just an instant, the black jade saber that Lan Tianju was holding in his hands was sent flying. Lan Tianju was also thrown several meters back by this strike. The man couldn't help but expel a mouthful of blood. The two bloody massacre path powerhouses above in Lan Tianju were left flabbergasted after witnessing Luo Yunyang's fist move. Lan Tianju was in a worse state. Although his own cultivation base had been limited to the initial stages of the star-grade realm, he was still a nebula-grade powerhouse. Thus, he believed that the difference between him and a genius like Luo Yunyang wouldn't be too big. His 1,000 army beheading also contained the power of the origin source laws that he had spent many years comprehending. Lan Tianju had thought that he wouldn't lose to a top-notch star-grade powerhouse if he relied on his origin source laws. However, he had never expected to be sent flying by Luo Yunyang's fists after one exchange. Although he wasn't willing to believe that this was real, that vigorous power felt like a massive mountain crushing his heart. How was this possible? Unfortunately, it was. This had really happened. The tall, large figure floating in the air couldn't help but grieve. What a forceful power! A martialist at the initial stage of the star-grade realm that can actually compare to a top-notch star-grade entity. How unexpected. His companion didn't say anything. However, there was a hint of admiration in the way he gazed at Luo Yunyang. Both of them had emerged from the star-grade realm, so they naturally understood very well the benefits of having a powerful foundation. Based on this alone, Luo Yunyang's future prospects would make anyone slightly envious. How can this be? Lan Tianju clambered up from the ground. There was a crazy look in his eyes as he pointed his saber at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang glanced at Lan Tianju nonchalantly and smiled. Why can't it be? Your power. How come your power is so much stronger than mine? We are both at the initial stage of the star-grade realm. This is impossible. Lan Tianju bellowed hysterically. He had been very confident about this battle. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined the opportunity he had fought so hard to obtain would actually turn out totally different from what he had hoped for. The top brass of the Blue Rain Empire were watching the battle below MT Song through various means. When Luo Yunyang unleashed his fist strike, they were all stunned as well. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Lan Tianju couldn't withstand a single blow right now. Although the 1,000 army beheading that Lan Tianju had used had unleashed his own origin source law cultivation, he had still been sent flying by Luo Yunyang during that exchange. Many people couldn't believe that this was real. How is that possible? The emperor is being oppressed completely. Yuan Zheng exclaimed in shock as he sat in his family's large hall. Yuan Zheng's evaluation was immediately seconded by many other clans. Although each of them had their own theories about the victor of this battle, the scene that had just occurred moments after the fight had begun had surprised them greatly. Emperor Lan Tianju, who was supposed to die honorably, had been smashed hard into the ground with one punch. The people hoping to witness a life-and-death struggle, those hoping to watch an exchange of 100 blows, and the individuals hoping that Lan Tianju was a top-notch fighter all felt severely disappointed. Although Lan Tianju wasn't that popular, he was still the emperor of the Blue Rain Empire. Plus, he was an emperor that had been forced into these circumstances. Thus, the people who pitied the weak were on his side. However, the current situation had left them speechless. Meanwhile, a stream of vulgarities raced through their minds. The emperor has picked the wrong opponent. The Yuan family elder didn't refute the disorderly younger generations of the clan. Instead, he said insipidly as he watched Luo Yunyang, "You should all know that any advancements to the star-grade realm are also divided into ranks. There are 3 ranks and 9 levels. However, the gulf between each rank is extremely huge. Although the emperor's rank isn't low, if I remember correctly, he is at rank 1, level 3. However, it is clear that Luo Yunyang's rank and grade surpass the emperor's. Hence, even though this match has just begun, the emperor has actually already been defeated." As Yuan Zheng and the others watched Luo Yunyang through the large screen, there was envy and admiration in their eyes. Some of them decided to brush up their foundations while breaking through to the star-grade realm. They wanted to reach rank 1, level 1 at any cost. Although the Yuan family elder didn't say anything else, he still sighed inwardly. He didn't have a favorable impression of the ambitious and ruthless Lan Tianju. However, after seeing Lan Tianju give his all and struggle, only to achieve this result, the elder was a little perplexed. Although dying with honor was only an excuse, Lan Tianju had made a fool of himself before many spectators. Lan Tianju could actually see countless people mocking him right now. He could even sense that his name would become a synonym for fool in the future. Everything that was about to happen was making Lan Tianju go mad. He couldn't wait anymore. I will kill you, Luo Yunyang. Lan Tianju yelled abruptly with bloodshot eyes as a scarlet sword light flashed from the black jade saber in his hands. Wherever the sword light landed, everything shattered. Luo Yunyang watched the hysterical Lan Tianju without retreating. The instant Lan Tianju charged over, Luo Yunyang's body turned into a spring breeze and the blade behind his back was drawn quickly. The maniacal glint in Lan Tianju's eyes intensified as he approached Luo Yunyang. His cold, frosty expression gave the observers chills just by watching him. His right hand gripped the saber handle a little tighter while a shorter silver sword appeared in his other hand. When this sword was drawn, his body suddenly doubled in size and a blood-red glow emanated from his entire body. Lan Tianju's aura had increased many times by now. However, just as the fine, slender sword and the saber in Lan Tianju's hands were about to slice forward, Luo Yunyang's blade streaked towards his neck. A blade light flashed across as Lan Tianju's head was sent flying. Even though Lan Tianju hadn't died yet, he was filled with deep hatred. His head was like a ball of fire flying through the sky and burning fiercely. I will kill you, I will kill you. Frantic howls kept streaming out of Lan Tianju's mouth. However, the sounds decreased slowly before eventually disappearing completely. Luo Yunyang stared at Lan Tianju's body on the ground as he said nonchalantly, "You gave up your entire social status and fortune just to die an honorable death." He. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the two bloody massacre path powerhouses that had been in charge of this match. Right now, he didn't seem to be angry. His expression was profound, so he seemed like a mature, shrewd old man. The tall man felt an inexplicable shiver in his heart when he sensed Luo Yunyang's gaze on him. "My apologies, blood disciple," he said hurriedly. Lan Tianju was actually able to break through his cultivation base limits. "This was a total negligence on our part. Please forgive us, blood disciple." Luo Yunyang glanced at Lan Tianju's twisted body, which was still lying on the ground, and waved his arms gently. "I can't blame you for this unforeseen variable. The world is full of secret arts and techniques after all." The two men heaved a sigh of relief. They both thought very highly of Luo Yunyang, so they definitely weren't willing to become the targets of his wrath. "Blood disciple, Lan Tianju had the intent to kill. Although he is dead now, I still think that the Lan family should be investigated," the middle-aged man said gently after surveying Lan Tianju's body. Luo Yunyang nodded in agreement. He would be able to take advantage of the situation now. Chapter 399. The Blood Spirit Sky. The highly anticipated battle turned out to be a one-sided beating. Lan Tianju was dead. Although this wasn't unexpected, the manner in which he had died was really surprising. According to the aftermath analysis, the monarch had offered his entire fortune for the sake of having a fair battle and protecting his dignity during this fight. He had wanted to drag Luo Yunyang down along with him. However, despite the meticulous schemes he came up with, Luo Yunyang's overwhelming power had crushed him thoroughly. The emperor, who had requested to die a death befitting a monarch, was blasted away by Luo Yunyang's fist strike. Then, the struggles of the Blue Rain Empire continued. However, after Lan Tianju's death, the battle for the emperor's seat intensified. This time, the people fighting over the emperor's seat were the Zheng family, the Yuan family and some other clans. The Lan family had already been beaten. Xianxia, who was sitting quietly on a chair carved out of jade beneath the wood spirit tree in the imperial capital, was reading a book. "Big sis Xianxia, look what kind of delicacy I've brought you." The vibrant Luo Donger bounded in from outside. She bounced over with a smile brimming with youth. Xianxia smiled and patted the chair beside her. "Good, come sit over here, Donger." Luo Donger giggled and sat down beside Xianxia as she handed over a few fruits. As Xianxia ate one, her smile grew brighter. "Which level have you cultivated your greenwood spirit technique up to, Donger?" she said softly. "Just let me rest a little, big sis. Cultivating every day is really boring." Luo Donger pouted coquettishly. Xianxia didn't say anything. She only glanced at her without making a sound. Under her tender gaze, Luo Donger put her palms together and quickly asked for forgiveness. "Big sis, I was wrong. Donger was wrong. I will resume cultivating as soon as I return. In 10 days, I will cultivate the greenwood spirit technique up to level 3. Xianxia gazed at the indolent Luo Donger and shook her head. "Why aren't you like your brother, Donger?" "I know, I also wonder why Big Brother's cultivation speed is so quick. I have been cultivating until now, but I have yet to become a martial grandmaster." Xianxia smiled. Given Luo Donger's current age, she was not doing too bad by Blue Rain Empire standards, let alone by Da Alliance standards. However, Yunxi knew very well that Luo Donger had achieved this much mainly because Luo Yunyang had purchased all sorts of precious treasures and cultivation items for her. I've already promised Big Brother that I will have reached the planet grade realm by the next time he sees me. Do you have any ideas to make me become a planet grade cultivator straightaway, Big Sis Yunxi? You must help Donger, Big Sis. Luo Donger grabbed Yunxi's hand and tried to sway her. Yunxi shook her head. There are indeed some secret cultivation methods, but you have to remember that, no matter how good these secret methods are, there is always a price to pay when one uses them. The best cultivation method is building up your foundation step by step. Got it, Big Sis. Luo Donger let go of Yunxi's hand, looking slightly disappointed. Then, she sighed. Big Brother is too much. He came in a huff and left in a huff. In just the blink of an eye, he has already been gone for more than 10 days. I don't even know if he has reached his destination yet. He didn't even leave a message. There was a hint of longing in Yunxi's eyes as she heard Luo Donger complain. Yes, Luo Yunyang had already been gone for more than 10 days. Yunxi knew very well that Luo Yunyang wished to stay at home, but as the Bloody Massacre Path's first blood disciple, there were many things that he had no say in. For example, he had no say in entering the Blood Soul Sky or determining his cultivation plan. Warmth surged through Yunxi as she thought about this man. She once again remembered him giving her an essence soul blood fruit before leaving. Even though Yunxi wasn't able to cultivate normally, thanks to the wood spirit tree and essence soul blood fruit, she was still able to perform her ordinary activities. A smile unconsciously appeared on Yunxi's face as she thought about her beloved. Big Sis Yunxi, why are you smiling? Luo Donger's voice jolted Yunxi back to reality. She immediately tried to hide her embarrassment. What did you just say, Donger? I said that the young fellows from the Yuan family and the Zheng family keep circling around me every day. It's really annoying, Luo Donger mumbled. Yunxi patted Luo Donger's shoulders and consoled her with a smile. Just don't pay attention to them. It seems like the fight for the emperor's seat is becoming really exciting. Luo Donger still possessed the innocence of childhood. Yunxi couldn't help but lament. She could naturally tell what the intentions of the Yuan family and the Zheng family were. If Luo Donger expressed her own stance, the two families would be influenced greatly. One of them would be able to secure victory, while the other would make a comeback. This sort of influence stemmed from Luo Yunyang, who stood behind Luo Donger. Yunxi understood clearly that, although Luo Yunyang had already left, his influence on the entire Blue Rain Empire had already surpassed most people's by far. As long as Luo Yunyang's position in the Bloody Massacre Path didn't change, his influence would only continue to rise. However, was it really that great to be a blood disciple of the Bloody Massacre Path? Yunxi recalled some rumors she had heard in the past. There was a particular really concerning rumor. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang was quietly studying the earthly gravity mountain diagram aboard the Blood Axe warship. He had already spent a month studying this diagram. While there were some areas that he had comprehended really well, there were also some areas that he found especially difficult. Even if he increased his mind attribute by using his attribute regulator, the questions related to laws still weren't so easy to comprehend. According to the records of the Bloody Massacre Path, origin source law was exceptionally important to a star-grade martialist. Not only did it concern the star-grade martialist's combat strength, but it was also related to the future paths the star-grade martialist would take. Advancing from the star grade to the galaxy grade required both huge quantities of resources and paths. These paths were the paths that a martialist would take in the future. For example, some people mainly possessed wind-based origin source law. When they evolved to the nebula grade, the wind-based origin source law would remain the main origin source law. There were many variations of this wind system. For example, there was a wind-sand path that was a convergence of a wind-based and earth-based origin source law, as well as a wind-lightning path that was a convergence of a wind-based and lightning-based origin source law. After slowly putting the earthly gravity mountain diagram away, Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on a book. This book, which had been given to him by Elder Keek a few days ago, contained descriptive material useful for blood disciples that wanted to survive the bloody massacre killing arena. It also included the comprehensive cultivation flow of a blood disciple. According to this flow, all blood disciples would be sent to the Bloody Massacre founding land, which was called the Blood Spirit Sky. Based on the book, the first person in rank would enter District 1 of the Blood Spirit Sky, and the second person in rank would enter District 2. The remaining people would enter District 3. According to the book, not only were the positions in the Blood Spirit Sky different, but there was also a huge gulf when it came to benefits. The first district received $20 a year, while the third district only received $1 a decade. However, the district that one found themselves in wasn't set in stone. Every 30 years, the Bloody Massacre path would put their blood disciples through a ranking process. Those that placed near the top of the list would be able to rise to the forefront districts, while those who placed near the bottom would fall from District 1 to District 2, or perhaps from District 2 to District 3. According to the book, the cultivation of a blood disciple wasn't smooth sailing either. Even though they had bodyguards from the Bloody Massacre path, during the cultivating process, only 1 in 3 blood disciples would emerge from the Blood Spirit Sky. This meant that 2/3 of the blood disciples would die there. Although the way these blood disciples died wasn't mentioned, Luo Yunyang could imagine the dangers. He had participated in the Bloody Massacre killing arena after all. Blood disciple, we are about to make a space jump. If you are currently cultivating, please halt for a moment. Elder Cheke's voice was heard through the communication device. Luo Yunyang acknowledged this by striding out of his cultivation chamber slowly. Elder Keek was directing his subordinates in an orderly fashion. Elder Keek, the Blood Spirit Sky is split into 3 districts. Will I be in District 1? Luo Yunyang asked. Elder Keek, who had already taken care of everything he needed to, replied respectfully, you probably won't, Blood Disciple. You should be in the top Blood District. Luo Yunyang hadn't encountered a top Blood District in his book. Thus, he asked Elder Keek, what is the situation like in the top Blood District? The top Blood District is the core of the entire Blood Spirit Sky. Therefore, it is reserved only for the most talented individuals. This district is the most elite spot in the Blood Spirit Sky, Elder Keek added enviously. I've heard that what flows there isn't the cultivation factor that we breathe in, but sub-metavital energy. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had heard of sub-metavital energy. However, by using his mind, he was able to understand what it was. Besides, every blood disciple in the top blood district gets a huge cultivation chamber the size of a castle. You can attend lessons conducted by Bloody Massacre Path Nebula grade powerhouses, or you can. Elder Cheke's eyebrows flew up as he spoke with a yearning expression. When he was done speaking, Luo Yunyang said, if the benefits of the top blood district are so good, won't the competition there be very fierce? It is extremely fierce, blood disciple. You may have achieved something that hasn't been accomplished in the Bloody Massacre path for many years, but there are some geniuses who have already spent quite some time in the Blood Spirit Sky. Time can make up for cultivation-based deficiencies. Elder Keek exhorted sincerely. That is why you have to make the most of these 10 years in the top blood district and build a solid foundation, sir. If you do so, even if you get banished from the top blood district during the big competition that takes place every 30 years, it won't matter. Suddenly, the warship shuddered and an expanse of blood-red color was projected in the cabin using virtual reality. They had arrived at the Blood Spirit Sky. Chapter 400. The 9-volume Sky book. When Luo Yunyang thought about it, he guessed that the Blood Spirit Sky would be a similar dimension to the one Base 7 was situated in. At most, it would perhaps be slightly bigger. However, it was only upon arriving that Luo Yunyang realized how wrong he had been. His theory had been way off. The Blood Spirit Sky wasn't an expanse of space, but a galaxy. A galaxy completely shrouded by a blood-red glow. Within this galaxy were over 100 planets revolving around a blood-red sun. When Luo Yunyang's warship flew into the Blood Spirit Sky, someone contacted the warship and gave them guiding instructions. After flying for 20 hours, the warship entered a scarlet bloody mist. Elder Keek quickly made his way over and said, Blood Disciple, I can only take you up to this point. The person receiving you is just below. Luo Yunyang nodded and said, thank you for escorting me all the way here, Elder. Take care, Blood Disciple. Elder Keek said as he gazed at Luo Yunyang respectfully. A short while later, the Blood Axe warship landed on a huge meteorite. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang saw a 10-meter-long, transparent, blood-red spacecraft located a short distance away from the Blood Axe warship. Although this spacecraft was much smaller than the Blood Axe warship, when Luo Yunyang saw it, he had a feeling that its value surpassed the value of the Blood Axe warship. Blood Disciple, This is a blood crystal spacecraft specially prepared for you. It will be your ride into the blood spirit sky, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s said. His cultivation base was at the Nebula 3 grade. Elder Keek was no stranger to this person. However, Luo Yunyang could sense Elder Cheke's reverence towards that man as the two of them were speaking. A blood crystal spacecraft. Luo Yunyang knew what blood crystals were, as there were also such crystals in the Blue Rain Empire. A piece of blood crystal the size of a fist cost 10 million Blue Rain dollars. He had just stepped foot into the bloody massacre path, yet he had already been given a spacecraft constructed from blood crystals. This spacecraft alone was worth more than his entire fortune, including the over 1,600 star dollars he had gotten from Lan Tianju. Blood Disciple. This blood crystal spacecraft is equipped with an autopilot system, so it can take you back to your residence, the middle-aged man said gracefully. I wish you a pleasant journey. After taking his leave, Luo Yunyang walked towards the blood crystal spacecraft. He had just stepped in, when a pleasant voice rang out. Welcome, my 124th owner. The voice stunned Luo Yunyang. He was actually the 124th owner of this spacecraft. This meant that there had already been 123 others who had used it before him. Luo Yunyang, who had been feeling pleased with the bloody massacre path's generosity, found himself cursing silently. What happened to your previous 123 owners? He asked casually. 36 of them were maimed, and 20 dropped rank and lost usage rights. My remaining owners are already dead. Although the mechanical voice didn't betray any hint of emotion, it still seemed terrifying to hear. 36 maimed, 20 demoted, and the remaining had lost their lives. Don't be discouraged, owner. Perhaps you will become my lifelong owner, said the spacecraft comfortingly. Luo Yunyang wasn't in the mood to discuss its previous 123 owners anymore. After pondering this for a bit, he asked, what will we have to do? I will be taking you to the top blood district, where you will receive a top-quality cultivation planning book. However, based on my experience with my many previous owners, I have a word of advice for you. You mustn't bite off more than you can chew during the curriculum choices. In all these classes, your priority should be to get a chance to comprehend the Sky Book. You mustn't lose a great deal while trying to save a little. The spacecraft had already taken off, yet the voice on board went on, as though it was a chatterbox that had been locked up for a long time and had finally found someone to talk to. Luo Yunyang found out that the name of this artificial intelligence was Badabu. Of course, Badabu also told Luo Yunyang that if he didn't like that name, as the new owner, he could choose a new one. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about this. His priority was getting Badabu to talk about the opportunity to comprehend the Sky Book. What is the Sky Book? No one knows the origins of the Sky Book. However, it is the bloody massacre path's most important treasure. The people guarding the Sky Book are the most powerful existences in the bloody massacre path. It is rumored that the Sky Book has a total of 9 volumes. Only Volume 5 of the Sky Book is currently in the bloody massacre path's possession. Badabu paused, as if organizing its thoughts before it added, the greatest use of the Sky Book is comprehending origin source law. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed when he heard this. He clearly understood the importance of origin source law, yet comprehending origin source law was no easy feat. Even with an entire lifetime of hard work, many people would find it very difficult to even comprehend a little bit of origin source law. There were also some people who were able to comprehend origin source law because of the emergence of miraculous opportunities. Owner, you are in the top blood district. Here, you will get a chance to comprehend the Sky Book every month. Although each opportunity will last only 2 hours, these 2 hours are extremely important. 1 opportunity a month, that was not enough. Badabu seemed to read Luo Yunyang's thoughts. You don't know how fortunate you are. People in District 1 only get 2 hours every year, and people in Districts 2 and 3 have to fork out a huge price if they wish to obtain this sort of opportunity to comprehend the Sky Book. Do not blame Badabu for not warning you about this, my dear owner. While comprehending the Sky Book, you must keep a firm heart and not long for more. Don't bite more than you can chew. My most outstanding past owner thought that his aptitude surpassed everyone else's and chose cultivation of light and dark origin source law when he had to choose. As a result, these 2 types of origin source law allowed him to have an extremely strong cultivation while he was in the star-grade realm. However, they also destroyed his chances of ever becoming a nebula-grade powerhouse. Therefore, do not think that your innate talent is insurmountable, my beloved owner. If you do, you will end up picking a path full of thorns. You must know that time and tide wait for no man. The artificial intelligence was prattling away too much. However, Luo Yunyang was able to get a certain understanding of the blood spirit sky from its words. For example, he learned that the general currency there wasn't star dollars, but something called contribution points. Contribution points could be used to acquire various items necessary for cultivation. Take a look at your residence, dear owner. You will be living here for 10 years. After 10 years, you won't know when you will be able to return again. Luo Yunyang already knew the rules and regulations of the Top Blood District, so he knew that what this fellow meant was that he would be spending 10 years in the Top Blood District. Luo Yunyang felt an impulse to hit this fellow. However, as soon as he had this thought, the walls of the red spacecraft suddenly seemed to vanish and an extremely beautiful scenery was etched in Luo Yunyang's eyes. He saw huge, luxuriant green trees, a river like a jade belt, and a colorful, dream-like villa. As Luo Yunyang's spacecraft descended, 100 star-grade martialists quickly welcomed him. One of them, who was clearly a peak star-grade entity, gazed at Luo Yunyang respectfully. "Greetings, blood disciple." Luo Yunyang's gaze swept through all these people that were kneeling on the ground. "There is no need to be so enthusiastic. We will need to look out for one another in the future," he said with a smile. While Luo Yunyang headed to his own residence surrounded by this crowd, an imposing young man was practicing his swordsmanship. His sword was very slow. Although it was as fine as a cicada's wing, it seemed as though it weighed thousands of tons in his hand. Every single wave of the sword seemed extremely difficult. It took the young man more than 1 year to run through this set of sword techniques once. His smart, handsome face was dripping with sweat. "What great swordplay," said a tall, large young man with a sharp horn growing out of the top of his head. "To think that you've reached such a level after 1 year of not seeing me. Seems like if you were to go to the Meru realm, you would probably see the 5th layer." The handsome young man, who didn't seem to care about the single-horned young man's praise, asked indifferently, "You didn't come here just to tell me this, right?" "Ha ha ha, you know me well, old friend. I came here to tell you that you don't have to treat me like a rival now." The one-horned young man chuckled. A very demonic fellow emerged during this bloody massacre-killing arena. After killing off everyone, he was allowed to enter the Top Blood District to cultivate. According to the elimination rules, there is only one elimination spot. If we eliminate this fellow, the two of us won't have to fight. What do you think? The handsome young man listened without showing any emotion. Then, he glanced at the one-horned young man and said dryly, "Although what you said makes sense, someone who is able to obtain a complete fundamental planetary source definitely cannot be taken lightly. I'm not belittling him, what I said is the truth. Besides, the two of us only entered the Top Blood District after 100 years of hard work. What he lacks is time," the one-horned young man said confidently. Chapter 401. Startling the Meru Realm. "Master, I advise you to have a good rest, as you will be entering the Meru Realm tomorrow. If you break the current records, you will be able to get 100 contribution points." Badabu, who stood atop the screen in the manor, shouted in Luo Yunyang's direction while physically transformed as a small fiend. The Meru Realm was important indeed. It was an important aspect of the bloody massacre path. Due to the vastness of the galaxy, numerous matters regarding the bloody massacre path had to be discussed in a virtual world. The Meru Realm was a virtual world made by a mystic object belonging to the bloody massacre path. Not only could this virtual world communicate with the world outside, but it could also work independently on its own. Luo Yunyang took a look at Badabu and laughed. "Only 100 contribution points. Isn't that a little stingy? My noble owner, these 100 contribution points are very hard to earn. Let me give you an example. There are actually many people in the blood spirit sky willing to use 10 star dollars just to buy 1 contribution point. However, the problem is that nobody wishes to sell." Luo Yunyang was well aware of the value of the star dollar. 1 star dollar was actually sufficient to buy an entire planet. However, 1 contribution point cost 10 star dollars. Luo Yunyang started to understand the value of contribution points better. That really makes me want to break those records. Luo Yunyang rubbed his chin as he mumbled to himself. "Master, your confidence is as vast as the stars in the ocean. You really make me feel inferior," the little fiend said in an effort to flatter Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang sensed a tinge of sarcasm in his flattering words. He did not bother arguing with the little devil. Instead, he picked up a book about the blood spirit sky. Entering the virtual world of the Meru realm required using a communication device. Luo Yunyang could still use his old communication device, but he needed to submit a series of passwords in order to enter. "Welcome, blood disciple Luo Yunyang." A delicate female voice rang out next to Luo Yunyang's ear. "This is your first time entering the Meru realm, so a test will have to be run on your various qualities." As this voice spoke, Luo Yunyang discovered that he had appeared in an expanse of space. All around him was a bunch of lifelike stars. Every planet was so huge that he felt like a tiny ant among all these stars. "Blood disciple, please use all your strength to strike the stars all around you. Their grades get higher from left to right. Usually, most initiated star grade entities choose the first star." Luo Yunyang studied the huge star for a bit before striking the leftmost star with his fist. Although he was within a virtual world, the moment Luo Yunyang thought about striking, he felt all the power within the realm inside his body gather onto his virtual hand. Boom, boom, boom. A fist was thrown, causing the star to shatter. Glittering particles rapidly dispersed in every direction. "Blood disciple, you have destroyed a star. Would you like to continue?" The mechanical voice rang out in Luo Yunyang's ear again. If Badabu had not warned him, given his temperament, Luo Yunyang would have tried to keep a lower profile. However, he wasn't prepared to do so in the blood spirit sky. Luo Yunyang immediately spoke up. "What is the highest record set during this strength test?" Usually, the martialists accepted into the blood spirit sky are at the star grade realm. Therefore, the star grade record is the most difficult to break. The answer to your question is 6 stars. This record was set more than 10,000 years ago by blood disciple Lanwei. 6 stars. Although destroying the first star didn't seem difficult, the remaining 5 would probably be even harder to destroy. Luo Yunyang pulled his fist back and struck a second time. It still wasn't that difficult to shatter the star. However, Luo Yunyang believed that this star was at least twice as hard to destroy. Then, he shattered a third, a fourth, and a fifth star. When he shattered the fifth star, Luo Yunyang sensed that his power was nearly consumed. Although he still had some left, it definitely wouldn't be enough to break a sixth star. Unfortunately, there was no reward for destroying only 5 stars. Those points were worth $10 each. Luo Yunyang immediately opened the attribute regulator in his mind. Power: 55 fire, 54 mind, 1 speed, 2 constitution, 8 origin source law, wind, 12 earth, 17. Luo Yunyang was left a little speechless when he glanced at the golden words. His own mind, speed and constitution wouldn't be able to provide much support. He had also tried using origin source law before. Although its grade wasn't too high, the points of his origin source law couldn't be transferred to his main 4 attributes. Luo Yunyang only left 0.5 points in his mind, speed and constitution, causing his power to reach 64.5 points. Although he didn't know whether 64.5 points would be enough to break the 6th star, he still decided to give it a try. His strength had been boosted by absorbing an entire fundamental planetary source, as well as the 7 realms of the star grade realm. However, a predecessor of the bloody massacre path had actually completely relied on his strength to smash 6 stars. Boom! Luo Yunyang's sturdy punch smashed hard against the 6th star. In an instant, the 6th star shook vigorously. The resonating shockwaves made Luo Yunyang's body vibrate continuously. Just as Luo Yunyang thought that he had probably failed, the 6th star split into 3 pieces within the void. When the first star had been destroyed, glittery stardust had been strewn everywhere. However, this star looked like a split melon in comparison. It seemed like this record really wasn't that easy to break. As Luo Yunyang whined about not being able to get the 100 contribution points, a voice rang out beside his ear. "Congratulations for breaking 6 stars, blood disciple Luo Yunyang. You have surpassed all previous results and set a new record." What was going on? Wasn't the previous record 6 stars? Luo Yunyang had only, as if someone had read his thoughts, an image appeared before Luo Yunyang. This image depicted a star that had been split into 2 parts. Luo Yunyang was speechless when he saw the star that was split into 2. This had worked. When Luo Yunyang left that expanse of stars, all the bloody massacre path martialists that had registered with the Meru realm received a message. Congratulations to blood disciple Luo Yunyang for breaking 6 stars and setting a new record. This news was little more than a tiny ripple to actual higher-ups like the Bloody Massacre Path Master. However, it was very shocking for all the blood disciples. The Bloody Massacre killing arena was held every 100 years. As of now, there were more than 1,000 blood disciples cultivating in the blood spirit sky. Every single one of them had experienced all sorts of tests upon entering the Meru realm. When it came to breaking stars to test their strength, many people were full of anticipation. However, no one could ultimately break the 6-star record. In District 1, 3 youngsters were sitting in chairs on a beach. As they watched the rising tide, one frowned and cried out, "This fellow is a real sicko." One of his comrades, a guy with a golden dragon scale on his forehead, chuckled. It's pretty normal for his strength to be slightly greater. He has absorbed an entire fundamental planetary source after all. Given the boss's cultivation base, defeating him and entering the top blood district will be easy. The person referred to as the boss was a rather gentle-looking young man who was flipping through a book silently. At first glance, he looked like a student who loved to read. Don't underestimate anyone. The young guy closed the book in his hands and turned to the guy with the golden scale on his forehead. Although we are unparalleled in District 1, the top blood district is a different matter. Just as the guy was about to say something, yet another voice rang out. Congratulations to blood disciple Luo Yunyang for surpassing the speed of sound by 100 times and setting a new record. Practically everyone who received this message stiffened. A person's strength alone wasn't scary. However, when a person had both a powerful base of strength and great speed, they were terrifying. This is the most annoying type of opponent, boss, the first young man said frankly. The man known as the boss nodded his head. You are naturally quick, but your offensive strength is weak. Speed is your forte. However, now that Luo Yunyang has broken both the power and speed record, he will be a formidable opponent. The guy with the dragon scale on his forehead snorted. So what if he is quick and powerful? I really want to have a match with him and let him have a taste of the Dragon Man clan's combat dragon tyrannical body. The so-called boss frowned but didn't say anything. Perhaps this was just the way people were. They didn't envy strangers soaring high, but fretted over the people nearby that were stronger than them. Although he could understand his comrades' displeasure, he didn't like their wild ways. Deep down, he believed that what his comrade had said didn't really make sense. Not only did the Dragon Man race have great combat abilities, but their bodies could also withstand great pressure. This sort of robust bodies brought the Dragon Men many benefits and made them extremely tough. Congratulations to Luo Yunyang for withstanding the pressure of the 9th gravity planet and setting a new record. The Dragon Man, who had been about to speak again, choked when he heard this news. Although he could currently withstand even more pressure than the 9th gravity planet, his initial results had been lower than Luo Yunyang's by 4 whole gravity planets. He's a real sicko. As a chain of messages circulated continuously between all the blood disciples, many people felt threatened. When someone was all the rage, people would talk about them non-stop. Luo Yunyang was no exception. Some people even predicted that yet another absolute powerhouse of this generation was going to rise up the blood spirit sky. Chapter 402, The Super Cultivation Plan, 320 Contribution Points. Master is really impressive indeed. You have obtained many contribution points in a short while. Badabu took the form of a small fiend and bounced around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. After all, the over 300 contribution points had been acquired using his attribute regulator. Without his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to even obtain a single contribution point. This made him feel a little suffocated. Maybe he felt this way because he was on a gravity planet. Although Luo Yunyang had experienced the test of the Chongyuan star, he felt that he would be unable to stand this any longer when he reached the 5th gravity planet. Ultimately, by relying on the attribute regulator, he had managed to hold on until the 9th gravity planet and break the record made by a predecessor 100,000 years ago. Beep, beep, beep. The bouncing little Badabu stopped upon hearing these light beeps. Then, he said, "Master, you have received a sealed message." Luo Yunyang immediately opened the message and saw these words. Luo Yunyang, firstly, congratulations on entering the top blood district. These are the Meru realm specific standards that will provide you with a cultivation plan. Cultivation plan. Luo Yunyang quickly opened the attachment of this message and saw the following words. Luo Yunyang, the analysis performed on you shows that your origin source law emphasizes on the wind base. Please purchase the 1000 Edge Blade and Mirage Body Flicker for cultivation. Also, it is suggested that you simultaneously cultivate the spatial dimension origin source law. You can refer to the books, Spatial Ripping Technique, and Space Shattering Art, for further information. One more thing, do not cultivate your Earth origin source law. When consulting the Sky Book, do not increase the Earth-based powers in your body. Remember this at all costs. The cultivation plan was direct and efficient. It was only 100 words or so, yet it still listed out everything it was meant to achieve. Luo Yunyang didn't have any doubts about cultivating wind origin source law. However, he didn't understand the logic behind giving up his Earth origin source law, which had made great progress lately, and switching to spatial dimension origin source law. Master, you better progress according to the cultivation plan. If I recall correctly, wind-based and space-based origin source law can converge and form a space fracturing path. As Badabu revolved rapidly around Luo Yunyang, its voice was a little urgent. The space fracturing path ranks 4th among the list of 10,000 paths. It is already very high. Judging by your natural aptitude in the Bloody Massacre path's concentrated grooming, you should be able to cultivate the space fracturing path in at most 30 years. At the time, you will receive even more resources. Luo Yunyang watched Badabu revolve around him rapidly but didn't say anything. The space fracturing path ranked 4th on the list of 10,000 paths. This tempted Luo Yunyang slightly indeed. He knew about the list of 10,000 paths, so he also knew that the space fracturing path was really top quality. Even the Raging Inferno path that the Jade Ridge Star Lord had cultivated in the past had only ranked 7th. Furthermore, according to the Jade Ridge Star Lord, the 7th in rank path had been slightly adulterated. Although the 4th rank wasn't among the top 3, it was still extremely impressive. After all, the top 3 paths were too difficult to refine. Master, are you unwilling to give up on the Earth origin source law? Listen, if you persist in taking this path and combining wind and earth, then the paths you will be able to choose will be too limited. The Wild Sand path ranks 9th. The Dirt Haze path has been degraded. Even the High Torrential Storm path only ranks 6th. Luo Yunyang glanced at the little fiend, who was gesticulating wildly, and chuckled. You really know a lot. Of course, my previous masters didn't listen to my suggestions. If they had, I wouldn't have had to go through 124 owners. The little fiend put its small hands up to cover its face, pretending to be grieving in sorrow. You must know that Badabu was the highest in rank artificial life among its peers back in the day. Luo Yunyang didn't waste any time pondering this problem. Instead, he instructed Badabu, check out the price of the 1000 Edge Blade. Right, Babadu believed that its advice had been effective. As soon as it replied, the prices of all sorts of items and goods appeared on the screen before Luo Yunyang. 1000 Edge Blade, Blade Art. Cost: 3 contribution points. Mirage Body Flicker, Body Movement Technique. Cost: 10 contribution points. Spatial Ripping Technique, Combat Technique. Cost: 100 contribution points. Space Shattering Art, Combat Technique. Cost: 100 contribution points. When he saw the contribution points the 1000 Edge Blade cost, Luo Yunyang thought that the items in the Blood Spirit Sky weren't really that expensive. However, when he reached the Space Shattering Art, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Spatial things cost a price that most people couldn't afford. Purchase the 1000 Edge Blade and Mirage Body Flicker first. Luo Yunyang made a decision after some thought. When the purchases were complete, a delicate female voice notified him that the items would be sent over in 3 hours. Oh, great master, why didn't you purchase the Space Shattering Art? It might be a little expensive, but spatial items are all pricey. Badabu, who wasn't very pleased with Luo Yunyang's choice, protested. Why would Luo Yunyang care about what Badabu thought? The reason he hadn't chosen those 2 techniques was because he still hoped that he would see them for himself once more. His clenched fist suddenly punched out. Luo Yunyang felt very comfortable using the extensive Quake Fist. The wind origin source law that had started out from nothing and followed him through 5 years of fighting was like a part of himself that he found very difficult to part with. How could he give it up just like this? Luo Yunyang was really unwilling deep down, so he didn't make a decision straight away. Instead, He decided to wait until he viewed the sky book before making his decision. 3 hours later, the spacecraft that Luo Yunyang piloted entered a scarlet region. If the top blood district was the blood spirit sky's core, then the area Luo Yunyang was in was the core of the entire top blood district. It was the sky book hall. Luo Yunyang had imagined that the sky book hall would probably be a palace. However, when he arrived, he realized that although his theory had been right, the sky book hall had still shocked him. It was shocking indeed. The humongous sky book hall, which was constructed from some sort of purple gold metal of unknown origin, wasn't built on land. Instead, it was suspended within the void. 18 huge spheroids that were thousands of kilometers wide were revolving around the colossal sky book hall like a string of pearls. The sky book hall was lofty and majestic. 36 massive pillars stuck out from it. "Are you the young man who wants to enter the hall and peruse the sky book today?" A voice rang out beside Luo Yunyang's ear as he pondered whether to pilot the spacecraft in the direction of the sky book hall. "Yes, that's me." As soon as he replied, Luo Yunyang felt a mind scan his body. He immediately felt as though all the secrets of his body had been laid bare before this divine mental energy. He felt as insignificant as an ant while this mind power scanned him. "Ha ha ha, your aptitude isn't too bad. Go ahead and enter. You have 2 hours. When he heard these instructions, Luo Yunyang discovered that he was already standing before the doors of the large hall. He didn't know how he had left the spacecraft. It seemed as though a wave of power had immediately transported him over. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and gazed at the majestic doors before stepping into the huge hall. He wondered how big the interior of a colossal, several thousand kilometer wide hall suspended in the void would be. When he stepped into the massive hall, he realized that there wasn't anything in that vast space. The hall was completely empty, as if the entire place was in a complete vacuum. Where was the sky book? When Luo Yunyang looked up, his gaze was immediately drawn to the ceiling of the large hall. What he saw was a spotlessly white jade crystal. When his eyes landed on that crystal, he saw a massive mountain shrouded by clouds. The massive mountain stood tall and loomed over a wide expanse of land. It was the Earth gravity mountain diagram. This diagram was actually here. As Luo Yunyang stared at the Earth gravity mountain, thoughts flooded his mind. Compared to the Earth gravity mountain diagram he had obtained from the Bloody Massacre Path disciple, this one was extremely distinct. Luo Yunyang also felt that every stroke and dot on this painting contained a boundless allure. This sort of allure signified an origin source. This was wrong. The extensive quake fist shouldn't be used this way. If the amplitude in these aspects was adjusted, then the might of the extensive quake fist would double. If the Earth gravity mountain diagram was reflected on this jade crystal that could be called a jewel mine, then Luo Yunyang would feel like a hard-working miner frantically excavating the jewel ores of the Earth gravity mountain. Luo Yunyang didn't know how much time passed before he was roused. He once again raised his head to look at the white jade crystal and discovered that the diagram reflected on that crystal had already turned into the fallen autumn leaves diagram. Luo Yunyang didn't know how many times he had studied this diagram. He had studied it so many times that he could even remember where each and every stroke was located. However, he was thoroughly shocked by this diagram that had appeared on the white jade crystal. He believed that, not only had he viewed the diagram incorrectly, but that even the person who had drawn it had been wrong. The mistakes on it were really great. As Luo Yunyang stared at the fallen autumn leaves diagram, the diagram vanished with a bright flash and an incessant fine drizzle appeared before his eyes. Everything seemed to be contained within this rain. The sky and earth were in it. Everything and anything was sheltered by this fine rain. In between the fine rain, the sky and earth, Luo Yunyang sensed an insipid mist. Chapter 403. The Great Chaotic Whole Path Torrential Storm Diagram, Burning Lightning Fire Diagram, 1000 Lights and Shadows Diagram, Indestructible Rocks Diagram. Diagram after diagram flashed through the sky book. These diagrams were not coherent, as there seemed to be some slight flaws in them. However, this wasn't something that Luo Yunyang was concerned about. He quickly memorized the charm and grace of each diagram in his mind. Each time he memorized a diagram, he realized that the memory of the previous diagram had been lost. How could these diagrams, which touched upon origin source laws, be so easily memorized? Just when Luo Yunyang thought that his trip to the sky book hall would end without any rewards, he suddenly realized that the jade crystal above him was gone. His position had also changed. He was now surrounded by stone monuments that were 1,000 feet tall. Luo Yunyang looked up at the stone monument beside him. There were 3 words written on it: Shadow Killing Path. Below these 3 words were 6 diagrams. The first diagram was simple. It only depicted darkness. However, when Luo Yunyang first saw this darkness, he sensed that it was different. There was a shadow within this darkness. Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to study the shadow killing path, as a voice was heard beside his ear. Although the sky book's path is incomplete, a total of 1003 diagrams have been formed through this arrangement by a predecessor of the Bloody Massacre path. Eventually, they were grouped into 23 paths. You can choose one of these cultivation paths, Luo Yunyang. You have 3 hours. 3 hours to choose one of the 23 paths as his future cultivation path. Although 3 hours seemed very long, when he heard these words, Luo Yunyang realized how important this was for his future. If he made the wrong choice, he would have to bear the consequences in the future. The shadow killing path. Luo Yunyang thought about it for a moment and gave up. He quickly looked in the direction of the other stone monuments. Engulfing path, wind fire path, wind thunder path. Luo Yunyang walked through the stone monuments. When he reached the 13th stone monument, he saw the following words: space fracturing path. Below the space fracturing path were 9 diagrams. Luo Yunyang was familiar with one of them, as it was the fallen autumn leaves chart. There were also several charts about space. Each of these charts exuded a profound mystery. Although Luo Yunyang attached great importance to the space fracturing path, he wasn't able to study it meticulously enough. He stood before the space fracturing path stone monument for more than half an hour and finally was able to comprehend it a little. The space fracturing path was still much more suitable for him. Thus, Luo Yunyang made a mental note of this spot and continued to view other stone monuments. Torrential storm path, wild sand path, mirage path. Luo Yunyang scanned the stone monuments one at a time. His eyes stayed on the stone monuments of the torrential storm path and the wild sand path for the longest time. Although these 2 paths would be effective for him, Luo Yunyang eventually decided to give up on them when he studied the diagrams on the stone monuments. Even though these 2 paths were good, the corresponding drawings were too few. According to Luo Yunyang's understanding of these stone monuments, fewer drawings on a diagram indicated that a path was of a lower grade. Experiencing the blood massacre killing arena once had been more than enough. Luo Yunyang didn't want to experience it a second time. Besides, he hadn't just relied on his own strength. He'd had loads of luck. That was why he had been able to emerge as the sole survivor out of 100,000 people. He did not know whether he would be able to escape from a similar situation again, so he wanted to prevent such a thing from happening once more. This was also why Luo Yunyang did not respond immediately upon receiving a cultivation plan from the Meru realm. There were some stone monuments that were taller than the space fracturing path among the 23 inscriptions. However, these taller monuments were not well suited for Luo Yunyang. For example, the Radiance path was a combination of light and fire element. Therefore, Luo Yunyang believed that it would rank 3rd among the list of 10,000 paths. However, it just wasn't suitable for him. Eventually, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the last stone monument. Compared to the other stone monuments, the quality of this monument was. If the other stone monuments were sold in the Da Alliance, they would definitely be worth astronomical amounts. However, the quality of this particular stone monument would probably only fetch the same money as ordinary steel. Only after leaving the Sky Book Hall did Luo Yunyang discover that the other 22 monuments had been crafted from fleeting sky origin stone. A small, fist-sized piece cost 100,000 blue rain dollars. The number of star dollars necessary to buy a large stone monument like this was unimaginable. The last stone monument was crafted from wind-engraved stone. Although wind-engraved stone wasn't worthless, the difference in terms of quality was vast when it was compared to the fleeting sky origin stone. The words, Great Chaotic Whole Path, appeared bold and vigorous before Luo Yunyang. Great Chaotic Whole Path. Unlike the other stone monuments, which only had diagrams and drawings, the Great Chaotic Whole Path actually had some rather huge pointers. Cultivating the Great Chaotic Whole Path wasn't easy. With the slightest of miscalculations, not only would the cultivation be rendered useless, but it would also harm the cultivator himself. This line of words was written in red. Each word seemed to contain boundless might and power. Everyone could sense some hidden meaning behind these words. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know who was the person who had written these words, the hidden mighty intent of the words made him think that the person who had written them was far more superior than anyone he had ever met. This type of supreme figure would only require a thought to send countless people through an endless cycle of reincarnation. If a person of such stature had imprinted warning signs onto a stone monument, this would naturally explain the extraordinary status of the inscribed path. The first picture of the great chaotic whole true intent was the Earth gravity mountain diagram, the second picture was the fallen autumn leaves diagram, the third picture was the heaven burning diagram, and the fourth was a plot of autumn water. A patch of calm, limpid autumn water without the slightest ripple. However, Luo Yunyang could sense great motion in this calm, tranquil autumn water. He saw a trace of water-based origin source law, as well as a doorway. This amalgamation of 4 origin source laws would form a chaotic whole. It was important to note that the 4 types of true intent had to be kept in absolute balance. None of them could be superior or inferior. Otherwise, the great chaos would fail to occur and the person executing this would also be harmed. As long as the power of the great chaotic whole was formed, its power would be more than 100 times stronger than the 4 origin source laws executed on their own. This was no ordinary hundredfold increase in power. At the star-grade realm, anyone that fully comprehended the origin source law would be able to kill hundreds of similar level beings in an instant. Once these laws formed paths, their might would be even stronger. Luo Yunyang already had Earth origin source law and Wind origin source law. Fire and Ice origin source law shouldn't be too much of a problem for him either. After all, when he had cultivated the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart, he had focused a lot on the Fire and Ice element. However, after acquiring the Fallen Autumn Leaves diagram from the Bloody Massacre Killing Arena, he had slowly gained enlightenment into Wind origin source law. Surprisingly, balancing the control of the 4 different elements, which was supposedly most difficult to achieve for the Great Chaotic Whole, was not a problem for Luo Yunyang. Thanks to the attribute regulator, he could freely adjust the 4 elemental true intents and eliminate the biggest problem right away. As he had these thoughts, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Although the Great Chaotic Whole path would be difficult, this should be a smooth journey for him. Even if the comprehension of one of the origin source laws was insufficient, he could still use the attribute regulator to supplement his shortcomings. The benefits of this would be enormous. Luo Yunyang, time is up. You can make your decision now. Although it was calm, the faint voice had an unquestionable imposing tone to it. Luo Yunyang, who had already made a decision, replied firmly. I've chosen the Great Chaotic Whole path. The voice paused for a moment before speaking. You still have time to change your decision, Luo Yunyang. You must know that this decision will affect your entire life. Although Luo Yunyang could not detect the position of the person speaking, there was a firm resolution in his eyes. I have made my decision. I will not change my mind. I choose the Great Chaotic Whole path. Alright, Top Blood District disciple Luo Yunyang. You have chosen the Great Chaotic Whole path. I wish you success. According to the stipulations of the Sky Book Hall, since you have chosen the path of the Great Chaotic Whole, you shall receive the first layer diagrams of all the origin source laws for the Great Chaotic Whole path. In a palace made entirely out of ice jade, a wizened elder was quietly having some wine. The amber-colored wine sparkled with a strange light. The old man sank into his thoughts after downing the whole glass of wine. My lord, a man in blood-colored attire told the old man respectfully. Luo Yunyang has made his choice in the Sky Book Hall. The old man's hand tapped the table gently. He had a confident look on his face. Did he choose the space-fracturing path? That is the most suitable path for him. He is the most outstanding genius of the Bloody Massacre path during the past 10,000 years, so keep a close eye on him. There must be no mistakes in the training process. Do you understand? The man dressed in blood-colored garb turned gloomy as he said with trepidation, Luo Yunyang chose the Great Chaotic Whole path. What did you say? The Great Chaotic Whole path. The old man pointed his finger at the opposite side of the hall and a huge screen appeared. On the screen were the words, Luo Yunyang, Great Chaotic Whole path. Bang! The old man slammed his hands onto the table and said resentfully, how ambitious. He's too damn ambitious. Then, he flew off into the distance. My lord, are you going to? I want him to change his stupid mind. The old man snapped before the man in the blood-colored garb could finish his sentence. Chapter 404. Making a decision. Master, I don't want to judge you, but you've really disappointed me. The Great Chaotic Whole path. Did you make a mistake? Badabu repeatedly punched his shoulders with his two puny hands while staring at him angrily. It seems like I will have to get a new master again soon. I am so pitiful. Luo Yunyang felt indifferent about Badabu's threats. Although Badabu could give him many suggestions, Luo Yunyang would still carefully consider everything and make his own decisions. Through years of cultivation, Luo Yunyang had realized that as long as he identified his own path, he had to press forward. The most difficult aspect of the Great Chaotic Whole Path was controlling the power of the four origin source laws. However, this posed no problem for Luo Yunyang. His attribute regulator would allow him to make up for his shortcomings. This was precisely why Luo Yunyang did not care about Badabu's angry rant and treated it as undesired noise. "Blood disciple, the blood space ruler is waiting for you," said a servant respectfully as Luo Yunyang stepped into his villa. The blood space ruler. Luo Yunyang was stunned. He had become a disciple of the Bloody Massacre Path, so he already had a clear understanding of the internal hierarchy. In the Bloody Massacre Path, the top individual was naturally the Bloody Massacre Path Master. It could be said that the Path Master controlled the entire Bloody Massacre Path. Although the Bloody Massacre Path Master's cultivation base was unknown, there was a requirement for Bloody Massacre Path rulers, who weren't in any way inferior to the Path Master. The minimum requirement for becoming a ruler was to be at the Galaxy grade. Luo Yunyang had just broken through to the Star grade, so the Galaxy grade was something he revered. The Galaxy grade far surpassed Nebula grade, let alone Star grade, in terms of strength or any other aspects. According to the legends, with just an action, or a simple wave of a palm, a grade galaxy martialist would be able to shatter stars and level entire galaxies. One such individual alone could sink the Blue Rain Empire into the abyss. How could such a heavyweight actually be looking for him? This was what Luo Yunyang was thinking as he quickly followed the servant into the large hall. When Luo Yunyang walked in, didn't feel any power radiating from the place. He actually did not even feel a difference. However, this made Luo Yunyang feel even more fearful. After all, he knew very well that there was a galaxy-grade powerhouse in the hall, but he was totally unable to sense the presence of this being. When Luo Yunyang entered the hall, he saw an old man who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. The old man was sitting quietly there with an indifferent expression. As soon as Luo Yunyang saw the old man, a majestic aura emerged from him. This aura made Luo Yunyang's heart tremble. Actually, what he felt was a tremendous fear that radiated from every inch of his muscles and every drop of his blood. It was overwhelming, incomparably overwhelming. His many years of cultivation, especially the days of slaughter in the Bloody Massacre killing arena, had made it very difficult for Luo Yunyang to get shocked. Hence, he quickly calmed down after that short, intense moment. "Greetings, ruler." Luo Yunyang saluted respectfully. "Good." The blood space ruler gently waved his hands. Luo Yunyang, who was kowtowing, instantly felt like his body could no longer remain in that position. Although there wasn't a strong force holding him back, Luo Yunyang felt like the space where he had been kowtowing had suddenly been taken away. This is a wonderful way to make use of spatial dimension origin source law. What do you think? The blood space ruler asked as he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Spatial dimension origin source law. This gave Luo Yunyang a novel feeling. "I think that it is very powerful," he replied. "Good. Then give up the Great Chaotic Whole Path and learn from me how to cultivate spatial dimension origin source law and reach the space fracturing path." The blood space ruler's voice resonated aggressively as he spoke. "With your qualities and talent and my nurturing help, the position of the blood ruler will be at your fingertips." The position of the blood ruler. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed. When he was ready to destroy the Blue Rain Empire, he wouldn't give a damn about the clan master of the Lan family if he was a blood ruler. If he was a blood ruler, he wouldn't have to give a damn, even if the entire Blue Rain Empire was awash with blood. If he was a blood ruler, he would be one of the few top-ranking officials in the hierarchy of the Bloody Massacre Path. Besides, Luo Yunyang didn't think that he'd have any issue comprehending the space fracturing path. The power and effect of the space fracturing path. He suddenly thought about the Great Chaotic Whole Path. Just by attaining mastery over the first stage of the Great Chaotic Whole Path, one could crush the other cultivation paths at the fourth or fifth stage. Luo Yunyang felt as though his heart was burning. He would lose nothing if he didn't have an affinity for the Great Chaotic Whole Path. However, his Earth Origin Source Law and Wind Origin Source Law cultivation were going smoothly. Although he had not begun cultivating fire origin source law and water origin source law yet, there was still a heaven battling ape dragon chart that he could use as his base foundation. Hence, the cultivation of the Great Chaotic Whole Path and the Space Fracturing Path were similar in terms of difficulty. Why, are you not interested? The Blood Space Ruler's face stiffened as he noticed Luo Yunyang's change in expression. Lord Blood Ruler, I am grateful for your kind offer, Luo Yunyang said respectfully. It's just that, alright, I know what you are thinking. You are the only disciple in 10,000 years of bloody massacre path history to have absorbed a complete fundamental planetary source. The reason I sought you out is because I don't wish to see another bloody massacre path genius follow his own foolish obsession, the Blood Space Ruler said softly. I'm afraid that you don't know how many people have practiced the Great Chaotic Whole Path in our long history. As he spoke, the Blood Space Ruler waved his sleeves and a huge screen appeared across the hall. There were countless names on the screen. The total number of names was 13,068. Although Luo Yunyang had a rough idea of what this meant, he chose to wait for the Blood Space Ruler's explanation. Each of these 13,068 people could be considered an excellent individual of their generation. The Blood Space Ruler waved his sleeves again as he spoke, and a person with a porcelain white face and sharp brows appeared before Luo Yunyang. This is Ling Jiangkong, the number 1 member of the younger generation of the Bloody Massacre Path 30 million years ago. It can be said that he was unrivaled beneath the galaxy grade among the entire galaxy. Oh, I forgot, he was most famous for killing a martialist, who had just entered the nebula grade when his peak cultivation base was at the top planet grade level. Killing a nebula grade at the planet grade was a feat that spanned 2 big cultivation grades. Such an amazing feat was certainly rare. Even Luo Yunyang felt the urge to take a deep breath when he heard about Ling Jiangkong's record. His strength, comprehension, and aptitude were extremely rare, added the Blood Master. The aptitude record that you broke a while ago had been set by him in the past. Unfortunately, he did not listen to the advice of his teacher and insisted on practicing the Great Chaotic Whole Path. In the end, he only managed to cultivate the first stage. While confidently cultivating the second stage, he was eventually torn into pieces by the repulsive laws created by the Great Chaotic Whole Path due to the difference in control over the 4 origin source laws. Take a look at him as well. After this introduction, Ling Jiangkong's image was replaced by another. This time, it was the image of a gentle young man. Although this was only a picture, Luo Yunyang could see the haughty smirk on the young man's face. This is Zhao Lingyun, a very calm, self-controlled man who entered the Bloody Massacre Path before I did. At the time, he held the title of the most promising person in the Bloody Massacre Path. However, in the end, he chose the Great Chaotic Whole Path. He believed that he would face no dangers considering his aptitude for control. However, he ultimately died in battle. His opponent wasn't someone he should have fought against. Eventually, his opponent managed to kill Zhao Lingyun, who had been still a star-grade entity, in an extremely humiliating way. By the time he died, he had not entered the second stage of the Great Chaotic Whole Path, and he had certainly not reached the nebula grade of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. The Blood Master patiently introduced Luo Yunyang to more than a dozen talented individuals. These people had a lot in common with Luo Yunyang. They had all obtained a complete fundamental planetary source and entered the Bloody Massacre Path. Their futures had been bright, yet they had all chosen the Great Chaotic Whole Path and failed in various ways. At least 70% of them had failed to control the Great Chaotic Whole Path and self-imploded. As Luo Yunyang looked at all the facts presented to him, his resolution strengthened. The problems encountered by these people were basically non-existent for him. Thus, he answered the Blood Space Ruler respectfully, I will always remember your teachings. However, I have already decided and I'm not ready to change my mind for the time being. A wave of aura surged forth from the Blood Space Ruler's body as he stared at Luo Yunyang. This intense wave of aura made heaven and earth seem to integrate with the Blood Ruler. Due to this surge of energy, a perimeter of thousands of miles seemed to exude a raging, thundering pressure. The servants in Luo Yunyang's manor, as well as the geniuses who lived in the top blood district, all trembled. Some of them even prostrated on the ground. You will regret this, said the Blood Space Ruler before disappearing. Luo Yunyang gazed at the empty void. Deep down, he knew that he had lost a great opportunity. However, he did not regret it, as he firmly believed that the Great Chaotic Whole Path was the most suitable for him. Chapter 405, 10 Years, What Just Happened? Why do I sense a fuming blood ruler? Asked the young man with a horn on his head, who was cultivating in seclusion in the top blood district. Beside him was a martialist whose cultivation base had reached the nebula grade. However, this martialist was very respectful towards the young man. Blood disciple Dunluo, that was a blood space ruler. A slight hint of fear appeared on the horned fellow's face. He was no stranger to this blood space ruler. Although they had only met once, the majestic might of this blood space ruler had left a deep impression on him. His goal was to become a blood ruler. Of course, becoming a blood ruler was no easy task. Although his cultivation was constantly improving and he had started forming his cultivation path, there was still a long way to go before he could become a blood ruler. Furthermore, he wanted to become a blood ruler by cultivating one of the top 5 grades of cultivation paths. It would not be possible to become a blood ruler if he cultivated a path below the top 5 grades. In the Bloody Massacre path, every blood ruler was a supreme figure, so they were all incomparably precious. Hence, the purpose of gathering in the blood spirit sky was to nurture the most powerful core strength of the Bloody Massacre path. Why is the blood space ruler angry? Blood disciple Dunluo asked softly, glancing at the nebula grade martialist beside him. The blood space ruler didn't want blood disciple Luo Yunyang to choose the great chaotic whole path, but Luo Yunyang did not agree. The nebula grade martialist could not help but sigh. The great chaotic whole path. How dare he choose that? Dunluo laughed. The great chaotic whole path. He really is very ambitious. The nebula grade martialist sighed softly. Back in the day, he had also been an elite member of the Bloody Massacre path. However, he had been slower when it came to comprehending the origin source laws compared to his peers. Hence, he had only managed to stagger his way into the nebula grade realm with a grade 9 cultivation path. Although he would still be considered very impressive if he were to leave the Bloody Massacre sect and roam on his own, he was still too far behind compared to the people who had cultivated the grade 4 or 5 cultivation paths. While his peers had already commandeered sizable power and were even working towards becoming blood rulers, he could only ever be Dunluo's chief bodyguard. Exactly. If I'd had such cultivation qualifications in the past, I would have followed the instructions of the Meru realm diligently and cultivated all the way to the nebula grade. The nebula grade martialist smiled weakly as he spoke. Dunluo only shook his head. He did not speak again. His cultivation time was precious, so there was no time to be wasted on a person who would be eliminated eventually. In District 1 of the Blood Spirit Sky, the man with the golden dragon scale between his eyebrows stepped into a manner quickly, bellowing before he even entered the building completely. "Boss, did you know what kind of cultivation path Luo Yunyang chose? The Great Chaotic Whole Path. Ha ha ha, he actually has a death wish. He chose the Great Chaotic Whole Path." I heard that as soon as the Blood Space ruler heard this, he sought out Luo Yunyang personally and got really angry. A young gentleman who was reading put down his book and smiled. "It seems that 2 of our brothers may be entering the top blood district this time." Of course, the young man with the dragon scale roared with laughter. "I've always despised Dunluo. He wouldn't have been able to take the lead if he had not been in the blood spirit sky longer than you, boss. Dunluo is indeed stronger than me, Mo Long." The refined young man waved casually with his hand. "Yes, he has been cultivating for a longer time than me, but this world is unfair. Don't you agree?" The young man with the dragon scale nodded. The world had never been fair. Any of the bottom 3 people in the top blood district would basically be defeated and fall into District 1 if they encountered the boss in the next competition. In 10 years, who would face him would be entirely down to luck. Mo Long smiled and told the young man, "Boss, I am going to work hard. Ha ha, I want to enjoy the feeling of occupying a castle alone too." The young gentleman nodded and watched Mo Long as he left. He shook his head gently and mumbled regretfully, "Being at the planet grade is the most important period of a martialist's life. A grade 1 cultivation is exceptionally powerful, but will it be that easy to cultivate? This person knows no fear." As he mumbled to himself, the man picked up a pen and crossed out a name on the first line of his book. Surprisingly, the name was Luo Yunyang. In Districts 2 and 3 of the Blood Spirit Sky, almost everyone was talking about this. Although some people said that anyone born with talent should reach for the stars and advance bravely, the sarcasm in their words was plain and easy to detect. "Blood Disciple, this is your jade soul fluid for the day," a delicate, pleasant maid said respectfully as she handed Luo Yunyang a cup. When Luo Yunyang picked up the cup, he noticed traces of impurities in the jade soul fluid. The jade soul fluid, which was a body-enhancing solution consumed daily by the blood disciples in the top blood district, was made by professionals. Therefore, it should not have had any flaws, let alone some impurities. This jade soul fluid cost $10 per cup outside the bloody massacre path. Why are there impurities? Luo Yunyang asked as he glanced at the maid. The person responsible for the distribution of the jade soul liquid said that there was a small accident during the refining process of the jade soul liquid. However, this will have no impact on the overall effect. The person in charge hopes that you will accept and consume the liquid. Although there was some indignation in the maid's eyes as she spoke, her expression turned a little gloomy. Ever since this blood disciple had chosen his cultivation path, his position in the entire top blood district had plummeted. Although the managers and people in charge of the chores in the top blood district had not favored anyone in the past, they had never made things difficult either. However, things that seemed easy to resolve had become incredibly hard for baffling reasons. This was naturally the doing of the management group in the top blood district. They must have felt that there was no reason to fear blood disciple Luo Yunyang anymore. Luo Yunyang couldn't tell what was going through the maid's mind. However, he didn't seem to care. This was all related to his choice. Once he achieved tremendous results, everything would no longer pose a problem. All right, you may leave. After waving the maid away, Luo Yunyang consumed the jade soul fluid, the top soul fluid in the world. He felt a surging sensation in his blood as soon as he had a mouthful. The residents of the top blood district had 1 cup of jade soul fluid a day, and the residents of District 1 only had 1 cup per week. Meanwhile, District 2 had 1 cup a month, and District 3 didn't even receive any jade soul fluid. One could feel the intense competition going on just based on the supply of jade soul fluid. According to the stipulation of the blood spirit sky, the maximum number of people in the top blood district could not exceed 6 people. The number of people in District 1 was limited to no more than 15. Therefore, the competition that took place every 30 years was very important for all the bloody massacre path elites. There were still 10 more years to go. Generally, people like Luo Yunyang, who relied on collecting a complete fundamental planetary source to become the soul blood disciple, would get to enjoy the benefits of the top blood district for 10 years before getting demoted to District 1. Some people even dropped to District 3 because of their poor cultivation base. In the entire history of the blood spirit sky, many talented individuals had been able to maintain their position in District 1. It was said that the purpose of this arrangement was to make the geniuses who had stepped right into the top blood district experience shame before becoming brave. Although 10 years seemed like a long time, Luo Yunyang knew very well that there wasn't much time left for him. With a wave of his hand, a picture appeared in front of his eyes. It was the heaven-burning diagram. Although this picture was quite different from the actual heaven-burning diagram in the Sky Book Hall, it was still much stronger than the fallen autumn leaves diagram that he had acquired on the Chongyuan star. Comprehending fire origin source law was Luo Yunyang's priority now. As he gazed at the surging blaze, he felt like every tiny flame was very much alive. Although the diagram shone brightly and consistently in Luo Yunyang's mind, he felt that there were too many things he didn't understand at this point in time. As always, Luo Yunyang quickly increased his mind attribute. Thanks to the improvement of his cultivation base, he kept becoming more and more aware of the importance of mind power. His cultivation of the Lotus Seal technique had never been stopped. Thus, after entering the bloody massacre path, he realized that the stronger a martialist was, the more emphasis they placed on the cultivation of their mind power. Many people were both martialists and telekinesis users at the same time. The surging blaze slowly turned into several bonfires. Then, these bonfires turned into flame spots. Scorching flames could radiate in every direction and spread extremely quickly. The light in Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed brighter as he studied that diagram. Time slipped by. Although the blood spirit sky seemed to have frozen in time, many changes kept constantly happening. For example, some people challenged the blood battle platform of the Meru realm, completing 2 consecutive stations. Some people never came back after leaving on a mission. A few even deteriorated in terms of cultivation base and eventually had to leave the blood spirit sky and get assigned to an ordinary area, becoming common bloody massacre path attendants. These waves of events were no news for most people in the bloody massacre path, especially the servants of the top blood district, as it bore no relation to them. However, this type of insignificant happenings quickly came to an end. A competition was only held once in every 30 years after all. This competition concerned the future of every blood disciple in the blood spirit sky. Hence, it was called the Grand Showdown. As the Grand Showdown arrived, the blood spirit sky flew into a flurry. Chapter 406. Universal Fragmentation. Greetings, Blood Ruler. The Blood Space Ruler was sitting in a majestic palace hall. Below him were hundreds of Nebula-grade martialists who were greeting him respectfully. The Blood Space Ruler waved his arms nonchalantly. No need for extra formalities. Have you guys prepared the regulations for this Grand Showdown? Two of the peak Nebula-grade martialists standing at the front exchanged a quick glance filled with doubt. The Grand Showdown was a big event that would determine the future of the younger generation. However, it was just an ordinary affair for the Blood Space Ruler and everyone else present. This event had already been held umpteen times, so there was nothing to worry about. Everything would just go as it always had before. However, if everything was business as usual, the Blood Space Ruler wouldn't have asked this question in such a serious manner. This behavior implied that he had his own plans for the event. The two men immediately said at the same time without any hesitation, "We await your instructions, Blood Ruler." The Blood Space Ruler waved his hands and said, "The old rules are still good, but they are lacking in some ways. Let's put it in this way. The participants of the top Blood District, District 1 and District 2 will all participate in District 3's Grand Showdown. In the end, the participants will be ranked based on the respective placing they've attained." Most people's expressions changed quickly. Some people could even faintly guess the Blood Space Ruler's intentions when they heard his words. If it had not been for a certain someone, these troublesome changes would have been unnecessary. After all, the strength of the participants of the different districts was evident. Even those that could advance would only jump up by one district. The average participant had no hope of advancing. It seemed like the Blood Space Ruler wanted to push someone straight into District 3. The two top-notch Nebula-grade martialists standing in front understood the Blood Space Ruler's intentions immediately. They naturally wouldn't disobey a Blood Ruler over such a trivial matter. Even if this had been a grave issue, they couldn't have disobeyed even if they'd wanted to. The Blood Ruler is wise. This way, everyone will have a platform to showcase their talent. This could also awake a desire to work harder in the young disciples of every district. I agree too. Survival of the fittest is one of the original core values of the Bloody Massacre path. This way, we can show that we've trained our disciples fairly and also provide outstanding disciples with opportunities to stand out. The Blood Space Ruler smiled and nodded his head as he listened to his subordinates' approval and praise. Since you are not against this matter will be dealt with in the way I just described. When his subordinates departed, the Blood Space Ruler's gaze fell on some information. This information concerned Luo Yunyang. The hundreds of records contained 0 achievements of his. Never entered the Blood Battle platform, never attempted visiting the Soul-Searching Temple, no missions undertaken in the span of 10 years. Classes in Cultivation, what an easy, comfortable way to pass time. It seems like a huge hammer has to shatter his foolish dreams. Let's see if he's still so carefree and calm while indulging his ignorance once he falls from the top Blood District to District 3. As he mumbled, the Blood Space Ruler stared at the sky and said to himself, having 10 years to squander away should be more than enough. The Blood Space Ruler's commands were absolute in the Blood Spirit sky. Thus, the news spread everywhere in an instant. What? The arrogant pricks in the top Blood District, District 1 and District 2 are going to join District 3's Grand Showdown. This is flabbergasting. Is it really necessary for the guys up there to let these pricks come and overwhelm us? This sounds very good. At least we now have direct access to the top Blood District. How could those big shots not know that this is a deadly road for us, though? No, it's a road to the heavens. Various arguments broke out in District 3. Some people even believed that the higher-ups were deliberately embarrassing them. However, there were also some clever people. After carefully studying the rules of the Grand Showdown, they understood that the purpose of this adjustment wasn't to give them a path to the heavens, but rather to allow people to fall straight from heaven and smash into the ground. Remember Luo Yunyang? Of course, how could I forget him? He was the guy who obtained a complete fundamental planetary source in the Bloody Massacre killing arena. Oh, he also went away to cultivate the Great Chaotic Whole Path. I wonder how he is right now. How good could he be? Did you see the records on the Blood Spirit list? His position on the list keeps falling. When he started out, everyone was unanimously optimistic about him. Plus, He'd ranked 95th on the Blood Spirit list. Now, he has fallen to 700th place. It seems like the rumors about him infuriating the Blood Space ruler are true. Ha ha, there should be a good show this time around. All kinds of arguments spread across the Blood Spirit Sky's virtual realm. There was even a forum dedicated to this sort of discussion. To the Blood Disciples in District 3, this was just a topic of conversation. However, this change had made the residents of District 2 and the strongest residents of District 1 believe that they had a real chance of entering the top Blood District. Meanwhile, two teams were engaged in a crazy slaughter in the wilderness. A tall man who had at first participated in the bloodbath suddenly dropped his opponent, whom he had been about to kill, and glanced at a silver bracelet on his wrist. Ha ha ha, one could even enter the top Blood District directly. My metal and fire origin source law has greatly advanced in recent years. Plus, I have created my own iron blood path. I thought I would spend 30 sullen years in District 1 before I could advance. I really didn't know that this would actually happen. The enemies fighting against him assumed that their opponent had gone crazy. However, an enemy was still an enemy, even if they had gone crazy. What they wanted was to slay this enemy. Kill, kill, kill. Shouts rang from all around as dozens of weapons flew frantically towards the man. However, even though their weapons landed on the man's body, he seemed safe and sound. There was not even a scratch on his body. The man glared at his opponents as though they were bugs waiting to be squished. You can all go to hell. The man laughed loudly. To celebrate my ascent to the top Blood District, I will let you all have a taste of my iron blood slash today. The long blade in his hand was swung with a ruthless bellow. The blade flashed brightly, turning into a long, bloody blade light. Although the blade light was silent, the people fighting hard were turned into ashes upon touching it. Both the man's enemies and his comrades were destroyed by him. The man raised his blade and left. However, just as he flew off the planet he was on, the huge planet was split into two by the star-shattering blade. Meanwhile, on the blood battle platform in the Meru realm, a gentle-looking man was wielding a long sword and smiling at the faceless martialist opposite him, who was wielding a heavy sword. You have failed 3 times, young man. Do you still wish to continue? A tremendous voice reverberated. The gentle-looking man smiled. He was about to say something, when he realized he had an unread message. He glanced at the message as he said nonchalantly, no matter what changes take place, one of the spots in the top Blood District will belong to me. Then, he glanced at the sword-wielding, faceless martialist and said, you may have been a top genius of the bloody massacre path in the past, but your time has already passed. The gentle-looking man suddenly waved his sword. Although there were no variations or fireworks to his strike, the moment this sword strike was executed, a flash of fear flickered through the faceless martialist's eyes. You win. The faceless martialist threw thousands of sword shadows. However, by the time these sword shadows disappeared, the martialist had already been shredded to pieces and disappeared from the ring. The gentle-looking man seemed a little pleased. Although his victory had been a certainty, he still felt refreshed while watching his opponent, who had been blocking his advancement on the 7th floor of the blood battle platform, disappear. Only the top 3 individuals in the top Blood District could compete with him. Luo Yunyang had been quietly cultivating in his own cultivation chamber when he heard the news. During the past 10 years, he had gone to the Sky Book Hall to view the Sky Book and spent most of his time sitting in silence. He hadn't set foot in places like the blood battle platform, where rewards were offered in abundance. Although he needed those rewards, the resources in the top Blood District were enough for him. Thus, he had no intention of wasting time. Master, how could you still be sitting here? This time, the Blood Space ruler wants to throw you down to District 1. How can you still be so calm? Badabu, who was screaming and raging, yelled on the electronic screen. However, his agitation did not affect Luo Yunyang. When Badabu began to increase the volume of the surrounding noise to the max, Luo Yunyang moved gently. His palm wrapped around the hilt of his blade and unleashed a gentle slash into the void. Although this blade strike was extremely light, the surrounding space collapsed as soon as his blade swept through. Badabu, who was screaming and clawing, licked his mouth with his own hands. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. Should we call this universal fragmentation? Badabu wanted to talk. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He had always thought that his master was going to fall directly from the top Blood District to District 3, yet he hadn't expected that he would have already comprehended the great chaotic whole path. This This had to be the great chaotic whole path. Good, good, good. Badabu exclaimed continuously as the image of this little fiend disappeared from the screen. This was too much of a surprise for him, so he needed some time to calm down. Chapter 407. Coldness and Warmth Power. 101 Fire. 100 Mind. 20 Speed. 35 Constitution. 19 Origin Source Law. 97 Wind. 28 Earth. 21 Fire. 32 Water. 16 The golden numbers on the attribute regulator represented the progress of Luo Yunyang's hard work during the past 10 years. His most improved attribute was the mind attribute. By relying on his own bitter hard work and the nourishment of the treasures provided by the top blood district, Luo Yunyang's mind attribute had risen from a golden 1 point to 20 points. In terms of laws, his most improved attribute was Fire Origin Source Law. In 10 years, his comprehension of Fire Origin Source Law had advanced from 0 to the 4th stage. However, his Water Origin Source Law was the slowest, as he had only managed to reach the 2nd stage and wasn't even close to attaining the peak. Luo Yunyang believed that this gap would continue to increase. However, by relying on the attribute regulator, he had cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path to the 3rd stage. Based on the 3 different stages of the Great Chaotic Whole Path, Luo Yunyang had created 3 different mystic arts that could be executed separately by using his mind power and physical body. Judging by his cultivation progress, the gulf between the 4 origin source laws that supported the Great Chaotic Whole Path would only widen in the future. However, this didn't pose a problem for Luo Yunyang. Once the Great Chaotic Whole Path reached a certain level, he would definitely be able to reap benefits between the 4 different origin source laws. For example, Luo Yunyang's Water Origin Source Law had only been at a single-digit number when his Great Chaotic Whole Path had reached the 3rd stage. However, upon completing the 3rd stage of cultivation, the number of his Water Origin Source Law had quickly risen and reached its current state. Unfortunately, these cross benefits had a very long interval. Although someone without an attribute regulator would find it as difficult as crossing a moat without a bridge, this didn't pose a problem for Luo Yunyang. Here's your meal for today, Blood Disciple. A young, sweet-looking maid offered Luo Yunyang the supplies respectfully. Although the status of the Blood Disciple she served was constantly declining in the Blood Spirit sky, the maid had a feeling that this Blood Disciple had been growing more and more unfathomable as the years went by. The world was unfathomable indeed. In her opinion, this Blood Disciple was like a huge deep hole. Although it didn't appear massive on the outside, it contained a deep, powerful terror. Once, while she had been queuing up to receive the supplies of her Blood Disciple, she had heard many people say that the Blood Disciple she served kept getting degraded. However, she didn't think that this was the case at all. If he had deteriorated in terms of status, no one in the world would deserve to be promoted. The maid had a hunch that the Blood Disciple she served would secure his status in the upcoming Grand Showdown. Luo Yunyang glanced at the items on the tray. There were 5 fruits, a cup of dark green liquid and a piece of fried yellow meat. The 5 fruits included a dragon scale fruit, a god spirit fruit, a return flow origin fruit, a jasper peach and a sky fire date. Each and every one was considered a precious treasure back in the Blue Rain Empire. If an ordinary person ate such a spread and cultivated, they would be able to attain the planet grade level right away. However, any power obtained in this manner would have no effect when confronting someone who had reached the planet grade through the proper way. Unless it became a wild boar, a pig would always be considered food by tigers of the same size. However, the effects of this on a powerhouse like Luo Yunyang were extremely huge. Although Luo Yunyang's power and mind attribute had improved greatly due to his own hard work and cultivation, these fruits played a very large role as well. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang would not have been able to reach the 3rd rank of the star grade. His mind attribute had mainly improved due to the dragon scale fruit. This kind of fruit was produced in the depths of a star, so only one grew in every 100 years. Therefore, it could be considered a treasure by an entire empire. However, blood disciples in the top blood district got to consume one every day. It would be a pity to lose this huge advantage. The roasted meat was the best part cut from galaxy-grade beasts, as each piece contained an immeasurable amount of power. If the Bloody Massacre Path's apothecary had not treated it, even the piece of meat that Luo Yunyang was eating could have allowed the dead beast to be revived. Good stuff, Luo Yunyang said as he stuffed a piece of meat in his mouth. The young maid listened to him with a smile. Blood disciple, You should eat more if you don't want to lose this sort of treatment. Luo Yunyang nodded at the little maid and began to feast on his daily meal. He was enjoying the delicious food, when his communication device suddenly rang. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw the number. It was Yunxi. When Luo Yunyang put through the call, he saw Yunxi lying beneath the wood spirit tree in a blue dress, her eyes shimmering like stars. What are you busy doing, Yunyang? Yunxi's soft, mellow voice was incredibly pleasing to hear. Luo Yunyang smiled at her. I'm eating. Be good and eat some more, Yunxi. Although the wood spirit tree can provide enough energy, how can that energy compare to having a good meal? I can't allow you to be so skinny. Yunxi felt a warm current flow through her as she listened to Luo Yunyang's nagging words. She immediately replied with a smile, all right, I will eat more. Although they called each other a few times a month, their conversations were always warm and loving. Yunxi's feelings for Luo Yunyang were like a dusty, sleeping seed buried in her heart. Now that this seed had received nourishment, it had started to swell and sprout. Soon, it would dash out of the dirt and bloom into beautiful flowers. She believed that she cared about Luo Yunyang more than she did about anyone else. Although Luo Yunyang was warming up kind of slowly, Yunxi was sensible and thoughtful. In order to keep the promise she had made, she hadn't hesitated to sacrifice her life and follow him bravely. This had touched Luo Yunyang, whose emotions were like the fragrance of a flower, long-lasting and attractive. Perhaps in the beginning, this had been love at first sight. However, the two of them now seemed to be immersed in the flowing time as they accompanied each other for a while. Although this feeling was not as intense as Yunxi's feelings, it was like flowing water that made parting with her difficult. Did something happen, Yunyang? Some of our businesses in the Tianluo Empire have suffered a setback. Although this had been done through the virtual world of the Meru realm, Yunxi's worries were still deeply imprinted in Luo Yunyang's heart. What sort of setback? He asked calmly. It isn't much of a setback, yet some business that should have been ours was stolen away. Plus, as she spoke, she sounded a little dismayed. Little sis was rejected by the Star Sky Academy. Yunxi was referring to Luo Donger. Luo Yunyang could not remember when Yunxi had first started calling Luo Donger little sis. The Star Sky Academy was the best school in the hundreds of empires of the Milky Way's third spiral arm. Although it still could not compare to the Bloody Massacre Path, the power of this academy was similar to that of an empire. There were even rumors that there was a senior individual in the Star Sky Academy who was a galaxy-grade ruler. The families of the major empires felt honored if their children were accepted by the Sky Star Academy. It was also very remarkable if one or two princes and princesses of the major empires were accepted by the Star Sky Academy. Luo Donger was about 24 or 25 Earth years old. However, after entering the galaxy and going through gene evolution, her age was now the equivalent of 16 or 17 years on Earth. Although Luo Donger's cultivation was barely satisfactory, as her elder brother, Luo Yunyang hoped that his sister would enter a good school. After all, everyone thought that a good college was always better than an ordinary one. In any other case, the Imperial Academy of the Blue Rain Empire would have been a good place for Luo Donger to pursue her studies. For the sake of getting Luo Donger into this academy, Luo Yunyang had contacted someone with a certain authority in the Star Sky Academy through Badabu. That someone had listened to Luo Yunyang's request and agreed without hesitation. However, in the end, his request had been rejected. Luo Yunyang, who naturally knew the reason behind this rejection, smiled softly and said, "It doesn't matter. Don't be anxious, Yunxi. Just get Donger ready to attend the Star Sky Academy. Someone will probably pick her up at the beginning of the school term." Yunxi's intense worry was reduced by half when she saw Luo Yunyang's confident expression. Nowadays, it wasn't only the people of the Da Alliance that relied on Luo Yunyang. Even the Yun family relied on him. The reason the royal family of the Blue Rain Empire, which was the Zheng family, had been able to replace the Lan family and take instructions solely from Yunxi had been Luo Yunyang. Only Luo Yunyang, a blood disciple residing in the top blood district, was able to resist the Lan family, which had the support of someone in the Bloody Massacre Path. When he ended his conversation with Yunxi, Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed coldly. After finishing the food, he asked, "Badabu, is there an opponent today?" The little, fiend-like Badabu smiled widely. "My great master, you are a person with great wisdom." Humble Badabu was about to give you a report. "You have an opponent today. It is Wolfman Dong Canoe from District 3. This person has obtained wind origin source law naturally. Although his comprehension of the law is not that high, he still ranks among the top 5 people of District 3. As Badabu spoke, there was a longing desire in his voice. Master. Oh, great master. You possess great intellect. Badabu thinks that you should kill Dong Kanu in one move. Use universal fragmentation. Yes, universal fragmentation. In the Meru realm, everything is the same as it is in reality. A universal fragmentation strike would kill that fellow. When that happens, let's see if anyone else will decide that the odds of you leaving the top blood district are 100. His payout odds were 100. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as he asked, in star dollars or contribution points? My great master, star dollars and contribution points are both fine. Your loyal Badabu has been angered. How dare they belittle you, my great master? They should pay for their sins with their lives. Badabu brandished his claws, all the while wailing hysterically. All right, Badabu, you will bet all my star dollars and contribution points on me remaining in the top blood district. Luo Yunyang did not have much of an opinion about the people who decided these odds. However, he wouldn't forgive himself if he didn't take the bet when there was such a huge payout. Chapter 408. The Omnipresent Net Technique. Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang, please enter the Meru realm immediately. Your opponent is Wolfman Dong Kanu. The venue of the fight will be T Great Desolate Star. Tau He gravity here is 1000 times higher than on an ordinary planet, and the temperature is 2000 degrees. Luo Yunyang did not know what the Great Desolate Star was. However, there was an emotionless, profound look on his face when he heard about the gravity. He was already prepared, so he entered the Meru realm instantly. The planet that appeared before him was a world full of weeds and short trees. This realm was really windy, and the plants there were lush and verdant, as though they were full of vitality. Luo Yunyang did not see Dong Kanu, but he had a strong feeling that his opponent had already entered the Great Desolate Star. As a wolf man, he could transform between a human and a wolf, so the wind of the Great Desolate Star undoubtedly gave Dong Kanu a geographical advantage. 4 blades, each of them about 30 centimeters long, appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands. These blades were customizable in the Meru realm. They were made out of a great alloy, and each one was worth 1 star dollar. This sort of weapon was really inexpensive and even felt cheap to blood disciples from the Bloody Massacre path. Since it was customizable, it was very commonly seen in the Meru realm. Number of viewers spectating this match, 3,600. Luo Yunyang let out a deep, silent sigh. There were indeed many onlookers waiting for a show. According to the stipulations of the Bloody Massacre path, any planet-grade martialist or stronger individual was able to watch this match, yet very few people would watch this kind of opening battle. However, there were actually more than 3,600 people watching Luo Yunyang's match with Wolfman Dong Kanu. This was almost a new record. What Luo Yunyang didn't know was that among the 3,600-odd people watching the match were the Blood Space Ruler and the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Luo Yunyang was a rare genius who had chosen to cultivate the Great Chaotic Whole Path. How could the Bloody Massacre Path Master not be concerned? The reason the Bloody Massacre Path Master didn't choose to speak was because, just like the Blood Space Ruler, he wanted Luo Yunyang to learn by getting hurt. This was the only way Luo Yunyang would regret and repent. 10 years was a short time for a planet-grade genius. Great talented individuals that matured slowly or caught up after lagging behind were not unheard of. Actually, this could be a good learning experience for him. It seems like the blood space is not going to let Luo Yunyang win this time by choosing the Great Desolate Planet, said a blood ruler who had appeared in the palace where the Bloody Massacre Path Master was via the Meru realm. The Bloody Massacre Path Master smiled faintly and said, "Setbacks are learning experiences for young people. They are good experiences after all." As soon as he said that, he glanced at Luo Yunyang, who had already appeared on the Great Desolate Star, and sighed silently. This young man seemed calm and mature. He certainly didn't look like someone that would make rash, irrational decisions. Why did he insist on choosing the Great Chaotic Whole Path then? Perhaps he had his own reasons. As he thought about this, the Bloody Massacre Master said faintly, "Luo Yunyang might not necessarily lose this time." "I don't think so, Path Master. Wolfman Dong Kanu is a genius who entered the blood spirit sky 500 years ago. Over the years, he has not only experienced brushes with death, but also awakened the second origin source, which is rare for a wolf man. The Blood Space Ruler entered the Bloody Massacre Master's Imperial Hall and said with a smile, "He has already started cultivating the Space Fracturing Path." The Space Fracturing Path was the cultivation path that the Blood Space Ruler had chosen for Luo Yunyang. After hearing what the Blood Space Ruler had said, the first ruler who had come in chuckled. "Everyone says that I am petty. However, in my opinion, you're even pettier than me, Blood Space Ruler. Ha ha ha, this isn't about being petty. It's about giving this kid a big lesson. He looked down on the Space Fracturing Path, so now I will give him a taste of defeat." The Blood Space Ruler wasn't angry. Instead, he just smiled and said, "Given my arrangements, Luo Yunyang will not win a single match. He will surely wake up from his delusions after losing 100 battles." As the Bloody Massacre Path Master looked at the 4 blades in Luo Yunyang's hands, there was a hint of calmness in his eyes. "If my theory is correct, your plans for this match will be fruitless." "Why do you think so?" Although the Blood Space Ruler respected the Bloody Massacre Path Master a lot, he was not willing to admit defeat. He had full confidence in his plans after all. "If you disagree, we can wager on it. I heard that you have acquired a planet that can grow heavenly frost silk. If you lose, you will give that planet to me," the Bloody Massacre Path Master said extremely calmly, as though he was totally oblivious that this was something worth hundreds of millions of star dollars. Although the Blood Space Ruler was a high and mighty galaxy-grade powerhouse, any items worth hundreds of millions of star dollars would still make him feel the squeeze too. However, the Bloody Massacre Path Master had already listed the item he wanted to bet on, so there was no way to retreat anymore. "What if you lose the bet?" The Blood Space Ruler sounded slightly unconvinced. "If I lose, I will give you the Blood Compass," the Bloody Massacre Path Master said without any hesitation. The Blood Space Ruler tried to hide it, yet a faint trace of rapt ecstasy bloomed on his face. He had always dreamed of acquiring the Blood Compass. However, the Bloody Massacre Path Master had always used it as a weapon, which had made it difficult for the Blood Space Ruler to request it. At last, an opportunity had finally presented itself. "All right, Path Master. We are both men who keep their word." "Of course," the Bloody Massacre Path Master said with a bright smile that made the Blood Space Ruler feel a little weak deep down. Suddenly, the ruler who was not participating in the bet said, "The showdown has started. We will find out what the outcome is pretty soon." The Bloody Massacre Master and the Blood Space Ruler both turned their gazes to the broadcasting screen and saw that the wind on the Great Desolate Star was becoming stronger. The leaves being carried by the wind flew towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was standing on the Great Desolate Star without a care in the world, as if he wasn't participating in a showdown. However, 3 figures suddenly appeared amidst this raging gale. The 3 figures seemed to be part of the wind, as the blades they wielded fused with the whistling gale. When the hurricane blade was used, it surged across the void and appeared right beside Luo Yunyang. This was a combination of space origin source law and wind origin source law. An attack of this kind was considered impossible to defend oneself against. The space fracturing path could attack through space, as because of the wind element, many mirages could form and hide the real location. Luo Yunyang maintained his calm demeanor as he faced the crazed wolf man. The 4 blades in his hand flew out simultaneously, turning into 4 rays that greeted Dong Canoe's blade light, which had broken through space. Luo Yunyang's 4 rays of light formed a blade shadow that enclosed an area of hundreds of square meters. What controlled these 4 short blades was Luo Yunyang's mind power. As the blade lights clashed with a ringing sound, Dong Canoe, who had been flashing around quickly, found himself trapped and surrounded by these blades. Although Dong Canoe was a lean, handsome young man, his wolf-like ears exposed his identity as a wolf man. When he waved the long blade in his hand, it turned into a blade light. Then, his entire body transformed into a gale, eager to rush towards Luo Yunyang. However, the blades blocking his way were firm, and each of them seemed to carry an infinite amount of power. During each collision, the wolf man was constantly overwhelmed and forced to retreat. 4 blades, 4 origin source laws. Although these 4 laws have yet to be integrated, the incorporation is seamless. The Earth Law blade helms the defense, and the Fire Law blade leads the offense. The Wind Law blade will handle any delays, and the Water Law blade will launch sneak attacks. The Bloody Massacre Path Master lamented as he watched the 4 blades surrounding Dong Canoe. The Blood Space Ruler's regret turned into faint anger. One can't be unwilling to learn the right way, yet resort to this sort of underhanded tricks. The Bloody Massacre Path Master did not object to what the Blood Space Ruler had said. The combinations of various rules could be a qualitative leap in various paths of enlightenment. Some star-grade martialists that could only comprehend a soul origin source law were pretty strong, yet they would simply have no advantage over a martialist that had stepped out and mastered even more origin source laws. The Wolf Man had started to walk his own path. His mastery of the space fracturing path wasn't low, either. The only reason he was subdued were Luo Yunyang's 4 blades. The coordination of the blades was just too good. His space fracturing path had no opportunity to be displayed fully. The Wolf Man brandished his blade wildly, yet even though his blade went crazy, the sweat on his forehead kept increasing. Right now, he felt like he had fallen into an omnipresent trap. If he'd faced each blade alone, he wouldn't have been afraid. He was actually sure that he could have taken down his opponent in 3 moves. However, against these 4 blades, all he could do was defend himself. Every time he found an opportunity to attack, his body would sense a huge threat headed his way. This made the Wolf Man feel extremely sullen. If things were this way, it would be really meaningless to participate in this match. Hence, when he parried the blade containing the fire law, the Wolf Man slashed ahead desperately. However, just as half of his blade light was unleashed, the water law blade had appeared strangely above his neck. Suddenly, a large wound appeared on the werewolf's neck. What is this technique? The Wolf Man looked indignant. He was really unwilling to lose. He was certain that he could have won. It's the omnipresent net technique. Although his heart was unwilling to surrender, the werewolf's body still dissolved into nothing in the Meru realm. Luo Yunyang had emerged victorious from the first match. Chapter 409. How about a different move? What an upset. The grand showdown between the blood disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path was a series of upsets right from the very first match. The outcome of Luo Yunyang's match was not the only upset. There were also plenty of others with similar outcomes. For example, Tai Wudi, who was considered a middle-tier individual in District 2, took out District 1 second in rank Mo Long with a single cleave of his blade. This battle had been the most thrilling, hair-raising battle of them all. Anyone who had seen Tai Wudi's blade create a gush of blood thought that Tai Wudi had the aptitude to challenge the most top-ranking individuals. Besides Tai Wudi, the next most inconceivable upset belonged to Luo Yunyang. In theory, it made sense for Luo Yunyang, who was from the top blood district, to defeat Wolfman Dong Kanu, who was from District 3. However, Luo Yunyang had actually only been in the blood spirit sky for a decade. Their cultivation bases should be worlds apart, as Dong Kanu had been there for over 5 centuries. Most importantly, Luo Yunyang cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path, which was almost impossible to achieve. Dong Kanu, on the other hand, had cultivated his wind origin source law to a certain level and awakened a second origin source law. Furthermore, he had also begun to form the space fracturing path. Individuals like him, who were advancing at a light speed pace, aimed to become important figures in the Bloody Massacre Path. However, he was unexpectedly dealt a smashing blow by Luo Yunyang during the first match. Although he had been defeated by 4 laws that did not even fuse to form a path, under the control of one person, these laws had acted like an omnipresent net built to kill. This defeat was extremely incomprehensible. When the match between Luo Yunyang and Dong Kanu was over, most of the people who had placed a bet lost big time. They had been very confident in Dong Kanu, so they had placed all their betting chips on him. Hence, in the end, they lost everything. After the fight, many people speculated that Dong Kanu shouldn't have lost, as his strength level was way higher than Luo Yunyang's. However, after seeing the omnipresent net technique, they realized that Dong Kanu hadn't gone easy on Luo Yunyang. Although he had strength, he hadn't been able to fully demonstrate it. After the video surfaced, many people began to think about methods to break Luo Yunyang's omnipresent net technique. A lot of people were participating in the grand showdown. Thus, the second match started shortly after the first one. Luo Yunyang's second match was against the 6th in rank martialist of District 2. This opponent was an elite martialist, and the location of the match also favored him a lot. However, when Luo Yunyang entered the battlefield, he started to release his omnipresent net technique. The martialist, who had already comprehended his own cultivation path, took a shield and blade approach. He intended to use his shield to break the omnipresence net technique. However, as awesome as his idea was, it didn't come into fruition. The overwhelming attacks from the omnipresent net technique rendered this approach useless and turned it into a huge burden. The blade rays were overwhelmingly well coordinated, thus depriving the shield of any opportunity to show its effectiveness. Eventually, the elite martialist felt extremely sullen and decided to announce his surrender. During the third match, Luo Yunyang used the omnipresent net technique again and emerged victorious. The fourth and fifth match were exactly the same. After 100 matches, Luo Yunyang got into District 2 with a record of 100 victories and 0 defeats alongside Tai Wudi and 30 others. The remaining places in District 2 were up for grabs, so the defeated participants would fight it out. Luo Yunyang's record of 0 defeats and his omnipresent net technique were just like his decision to choose the Great Chaotic Whole Path. They basically traumatized most people. After all, it was really disgusting to use a method to surround and attack someone without giving them a chance to retaliate. What was most unbearable was that most of them knew very well that their cultivation bases were way above Luo Yunyang's. If he didn't use the omnipresent net technique, he would be the one defeated in the end. However, they all ended up suffering a defeat instead. If they had been weaker, they would have admitted defeat and moved on. However, although they were clearly stronger than the other party, defeat seemed to be the only option. This situation made many of them feel really uncomfortable. Just hearing Luo Yunyang's name would annoy most people. This guy was just too shameless. Some people even suggested to the administrators of the Blood Spirit Sky to ban the omnipresent net technique from being used in subsequent matches. When this proposal was put forward, many people thought that the Blood Space ruler would agree to it, as he wasn't too pleased with Luo Yunyang. However, they had underestimated the Blood Space ruler's integrity. He rejected the proposal instead, told off this delusional bunch and said that the omnipresent net technique qualified as a legitimate move. Unfortunately, this was not all bad news for the people that were disgruntled. After rejecting the proposal, a new opponent for Luo Yunyang appeared. It was the Pig Iron Tyrant King. The name Pig Iron Tyrant was indeed arrogant. However, the main reason behind this moniker was his style, which was focused on defense. This person had cultivated the Bloody Massacre Path's most strenuous technique, the Divine Tortoise Longevity Technique, and comprehended the metal-based origin source law and earth origin source law. Hence, he had formed his own special defense-oriented path called the Iron Essence Path. There were consequences for this sort of cultivation. It resulted in a very weak offense, but an exceptionally strong defense. Therefore, even though many people had a powerful offense, they would still surrender and admit defeat in the face of an even better, impenetrable defense. When facing an opponent with both a very good offense and amazing speed, the Pig Iron Tyrant King would only get thrashed, which would explain why he ranked 3rd in District 2. The news that the Pig Iron Tyrant Wang Qinzhong had been matched with Luo Yunyang quickly spread to all the other showdown zones. Wolfman Dong Canoe and the other people who had refused to accept their defeat were celebrating. Even the people who weren't matched up with Luo Yunyang before were excited. Against the Pig Iron Tyrant King, the omnipresent net technique would act like a mouse attempting to drag a tortoise along, desperately trying but not achieving anything. My great master, the Pig Iron Tyrant King's defense is really strong. He fought against the second in rank martialist from District 1. His defense was impenetrable. In the end, the match ended in a stalemate. Badabu sounded slightly dejected as he said, "I have collected a lot of information in an effort to find that person's Achilles heel. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find anything. However, according to my experience, the Achilles heel of this sort of person should either be his eyes or his genitals." When he heard this, Luo Yunyang gave the little fiend a light smack. This little guy really knew how to worry about his master. "Don't worry, I can deal with it," Luo Yunyang told the little fiend with a disapproving smile. Badabu didn't dare say anything else. He believed that his master's wisdom was not something he could surmise. If Luo Yunyang and the Wolf Man's match had gathered quite a number of people's attention, then the match between Luo Yunyang and the Pig Iron Tyrant King would attract even more viewers. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Almost the entire star-grade martialist population of the Bloody Massacre Path had come to watch the match. Some elite martialists even asked their weaker opponents to quit wasting time and allow them to end the match swiftly so that they could spectate the other match. Many people were looking forward to watching Luo Yunyang awkwardly try his best to break the defense of the Iron Pig Tyrant King but not being able to put on a wondrous display of skill. If you're a brother of the Wolf Men, then cheer for the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Dong Canoe, who was still in District 3, was extremely enthusiastic. These extremely provocative words seemed to pull at the heartstrings of many people and immediately elicit an enthusiastic response from the more than 90 martialists who had been abused to tears by Luo Yunyang and caused this unimportant match to attract so much attention. Some people even used their statuses to buy the rights from the bloody massacre path and broadcast the match to all the empires in the third spiral arm of the entire galaxy. Although this was an obvious violation of the terms and conditions of the bloody massacre path's grand showdown, the top brass eventually agreed after an adequate review. When the news surfaced, it became more and more evident that the blood space ruler despised Luo Yunyang to his very core. Hence, in the end, this unimportant match attracted the attention of countless people. Then again, there were also some people who didn't care about this match, such as the old birds that had long established themselves in the top blood district. One of them was the invincible, unmatched Tai Wudi. Someone invited Tai Wudi to watch this match and give some commentary, as he had always achieved victory with just a flick of his blade. Tai Wudi also ranked among the top 10 of the Blood Disciple ranking list. Not interested, Tai Wudi replied. His sloppy attitude not only showed his arrogance, but it also implied that he felt that the participants of this match were inferior. In other words, these two weren't good enough to challenge him, so there was no need to waste any time watching this match. Like Tai Wudi, the quiet man who ranked first in District 1 simply waved his hands and declined politely when his brother invited him to watch the match. What they were aiming for was the first place of this grand showdown. Thus, they were only concerned about the people they considered equals. Although the match between Luo Yunyang and the Pig Iron Tyrant King was interesting to watch, people of Tai Wudi's caliber only considered it a cheap circus trick. Regardless of how these top elites perceived the match, it was scrutinized by countless people as soon as it started. Deep down, Luo Yunyang felt uncomfortable about his match being turned into a money-making tool. However, he still showed up on time. Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang, the venue of the match between you and Blood Disciple Chengjiang will be on the Bronze Star. The gravity of this star is 3,000 times that of an ordinary planet, and the temperature is more than 500 degrees. Please get ready. Luo Yunyang felt pissed when he heard about the gravity. Although the effect of gravity on him wasn't that intense, who wouldn't be pissed after experiencing over 100 disadvantageous scenarios? 3,000 times stronger gravity was an advantage for the Pig Iron Tyrant King. It seemed like the Blood Space Ruler was really petty. However, he didn't know that the Blood Space Ruler was acting this way because he had lost all his bets. Just as Luo Yunyang started cursing the Blood Space Ruler, his surroundings changed and he entered the Bronze Star. Chapter 410. Feel free, brother. Although this situation differed from the match with the Wolf Man, Luo Yunyang felt the gravity of the Bronze Star as soon as he saw the Pig Iron Tyrant King. He was about 3 meters tall and had a big round waist. His body was blackish and had a metallic texture that made it look like an iron block. Although Badabu had given Luo Yunyang a photo of the Pig Iron Tyrant King before the match, seeing him in person gave Luo Yunyang an even more lasting impression about what he was famous for. Hello, Luo Yunyang. I have been hearing your name for a long time. The Pig Iron Tyrant King didn't attack straight away. Instead, he smiled and greeted Luo Yunyang. He was too polite for Luo Yunyang to ignore, so Luo Yunyang returned the smile and nodded. After all, God knew how many people were watching the live broadcast right now. I believe that you must have heard about me, brother. How about this? I'll give you 2 options. You can either admit defeat and leave, or I'll just stand here and let you do as you please. The Pig Iron Tyrant King's voice resonated like pieces of cold, hard metal colliding, causing the surrounding environment to echo and reverberate. When he said those words, the audience went wild. The Pig Iron Tyrant is really domineering. It seems like Luo Yunyang has found his nemesis this time. A blood disciple who was observing the match said, I'm here to watch you abuse Luo Yunyang. What use is it if you make him admit defeat? I want a refund for my ticket. These words came from a blood disciple that had been humiliated by Luo Yunyang's omnipresent net technique. He was very much looking forward to seeing Luo Yunyang get abused this time. Come on, brother, you have my support, Wolf Man Dong Canoe yelled. The blood disciples who had obtained the rights to broadcast this match were worried that their losses would be disastrous if Luo Yunyang really forfeited and admitted defeat. After all, they had expended an enormous amount of resources and sold a lot of tickets throughout hundreds of empires. Most of the revenue had already been pocketed by the bloody massacre path. If the broadcast was not exciting enough, then their subsequent business would be affected. Luo Yunyang certainly didn't care what the outsiders thought. He just stared determinedly at the Pig Iron Tyrant King. At first, he had been prepared to use the Great Chaotic Whole Path and put this match to bed right away. However, now that the Pig Iron Tyrant King had put it this way, Luo Yunyang decided to have some fun with him. Since Brother Cheng is so generous, I will not stand on ceremony. As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang asked again in a distrusting manner, as though he was afraid the Pig Iron Tyrant King would go back on his word, Brother Cheng, you won't attack me first while I am not paying attention, right? Do you not trust me? The Pig Iron Tyrant King has always been a man of his word. Every decision I make is set in stone. I've already said that you can attack me whenever you like, so feel free to do so. Chengzhong's loud voice became even louder after Luo Yunyang's question. Do you think I would lie in front of so many people? Luo Yunyang secretly sympathized with the people who had bet their star dollars on the Pig Iron Tyrant King. This man was getting a little too crazy and unreliable. This is a gentleman's promise then. Luo Yunyang still wanted to hammer the final nail on the Pig Iron Tyrant King's coffin. A gentleman never goes back on his word. As Luo Yunyang had expected, the Pig Iron Tyrant King's words were irrefutable. While the two of them exchanged these words, someone had already begun a discussion on the forum of the Meru realm. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this. Exactly, I think that something is about to happen to the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Yes, the Pig Iron Tyrant King seems to have fallen into that shameless prick's trap. However, unlike the users on the forum, most people were still very confident. You guys are worrying too much. What could possibly happen? The Pig Iron Tyrant King is shielding himself from any attacks. It's not like he won't be doing anything. He always shields himself and takes a beating. Plus, his Iron Essence path focuses on defense. You guys don't have to worry. He will tire that Luo Yunyang kid out. Just as everyone started getting excited, Luo Yunyang drew his 4 blades. He didn't use the 4 blades to attack. Instead, he just held one up and asked, "What do you think of this blade, Brother Cheng?" "It's nothing much. It's just cheap trash worth a star dollar or two." The Pig Iron Tyrant King replied, showing no restraint. He knew that many people were watching, and he also knew that these people were pissed with Luo Yunyang. Thus, his reply had been short and straightforward. He knew that his value would increase if he was more arrogant. "Then you're wrong. This blade of mine contains gold essence. The gold essence alone cost me 10 star dollars. Luo Yunyang lamented as he swiveled the blade in his hand. 10 star dollars was a massive amount for the ordinary audience from hundreds of empires. However, even the lowest blood disciples in District 3 could earn this amount of star dollars just by completing one mission. 10 star dollars was nothing. Are you coming at me or not? Don't waste my time, Luo Yunyang. Did you know that I hold the homeground advantage on the Bronze Star? I will get stronger the longer this drags on." The Pig Iron Tyrant King was getting a little impatient. "Try to relax and calm down, Brother Cheng. I just want to tell you the difference between these blades. It will make it easier for you to defend yourself against them. You have treated me like a gentleman would, so I can't deceive you. Please give me some time." Luo Yunyang's attitude was sincere, his speech was soft, and there was a tinge of compromise in his words. The Pig Iron Tyrant King snorted. Although he was unhappy with Luo Yunyang's dilly-dallying, Luo Yunyang didn't seem to be in the wrong either. The fact that he was standing there and letting the opponent hit him would also give Luo Yunyang the opportunity to act like a gentleman. "This isn't my best blade, Brother Cheng. Look over here. Do you see any difference between this blade and the previous one?" Luo Yunyang held out another blade and smiled at the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Although the Pig Iron Tyrant King was very pissed off, he still took a look at Luo Yunyang's blade and noticed that it was no different from the previous one. They had all been produced in the same batch. It would have been very strange if there had been any difference between them. The Pig Iron Tyrant King studied the blade carefully before shaking his head. "Was gold essence added in this one as well?" "No, it was not. This is just a common blade. If I were to add gold essence to every blade, I would go bankrupt," Luo Yunyang said seriously. The Pig Iron Tyrant King was speechless as he glared at Luo Yunyang. He wanted to crush him at once. Did Luo Yunyang really think that he was stupid? What a way to belittle him. "Don't be angry, Brother Cheng. Look at this blade again. It really is different. This blade accompanied me through an extraordinary experience. Did you know that when I was on Luo Yunyang once again took out a different blade and spoke enthusiastically. The Pig Iron Tyrant King felt his eyes tear up as he listened to Luo Yunyang's incessant sputtering. This was not easy at all. The Pig Iron Tyrant is a fool. Can't he see that Luo Yunyang's knife was purchased after he reached the Blood Spirit Sky? Someone who was watching the Pig Iron Tyrant fall for Luo Yunyang's nonsense said in anguish. I was prepared to see something exciting. Why am I getting this instead? Someone else commented loudly. I came here to watch two geniuses duke it out, not watch someone reminisce bittersweet memories. Do it, kill him, Pig Iron Tyrant King. Why are you listening to him? Use your brains. Wolf Man Dong Canoe bellowed. He felt that something wasn't right. The Blood Space Ruler, who was watching the match somewhere else, slammed his palms against the table forcefully. Stupid dimwit. Luo Yunyang continued to exhibit his blades. He was now showing off his fourth blade. Take a look at this blade, Brother Chang. It has accompanied me for many years. Really, that's a good blade. You must take good care of it. The Pig Iron Tyrant, who was already completely fooled, replied instinctively. I do, but I think we should sing a song for it. I'm tone deaf, Brother Chang, but you are the best singer in the whole Blood Spirit Sky. How about you sing a song for this loyal blade? Luo Yunyang's voice carried a vast enticement. Meanwhile, his mind power was being used vigorously. The Pig Iron Tyrant King wasn't talented in terms of mind power, while Luo Yunyang had used the attribute regulator to raise his mind attribute by 20 points. I don't know what to sing. The Pig Iron Tyrant began to feel ashamed. Don't be afraid, I will teach you. Luo Yunyang's soft voice consoled the Pig Iron Tyrant, who cleared his throat and belted out, I might be a pig, but I work hard every day. What sounded like screeching metal echoed through the Meru realm and made the audience on the vast public square cover its ears. It's the mind power bewitchment technique. A powerhouse that specialized in mind power determined right away. The Pig Iron Tyrant King is really pitiful. We thought that he would be thrashing a puny weakling, but he has actually encountered a disgusting opponent. Luo Yunyang is really shameless. How could he use mind power to bully a fool? Wolf Man Dong Canoe said before. Heading out of the virtual realm. He couldn't watch anymore. It was just too shameful. In order to take revenge, he and the Pig Iron Tyrant King had interacted and exchanged pointers. During their in-depth conversation, they had both gotten along very well and even considered each other a brother. The memory of them having a good time together made him want to bury his head now. Ha ha ha, are you sure that we are watching a battle between Blood Spirit Sky Blood Disciples and not a circus show? As it turns out, this is the level of a Blood Spirit Sky Blood Disciple. At least I've learned something. I think that this match is really cool. It would be great if there were more wonderful performances like this in the future. As the Pig Iron Tyrant King began to dance, the Blood Space Ruler who was in charge of this grand showdown finally got angry. A massive streak of lightning flashed out from the sky above the Bronze Star and struck the Pig Iron Tyrant King on the head, killing him instantly. Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang is the winner. A mechanical voice ended this nonsensical match. Chapter 412. Large waves washing away the sand. Ah. 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 On the screen showing the live broadcast, the Pig Iron Tyrant King threw his head back and roared towards the sky. His steel-like arms were dancing around wildly. In an instant, his opponent, a feeble-looking young man, was pulverized to pieces. Although this was only a match in the Meru realm, the fact that he went berserk made many viewers shudder. What the FCK? The Pig Iron Tyrant King is really crazy. Not just crazy. I heard that he is going ham for the sake of entering District 2 and having a placing match with Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang wins another match, he will enter District 1. Do you think he can even beat eldest senior brother? It's not just the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Dong Canoe is taking on matches frantically in order to get Luo Yunyang's District 2 spot. I can't wait for it. Yay, I hope that the Pig Iron Tyrant King can make a strong comeback. Stop watching this. The top-notch finals are about to begin. Yang Shang is participating in the first match. A loud voice said through the screen displaying the broadcast. Everyone watching the Pig Iron Tyrant King's match left instantly. Only the Pig Iron Tyrant King remained over there, roaring his head off. The number of viewers watching this battle in the entire Meru realm hit 150,000, while the broadcasting platform in the third spiral arm of the Milky Way hit more than 10 million viewers. There was actually an extremely high fee for viewing the broadcast. One match cost 1/10 of a star dollar. Luo Yunyang was also watching this match. Although he resided in the top blood district, he had never seen Xianxia before. Xianxia had always been in seclusion. Luo Yunyang had also never seen Xianxia, even when some galaxy-grade rulers had been giving lessons. This was an extremely arrogant person. When the broadcast turned on, the first person Luo Yunyang saw was a tall, large man with flowing long hair. Blood disciples wore efficient, sturdy armor, yet this man was dressed in a gray combat robe. Plus, there weren't even any weapons in his hands. Ever since the competition had started, practically every blood disciple, including telekinesis users and martialists, used weapons in matches. After all, weapons could amplify a warrior's combat strength. However, this person didn't have a single weapon on his body. The instant Luo Yunyang saw this man, his first thought was that this was Xianxia. Xianxia's opponent was a grim-looking guy with 3 scars across his face. The guy was holding a golden spear. When he saw Xianxia, slight trepidation oozed out of his eyes. Xianxia, it's my honor to have an exchange with you. The man cupped his hands and spoke with a hoarse voice. Too much noise, Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Then, he waved his palms and the vast lightning from the void gathered into a pool of lightning that enveloped his opponent whole. The guy was terrified. However, as the lightning barrage descended, his spear transformed into a long dragon in the sky. In terms of exquisiteness, it seemed like this guy's technique might have come out slightly on top. However, as the boundless lightning flames surged towards him, the guy shrieked. In the end, he was turned into nothing. This battle had been simple, yet fierce. However, victory had been decisive. After triumphing, Xianxia vanished into the void. How mystical. This was the first thought Luo Yunyang had after witnessing Xianxia's battle. If he had a match with Xianxia, what would his odds of victory be? Luo Yunyang wondered. He could not answer this question. Xianxia had only displayed the tip of the iceberg of his power after all. He had completely relied on his massive strength and control of lightning-based origin source law to defeat his opponent. Luo Yunyang didn't turn off the video after watching Xianxia's match. Instead, he followed it up with Yun Dongyang's match. Yun Dongyang was different from Xianxia. The moment he appeared on the screen, it was very difficult to discern his actual position. There were 36 illusions that seemed completely real. Only Yun Dongyang's eyes could be seen through the long black robes he wore. Yun Dongyang's opponent was very tense. This was a rare female blood disciple. Her tall, slender frame made her appear like a tenacious panther. The lady, who was wielding 2 crescent blades in her hands, charged frantically at the illusions the moment Yun Dongyang appeared. Her strategy was clear. Since she couldn't differentiate between the many Yun Dongyangs, she would just destroy them all. However, when her blade sliced apart one of Yun Dongyang's illusions, she crashed straight to the ground. Although this was a live broadcast, it was very difficult to know the actual circumstances on site. Therefore, none of the outsiders knew what exactly had happened. Yun Dongyang left just like Xianxia, without waiting for a ruling on his victory. His 36 illusions disappeared at the exact same time, so it was impossible to determine exactly which body was his. "That's sick," stated a comment left on the broadcasting platform by a spectator among the hundreds of empires in the 3rd spiral arm of the Milky Way. "I think that even a nebula-grade powerhouse might not necessarily be able to beat Yun Dongyang." Less than a minute after this comment was posted, someone replied, "I am a Nebula 3 grade powerhouse, and I can say with certainty that if I had been standing there, I would definitely have lost as well." These discussions made Yun Dongyang's reputation rise. People used the words, mysterious, and powerful, to describe him. Tai Wudi and Wen Jingxuan were equally breathtaking. Besides the 2 of them, who were viewed as top-notch powerhouses, other people performed just as brilliantly during their matches. Even though there was a certain gap, inferior competitors would strive their hardest to obtain victory. Although the superior ones would eventually be victorious, they'd still show their true ability. Blood disciple Luo Yunyang, your match will be starting in 1 minute. Your arena will be the dark mysterious ocean. The gravity there is 200 times higher than on an ordinary planet, and the temperature is -1000 degrees. As Luo Yunyang was engrossed in watching the battles, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Luo Yunyang, who wasn't really scared about his battle with Qin Donglai, took a deep breath and entered the Meru realm with his consciousness. He appeared on an expanse of ocean. The temperature didn't affect Luo Yunyang much, but he knew that Qin Donglai was most proficient in water-based origin source law and combined water and lightning-based origin source law to practice the electric water path. In the ocean, Qin Donglai would definitely act like a fish in the water. This is indeed an expanse of ocean. It is plain that the Bloody Massacre Path's upper echelons don't really like this Luo Yunyang fella. My guess was spot on. Ha ha ha, sit tight and watch sick Luo get slaughtered. You can do it, eldest senior brother. We believe in you. All sorts of messages appeared on the Meru Realms platform as Luo Yunyang appeared. There were even some people who encouraged this. Eldest senior brother, we want to see an electrocuted fish. We will add 1-star coin for each additional minute of oppression. These clearly provocative words immediately received a lot of support. The ashamed pig iron tyrant king had come, and so had Dong Canoe. The two of them didn't say anything, but their names on the platform were a clear display of their stance that spoke volumes. When Luo Yunyang emerged, a figure also appeared about 10 meters away from him. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man, who didn't have a tall frame, had some white strands in his hair. You went a little overboard during your previous match with the pig iron tyrant king, Yunyang, said Qin Donglai as soon as he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had never imagined that this man, who had the reputation of an eldest senior brother, would actually give him a reprimand right off the bat. If the pig iron tyrant king hadn't been so unbridled, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have made him sing and dance. However, this was already done. Luo Yunyang had no regrets. Besides, he had a stubborn personality, so he simply didn't listen to preaching. He felt irritated just listening to Qin Donglai's words of experience. You get treated the way you treat others. Today, I will let you experience the humiliation that the pig iron tyrant king felt. Qin Donglai seemed full of self-confidence as he gazed at Luo Yunyang. The eldest senior brother is great indeed. He has the air of an elder brother. I like him. His words are really righteous. You get treated the way you treat others. I believe that this time sick Luo will suffer. The elder senior brother's electric water path is not just adept in offense. It is also great in defense. Given the eldest senior brother's mind powers, he surpasses ordinary people by far. Luo Yunyang will fall without a doubt. The eldest senior brother is mighty. He will definitely teach Luo Yunyang the lesson he deserves. He, how touching. Best to make him suffer for an entire day. Let him see what being trapped in an electric net with no escape is like. Everyone, I think that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to endure 5 minutes inside the electric net before kneeling and begging for mercy. 5 minutes? You are really overestimating him. His omnipresent net technique is already ineffective. Against the eldest senior brother's electric water path, his 4 blades will be very difficult to control. He will certainly be defeated. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't see all these comments, he was still pissed. His heart was raging, yet he still had a pleasant smile on his face. You think that I went overboard with the pig iron tyrant king? He told Qin Donglai teasingly. What else did I do wrong? Hurry up and say whatever you want. I won't change anyway, but don't let these words stifle you to death. Qin Donglai was a little flabbergasted when he heard this. This man was just too shameless. Luo Yunyang didn't care. Instead, he just drew a blade and brandished it. His blade was 1 meter long. According to the rules of this competition, every competitor could have 10 types of weapons. However, they were only able to choose 1 per match. Although this blade had been placed together with the 4 short blades, its luster had been overshadowed by the other 4. When Luo Yunyang drew this long blade, a faint look of astonishment flashed across Qin Donglai's eyes. This astonishment suddenly turned into trepidation. It was clear that he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually use a long blade. Cut the crap, just take my blade. Chapter 411. The Blood Spirit Combat List. Luo Yunyang, you and I cannot live under the same sky. A hysterical roar reverberated within the void in District 2 of the Blood Spirit Sky. This roar was filled with rage, hatred and madness. Normally, anyone that made this sort of ruckus, which could disturb other people's cultivation, would definitely be beaten to death. However, every person who heard this roar shot a sympathetic gaze in the direction the sound came from. How will this fellow be confident enough to go out and meet people in the future? Some people who delighted in his misfortune made fun of him. I heard that he is about to head into seclusion for 50 years. Someone who sympathized with him said, that Luo Yunyang is really vicious. He's already won. Is there still a need to trample all over the other party? The people that the heavens wish to destroy are the first to go mad. The pig iron can only blame himself for being crazy. He hasn't made a move, yet he's talked a bunch of nonsense and asked Luo Yunyang to do as he pleases. How could Luo Yunyang just leave this alone? All sorts of discussions broke out in the Meru realm. However, very few people expressed their approval of Luo Yunyang's actions. The troublesome omnipresent net technique was a mind attack that turned people into fools. Luo Yunyang had already become the stuff of nightmares for a few low-level blood disciples. Please don't let me be in the same group as that sicko. Someone prayed in secret. Although this prayer wasn't memorable, the word, sicko, struck a chord. Many people suddenly felt worried about what was to come. Oh, great master, you are Badabu's idol indeed. I am totally in awe of the method you used to teach that fool a lesson. Badabu's knees were on the ground as he sincerely offered Luo Yunyang praise and adulation. Master, the methods you used to make that fool dance around were really funny. If it was up to me, I would definitely make him strip off his armor before dancing. However, all the fellows who were defeated at your hands can't accept this. They say that you can only employ little tricks and ploys. You are too kind, master. Badabu suggests that you use a big move next time. Let's make those bastards shut their mouths right away. Use the universal fragmentation. Badabu danced around Luo Yunyang as he egged him on. A big move. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work when he heard Badabu's words. He hadn't used the universal fragmentation or any of the mystic arts of the chaotic chasm. Luo Yunyang wasn't trying to pretend. He really couldn't use it. The omnipresent net technique covered everything. To put it simply, if one person could solve a problem alone, why would a whole bunch of people be asked to solve that problem just to make the outcome look better? Don't pay attention to what all those people are saying, Luo Yunyang told Badabu while waving his hands dismissively. Badabu's eyes flashed with understanding. He was fully convinced. You are worthy of being Badabu's master. You are even more sinister than Badabu. Are you waiting until those top powerhouses have a competition? Luo Yunyang had been about to wave Badabu away when he heard a beeping sound. Then, Badabu said, Master, there is a message. Luo Yunyang opened and saw the message. The person who had forwarded this message was actually the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Luo Yunyang smiled when he saw the message. He didn't feel guilty to see the Pig Iron Tyrant King's new status. If the Pig Iron Tyrant King hadn't underestimated Luo Yunyang and acted so pretentiously, if he hadn't haughtily declared that Luo Yunyang could do as he wished, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have put him in such an embarrassing predicament. If this fellow had sent him a message, perhaps he still wished to challenge Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang opened the message and discovered that it wasn't a written challenge. Instead, what he had received was an article. An article that analyzed the competition. The author used an alias to give an evaluation of the powerhouses participating in this competition. Luo Yunyang rather liked this article. Xianxia was currently the #1 person in the top blood district. He had entered the blood spirit sky 700 years ago, and although he hadn't obtained a complete fundamental planetary source, only 12 blood disciples entered the blood spirit sky from that batch. Furthermore, the cultivation bases of those 12 weren't that high. The reason they had been able to survive was entirely down to their hiding abilities. Xianxia had been the #1 person in the top blood district for 500 years. He conducted a rather deep research into lightning-based and fire-based origin source law and cultivated the lightning fire path. His combat strength was extremely powerful, and he was adept in the mystic art of the sky extinguishing thunder. After browsing through Xianxia's assessment, Luo Yunyang nodded his head lightly. Although he hadn't gone out much during the past few years, he was still wary of the few other comrades in the top blood district. Luo Yunyang speculated that Xianxia must have at least reached the STAR 7 grade. Given Xianxia's study of the lightning fire path, Luo Yunyang feared that his power was even greater than his own. Xianxia had always been the #1 person among all the blood disciples. Nobody could dislodge him from his spot. What would happen if Luo Yunyang ran into Xianxia? Luo Yunyang thought to himself as he viewed the second person on the list. Yundongyang, who ranked second in the top blood district, had arrived in the blood spirit sky 900 years ago and had been the top blood district's #1 before the rise of Xianxia. He was proficient in illusion laws and light-based origin source law and cultivated the mirage path. He was also especially adept in eye techniques. In most battles, he achieved victory with just one gaze. The third person on the list was Tai Wudi. Tai Wudi had entered the blood spirit sky 400 years ago, but hadn't been particularly outstanding in the first 300 years or so. Although he was currently in District 2, his ranking was really low. Some people asserted that Tai Wudi would be expelled from District 2 before this competition. However, he had defeated Mo Long in battle with one strike and hadn't met an equal opponent in 100 battles ever since. He was proficient in metal-based origin source law, fire-based origin source law, and cultivated the iron blood path. He was also department in the mystic art of the array-shattering knife technique. The fourth person on the list was Wen Jingxuan. Like Tai Wudi, Wen Jingxuan had entered the blood spirit sky 400 years ago. However, unlike Tai Wudi, Wen Jingxuan had shined brightly right from the start inside the bloody massacre killing arena. Actually, he wasn't a blood disciple groomed by the bloody massacre path, but a prince of an empire. However, he wasn't regarded too highly in the empire. This prince had voluntarily joined the bloody massacre path and become a blood disciple midway through. After entering the blood spirit sky, his results in practically every big competition had been really dazzling. Furthermore, he also made great progress each time. The number 1 spot in District 1 wasn't a position that any ordinary person could occupy. This man was proficient in wind-based origin source law, water-based origin source law, and spatial dimension origin source law. He cultivated the mind-void path, and his mystic art was the void-shattering sword. Luo Yunyang's expression became slightly more solemn when he viewed all these resources. Although he was very confident in his great chaotic whole path, Tai Wudi and Wen Jingxuan's cultivation bases weren't low either. Luo Yunyang looked through each and every one of the people on the list and finally spotted himself in the 30th spot. The 30th person on the list was Luo Yunyang, the only person who had obtained a complete fundamental planetary source in 1,000 years. Luo Yunyang's glow was beyond dazzling. However, the fact that a newcomer like him had chosen the great chaotic whole path had made many believe that he would fail miserably this time. Still, this person remained a genius. Before he had even comprehended the great chaotic whole path, he had created the omnipresent net technique. Although this sort of technique seemed a little unprincipled, the bloody massacre path had always paid attention to practicality. The omnipresent net technique made bystanders think that it was a profound mystery. However, even though the methods he had used to triumph over the pig iron tyrant king had been a little excessive, he had ultimately won. Unfortunately, although he had been victorious this time around, the opponent he would be facing next was senior brother Qin Donglai, who held the second spot in District 1. His hopes of winning this time were minimal. The start of this match foretold that the contest between the top blood district and District 1 was about to formally begin. Top-notch powerhouses wouldn't clash for the time being, but first-class powerhouses would be eliminated by top-notch powerhouses. It was too bad that Luo Yunyang was classified as a first-class powerhouse. However, he was also proud of being able to achieve such a result shortly after entering the blood spirit sky. Eldest senior brother Qin Donglai would be his next opponent. Luo Yunyang hadn't found out yet himself, but the article already knew. As Luo Yunyang was thinking about all this, his communication device beeped. He had received a notification from the Meru realm. Blood disciple Luo Yunyang, your next opponent is blood disciple Qin Donglai. Please make the necessary preparations. The match will begin in 1 day. His opponent was indeed Qin Donglai. Luo Yunyang was at a loss for words as he viewed the message. There was no problem with the message itself. It was just that the people that made up this list weren't ordinary by any means. Qin Donglai had entered the blood spirit sky 1,000 years ago. He was possibly one of the people who had been in the blood spirit sky the longest. Because of this, Qin Donglai was addressed by everyone as eldest senior brother. All the other blood disciples who had entered the blood spirit sky along with Qin Donglai had either perished during assignments or been sent to different divisions of the bloody massacre path because they had been unable to meet the requirements of the blood spirit sky. Qin Donglai always conducted himself sincerely, giving off the air of a brother that made so many people refer to him as eldest senior brother. Luo Yunyang had never seen Qin Donglai before. However, Qin Donglai ranked 8th on the list. The actual eliminations are about to begin. After this round, the people that remain will be the top elites of the bloody massacre path. Everyone had already started to discuss the upcoming battles on the forums of the Meru realm. Some people targeted Luo Yunyang incessantly. The top experts are going to vault above the crowd. Some of the idlers who only rely on little tricks, such as Luo Yunyang, have already reached the end of this competition. Although I don't really wish to admit this, the upcoming competition will be like sifting gold from sand. It will separate true talent and genius from the rest. Large waves will wash away the sand. This is just natural selection. The best individuals of the bloody massacre path will emerge after this round. No surprise there. However, I think that the top 15 will laugh all the way to the end. Chapter 413. The Grand Path Reveal. This Luo Yunyang fellow is just courting death. How dare he draw his blade against the eldest senior brother? Doesn't he know that the eldest senior brother's defense is even stronger than his offense? He is using one blade this time. What does this mean? I don't really have a good feeling about this. Luo Yunyang wouldn't hatch out any wicked ideas to deal with the eldest senior brother, would he? The discussions rapidly intensified on the electronic screen when Luo Yunyang drew his blade. However, these discussions were bound to receive no reply. The speed at which Luo Yunyang had drawn his blade was extremely quick, yet Qin Donglai's reaction was also extremely quick. A faint smile crept into Qin Donglai's face when he saw Luo Yunyang draw his knife. His smile was full of self-confidence. Although Qin Donglai only ranked 8th on the Blood Spirit Battle Combat chart, his cultivation base was already close to the peak star grade. Most importantly, his control over water and lightning-based origin source laws had already reached the 6th level of the Blood Battle platform. Furthermore, the mystic arts of the electric water path he had created from these two origin source laws had given him the confidence to break into the top Blood District. Luo Yunyang was just a stepping stone. Although he couldn't beat Yongshang, he would acquire the position he ought to have. He would enter the top Blood District. Luo Yunyang's blade strike didn't seem to have too many variations. However, Qin Donglai knew that many things couldn't be observed from the surface. Luo Yunyang might have been mocking him sarcastically just a moment ago, but in his opinion, he was not an impetuous person. Luo Yunyang might have done this to him because he was up to something. However, Qin Donglai also had confidence in himself. Therefore, he didn't use his own weapon while dealing with this blade. Instead, he used his fists to strike. When his fists struck the air before him, Luo Yunyang was still quite some distance away. However, electric charges that felt a lot like a densely packed spider web dispersed rapidly in an area of 5 kilometers. This was Qin Donglai's self-created defensive mystic art called the Electric Water Sky Net. On its own, its defensive strength couldn't be underestimated, much less now that they were surrounded by water. Practically all the attackers within the radius of this electric water sky net technique would suffer attacks originating from lightning-based origin source law. There were very few people who could withstand the power of this origin source law. The fact that the arena was the dark mysterious ocean made this technique's prowess even stronger and much more fearsome. In just a moment, the blade in Luo Yunyang's hand had already come into contact with this fine shimmer of electricity. Qin Donglai smiled faintly. At first, he had thought that defeating Luo Yunyang would be extremely easy. However, he had actually felt slightly tense when the battle had started. He really didn't know why he was feeling nervous about this fight. However, as the electric glow came into contact with Luo Yunyang's blade, the smile on Qin Donglai's face froze. The electricity he controlled as easily as the fingers of his hand was suddenly snapped by a wave of power and sucked into a vortex that could only be felt. Both the lightning-based origin source law and his proficient water-based origin source law were drawn into this vortex. He actually even felt all his strength get sucked frantically into this vortex. Even he was being drawn into the vortex himself. As that vortex drew closer, its rupturing force descended. Thanks to this force, Qin Donglai didn't even have the time to use a protective technique on his body before he completely crumbled. Despite what Qin Donglai had felt, the people watching through the screen had only seen his smile, followed by the image of him turning into ash because of the black glow of Luo Yunyang's blade. Qin Donglai had died. His death caused a huge uproar. Ever since the Blood Spirit combat list had come out, Qin Donglai was the only competitor who had lost to a weaker opponent. Besides, Qin Donglai's defeat would allow Luo Yunyang to move from District 2 into District 1 steadily. He threw the match. Eldest senior brother Qin Donglai surely threw the match. Someone who didn't understand what had happened immediately thought that Qin Donglai had thrown the match for Luo Yunyang's sake. This opinion quickly got a lot of responses, especially from some people who had suffered at the hands of this inescapable net. These people, who appeared aggrieved, vented on the comment section of the broadcasting platform. He threw it. This was totally a thrown game. We can't accept this. Qin Donglai, what did Luo Yunyang promise you to actually get you to help him this way? I always thought that these shady tricks would be the specialty of the wolf man and other men like him. Never did I imagine that the eldest senior brother would actually do this. Plus, he did it so shamelessly. I request a serious investigation for this match. Otherwise, I will start to seriously doubt the partiality of this competition. Qin Donglai, who had just woken from the match, felt his throat go dry as he read all these messages. He already felt really unhappy about losing to Luo Yunyang. Now people were also saying that he was corrupt. They thought he had colluded and lost to Luo Yunyang. Heaven have pity on him. How could he be corrupt? How could he hand over such an important competition to someone else? He wanted to explain himself, yet he realized that he didn't have any way of explaining. He still didn't understand what Luo Yunyang's blade had done after all. Why had his own power flowed into Luo Yunyang's blade? Why had he been unable to put up any resistance against Luo Yunyang's blade light, and why had he been shredded and pulled into that blade light? What exactly had happened? Could anyone tell him? Fortunately, Qin Donglai wasn't the only person under scrutiny. The competition's administrators were being targeted by a succession of posts until an announcement was eventually released. This announcement only contained 4 words: Great Chaotic Whole Path. The comment section, which had been buzzing, practically fell silent when these 4 words were released. The Great Chaotic Whole Path was an amalgamation of 4 laws, an engulfing black hole-like power that turned everything to dust. This cultivation path was extremely dangerous, yet at the same time immensely powerful. In the past, the people who had chosen to cultivate the Great Chaotic Whole Path had been exceptional geniuses. However, as they'd cultivated this path, these exceptional geniuses had all turned to ashes. Therefore, Luo Yunyang's decision to choose the Great Chaotic Whole Path had been met with disdainful sneers from many people. When Luo Yunyang used his original omnipresent net technique, he was also met with jealousy and envy. Now, nobody said anything. He had really successfully cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path. Although this had only been one strike, eldest senior brother Qin Donglai had been unable to deal with it. The first step of the Great Chaotic Whole Path is the easiest. It gets more difficult the further one proceeds. Many geniuses have died at the later stages of the Great Chaotic Whole Path cultivation. A post suddenly appeared on the Meru Realms platform. After a brief introduction of the cultivating process of the Great Chaotic Whole Path, the post mentioned the fate of the people who had cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path in the past. The majority of these cultivators had cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path to the first level, but had been unable to go any further. Although some people were delighted to see this post, others highlighted that Luo Yunyang was someone who absolutely couldn't be provoked right now. The might of the Great Chaotic Whole Path was many times more powerful than that of an ordinary path. The people who had fallen due to Luo Yunyang's omnipresent net technique couldn't say that they had been unlucky. From another point of view, it could even be said that they had been lucky. They had been fortunate that Luo Yunyang hadn't used the Great Chaotic Whole Path on them. Otherwise, the Pig Iron Tyrant King, the Wolfman and everyone else would have been thoroughly screwed after just one attack. As this post emerged, many of the people who had denounced Luo Yunyang became collectively silent. Even the Pig Iron Tyrant King, who hated Luo Yunyang to the bone, vanished silently. Although he would still be taking part in the upcoming rounds of the competition, he wouldn't be as wild as he used to be. Clearly, his intention to have a fighting round with Luo Yunyang had thoroughly disappeared. As he stood in a large palace in the Meru realm, the Blood Space ruler had an unsightly expression on his face. He wasn't unhappy because the eldest senior brother had lost to Luo Yunyang, but rather because Luo Yunyang had cultivated the first step of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. While one cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path, the path could still be changed, as long as it wasn't mastered. However, when the first step of the Great Chaotic Whole Path was cultivated, the cultivator could only move onward step by step. It was simply impossible to turn back once one was on that path. Because the Great Chaotic Whole Path was so exceptionally potent, if one tried to cultivate another path, this cultivation would be thoroughly engulfed by the Great Chaotic Whole Path even before it could be mastered. I should have stopped him firmly back then. The Blood Space ruler groused as he stared at an attendant before him. This attendant was a trusted aide of the Blood Space ruler who knew what the Blood Sky ruler was thinking about. After pondering for a bit, he said, "Sir, there are many geniuses in the world. If one dies, perhaps a more exceptional one might appear. Besides, cultivating this path was his own choice to begin with. You can't be blamed for this. You even tried to seek him out personally. Then, the attendant said a little more cautiously, even though he has mastered the Great Chaotic Whole Path's first step, it would still be difficult for him to maintain his top blood district spot. Xianxia, Tai Wudi and the others won't be so easy to deal with. Just the first step of the Great Chaotic Whole Path won't be enough. Based on the power of that blade strike, I think that he only ranks 6th on the Blood Spirit combat list. The Blood Space Ruler waved his hands dismissively. Alright, you all just keep handling this matter. Give me the verdict when it's over. The attendant left tactfully. Half an hour later, the Blood Spirit combat list was refreshed. Luo Yunyang had moved 30 places and now occupied the 6th spot. After this ranking was confirmed, Luo Yunyang also became publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the Blood Spirit sky. No one dared question his victory anymore. Chapter 414. Standing on the tallest peak, Master, there's a message from the Meru realm inviting you to participate in the hero meeting tomorrow. Badabu told Luo Yunyang in a rare, respectful way. The hero meeting. Luo Yunyang, who had his eyes shut while cultivating, was slightly astonished when he received this news. He shot Badabu a look. The little fiend, who seemed to understand what he was thinking, quickly explained. It turned out that the hero meeting was a stipulation of the Blood Spirit sky. After every competition, the elites that had confirmed spots in the top Blood District and District 1 would gather at the top Blood District's Hall of Heroes. Besides letting the young generation of elites meet and get to know each other, this gathering also had another purpose. It was supposed to strengthen and promote the sense of superiority of the top 15 elites. During this gathering, the elites that had entered the top Blood District and District 1 would be on a high platform, while the Blood Disciples that had been unable to get into District 1 and District 2 would only circle around and watch. Furthermore, according to the Bloody Massacre Path's regulations, regardless of whether one was willing or not, each of these Blood Disciples would have to hold a cup of wine and obediently wait for the 15 elites to have their fill of food and drinks before they could leave. This could be considered a form of provocation, a sort of incentive, and a motive for them to close the gap. Master, it's said that there's a lot of good stuff to be eaten at the hero meeting. There will also be a program this time that will determine the top Blood District and District 1 placements. Badabu said excitedly. The ranking of the top Blood District and District 1 is extremely important to you, Master. Although you already rank 6th, the top Blood District only has 5 available seats. Your odds of getting into the top Blood District aren't high. During the hero meeting, you will be able to choose a battle that suits you. A battle that suit him. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but shake his head when he recalled the circumstances of each of his previous battles. The Blood Space Ruler was really petty. During every round of the competition, the arenas had been located in areas that Luo Yunyang's opponents had been most comfortable in. Although this hadn't really affected Luo Yunyang, these arrangements still pissed him off. However, Luo Yunyang decided to participate in the hero meeting anyway. After all, he was a Blood Disciple of the Bloody Massacre Path, so he needed to follow the Bloody Massacre Path's rules. The Hall of Heroes, which was at the central point of the Blood Spirit sky, was an extremely huge, blood-red palace. The hero meeting would be held on its terrace. According to Badabu, this terrace was actually thousands of square meters wide. Luo Yunyang didn't have any friends in the Blood Spirit sky, so he piloted the Blood Crystal craft and flew towards the Hall of Heroes as soon as it was time. He didn't have any expectations about this gathering. He actually didn't care. He just saw this as an official duty of his. However, Badabu was not like him at all. The little fiend bounced continuously beside Luo Yunyang. He was so excited that he got carried away. Master, although you ranked 6th, you have only been in the Blood Spirit sky for 10 years. Saying that you are the Blood Spirit sky's top genius isn't an exaggeration. The little fiend had launched a continuous onslaught of flattery. Although Luo Yunyang allowed Badabu to talk rubbish, he was mentally trying to analyze the battle footage of Xianxia that he had just watched. The mystical Xianxia, who had made thunder descend ferociously from the heavens, had basically never used a second technique ever since the beginning of the competition. What would his odds of victory be against such a person? If he couldn't defeat Xianxia, how would he obtain a spot in the top 5? Luo Yunyang definitely wasn't willing to lose his spot in the top Blood District. As he mulled this over, the little fiend exclaimed, "Master, the Hall of Heroes is right ahead. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it is still tall and conspicuous." Luo Yunyang had spent most of the past few years cultivating, so he hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings in the blood spirit sky. He only turned to look at the Hall of Heroes when Badabu spoke and saw a blood-red palace standing thousands of meters tall. The moment Luo Yunyang saw this palace, another flying craft flew past its side. This was a similar blood crystal craft that seemed even more overbearing than the one Badabu operated. As the saying went, "You go your way, and I'll go mine." Although there were all sorts of routes to the Hall of Heroes, this flying craft had to force its way on Luo Yunyang's route. By the time Luo Yunyang sensed the craft's ill intentions, Badabu had already started cussing. "This is a third-generation ship. I just know that it's trying to bully Daddy. It's gonna get it if it pisses Daddy off." As he spoke, Badabu still operated the blood crystal craft they were in and made it descend. To Luo Yunyang's knowledge, his blood crystal craft was only a first-generation vehicle. Although it was way sturdier than ordinary flying crafts, it was still slightly inferior to third-generation crafts. Therefore, Badabu had done the right thing by avoiding this. Based on Luo Yunyang's understanding, there didn't seem to be any third-generation blood crystal crafts in the entire blood spirit sky. Firstly, the cost of a blood crystal craft was too high. Secondly, such a blood crystal craft wouldn't be able to display its full capabilities inside the blood spirit sky. Why had a third-generation blood crystal craft appeared there? As doubts started to form in Luo Yunyang's mind, Badabu exclaimed, "What the heck? This is actually a ship from the Fiery Sun Path." The Fiery Sun Path. Luo Yunyang, who had heard these three words before, was startled. Although his primary focus these past few years had been his cultivation, he had still understood some of this basic knowledge. The Sky Book was split into 9 volumes. The Bloody Massacre Path took up the 5th volume, while the Fiery Sun Path took up the 3rd volume. Luo Yunyang didn't know what sort of history the Bloody Massacre Path and the Fiery Sun Path had, but he knew very well that the wielders of the 9 volumes of the Sky Book, the Bloody Massacre Path, the Fiery Sun Path and the other paths that made up the 9 paths, were the strongest powers in the Milky Way system. Although there was a certain cooperation between the Sky Book's 9 paths, there was also a considerable rivalry. Why had a spacecraft that belonged to the Fiery Sun Path appeared at the Bloody Massacre Path's hero meeting? And a wild spacecraft at that. As Luo Yunyang wondered this, he heard a loud voice say, "Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang, please stop your ship and enter the Hall of Heroes." Luo Yunyang glanced at the communication device that transmitted the voice before telling Badabu, "Stop the ship and wait for me." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang got off the ship and soared through the sky. While he was landing, a blood-red ray of light shot from the void, enveloping Luo Yunyang's body and slowly pulling him up towards the Hall of Heroes. "Ascending the Hall of Heroes is Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang." A voice echoed around the area. When one stood on the tallest peak, all other mountains seemed small. As Luo Yunyang kept slowly rising, he saw some figures that he had already become familiar with, such as the Pig Iron Tyrant King, Wolfman Dong Canoe, and some others that he had defeated but whose names he didn't remember. Everyone, including the coarse Pig Iron Tyrant King and the robust Wolfman Dong Canoe, was holding a cup of wine with 2 hands and watching the slowly rising Luo Yunyang. They all had looks of envy on their faces as they gazed upon him. Besides envy, there was also blazing jealousy and wild ambition in their eyes. The hero meeting was indeed a good place to incite jealousy and hatred. Hee, when there's no tiger on a mountain, even a monkey can become king. A shrill voice rang out just as Luo Yunyang was about to ascend to the terrace. The person who had spoken was a guy in a long golden robe. Although he had handsome features, his thin lips made him look unkind. His most special and important characteristic were the golden scales on his arms. These golden scales were as densely packed as the scales of a dragon. This man was also a star-grade powerhouse. However, from Luo Yunyang's point of view, he was at the 4th-ranked star-grade realm. The color of blood was the main color of the Bloody Massacre Path. The Fiery Sun Path's main color was gold. The Fiery Sun Path's ship and the golden-robed man made Luo Yunyang believe that this hero meeting would be rather lively. Ha ha, did I just hear a dog bark? Luo Yunyang scanned the other members of the Bloody Massacre Path with his eyes before looking over at an attendant standing aside. This is such an important place. How could you let a dog in? The Bloody Massacre Path always respected the strong. This place was the Bloody Massacre Path's homeground, so if someone dared insult him, not retorting would be a dishonor on the Bloody Massacre Path. The attendant standing aside was a smart person. He knew that Luo Yunyang's words weren't directed at him, so he simply didn't bother. He just kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, all the Bloody Massacre Path elites roared with laughter. A tall martialist even chuckled. "You have really keen senses, Yunyang. I didn't even notice anything." The Fiery Sun Path youth who had spoken turned red in the face before he pointed at Luo Yunyang and proclaimed loudly, "My name is Jin Luoxuan. I am a member of the Fiery Sun Path and I would like to challenge you. Would you dare accept the challenge?" It was only at this moment that Luo Yunyang got a clear look of his surroundings. Right at the center of the terrace sat the Blood Space ruler along with a tall old man in golden robes. Although the old man didn't say anything, the scorching aura coming from him made one feel chills deep down. Sitting below him were 5 young people in golden robes. Jin Luoxuan, who had challenged Luo Yunyang, was sitting in the 5th position. Luo Yunyang hadn't opened his mouth to speak yet, when the old man in the golden robes waved his arm. "Keep quiet, Luoxuan. This isn't the place for you to speak. You must also know why I've come here today, brother. Let's not waste any time. I think you should decide which disciples will take part in the match and let them comprehend the sky." Book's 5th volume, Chapter 415. The Fiery Sun signals the start of the battle for the Sky Book. The Fiery Sun Path disciples could get to comprehend the Sky Book's 5th volume. This query arose in Luo Yunyang's heart when he heard what the golden-robed man said. Badabu wasn't by his side, so there wasn't anyone there to explain this to Luo Yunyang. However, as Luo Yunyang was puzzled, the Blood Space ruler suddenly grinned. "Brother Pure Sun, are you sure you want to have this bet?" "Sure I do," the golden-robed old man replied. Suddenly, a voice said in Luo Yunyang's ears, "Yunyang, although each path possesses one of the Sky Book's 9 volumes, the founders of the various paths have set down a rule. The young disciples of each path, especially those who are at the Star-grade realm, can refer to the Sky Book that each path holds. However, this access to the Sky Book comes with certain conditions. The person in question has to be an outstanding, talented genius that surpasses all the other talented individuals," said a tall, large man. Luo Yunyang had viewed the information on the top 15, so he knew that this person was Blood Disciple Wuka, who ranked 10th. The various paths slowly came up with a rule. If any path feels that their youngest generation is capable of demonstrating overwhelming superiority, they can request to consult the Sky Books of the other 8 paths. Wuka hesitated before adding, "Usually, the path that issues this request has to put forth 5 elite disciples that will participate in a match with the 5 disciples put forward by the other paths." Luo Yunyang had never imagined that there would actually be such a thing. It looked like the Fiery Sun Path was very confident about getting the opportunity to refer to the other volumes of the Sky Book. "Best out of 5, Luo Yunyang asked Wuka quietly. "No, it's 4 victories out of 5. Wuka said, "If the challenging team only obtains 3 victories, it is still considered a loss. If the challenging team loses, it will have to allow the disciples that were challenged to comprehend the Sky Book they possess for an entire month. 4 victories out of 5. This sort of challenge was really difficult. Plus, the cost of losing was also tremendous. The challenger's intention was to be able to peruse the Sky Book their opponent controlled. However, the moment they lost, their opponents would get to study the Sky Book in their hands for a month. Have there been a lot of challenges like this in the past?" Luo Yunyang glanced at Wuka as he spoke in a low voice. Wuka, who seemed a little listless, eventually said hoarsely, "In the past, it was really rare. It happened maybe once in 10,000 years. However, we encounter this quite a lot nowadays." "Quite a lot." Luo Yunyang found these words a little peculiar. However, when he studied Wuka's expression, he immediately understood. Being challenged a lot meant that the new generation of Bloody Massacre Path was getting weaker. Meanwhile, the successful challenges of the other paths also increased. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang noticed a faint flicker of rage on the Blood Space ruler's face. "All right, let me choose the participants for this match. Yun Dongyang, Tai Wudi, Wen Jingxuan, Lu Bowen." The people whose names had been called by the Blood Space ruler all stood up slowly, cupped their hands and bowed in the Blood Space ruler's direction. Luo Yunyang felt slightly disappointed deep down when he didn't hear his name get called out. Deep down he was really pissed at that Luoxuan fellow. He just wanted to fight with him in a match. Luo Yunyang, who had already sensed his own strength during the match with the eldest senior brother, was rather confident in himself. However, the blood space ruler hadn't picked him. Although he felt regretful inside, Luo Yunyang couldn't say that the blood space ruler's choice was wrong. After all, he hadn't yet shown his true ability during the grand showdown. Hee, your name is Luo Yunyang, right? I thought you would be impressive. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even make the top 5. How disgraceful. Luoxuan stared provocatively at Luo Yunyang with a look of disdain. As Luo Yunyang studied Luoxuan, his mind went to work. A moment later, he chuckled. Based on the way you look, you probably rank 5th among the Fiery Sun Path elites. Luoxuan snorted haughtily but didn't say anything else. Luo Yunyang laughed casually. I was wondering something. How old are you? Luoxuan stared at the snickering Luo Yunyang as he said haughtily, I might not be that young. I'm already past 100 years old. Judging by the geniuses that existed in the entire galaxy, being able to reach Luoxuan's level at his age was not too bad. His cultivation base was also decent. Some whose cultivation bases would start out at the planet grade would find it difficult to cross over. Achieving this by Luoxuan's age was indeed impressive. Besides, this was something that Luoxuan was immensely proud of. What? 100? That won't do. A soft-shelled turtle at 10 is still a turtle at 100. You have lived for a century, so you could already be considered a turtle. However, your robust physique could make a 30-year-old young fellow like me blush with shame. As Luo Yunyang spoke with a deadpan expression, Luoxuan's face turned red. When he saw Luo Yunyang's innocent-looking face, Luoxuan really felt like giving this fellow a beating. Even though Luoxuan had been proclaimed by many people a young genius, he had never imagined that this person would actually call him a robust turtle. Wasn't this basically a different kind of insult? However, Luo Yunyang also had a right to be prideful. This kid was only in his 30s after all. Age doesn't matter among trash. If I had been in the bloody massacre path, I would probably have become the strongest powerhouse among the star-grade entities 50 years ago. Luoxuan was so furious that he didn't care. He just mouthed off. This statement immediately earned him furious glares from the blood space ruler and every other bloody massacre path powerhouse present. Luoxuan quickly realized that following his impulse was foolish. This gaffe would definitely ignite everyone's wrath. Lowering his head and apologizing at such a helpless time was also out of the question. After all, this concerned the Fiery Sun Path's dignity. The blood space ruler stared icily at Luoxuan. If the pure sun ruler had not been standing beside him, perhaps he would have already slapped Luoxuan right into the ground. Brother Pure Sun, do you share this young man's opinion? The blood space ruler asked frostily as he glanced at the pure sun ruler. The golden-robed pure sun ruler glanced quickly at Luoxuan before chuckling. This young man is too arrogant. Please do not mind him, brother blood space. However, he doesn't seem to be wrong. Don't tell me that you still don't know about the bloody massacre path's youngest generation. Boom. A majestic aura rushed forth from the blood ruler's body, causing streaks of origin source law to take shape in the sky all around. Even Luo Yunyang found it difficult to breathe amid this suppressing aura. A galaxy-grade ruler was really too frightening. Some weaker bloody massacre path blood disciples situated in the Hall of Heroes fell to the ground when pressured by this wave of power. Meanwhile, the 5 powerhouses of the Fiery Sun Path braced against it quietly with an unyielding look on their faces. The young man standing up front seemed particularly determined. A large scarlet sun appeared above his head, shielding the area all around him like a fortress. It seemed like he wasn't even affected by the blood space ruler's crushing might. This display of power was extremely strong. Even the bloody massacre path's strongest member, Xianxia, didn't seem to match up to him right now. The blood space ruler sensed the reactions of the blood disciples below the Hall of Heroes. Although he was still burning with rage, he couldn't allow the disciples beneath him to be humiliated any further. Therefore, he quickly retracted his own aura. The pure sun ruler laughed heartily. Today is your hero meeting, brother blood space. It really was wrong of us to come and disturb it. The combatants have already been decided, so we will settle this at the blood spirit sky's top blood platform tomorrow. How does that sound? Although the pure sun ruler had adopted a courteous, polite stance and said that they were creating a disturbance, his face was clearly telling a different story. The blood space ruler snorted. We shall meet tomorrow then. A blood spirit sky attendant led the pure sun ruler, Luo and the other 4 people over to the top blood district's house reserved for special guests. As Luo walked by Luo Yunyang, he sneered, "I hope you can come and watch the match tomorrow." Although Luo Yunyang was really pissed with Luo, he really didn't have any means of dealing with him at this point in time. All he could do was watch that guy leave haughtily. After the Pure Sun Rulers group left, the Blood Space Ruler glared bitterly at Luo Yunyang, making him feel a little puzzled. He wondered whether that old man had slept on the wrong side of the bed. He hadn't done anything. Why was he staring at him? Tomorrow will determine the reputation of the Bloody Massacre path. You 5 must at least come out victorious in 2 matches. Although the Blood Space Ruler's voice was overcast, there was a strong desire in it. If you aren't even able to win 2 matches, then don't blame me for throwing you into the Blood Fiend Purgatory. We will definitely be able to win 2 matches. Yang Shang was the first to clench his fist and pledge this. A faint gratified smile formed on the Blood Space Ruler's face as he watched the steel-like Yang Shang. Then, he glanced at the Blood Disciples below and said, "Yang Shang and the other 4 people who will be participating in the match have to stay behind. The rest of you can return first. The grand showdown will commence after this match is over. We will do as you bid." Luo Yunyang and the others cupped their fists in the Blood Space Ruler's direction before leaving. Right now, they all felt the same burning fire in their hearts. After all, who wouldn't be furious over this sort of humiliation? A visitor had shown disdain on their turf. Don't lose heart, brother Yunyang. After all, you only entered the Blood Spirit Sky 10 years ago. Perhaps you will get your chance next time this sort of challenge occurs again. Wuka consoled Luo Yunyang as they left together. Luo Yunyang smiled at the solemn-looking Wuka. "I could smack Luo to the ground right now." Wuka glanced at Luo Yunyang and laughed heartily. "I also wish to smack Luo to the ground." Although Wuka found Luo Yunyang's courage laudable, in his heart, he didn't believe that Luo Yunyang had this sort of ability. Chapter 416. An excited crowd. As he was sitting alone in his room, Luo Yunyang intently flipped through the materials in his hand. He felt really dissatisfied deep down. These materials were a record of the challenges between the various paths during the past 1,000 years. 900 years ago, the Acute Metal Path challenged the Bloody Massacre Path and won all 5 battles. 850 years ago, the Autumn Water Path had challenged the Bloody Massacre Path and won 4 out of the 5 battles. 760 years ago, the Fiery Sun Path had challenged the Bloody Massacre Path and won 4 out of the 5 battles, losing only 1. 600 years ago, the Evergreen Path had challenged the Bloody Massacre Path and won all 5 battles. The battle records between the other paths only included 1 record, the battle record between the Autumn Water Path and the Acute Metal Path. The Acute Metal Path had won 3 out of the 5 total battles and lost the remaining 2. Although it seemed like the Autumn Water Path had lost, it was the Acute Metal Path who had actually lost, as the disciples of the Autumn Water Path had ultimately been allowed to view the Acute Metal Path's Sky Book. Although it was still hard for the youngest generation to fully comprehend the complexities of the toughest concepts of the Sky Book within a month, just 1 session of browsing would still enhance one's power, allowing the strong to get even stronger. Unlike the Autumn Water Path, which had managed to maintain its dignity despite its defeat, the Bloody Massacre Path continued to suffer humiliating defeats in each battle they were involved in. Every time they lost, their opponents were allowed to peruse their Sky Book. Although the Bloody Massacre Path was very unhappy about this, they had not challenged the other paths during the past 10,000 years, not because they didn't want to, but because they were too afraid. Meanwhile, the other paths would immediately challenge the Bloody Massacre Path to a battle the moment they recruited excellent disciples. Damn it, all these years and not even 1 victory. Luo Yunyang shook his head helplessly. He did not expect a response to his question. However, he saw Badabu brimming with enthusiasm. "Master, there are 2 main reasons for the multiple defeats recorded here. 1. The disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path are getting worse with each successive generation. 2. This has to do with the Sky Book acquired by the Bloody Massacre Path." Luo Yunyang definitely wasn't interested in looking into that problem. It wasn't nice to know that the successive generations of the Bloody Massacre Path were getting worse. However, he was extremely interested in the second reason, which was related to the Sky Book. "My great master, you should know that the Sky Book of the Bloody Massacre Path, which you browse through every month, is the 5th volume." Badabu moved his small hands across the screen of the device and wrote the number 5. Although he did think that this little chap was overreacting, Luo Yunyang still nodded his head slightly. His nod was a form of acknowledgement that encouraged the little devil, who chimed happily, "My great master, among the 9 volumes of the Sky Book, the 5th volume holds the most central position. If one ranked the different volumes of the Sky Book based on importance, this would be the most important one. I believe you must also have noticed that the diagrams of the origin source laws in the Sky Book are pretty much evenly distributed." As he said this, Badabu scribbled, "evenly distributed," in large letters on the screen. Luo Yunyang had never noticed this even distribution in the Sky Book before. However, after hearing Badabu's words, he did begin to think that the diagrams of the different origin source laws in the Sky Book were indeed quite evenly distributed. Do you know why the other paths have names based on origin source laws to some extent, whereas our path is called the Bloody Massacre Path? The little fiend moved quickly once again, writing the words, "Bloody Massacre," and imprinting them deeply right before Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang kind of understood what the little fiend was trying to say. However, he still wanted to hear the reason right from Badabu's mouth. The little fiend did not disappoint him. He continued writing on the electronic screen. Many of the Sky Books acquired by the other paths present a certain type of origin source law. For example, 80% of the diagrams in the Sky Book of the Fiery Sun Path is mainly based on intense fire origin source law. The remaining 20% is made up of other origin source laws. This cannot only allow the disciples of the intense sun path to experience the intense fire origin source law, but also to train and create other unique paths from the foundation of intense fire origin source law. Because their understanding of this origin source law is more profound, their path cultivation has a higher grade than that of the other paths. For example, their highest rated cultivation is the Great Unrivaled Sun Path, a Tier 2 path formed by combining Fire Origin Law and Radiance Origin Source Law. A Tier 2 cultivation path. Luo Yunyang recalled that most of the cultivation paths he had seen in the Sky Book Hall had been Tier 4. Furthermore, it seemed like there were only Tier 1, Tier 2 or Tier 3 paths. Needless to say that the rest were too far in terms of standards compared to the top ones. Of course, the origin source law of their Sky Book is too undeviating, so they don't have a top-tier cultivation path like your Great Chaotic Hole Path. As he listened to the little fiend's explanation, Luo Yunyang suddenly asked, "If the Bloody Massacre Path is as weak as it seems to be, then why doesn't it rank last among the 9 paths? It seems to rank 4th on the list." Master, there are certain reasons for this. For example, the Bloody Massacre Path is better at assassinations. Besides, the Sky Book of the Bloody Massacre Path also allows us to have considerably more battle power. Speaking of all those years ago, the little fiend suddenly grabbed his neck tightly, as if he was unable to breathe. Although Badabu enjoyed being mischievous, his current manner startled Luo Yunyang. Based on what he saw, the little fiend did not seem to be feigning this. He was really in a lot of pain. "My great master, please forgive Badabu for not being able to say this. Please try to slowly comprehend it on your own." Badabu, who had managed to survive this ordeal, reappeared on the screen. However, he now looked as weak as if he was on the verge of death. Luo Yunyang glanced at him and changed the topic. "What are the chances of us beating the Fiery Sun Path in this match, Badabu?" "They are slim, master." When Luo Yunyang did not reply, Badabu added with a huge sense of relief, "I don't despise Yongshang, but when the Blood Space Ruler showed his might. You have seen for yourself. The young man who made a large sun appear above him cultivates the Great Unrivaled Sun Path. He and Yongshang must be equals in terms of cultivation base. Yongshang may be very strong, but he is slightly weaker in terms of natural aptitude." Luo Yunyang knew that Yongshang's Lightning Fire Path was only a Tier 4 cultivation path. Thus, he did seem to be at a disadvantage against the might of the Tier 2 Great Unrivaled Sun Path. "Take a look at the forum, master. Even though it is overflowing, it is of little use." Badabu seemed to realize that he was unable to speak any longer, so he quickly switched over to the webpage. On the page, Luo Yunyang saw all sorts of information and news related to the upcoming battle. "We definitely mustn't lose this time. The Bloody Massacre Path has already lost many times. This time, we can't lose, no matter what. Yongshang, Tai Wudi, you two are the strongest in my heart. 2 rounds. You guys must win 2 rounds. The Luoshuan fellow is just an eyesore. Come on, everyone, Beat him up so badly that even his mother will no longer be able to recognize him. Yunyang, you said during the last round that you were going to surpass yourself. Make sure that you do not lose this time. Although all these posts were able to arouse strong emotions within the reader, there was not much content. Still, Luo Yunyang sensed immense anger and will to beat the common enemy. He was a member of the Bloody Massacre Path. Thus, regardless of how cruel the training was, the Bloody Massacre Path was still his home in this galaxy. How could a nest exist without any eggs? If there had been no Bloody Massacre Path, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to have this peaceful life. Right now, he felt a strong sense of belonging deep down. Hence, Luo Yunyang also posted on the forum of the Meru realm. This was his first post ever since he had arrived in the Blood Spirit Sky. The post only contained 2 words, good luck. Time flew past really quickly for a cultivator. A day actually passed in the blink of an eye. The entire top blood platform was made of a blood-colored jade. Jade alone could withstand the bombardment of star-grade powerhouses. The array formations on the top blood platform made it even more stable. This was the most reputable arena in the top blood district, so only the final rounds of the grand showdown could take place on the top blood platform. However, the top blood platform seemed to make the entire blood spirit sky boil right now. Disciples from the 4 districts of the blood spirit sky had come, and so had many guards. Even the servants who were able to take time off had gathered there as well. When Luo Yunyang arrived, he saw the Pig Iron Tyrant King and the others. The Pig Iron Tyrant King did not glare at him hatefully this time. On the contrary, he shot him a respectful look when he glanced over. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before realizing that the Pig Iron Tyrant King's respectful look came from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, the order has been decided. Yang Shang will face Kai Linki, Tai Wudi will face Kai Tianya, Yun Dongyang will face Zuoshu, Wen Jingshuan will face Yun Tianbei, and Lu Boing will face the annoying Luoshuan. Luo Yunyang had been about to find a seat to watch the matches when he heard someone shouting. No one objected to the battle order. The strongest would face the strongest, while the weakest would face the weakest. Look, here comes Yun Dongyang, cried someone in the crowd excitedly as he pointed in the direction of Yun Dongyang, who was being escorted by several Bloody Massacre Path attendants. That's Tai Wudi, look at how valiant he is. I didn't expect any less from my idol. Wen Jingshuan has arrived too. Just as the crowd started cheering and lamenting, someone suddenly shouted, bad news. Bad news. Yang Shang, trained too intensely last night and went overboard. He is unable to move right now. Chapter 417. It doesn't matter. Yang Shang was the #1 person in the top blood district and a true king figure in the eyes of most people within the blood spirit sky. When faced with the challenge of the fiery sun path, the first person everyone thought of was Yang Shang. After all, Yang Shang had represented the Bloody Massacre Path and achieved lots of honorable things in the past. How could Yang Shang have gone overboard during training? Most of the people present knew the reason why Yang Shang had gone overboard and lost control. It had been his incessant desire to improve that had caused him to lose his self-control. If there had been no pressure from outsiders, Yang Shang's loss of control might have made some people grin from ear to ear. However, now that the fiery sun path was pressuring them for a showdown, all the blood disciples had unsightly looks on their faces. The blood disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path had already been ridiculed repeatedly by others. Thus, Yang Shang's state made them feel even more disheartened. We have to win at least 2 matches to be able to preserve the dignity of the Bloody Massacre Path. If Yang Shang can't take part, what should we do? Someone who sounded unresigned and furious asked. Tai Wudi, Yun Dongyang and the others exchanged glances. Although they did not want to publicize this matter, they felt really uneasy deep down. Given the challenge issued and Yang Shang's state of mind, it felt as though there were 100 rats scratching away at their hearts. Yang Shang's condition shouldn't be a big problem. He should be able to recover after a year of recuperation, a man who seemed like an attendant said softly as he walked over. His first words allowed many people to breathe a sigh of relief. However, what he said immediately thereafter about the recuperation made their faces tense up. 1 year, 1 freaking year, the match with the fiery sun path could not be pushed a year later. After all, the Bloody Massacre Path had to preserve its dignity, even if they lost completely. Yang Shang's opponent was the fiery sun path's strongest member, Kai Linki. Now that Xianxia had lost control of himself and wasn't in the right condition to even participate in the battle, did this mean that they had to forfeit and admit defeat? Admitting defeat was too difficult for these blood disciples, who had failed time and time again in these matches and eventually had to surrender the sky book that the Bloody Massacre path had considered its most sacred treasure to the other paths, disciples to peruse for free. FCK this. A blood disciple struck a piece of iron hard with his fist. Blood started streaming continuously from his hands at the impact. The ruler can't admit defeat. I have to ask him to take back that order, even if it costs me my life. Me too. The Bloody Massacre path would never admit defeat in this manner, even if we were down to our last person. If there is no one, I will volunteer. I am not afraid to lose. As all sorts of voices were heard one after another, many blood disciples had a murderous glint in their eyes. When Luo Yunyang felt the intent of the blood disciples, his emotions and the passion in his heart were also stirred up. Ha ha ha, this is really disappointing. I thought that even if the Bloody Massacre path were to lose, they would at least put up a fight. Little did I expect that they would pee in their pants even before the battle with Senior K. Linky began. He lost control of himself. What a great excuse. Luoxuan and the other people wearing golden robes strolled in leisurely. The other four powerhouses didn't say anything. Luoxuan was the only one that mocked the Bloody Massacre path impolitely. If looks could kill, then Luoxuan would already have been turned to ashes by the death glares he was getting. However, he talked and laughed at will, seemingly unafraid of anything at this point in time. I'll fight him to death, big brother. A dark-faced man was crazily struggling to escape the grasp of a youngster who was holding him back. Thankfully, the youngster's arm was like a copper wall that rendered his struggles futile. Shut up, what is there for you to fight for? The youngster said as he held the man back. Firstly, you are no match for him. Secondly, you would just be embarrassing the Bloody Massacre path if you got up there. We should trust the ruler on this matter. Quite a number of thoughts rolled through Luo Yunyang's head. He had a feeling that Xianxia losing control was actually a good thing, as it meant that an opportunity had presented itself to him. He ranked 6th on the Blood Spirit combat list after all. Luo Yunyang had already had plans for this showdown, yet the Blood Space ruler hadn't chosen him. Yundong, Tai Wudi, Wen Jingxuan, Lu Bowen. A Bloody Massacre path attendant slowly recited these names. The names called belonged to the 4 strongest martialists of the youngest generations, who would represent the Bloody Massacre path and participate in this match. The moment they were called, the 4 of them emerged from the crowd unhurriedly. The attendant did not speak immediately. Instead, he gazed at the crowd of blood disciples before him. His gaze seemed to make all the blood disciples nervous. They all knew what was going to happen next. Most of the blood disciples in District 3 and District 2 knew that they would not be chosen anyway, yet they still felt a suffocating tension. They felt tense for the people they admired. In most people's eyes, the top 15 martialists in the Blood Spirit combat list, with the exception of the first 5 in rank, were equally strong. According to the analysis of many blood disciples, although some of the people they admired might rank low on the list, they actually had the ability to give the Fiery Sun Path representatives a run for their money. Hence, they believed that if these people were selected to replace Xianxia, they might have a chance to win. Thus, all sorts of tense emotions and anxiety filled their hearts. The rest of the top 15, Luo Yunyang included, were all full of anticipation. They didn't care if they won or lost. They just wanted to get in on the action. Luo Yunyang. The attendant finally spat out the last name. Although Luo Yunyang was able to keep his calm, he still couldn't help but clench his fist when he heard his name. Right now, he considered this match very important. You can do it, Luo Yunyang. You're so shameless that you certainly won't lose. A coarse, thick voice reverberated. When Luo Yunyang heard it, he felt like he was going to trip and fall. Goddamn, what an impressive, encouraging voice. Luo Yunyang knew perfectly well who it was even without looking back. It was the Pig Iron Tyrant King. Besides him, there was no one else with such a magnificent manly voice. A burst of laughter resounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. Luo Yunyang waved his hand toward the Pig Iron Tyrant King, who was making all sorts of cheering gestures at him, then followed Tai Wudi and the others into the hall. The Blood Space ruler was sitting majestically in the middle of the hall. However, based on the stately aura emanating from him, he wasn't in a good mood. In fact, the Blood Space ruler had been in a foul mood ever since the Fiery Sun Path people had appeared the previous day. However, He was helpless in the face of this situation. Although he was a blood ruler who didn't fear the pure sun ruler in terms of power, he was not confident in the Bloody Massacre Path's blood disciples. The Bloody Massacre Path had been losing badly. Lending out their sky book was a small matter. There was simply too much information in the sky books, so even he had only comprehended a tiny drop of that vast ocean of knowledge. The information the younger generations were able to comprehend in the sky book was even less. However, the spirit of the entire Bloody Massacre Path was taking a beating from these constant losses. Just as he had been looking forward to this showdown and getting some good results, Xianxia had gone overboard during training and lost control of himself. The blood space ruler was to blame for Xianxia's inability to control himself. If he hadn't made Xianxia shoulder so much responsibility and comprehend things that were out of his league, Xianxia wouldn't have suffered this fate. The purpose of this was to increase Xianxia's chances of defeating xianxia. However, he hadn't expected that this would lead to Xianxia losing control. Greetings, ruler. Luo Yunyang and the other 5 people marched respectfully toward the blood space ruler and bowed. The blood space ruler's eyes fell on their bodies before he shook his head gently. Among the 5 of them, Yunyang's cultivation base was the most advanced. However, the blood space ruler had no confidence in him. Yunyang was considered an old man in the top blood district. He had participated in this challenge no less than 10 times and failed every time. Only Tai Wudi and Wen Jingxuan were newcomers who had not participated before. Thus, he still had some confidence in them. Ruler, I have something to say. As the blood space ruler was lost in thought, Tai Wudi stood up abruptly and said, now that Xianxia is unable to battle, I am willing to face xianxia. Tai Wudi's eyes were beaming with great confidence, while his words gave off a murderous, destructive vibe. The blood space ruler felt much better as he watched the confident Tai Wudi. After all, the fact that Tai Wudi had stepped forward and volunteered to fight for the Bloody Massacre Path at this crucial junction was very heartwarming. However, he knew very well that Tai Wudi was no match for xianxia. Even Xianxia's chances of winning had been less than 20%. It is good that you have this intent. The blood space ruler smiled as he spoke to Tai Wudi. However, I have already decided on the matchups. Everything is set in stone. As soon as he said that, his gaze landed on Tai Wudi, who seemed like he still wanted to speak. The Bloody Massacre Path has lost more than a dozen challenge matches during the last 1,000 years. We mustn't lose any more. The blood space ruler glanced at Yunyang and the others. The 4 of you must remember this. No matter what, we have to secure at least 2 wins in these 4 battles. Understand? How could Luo Yunyang not understand what the blood space ruler implied? In the blood space ruler's opinion, Luo Yunyang was only participating to fill in a gap. It didn't really matter whether he was there or not. Luo Yunyang, who had been looking forward to this with great ambition, got pissed off by the way he was treated. However, under the crushing might of the blood space ruler, he knew that it was useless to say anything. Chapter 418. No regrets for the bloodshed on the battle stage. The Fiery Sun Path and the Bloody Massacre Path challenge match is starting. The first battle, Lu Bowen vs. Luoxuan, begins now. A resonating voice resounded across the blood battle platform. Then, Lu Bowen and Luoxuan appeared on the blood battle platform at almost the same time. The taller Lu Bowen had a solemn expression on his face, but Luoxuan seemed totally frivolous. As the 5th in rank martialist on the blood spirit combat list, Lu Bowen was inherently one of the strongest martialists in the top blood district and was considered the 3rd strongest person there. However, due to the rise of Tai Wudi and Wen Jingxuan, Lu Bowen had dropped to 5th place. According to a certain analysis, Lu Bowen's status was still presenting a downward trend. The reason behind this was that Lu Bowen's cultivation base had not improved much ever since the Blood Spirit Sky Grand Showdown 30 years ago. Therefore, many people weren't optimistic about him. Lu Bowen practiced 2 types of origin source law, the Fire Origin Source Law and the Earth Origin Source Law. Those 2 origin source laws were considered the most difficult origin source laws to combine. However, Lu Bowen had used both of them to form his own unique path, the meteorite path. He had also created his own technique, the meteorite fist. Although he had only created 4 moves for his technique, this had been enough for him to acquire an extraordinary position in the blood spirit sky. Oh, you are Lu Bowen. I heard that you were only able to take 3 blows from Ning Dao's from the Autumn Water Path during the challenge match. Luoxuan said sarcastically when he faced Lu Bowen. His words made Lu Bowen grimace. That challenge was simply taboo to Lu Bowen. It absolutely wasn't allowed to be mentioned, yet Luoxuan had actually brought it up without the slightest scruple. In an instant, Lu Bowen's eyes were blazing. I have fought against Ning Dao's before. He was no match for me. A loser is a loser. So are you here to hand me my points? Luoxuan's ridiculing words didn't just embarrass Lu Bowen, but all the blood disciples of the blood spirit sky as well. It seemed that one of them was sharp and unkind, while the other one was an unsophisticated introvert. The blood space ruler did not speak at all. Although there was no change in his facial expression, his gaze had become extremely harsh. Ha ha ha, brother blood space, the childlike Luoxuan likes to shoot his mouth off. However, there is one good thing about him. The pure sun ruler smiled. This kid absolutely wouldn't lie. Some time ago, he did meet the childlike Ning Daos from the Autumn Water Path. The two of them fought, and he really won. The blood space ruler snorted silently. Although the pure sun ruler didn't say anything else, a faint smile remained etched on his face. Actually, I really wanted to fight the true bloody massacre path's elite this time. Battling with people like you is just a waste of time. Luoxuan said disdainfully. Lu Bowen kept his cool as he said softly, perhaps you are the one wasting my time. It seems that I've really underestimated you. I hope you don't disappoint me too much. Come on, give me 2 punches. Let's see if you can measure up to your words. Oh, alright, I'll let you take 4 punches first. Luoxuan raised 4 fingers and chuckled. I know that your fist technique only has 4 moves. I will let you use 4 moves then. This was just plain provocation, as well as a great insult. Lu Bowen glanced at Luoxuan and nodded. As you wish. Then, Lu Bowen took a deep breath and immediately blasted his fist right towards Luoxuan. The blazing scarlet fist turned into 10 flaming scarlet rays, like a meteorite shower about to batter Luoxuan. This was the first move of Lu Bowen's meteorite fist. Each of the 10 flaming scarlet rays was as fast as lightning, and each one looked like a real fist as it filled up its own area in the sky. They were like the meteorites high up in the sky, scattering into 10 pieces at once. Beneath the platform, Luo Yunyang watched Lu Bowen's attack. The moment the 10 meteorites appeared, Luo Yunyang's eyes became solemn. Lu Bowen was indeed talented. He was among the top 5 people of the top blood district after all. However, this was not all there was to Lu Bowen's fist strike. After this punch, he got prepared for the next one, which would be much more powerful. Just as Luo Yunyang had imagined, the moment the 10 meteorites were about to strike, Luoxuan's body transformed into a golden light that disappeared in an instant without leaving a trace. This was too fast. Less than 10% of the blood disciples watching the match were able to see his movements. Luo Yunyang, who naturally saw everything clearly, shook his head unconsciously. Lu Bowen's fist technique was strong, but it was really difficult for him to beat Luoxuan, whose speed exceeded his capabilities, 100 meteorite fists. Lu Bowen exclaimed, thanks to a variation of his fist movement, the 10 flaming scarlet meteorites became 100,000 meteorite fists. Lu Bowen exclaimed once again, his face already turning red when he used this move. The 1,000 meteorite fists was actually Lu Bowen's limit. After all, it was not easy to split the power in his body into 1,000 parts. This also involved origin source laws, as well as cultivation paths. However, Luoxuan was really fast. He was like a really quick fish in water, darting and dodging Lu Bowen's attacks constantly as he appeared and disappeared without a trace. He dodged the first strike, the second strike, the third strike. Alright, we surrender this match. The blood space ruler shouted as he glanced at Lu Bowen, who was about to throw another punch. When he heard this, Lu Bowen flushed with anger and stared at the blood space ruler. I have not lost, ruler. I have yet to execute my last strike. Your last strike is indeed powerful, but you will die as soon as you unleash it. The blood space ruler said in an unquestionable tone. Go rest up. Although Lu Bowen looked embarrassed, he did back off before replying firmly, I would rather die than retreat, ruler. His voice became mellower as he added, I have represented the bloody massacre path a total of 9 times, and each one ended in defeat. I can't lose again. His words silenced everyone around momentarily. Even if he were to die, he had to win. This was Lu Bowen's heartfelt thought right now. He was risking it all. When Lu Bowen decided to fight until the end, he clenched his teeth, showing everyone that he was determined to die trying. The blood disciples gazed at Lu Bowen in admiration. They understood his emotions as well as his thoughts. What would they do in Lu Bowen's place? One of the characteristics of a loser is that he keeps failing. If you want to see how badly he is going to lose, he definitely won't disappoint you. I guess you'll persevere till you meet your end, won't you? Come on, show me your final move. Luoxuan waved his hand gently after his boastful trash talk. Don't worry, I will not retaliate. The Blood Space Ruler pondered this for a moment as he watched Lu Bowen on the Blood Battle platform. In the end, he said frostily, stand down. The Bloody Massacre path has nurtured you for many years. Although this challenge match is important, it still cannot be compared to your life. Your life is way more important. If you are going to waste your life, then we would rather forego this sort of challenge matches. The Blood Space Ruler waved his sleeves when he was done speaking, his eyes brimming with determination. However, Lu Bowen had already punched Luoxuan again. As he struck out, countless flaming meteorites blasted out of his fists like fireworks. Every single one of them shone extremely brightly, engulfing the entire sky. As the ruler in charge, the Blood Space Ruler could have stopped Lu Bowen as he unleashed his strike. However, the Blood Space Ruler eventually chose to remain silent and watch the strike. He knew that if he had stopped Lu Bowen would have found it difficult to make any cultivating progress, even if he were to establish himself in the Bloody Massacre path in the future. The countless flaming meteors looked like a constellation that captivated anyone who saw it. However, as that punch was released, Luo Yunyang saw clearly that Lu Bowen's face had started to turn a strange red color. This was a move that consumed one's entire capacity. Luoxuan currently couldn't be seen at all among the falling meteors. Concurrently, the huge elevated stage was also enveloped by the flaming meteors. No one spoke, no one uttered a word. Almost everyone chose to remain silent. During this silence, the flaming meteors disappeared. Luoxuan and Lu Bowen appeared. Through the dust at the same time, Lu Bowen was on the verge of collapsing, while Luoxuan's face was equally unsightly. On his chest was a fist-sized hole. Although the hole was only 3 inches deep and not fatal, it was a ruthless shock for the proud Luoxuan. He glowered at Lu Bowen and snorted, yet before he had a chance to speak, the Pure Sun Ruler said indifferently, "All right, this battle ends here." Lu Bowen's face darkened as he glared at Luoxuan, who was standing in front of him, before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing onto the Blood Battle platform. He was in a very bad state. Practically everyone could gauge his condition. Luo Yunyang, Wen Jingxuan and Tai Wudi rushed onto the Blood Battle platform. Numerous figures hurried up the Blood Battle platform in succession. Blood kept dripping constantly from the corner of Lu Bowen's mouth. His eyes had a look of extreme regret. There were supposed to be no regrets for the blood shed on the battle stage. Chapter 419. Burning Blood. The second match will be Wen Jingxuan vs Yun Tianbei. The deep voice sounded once again from the Blood Battle platform. The atmosphere was drabber compared to Lu Bowen's battle. Luoxuan smirked as he returned to his seat. He was about to sprout some cynical remarks when he was stopped by K. Linky's glare. Luoxuan feared K. Linky greatly. Therefore, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue when he saw K. Linky's death stare. Wen Jingxuan, who was wearing blood-colored robes, looked quiet and easygoing. Yun Tianbei, who seemed at ease in his golden garment, appeared to shine brighter than most. The two of them stood on the high platform, facing each other and giving off a picturesque vibe. Neither of them said anything, yet when the two men landed, they immediately locked gazes with each other. They did not move or take out their weapons. However, the risks involved as they just stood there were frightening. The Blood Space Ruler and the Pure Sun Ruler did not speak. Although this level of competition was like child's play to them, the intense atmosphere of this tense match excited both rulers as they waited with eager anticipation. Luo Yunyang also looked forward to this. He knew that the moment Wen Jingzan or Yun Tianbei made a move, it would definitely be an earth-shaking blow. This strike would determine the winner and the loser of the match. It was uncommon for star-grade martialists to compete in terms of raw power or control over origin source laws. This sort of battle might seem shocking and thrilling, but comparing people of the same level would actually only look aesthetically pleasing. What they were competing over was their control and use of their cultivation paths. This kind of competition would usually end with a single blow. Time ticked slowly, yet nobody, not the two competitors or the spectators, showed any sign of annoyance. In fact, no one even showed any form of impatience. Lu Bowen coughed softly before quickly covering his mouth. What he needed right now was to find a place to rest. However, he refused and firmly insisted on watching from the stands. Time continued to pass slowly. From his position, Luo Yunyang was able to clearly see that beads of sweat had started to form on Wen Jingxuan's brow. However, Wen Jingxuan was still as unmoving as a rock. Although Yun Tianbei hadn't started to perspire yet, he had also started to look anxious. Kill! Yun Tianbei spat out before his hands moved, conjuring countless flaming spots that looked like stars in the sky and bored towards Wen Jingxuan. Every flaming spot was very small. However, as they fused together, they appeared like an entire constellation of stars. Luo Yunyang didn't dare look down on these flaming spots, as every single one of them possessed an unimaginable amount of power. These spots were spinning rapidly like a spiraling galaxy in the universe that was solely under Yun Tianbei's control. They were everywhere. There was no place to hide or evade them. Wen Jingxuan did not move. He seemed stunned as he stood in place, oblivious to the blazing ball of fire heading towards him. Some blood disciples watching the match felt as if they were on the battlefield themselves. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm as they watched Wen Jingxuan remain motionless. These exclamations didn't seem to affect Wen Jingxuan or Yun Tianbei as the flaming spots hovered in the void like stars in the sky. The atmosphere seemed to stand still at the moment. However, when the first speck of flaming star nicked Wen Jingxuan's clothes, he suddenly moved. The sword in his hands went straight for the concentration of flaming stars. Great move. The first person to say something wasn't from the bloody massacre path. It was Kei Linki from the fiery sun path. The golden-robed Kei Linki was shining like a blazing sun in approval. There was no sarcasm in his words whatsoever. Wen Jingxuan stabbed his long sword right into the flaming star. The star wasn't too big, yet when it came into contact with Wen Jingzhan's long sword, a large amount of energy erupted from it. The flaming star cracked a little during this collision with the long sword. As little cracks appeared on it, the flaming star that was about to consume Wen Jingxuan seemed to stop in its track as it hovered in midair. Suddenly, everyone understood that Wen Jingxuan's sword had tackled the heart of the problem. His sword had already located the nucleus of Yun Tianbei's flaming star. Once the star was broken, he would win the fight. Countless fists clenched tightly for a moment. Luo Yunyang's fists were also clenched. He didn't know what would happen next. Right now, he only felt his heart beat faster as he awaited eagerly the upcoming victory. Yun Tianbei's sleeves flapped constantly as the stuck flaming star was cracking uncontrollably. However, despite the cracking sounds it made, the star still did not shatter. Wen Jingxuan started to turn pale slowly as the flaming spots on the star began to fall again. They kept falling bit by bit. This was the moment of victory or defeat, the moment of life or death. No one dared make a sound or even breathe. Everyone knew that the battle between these two had reached its final climax. A drop of the flaming star fell onto Wen Jingxuan's body and scorching flames engulfed his body in an instant. Meanwhile, Yun Tianbei waved his arm, instantly extinguishing the golden flames that had already wrapped around Wen Jingxuan. Although Wen Jingxuan was gripping his sword, his hands were shaking. "I lost," he said as he looked at the flaming spots around him while sheathing his sword. His eyes were filled with melancholy. "If this competition had only been between the two of us, then I would have admitted that you won by finding my flaws. I guess you were always ahead of me during this battle." Yun Tianbei told Wen Jingxuan. "Your battle consciousness is very strong, but your cultivation base is still considerably weaker than mine, which resulted in your inability to break my flaming star's core. You are a respectable opponent." Wen Jingxuan smiled bitterly before he turned and cupped his hands in salute in the direction of the blood space ruler. Then, he walked over to Lu Bowen's side. 2 defeats in 2 battles. If they had suffered 2 defeats in 2 battles in the past, the morale of the Bloody Massacre Path's elites would have taken a hit. However, although they were down 2-0, the morale of the Bloody Massacre Path disciples was still unprecedentedly high. Even the Blood Space Ruler had a smile on his face. He was already prepared to lose these battles. However, the disciples who had taken part in these fights hadn't disappointed him. There were huge flaws in terms of origin source laws in the Bloody Massacre Path's Sky Book, yet as long as their spirit was undefeated, the Blood Space Ruler would still find ways to make up for it. Seems like the Bloody Massacre Path has qualified successors. The Pure Sun Ruler smiled at the Blood Space Ruler as he spoke. Those 2 are good seedlings. The Blood Space Ruler nodded and replied proudly, not too bad. During the lull, Tai Wudi, who was supposed to be taking part in the third battle, came out. He was holding a giant blade and seemed to radiate an invincible power that intensified with every step he took. His opponent was also a tall, big man in a scarlet robe. The man, who had a rosy face, was holding a scarlet axe. It was xianxia from the Fiery Sun Path, who cultivated the Berserker's Path. This path was composed of raging wind and blazing fire, so he grasped the tempo of the battle firmly in most battles. However, xianxia discovered that everything was out of his control this time. As he faced this person, he felt instinctive dread. This dread made him feel uneasy. By the time he was ready to launch an attack, Tai Wudi had already swung his blade. Two people, as well as a blade and an axe, clashed frantically in midair. The rolling flame and the boundless power of the metallic blood burned the entire blood battle platform into a crimson color. In an instant, it became difficult to distinguish anything clearly. No one knew what was iron, what was blood, and what was human flesh. They kept fighting in a battle that made everyone's blood burn. Almost all the spectators couldn't help but stand up. The arrival of such an explosive battle was a huge surprise. However, at the same time, they also felt extremely happy and hopeful. They were looking forward to the outcome of this battle and the result of the final collision. Boom! The collision resonated throughout the blood battle platform like the sound of primal chaos. The Bloody Ray and the Scarlet Ray, which had originally occupied the blood battle platform, dispersed immediately. Everyone witnessed a scene that every bloody massacre path disciple would never forget. Tai Wudi, who was left with one arm, was holding his blade against xianxia's neck. Although xianxia wasn't injured too seriously, he was in a very vulnerable spot. The blade pressed against his neck could take his life at any moment. Even though he was holding the blade against xianxia's neck, Tai Wudi had lost an arm and sustained hundreds of intricate scars on his chest. He was also missing a leg. However, all he needed was to move a little and xianxia would be dead. I have been defeated. xianxia's voice sounded dry as he gazed at the demon-like Tai Wudi. However, there was nothing but respect in his eyes as he looked at Tai Wudi in this horrendous condition. Although his injuries would heal up shortly given the Bloody Massacre Path's abilities, by enduring so many attacks in order to set up a fatal blow, he had gained xianxia's respect. This was their first victory. No one cheered or said anything. However, there was a sparkle in most people's eyes. Chapter 420. A titanic burden on one's shoulders, we finally won one. Ha ha ha. The Pig Iron Tyrant King was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he slammed his solid muscular palms into his companion. As his huge palm smacked his companion, the poor companion was immediately floored by his extraordinary strength. Old Iron, you, cough, cough. When he heard the words, Old Iron, the Pig Iron Tyrant King got even more excited. Yes, I am your Old Iron. From now on, if anyone dares bully you, just tell me. I will look after you, my brother. The smacked companion was on the verge of tears. As he coughed violently, he said loudly, Can you stop then? I am about to vomit blood. The Pig Iron Tyrant King glanced at his huge palm and said sheepishly, Ha 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 ha. I just got too excited. What the hell, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought that you were doing this on purpose. The Pig Iron Tyrant King's companion was fuming, as every smack he had received had really hurt him. Everything depends on the next fight. The companion lamented, Aren't there 2 more fights? The Pig Iron Tyrant King asked with a puzzled frown. Did you get knocked on your head? Look at who Luo Yunyang is facing. It's K Linky, alright. This is the final battle. Don't let me down, Yundongyang. His companion shot him a slightly distasteful look. The Pig Iron Tyrant King was a good fighter, but he really lacked IQ. The Pig Iron Tyrant King scratched his head and replied, That naughty kid Luo Yunyang is actually very strong. As the two of them were talking, a golden figure walked up to the stage. It was Zuoshu. Zuoshu got up on the platform and stood there quietly. However, while he stood still, he looked as though he was completely integrated with the world around him. As Luo Yunyang looked at Zuoshu, he realized that although he wasn't handsome, he had a unique charm. Perhaps it was because of the attention he was paying to this match, but Luo Yunyang decided to use his attribute regulator to examine Zuoshu. Power: 68 speed, 63 constitution, 45 mind, 156. Although he had only 4 attributes, judging by his mind attribute, Luo Yunyang believed that Yundongyang was at a disadvantage. Zuoshu seemed to have a certain self-restraint. Yun Dongyang hadn't gone up to the stage yet. Meanwhile, Zuoshu had already been on the stage for 5 minutes. This was a little awkward for Yun Dongyang. The blood disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path, who had originally been excited for this match, were now silent. They were no fools after all. If Yun Dongyang had not made a move yet, there had to be a problem. Hence, they all shifted their gazes onto Yun Dongyang. The blood space ruler didn't look at Yun Dongyang. He just sat silently, waiting for Yun Dongyang to speak. "Ruler, I concede." Yun Dongyang was still in his blood-colored robes, and his face was well hidden. However, his voice was loud and clear. His words were like a huge slap across the faces of the many people present. Yun Dongyang had surrendered. This was a result most people hadn't expected. Hence, many people started to look at Yun Dongyang in disgust and disdain. Although when Jingshuan had lost, he had been defeated honorably, Lu Bowen had also been defeated, but he had tried his very best. Just when everyone's emotions had been stirred with hope for victory and the burden had been placed on Yun Dongyang's shoulders, he had chosen to surrender. This was unbearable. The blood space ruler studied Yun Dongyang, who was standing before him. Then, he glanced at Zuoshu, who was standing still as an oak on the blood battle platform. In the end, he shook his head. He didn't blame Yun Dongyang. He actually understood Yun Dongyang's motives very well. Yun Dongyang was an incredibly rational person who was highly proficient in the Mirage Path, so he performed the most sophisticated calculations. If he had surrendered, it really meant that there were 0 chances of him winning. There was nothing to gain by trying his very best. Actually, he might even sustain severe injuries. Thus, Yun Dongyang had chosen to surrender straightforwardly. From a personal point of view, making such a decision wasn't wrong. In the past, the blood space ruler would have even praised him for making such a wise choice. Blood disciples needed to develop keen judgment during a battle, as this was the only way they would survive future bloodbaths. Objectively speaking, Yun Dongyang was also very smart and astute. He had very good interpersonal skills and handled himself perfectly. However, the blood space ruler couldn't help but feel a sweeping disappointment upon hearing Yun Dongyang's decision. It was a disappointment that he would never show, yet for a moment, he thought that disciples who had this sort of highly calculative nature, or rather absurdly calculative nature, and lacked a drive and personal principles were very detestable. All right, the blood space ruler was calm and emotionless. When he acknowledged Yun Dongyang's words, the blood battle platform that had originally been fired up suddenly became cold. Wolfman Dong Kanu and the other blood disciples refused to believe what had just happened. However, facts were facts. Yun Dongyang has surrendered. The Fiery Sun Path has won 3 out of 4 battles. A mechanical voice echoed again from the high platform. 4 victories in 5 battles. The Fiery Sun Path's challenge had been successful. Let's go. Wolfman Dong Kanu's companion sounded dispirited as he dragged Dong Kanu away. Although the competition among blood disciples of different districts was intense under normal circumstances, the current situation had instinctively united them against the same enemy. They had even thought about making a comeback after Tai Wudi's hard-fought victory. However, they now realized that it had just been wishful thinking on their part. Most of the Bloody Massacre Path's blood disciples had pinned their hopes on Yun Dongyang. Unfortunately, Yun Dongyang, who had had such a pivotal role to play, had admitted defeat at such a critical moment. When he surrendered, the match that countless people had placed their full attention on came to an end. Dong Kanu was reluctant, yet in the end, he still followed his companion. There was no reason to stay, as the Fiery Sun Path members would be holding their heads high and celebrating their victory. In an instant, more than half of the people had dispersed. Brother Blood Space, when do we get to see the Sky Book? The Pure Sun ruler was calm. There was not even a hint of impudence about him. The Blood Space ruler's expression didn't change much either. He was a galaxy-grade ruler after all. He had to remain composed while dealing with matters like this. I will make some arrangements. As the blood space ruler was about to speak, the mechanical voice echoed around again. The 5th battle will be between Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki. This mechanical voice somehow pissed the blood space ruler off slightly. He actually felt an impulse to smash it into pieces. However, there was still 1 battle left. When he glanced up at the high platform, he saw that there was already a figure standing on the blood battle platform. Kei Linki was still in his seat. That was not Kei Linki, it was Luo Yunyang. Wasn't it a disgrace that he had scampered up the stage so joyfully? Did he know who Xianxia was? Xianxia was considered one of the best star-grade entities in the galaxy. What was Luo Yunyang doing up on the stage? Suddenly, a thought sprouted in the blood space ruler's mind. Although Luo Yunyang would be defeated, this was still better than nothing. Dong Kanu and the others, who had already left, were 1 kilometer away when they stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Luo Yunyang. This kid is trying to show off again. If he beats Xianxia, I will write off all my grudges against him. The wolfman muttered as he glanced at the figure on the tall stage. The pig iron tyrant king, the eldest senior brother, and all the blood disciples that had lost to Luo Yunyang before looked at him quietly. He totally shocked me last time. It was actually a crushing defeat. Let's hope that he can put on a spectacular display this time too. Senior Qin Donglai said in anticipation. However, in most people's opinion, Luo Yunyang had already reached his limits when he had comprehended the first stage of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. The fact that he had defeated Qin Donglai meant that he possessed a certain level of ability. However, he had only entered the Blood Spirit Sky 10 years ago. If it had not been for his minuscule success in cultivating the Great Chaotic Whole Path, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Qin Donglai. We would surely squash a bug if it was crawling on our necks. However, Luo Yunyang would surely reply that he is a kind-hearted soul that would never kill anyone. If you asked him what he would do instead, he would definitely say that he would find a fat guy and stuff the bug into his collar. This kid is such a bad SS that he may even win. The pig iron tyrant king seemed to have forgotten the past grudge between him and Luo Yunyang. His eyes were now filled with eager anticipation. Luoxuan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yunyang from his seat. He had a distasteful look on his face as he said, "How ignorant." He got up on the stage instead of surrendering before he has to face Xianxia. Is he really not afraid of getting beaten? Luoxuan couldn't relax unless he said what was on his mind. He still wasn't prepared to stop, so he pleaded with Xianxia, "You need not take action, sir. Let me handle this. I will give him such a good spanking that even his mom won't be able to recognize him." Xianxia waved his hand. Although he was proud, he knew that if he allowed Luoxuan to take over, the bloody massacre path would be really offended. This wasn't what they wanted. Just as Xianxia was about to get up, the pure sun ruler's voice rang out. "Don't go overboard. Stop when you have to." Xianxia didn't say anything. He just nodded respectfully, took a step forward and landed on the high platform. As the two men stood on opposite ends of the high platform, their killing intent saturated the atmosphere instantly. "Luo Yunyang, it's all up to you now." A feeble voice was heard from afar. Although this was a little sudden, Luo Yunyang still turned in the direction of the voice and nodded to express his gratitude. Most of the other blood disciples gazed at Luo Yunyang serenely. In their opinion, this battle was just starting. Chapter 421, Breaking Mountains and Rivers, this is not an equal match. Wen Jingxuan exclaimed. Although he was already plastered with quite a lot of medicine, he still seemed to be lacking in strength. After all, he had consumed too much of his energy a short while earlier. Tai Wudi, who had a newly regenerated set of hands and legs and was currently rejuvenating his strength in a crystal glass, lamented, if Luo Yunyang was given 100 years, he might just be able to reach the highest standards of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. If that happened, we might just achieve victory. There is also a possibility that he might blow himself up before that happens. Lu Bowen chimed in with a soft chuckle. Of course, he was only joking. He didn't mean anything by that. Since they didn't have any expectations for this battle, the disciples from the bloody massacre path were rather relaxed. The humiliation they felt didn't go away, but the fact that they expected nothing naturally helped them calm down. "Go ahead and make the first move," Xianxia said faintly. "However, if you cannot handle this anymore, you can ask me to stop." Xianxia seemed to have great poise at this point in time. However, this was only because he felt certain of his victory. Luo Yunyang was disgusted by Xianxia's attitude. It seemed as though Xianxia disregarded him completely as a competitor. "Thanks, the same goes for you. If you cannot handle this, you may also ask me to stop," Luo Yunyang said. Deep inside, he felt a little annoyed. However, he remained calm and composed on the outside. Xianxia stared blankly at Luo Yunyang for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. This lad was too young and immature to be saying this. Did he actually think that he would win the battle by saying a few bold words? He found it funny that Luo Yunyang was talking big at such a crucial juncture. However, as he took note of Luo Yunyang, he sensed some sort of threat about him. It was an instinctive threat. This threatening sensation made Linky stay vigilant. He suddenly realized that the young man standing before him didn't seem as weak as he had imagined. When Luo Yunyang spoke, a blade appeared in his hand. The blade, which was blood red, had the curvature of a crescent moon. It was a blade familiar to every single disciple of the Bloody Massacre path. One could purchase a blade like that at only a cost of $5. Since you are unresigned, I will just have to teach you a lesson. Linky said as he drew a long golden blade. The blade, which was about 7 feet long, had lots of adornments and slightly resembled a pike. The Golden Sun Blade is a treasured weapon of choice for the great unrivaled sun path that is separated into 1,000 layered waves, or an ocean that forms a world. The pure sun ruler's face broke into a faint smile. Linky had definitely not disappointed him. When Linky had first entered the arena, he had been worried that he would be too arrogant to allow the Bloody Massacre path to save any face. What they wanted was to browse through the sky book, not let their disciples engage in a life-and-death battle against the disciples of the Bloody Massacre path. Furthermore, at that point in time, victory was already theirs. Although there was still one last battle, from the ruler's point of view, victory was in the bag. He had already instructed Linky to be courteous during the battle. However, he never would have expected that this young lad would use the Golden Sun Blade. That would be giving them too much face. When he glanced in the direction of the Blood Sky Ruler, he saw that he was smiling in a similar fashion. Obviously, the Blood Sky Ruler knew the capabilities of the Golden Sun Blade, as well as its significance. Senior brother Linky is really going overboard, Luoxuan said unhappily. The boss has already instructed us to be polite to our competitors. Doing this would totally cause us to lose their respect. Zuoshu kind of disliked Luoxuan. Since the battle outcome wasn't decided yet, it was useless to speak so much about it. In this case, there was no need to jump to conclusions. However, he didn't express any of his thoughts openly. Instead, he just said, "Things are not as simple as they seem. Our boss might have just met a worthy opponent." Ha ha ha, are you kidding me, Zuoshu? How is that even possible? I have done a background check on that lad, and it turns out that he's just a brat who entered the Blood Spirit Sky recently. Even if Yang Shang was the opponent standing before us, he still would be no match for our boss. Luoxuan added disdainfully. Zuoshu believed that it was pointless to keep reasoning with Luoxuan. That chap was beyond redemption. Who was he to determine the outcome of a battle that hadn't even started yet? Furthermore, judging by his courage to step forward and fight, Luo Yunyang definitely was no simple opponent. Fools often spoke faster than they could think. Hence, Zuoshu did not react much to anything Luoxuan said. Luoxuan could tell by Zuoshu's reaction that the man disliked him. He secretly hated Zuoshu's chilly attitude towards him, but dared not have a fight with Zuoshu. Take this, Linky said with a wave of his blade. The large, mighty golden sun blade exuded 1,000 golden rays that shot in Luo Yunyang's direction. This was a mystic art of the great unrivaled sun path that could only be unleashed by the Golden Sun Blade. This mystic art was called 1,000 layered waves. The 1,000 layered waves was an encompassing move. Each layered wave got increasingly powerful. Thus, most opponents who fought against Linky knew that the moment this move was used, victory was more or less guaranteed. Furthermore, when caught by 1,000 layered waves, struggling to get out was no easy task. In the whole Blood Spirit Sky, perhaps only Yang Shang and Tai Wudi would be able to break free from the 1,000 layered waves. This move was so powerful that even someone as skilled as Wen Jingxuan might struggle to break out of it. The moment that Luo Yunyang seemed to be completely surrounded by the 1,000 layered waves and about to be consumed, he waved the blood-red blade quickly. A blade light shot forward and headed towards the surging 1,000 layered golden lights. He's overestimating himself. How is it possible for him to even deflect the 1,000 layered waves in a single move? Luoxuan said in contempt as he watched Luo Yunyang wield his blade. He had always disliked Luo Yunyang. Thus, his words got even meaner when he saw Luo Yunyang wield that clumsy, blunt-looking blade. However, before he could finish speaking, a black shadow started to appear within the golden rays. In the blink of an eye, numerous golden rays were enveloped by the revolving black shadow. An explosive clanging sound rang out as a series of collisions occurred. Then, The black shadows and golden rays parted again. Actually, it seemed more like the golden rays rushed out of the encirclement of the black shadows. Both Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki appeared on the stage again. Kei Linki was still holding the dazzling golden sun blade in his hands. However, there were droplets of blood dripping down the hand that wielded the blade. Kei Linki was injured. There were frightened, panicked looks on everyone's faces when they saw the droplets of blood. They never would have expected that someone as strong and powerful as Kei Linki would actually get injured during a brawl like this. Nobody had expected this. However, the Blood Sky ruler did not look impressed. He was able to feel the difference in terms of cultivation base between Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki. He also believed that he knew what Luo Yunyang was like. Luo Yunyang had only comprehended a small part of the great chaotic whole path. Thus, he was able to create some mystic arts based on it. While these mystic arts had unexpectedly injured Kei Linki, they still were no match for a top-tier entity like the Blood Sky ruler himself. How is that possible? How can Kei Linki be hurt? Luoxuan said as he watched in horror. As far as Luoxuan was concerned, Kei Linki was invincible and second to none in terms of skill. Thus, it was just not possible for him to get defeated. However, Kei Linki had actually gotten injured this time. Furthermore, the person who had injured him was someone entirely unexpected. Even Zuoshu, who was usually calm, had stood up unconsciously. He's using the great chaotic whole path, Zuoshu said confidently after scrutinizing Luo Yunyang. The great chaotic whole path. You guys are really trying. The Pure Sun ruler said indifferently. The Blood Sky ruler shook his head silently. He knew what the Pure Sun ruler meant. Actually, he really hadn't been that willing to let Luo Yunyang cultivate the great chaotic whole path. Learning it had been Luo Yunyang's own choice. The great chaotic whole path. I would never have expected that there would still be people who are cultivating the great chaotic whole path in the bloody massacre path. Kei Linki continued to allow the blood to drip from his hands as his gaze remained focused on Luo Yunyang. The way he stared at him was similar to the way a hunter stared at his prey. I think it was a pity that I never got to witness the great whole chaotic path with my own eyes. I must admit that I am very lucky indeed to have been able to witness it here thanks to the bloody massacre path. Kei Linki shook his head as he added, it is a pity, though, that your great whole chaotic path is still lacking a bit. Just a little more and you would have been able to break my 1,000 layered waves. However, you have already reached your limits when it comes to this move. What a pity, there's nothing here to regret. Your golden sun blade wasn't fully unleashed either. How would you even know that this strike is all I can do? As Luo Yunyang kept staring at Kei Linki, the crescent blade he was holding vibrated gently. Your 1,000 layered waves wasn't too bad, but now it's your turn to experience my strike. This move is called breaking mountains and rivers. As these words left Luo Yunyang's mouth, his body flickered. The blade in his hands was instantly waved and black rays pressed forward. The crowd of bloody massacre path disciples was roused the moment everyone heard about the breaking mountains and rivers. Luo Yunyang had not lost yet. He didn't just possess the basic technique of the great chaotic whole path. Besides the move he had just used, he also had some other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps Luo Yunyang wouldn't just save the bloody massacre path's dignity. He certainly had a chance to get a draw, or even bag a victory against Kei Linki. Many pairs of excited eyes stared closely at Luo Yunyang's every movement. Although his moves seemed ordinary right now, no one had ever seen before these variations of the great whole chaotic path. Hence, they kept staring excitedly as this sequence of events unfolded before their eyes. Kei Linki didn't say anything. However, the moment Luo Yunyang was about to advance, the golden sun blade in his hands flickered and transformed into a golden world. This was the self-created world of the golden sun blade. Chapter 422. A ray of light. A new world was created along with the flickering of the golden rays. From the skies to the ground, everything was pretty much surrounded and engulfed by the golden rays from every direction. Luo Yunyang knew very well that every single one of these rays was vicious and filled with killing intent. The blade lights in his hand began to flicker in the sky and form rings, blending themselves into the light within their surroundings. This was the universal fragmentation. Luo Yunyang, who was standing amid the golden rays, did not hesitate to use the universal fragmentation. The universal fragmentation had been formed from the great chaotic whole path, so it had the ability to fragment the sky and earth all around it. Hence, it was a natural counter against these unsightly golden rays. The circles of golden rays began to enter the chaotic holes. In just a moment, countless golden rays began to swirl and enter the chaotic holes at a rapid rate, eventually becoming a part of the chaotic holes. The golden rays didn't seem to admit defeat. Due to the swirling effect of the black rays, the golden rays began to diffuse themselves outwards at a rapid rate, quickly expanding towards their surroundings. However, no matter how fast the golden rays were expanding, the black holes also started to enlarge at a much faster rate. As the golden rays grew weaker, the black, chaotic hole began to fragment everything from within. While this clash did not have the power to destroy a galaxy, the golden rays were being fragmented and Xianxia was wrapped up within the center of it all. Xianxia might have been the preferential contender in everyone's opinion, yet right now, a large part of his body was engulfed by the black whirlpool. The difference between their powers could be seen immediately. The Blood Sky ruler looked attentively at Xianxia. Meanwhile, the Pure Sun ruler had already stood up. Although he had confidence in Xianxia, he was still worried that a moment of carelessness might cause Xianxia to die. He was the brightest disciple of the Fiery Sun Path, so the whole Fiery Sun Path had really high expectations for him. If Xianxia were to die because of the vortex of Luo Yunyang's great chaotic whole path at this point in time, the Pure Sun ruler would definitely have to bear that responsibility. Although he was a ruler, this kind of responsibility was still too heavy for him to bear. In fact, everyone was watching Xianxia intently as he was swirling in the black vortex on the bloody battle platform. The spectators from the bloody massacre path finally saw a ray of hope. This was a chance for them to regain their lost dignity. This ray of hope, while sudden and unexpected, was able to raise everyone's spirits. The black vortex shrunk rapidly. All it had to do was keep Xianxia bound continuously to secure victory. "I cannot accept this," muttered Zuoshu as he looked on at the spinning blade lights. One might not understand what that sentence meant just by listening to it alone. However, judging by the fact that Luo Yunyang had Xianxia fully bound by using the blade lights, one would be able to fully understand what Zuoshu meant. As the second strongest contender among the youngest generation of the Fiery Sun Path, Zuoshu was a proud individual who would not underestimate his strength against his opponents. Given the context, saying that he was unable to accept this just went to show the magnitude of power being displayed by Luo Yunyang. By now, Luoxuan had completely stopped speaking. He wasn't in the mood to speak anymore. He only felt panic and anxiety in his heart. Xianxia might just be defeated by Luo Yunyang. The very thought caused him to quiver all over. This sense of anxiety, which had no logical foundation, made him panic even more. Luo Yunyang was scary indeed. "You are strong indeed, Luo Yunyang. I did not want to use this move on you, but you forced my hand." A voice shouted. The person who had spoken was Xianxia. The moment he said this, the blade he was wielding moved once more. Unlike his previous move, which had created a golden world that had covered all the land around them, this new move had only one trajectory. However, the instant his move was executed, the Blood Sky ruler's face fell and he stood up. A light ray. In the Fiery Sun Path, the techniques of the Golden Sun Blade had already caused a large number of disciples to fumble. The power of the light ray technique was actually one notch above the self-created world. According to the cultivation of the Great Unrivaled Sun Path, only the people who had attained the nebula grade level would be able to control the light ray and use that move. However, Xianxia was able to use the light ray already. The ray of light was as quick as lightning as it sliced across the sky, heading in the direction of Luo Yunyang's great chaotic whole whirlpool. The moment Xianxia used that move, Luo Yunyang felt a deep threatening sensation. When the blade rays touched the great chaotic hole and clashed with the ray of light, Luo Yunyang's expression changed dramatically. The ray of light had actually broken the churning power of his great chaotic hole. The light ray was not a technically more challenging move than the great chaotic hole. However, the magnitude of power exuded from the light ray was far greater than that of the great chaotic hole. That was why the great chaotic hole was being destroyed. By the time the light ray broke through the chaotic hole and streaked over in his direction, there was no longer any time to evade it. Although many thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind, his best choice was to hide quickly. However, he sensed that he had already been locked down by that ray. Even if he ran or dodged, he would eventually still have to take a blow from the light ray. He was unable to evade it. Plus, the highest level move of the great chaotic whole path that Luo Yunyang had learned was the universal fragmentation. Although he wanted to create a new move, he was just unable to. What should he do? Was he really going to admit defeat during this round of the battle? There was actually nothing embarrassing about losing to this nebula-grade move. In fact, it could be said that he had actually tried his best to rescue the dignity of the Bloody Massacre path. However, deep in his heart, Luo Yunyang did not want to admit defeat so easily. What should he do? As the ray of light advanced towards him, he only had one final chance to turn things around. Instinctively, Luo Yunyang's first thought was his attribute regulator. He had already used all the moves he knew. The universal fragmentation might have destroyed the self-created world, but right now, he would be facing an even more powerful technique. Luo Yunyang quickly envisioned K. Linky's attributes. Based on the analysis of the attribute regulator, there really were not many weak points for him to take full advantage of. However, Luo Yunyang suddenly had an idea. The Great Chaotic Whole had 4 types of power that clashed against one another. These 4 powers did not overlap too much, hence forming a vortex-like chaotic whole. If there was any form of overlap between these 4 powers, then the Great Chaotic Whole path would definitely implode and injure the user in the process. Once Luo Yunyang had processed this idea, he quickly reduced the water origin source law attribute by about 10 points. This reduction affected the black vortex furiously shrinking around K. Linky almost instantly. K. Linky's expression changed as he went from being confident about certain victory to feeling afraid and panicked. His ray of light, which had allowed him to escape the threat of the whirlpool created by Luo Yunyang's universal fragmentation, had initially given him some hope of victory. However, the big vortex, which did not seem to be much of a threat, had now actually made him panic greatly. The vortex currently restraining him was about to implode. If an explosion really took place, there was only going to be one outcome. Everything in the vicinity would break down and get split into pieces. Although K. Linky's cultivation basin abilities had already surpassed that of any normal person, in the face of the impending implosion of this whirlpool, he still felt that same sense of fear and panic. K. Linky did not want to die. He had come a long way, and he still had a bright future ahead of him. However, this impending doom made him feel helpless. He was just unable to find a way out. All he could do was activate the ray of light and shake Luo Yunyang's foundation. Just as panic began to overwhelm K. Linky, the Blood Space Ruler and the Pure Sun Ruler intervened. When the Blood Sky Ruler made a sweeping motion with his hands, both Luo Yunyang and K. Linky vanished from the Blood Battle platform. With a wave of his sleeves, the Pure Sun Ruler unleashed a blinding flame that instantly surrounded and wedged the ray of light and the Great Chaotic Whole in its center. This sequence of actions took place quickly. In the blink of an eye, everything was over. Neither K. Linky nor Luo Yunyang had the ability to resist this level of binding. K. Linky's golden sun blade lay on the arena ground peacefully, while Luo Yunyang's crescent blade had already been turned into dust. There was a stifling sense of tranquility all around them. Everyone watching the match was able to sense the level of intensity exchanged between the two fighters just a moment ago. They all watched K. Linky's light ray and Luo Yunyang's Great Chaotic Whole with a heightened level of anxiety. Death was certain. This was what everybody was thinking at that point in time. If they were to face either Luo Yunyang's Great Chaotic Whole or K. Linky's light ray, death would be imminent. "It's a draw," said the Pure Sun Ruler gravely as he looked at K. Linky, who was on the Blood Battle platform. Although the Pure Sun Ruler hadn't raised his voice, everyone present heard him. Nobody was able to express an opinion on the outcome of the match. After all, both Luo Yunyang and K. Linky had displayed a mutually destructive stance against each other earlier. They had been prepared to die by each other's hands. The Bloody Massacre path had suffered 3 losses and achieved 1 victory and 1 draw. This outcome reflected the differences in training standards between the Bloody Massacre path and the Fiery Sun path. However, this result also meant that the Bloody Massacre path was the victor of this challenge. Many disciples from the Bloody Massacre path began to scramble like crazy towards the Blood Battle platform and Luo Yunyang. They had won. Chapter 423, The Fiery Sun Sky Book Victory. Luo Yunyang was victorious. The Bloody Massacre path had won the challenge. This was the Bloody Massacre path's first victory in thousands of years of challenge matches. Iota T had also been the most exciting one. Everyone had joyful expressions of their faces as they lifted Luo Yunyang and tossed him up in the air over and over. Meanwhile, the members of the Fiery Sun path had ugly expressions on their faces. They had been extremely confident and eager to browse through the Bloody Massacre path's sky book. However, They had never expected that, not only would they not gain access to the Bloody Massacre Path's Sky Book, but they would also have to offer up their own. Luo appeared extremely gloomy as he watched the cheering crowd. When his gaze fell on Luo Yunyang, he shuddered slightly. Although they were all star-grade entities, the control of different origin source laws and cultivation paths had made Luo belittle Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang had just managed to get a draw with K Linky, making Luo feel extremely afraid. Luo knew very well that if he had been the one participating in the battle, there was absolutely no way he could have won. "Ruler, I've let you down," K Linky said, looking somewhat guilt-stricken as he faced the Pure Sun ruler. It was entirely his fault that the match had ended in a draw. Even though he had tried his very best, this result was not what he and the Fiery Sun Path had looked forward to. The Pure Sun ruler had watched the match closely. K Linky's performance had actually exceeded his expectations. The reason he had lost was simply because his opponent had been too strong. "You're not to be blamed." The Pure Sun ruler gave K Linky a pat on the shoulder before he said, "No one would have thought that a newcomer would ever cultivate the Great Chaotic Whole Path. It's just that the Great Chaotic Whole Path has always been." Although the Pure Sun ruler did not go on, K Linky understood what he meant. The Pure Sun ruler wasn't just consoling him. He was also trying to tell him that there was no future for the people who cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path. The crowd was still cheering, and the Blood Space ruler didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. He knew very well that the youngest generation of the Bloody Massacre Path had needed this victory desperately. This was an extremely inspiring, heartening victory. "I really did not misjudge you, Sick Luo. You are both disgusting to your opponents and disgusting to yourself." The Pig Iron Tyrant King shouted. "You're so insanely strong, yet you treated me horribly. I'm so sad. If you had not obtained this victory for us, I definitely wouldn't have let this slide so easily." Luo Yunyang felt embarrassed after listening to the way the Pig Iron Tyrant King had addressed him. After all, it had been very easy to defeat the Pig Iron Tyrant King. However, Luo Yunyang had arrogantly toyed with him a little. "All right, all of you quieten down." The Blood Space ruler felt that it was time to calm the crowd down. While he was speaking, he inadvertently spread his galaxy-grade presence and aura, causing the loud cheers to disappear in an instant. "Brother Blood Space, it seems like I've gained quite some knowledge this time." "Hee, I shall take my leave then," the Pure Sun ruler said softly after the crowd had quietened down. "Let me know as soon as you confirm the names of the people that will be entering our Sky Book Hall." The Blood Space ruler didn't decline the invitation. Instead, he beamed and replied, "Sure. I'll look for you personally." The Pure Sun ruler's face darkened when he heard this. He could naturally sense the mocking intent behind the Blood Space ruler's words. However, a loss was still a loss. Hence, no matter how pissed the Pure Sun ruler was, he could only swallow his anger and leave grudgingly with K Linky and the others. "Luo Yunyang, I hope that you can persevere and give me the opportunity to experience your origin source path in the future," K Linky told Luo Yunyang before leaving on their flying craft. Luo Yunyang understood what K Linky meant. He was afraid that Luo Yunyang would face problems while cultivating the Great Chaotic Whole Path. However, Luo Yunyang didn't care much about K Linky's provocation. He knew that he would never experience the dangers of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. The Blood Spirit Sky was in a celebratory mood, while the Top Blood District was filled with cheers and laughter. Ordinary Blood disciples considered this victory a proud, exuberant event that had washed off their painful years of humiliation. Meanwhile, the Top Blood District and District 1 only cared about this opportunity. This was an important opportunity to browse through the Fiery Sun Path's Sky Book after all. The amount of information contained in the Bloody Massacre Path's Sky Book was already too vast for galaxy-grade martialists to comprehend, let alone for star-grade Blood disciples. However, the Sky Books of the 9 Paths complemented one another. Hence, nobody would forego an opportunity to comprehend any of them. The Bloody Massacre Path had been losing for thousands of years. Therefore, the youngest generations had never had an opportunity to browse through any other Sky Books. This opportunity had finally arrived. The doors to the Fiery Sun Path's Sky Book had been opened, making many people excited. "Greetings, teacher." Yang Shang bowed respectfully before his teacher in a magnificent hall decorated lavishly with gold and jade. The person he was addressing was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. His expression was calm, yet full of killing intent. No need for formalities. What are you doing here, Xianxia? You're supposed to be resting. The middle-aged man's voice was calm. Xianxia, who knew his teacher very well, didn't hide his intentions. I would like an opportunity to comprehend the Fiery Sun Path Sky Book, teacher. Xiangxia's eyes immediately flashed with guilt. Although he looked ashamed, in the end, his shame was replaced by enthusiasm and the desire to get stronger. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a glimmer of approval. Xianxia was indeed the student that he placed the most importance on. He was still the strongest Bloody Massacre Path Star-grade martialist, and he was also considered the person with the most potential. I got it, said the middle-aged man. Thank you, teacher. Xianxia cupped his hand in salute as he replied. There was a kind of gloomy look in the middle-aged man's eyes as he watched Xianxia leave. However, his eyes became resolute in an instant. One could not pass up an opportunity to comprehend a sky book. After all, this disciple had the greatest hope of becoming a Bloody Massacre Path ruler in the future. However, only 5 people were allowed to browse the sky book. After returning to his residence, Luo Yunyang did not rest immediately. Instead, he entered his meditation room and quickly replayed the match between him and Kei Linki in his mind. Solely based on their handling and control of their cultivation paths, Luo Yunyang was definitely no match for Kei Linki. The reason he had been able to force a draw with Kei Linki was his last move. That last move had also been a little shameless. His comprehension of origin source law had to be strengthened. The victory over the Fiery Sun Path meant that there was an extra opportunity to comprehend their sky book. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to try and strengthen his comprehension of fire origin source law. There was still a gap between him and Xianxia when it came to their weapons. The Golden Sun Blade allowed Xianxia's great unrivaled Sun Path to unleash 200% of its power. However, Luo Yunyang's Crescent Blade was only able to muster up 80%. Luo Yunyang suddenly thought of the rewards of this challenge. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Luo Yunyang was thinking about what weapons he would be exchanging, his communication device rang and Badabu said cheerfully, "Boss, there's a message for you." The message appeared with a tap. Respected blood disciple Luo Yunyang, your match against Kei Linki, which resulted in a draw, has protected the dignity of the Bloody Massacre Path. In order to reward your contribution to the Bloody Massacre Path, the Blood Spirit Sky has decided to reward you with 1 million contribution points. 1 million contribution points. Luo Yunyang was delighted. He had been becoming more and more aware of the importance of contribution points lately, so he knew that receiving 1 million contribution points was a blessing. Just as Luo Yunyang was rejoicing in this news, he read the last part of the message. Your performance has already indicated your strength. From now on, you are a confirmed member of the Top Blood District. You will also be appointed as a special envoy that will oversee and supervise the Tianluo Empire's administration for 100,000 years. Have a good time. What was the meaning of this? Although 1 million contribution points was a big reward, Luo Yunyang thought that there was nothing wrong with receiving them. As far as his permanent placing in the Top Blood District was concerned, it was certainly what he deserved. Given the capabilities he had displayed, no one would even dare compete with him over a place in the Top Blood District. However, what were they implying by asking him to supervise the Tianluo Empire's administration for the next 100,000 years? They had even wished him a good time. I haven't read this wrong, have I? Boss, they actually gave you a big reward. Supervising the ruling status of an empire for the next 100,000 years is really cool. The little fiend jumped around crazily, his eyes glittering like stars. His glowing eyes were full of anticipation, as if he was a beggar who had seen gold, or a starving young man who had come across a delicious delicacy. Boss, my great master and supreme ruler, how can you seem so indifferent? You should be happy. Do you even know what is going on? This means that they're basically handing the huge Tianluo Empire over to you. Don't you get it? You will get to do as you wish. The empire they have handed you is a toy you can play with in any way you want. It is a reward. If you want, you can even appoint a new emperor. Even if you are willful or unruly, or change the royal family for no reason, no one will dare criticize you. The little fiend danced around. Star dollars, treasures, everything will just appear in your pocket without you even making a sound. This is so damn cool. As Luo Yunyang listened to the little fiend's rambling, a rare smile formed on his face. However, Why was there no news about the spots for the trip to the Fiery Sun Path? Chapter 424. The myriad convergence ring back in the Meru realm. In the central Great Hall, the Bloody Massacre Path Master was sitting on the throne in his blood-colored robes with a faint smile plastered on his face. Anyone could see that the Bloody Massacre Path Master was in a very good mood. Seated around the main hall was a total of 10 rulers dressed in different colored robes. They represented the highest authority in the Bloody Massacre Path. Ha ha ha, how delightful. The Bloody Massacre Path Master's laughter was so rare that hearing it would make anyone shudder in fear. However, his laughter made the other rulers feel at ease, as smiles began to appear on their faces. The Master's prestige was enough to make anyone listen obediently. If the Master asked them to shut their eyes and sleep, they would immediately start snoring. Of course, if the Master was awake, they would stick their eyelids open to stay awake, even if they felt sleepy. The Master's mood was currently good, which meant that today's meeting would contain fewer reprimands. Yesterday, I met up with the Fiery Sun Path Master through the virtual world. He was sulking so bad. The Bloody Massacre Master laughed heartily as he said, "In the future, any other paths will have to think twice if they want to challenge the Bloody Massacre Path." The Bloody Massacre Path Master's words led to a chorus of laughter. This victory had made the rulers genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. Although this was a competition for the youngest generation, this competition concerned the reputation of the entire Bloody Massacre Path. If they lost time and time again, their reputation would get ruined. The Bloody Massacre Path's reputation was the same as the Bloody Massacre Path Masters, as well as the reputation of all these rulers. Being a leader was tough. If the Bloody Massacre Path showed impressive results, it would indicate that they were good at managing this organization. However, if their reputation was tarnished, their subordinates wouldn't be the only ones to blame, right? It could be said that the rulers were in charge of their men. Thus, if the Bloody Massacre Path was doing poorly, it would imply that they were not doing their jobs well enough. Blood Space Ruler, are the rewards of our 5 geniuses ready? The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked as he stared at the Blood Space Ruler. The Blood Space Ruler cupped his hands in salute and replied, "Master, everything has been arranged. The winners will receive 1 million contribution points, and the losers will receive 500,000 contribution points. The victors can also become ruling empire envoys. 1 million contribution points. Ruling empire envoys." Several rulers were startled upon hearing the rewards mentioned by the Blood Space Ruler. Being a ruling envoy of an empire was no small matter. This was powerful authority. Only the rulers were able to decide the fate of an empire in the entire Bloody Massacre Path. Even Nebula-grade elites did not possess such power. This was a very impressive reward, as the life and death of an entire empire was in the hands of the ruling envoy. However, this sort of reward was a one-off. Although the rulers felt that it was probably too hefty, they didn't care that much. "Well, that's all." The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded his head gently. "Master, although certain rewards ought to be given out, I think that one particular thing is inappropriate," said a middle-aged man in his 40s with a voice as piercing as steel. "What do you find inappropriate, Thundercloud Ruler?" The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked softly as he glanced at the middle-aged man. "I have no issue with giving the victors 1 million contribution points or making them ruling empire envoys, Path Master," the Thundercloud Ruler replied solemnly. "However, I believe that the selection of the 5 people that will visit the Fiery Sun Path to view the Sky Book is slightly impulsive." Although the Bloody Massacre Path Master's expression remained unchanged, there were some faint movements in the eyes of the other rulers as they started to make all sorts of calculations. Even though the Bloody Massacre Master called the shots in the Bloody Massacre Path, the rulers were also developing their own strengths individually. Their own disciples were extremely obedient and took their advice seriously. Naturally, a chance to view the Fiery Sun Path's Sky Book was extremely hard to come by for the young disciples under them. Many of them had their own plans and motives. Now that someone had actually voiced out his opinion, everyone else was tempted. "What's wrong with it?" asked the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Although the credit for this victory goes to the people that participated valiantly in the competition, if we want the Bloody Massacre Path to grow in strength, we have to reserve the best resources for the strongest individuals. The Thundercloud Ruler's words made the Bloody Massacre Master nod his head in agreement. What the Thundercloud Ruler had said was true. Nobody in the entire universe could object. The best resources had to go to the best disciples in order to guarantee the organization's growth in power. Despite our victory, the Fiery Sun Path will never allow us to send Nebula-grade disciples to browse their sky books. Our strongest star-grade disciple is Xianxia. Although he lost control of himself, he is still undeniably the strongest member of our youngest generation. I think that Xianxia should be a part of this trip. I believe that after this trip, he will be able to soar to greater heights. The Thundercloud ruler made no effort to hide his intention, as he named Xianxia, who was his own disciple, directly. When he heard the Thundercloud ruler's recommendation, the Bloody Massacre Master nodded gently. He had always valued Xianxia, and his future was indeed the brightest among all the star-grade disciples. So who do you think should be removed? The faces of the other rulers twitched when they heard the Bloody Massacre Master's words. They all turned their heads and glanced at the Thundercloud ruler. There was a total of 5 places. If Xianxia joined the party, someone else would have to be eliminated. Who would that person be? The Thundercloud ruler was silent for a moment before he replied in a powerful voice, Luo Yunyang. The hall fell silent after these words left the Thundercloud ruler's mouth. Why? The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked gently as he glanced at the Thundercloud ruler. He cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path, so it is too difficult for him to turn back given his cultivation stage. If you allow him to come on this trip, it would be a waste of a good opportunity, the Thundercloud ruler said extremely calmly. The Bloody Massacre Path Master did not respond immediately. Instead, he set his eyes on the Blood Space ruler and asked, "What do you think?" "I think that you can't eliminate Luo Yunyang. After all, that last crucial battle was won by him." Although the Blood Space ruler's expression did not change, his voice sounded determined as he added, "It isn't so easy to beat Linky. If it had not been for Luo Yunyang's effort, I am afraid that we wouldn't have been discussing who should go to the Fiery Sun Path. We actually wouldn't be having a meeting at all." The Blood Space ruler kept talking. "The winners have earned this. Why make someone put in their fullest effort just to push them aside when it's time to share the fruit of their labor? I don't think we should make a hero cry. Kicking someone to the curb when they've outlived their usefulness makes people go numb. Eventually, no one will be willing to contribute to the Bloody Massacre Path's endeavors." The Thundercloud ruler snorted. "There are other ways to compensate him. This is obviously a waste of resources. I think it is undesirable. Luo Yunyang is not bad, but he has chosen the Great Chaotic Whole Path, which is a dead end." "How do you know that he's chosen a dead end? Maybe he is the only person among our 9 paths that can successfully cultivate the Great Chaotic Whole Path." The Blood Space ruler's blunt retort had a tinge of irrefutable resolution. The Bloody Massacre Path Master waved his hand at the Thundercloud ruler, who was still lobbying. "No need to argue over this any further. No one can replace Luo Yunyang and Tai Wudi." Although the Thundercloud ruler wanted to continue, when he saw the Bloody Massacre Path Master's determination, he chose to endure this. He pondered the situation for a moment before he eventually said, "If Luo Yunyang can't be removed, then it should be Yundongyang. He was defeated at the most critical juncture without putting up a fight. Plus, he is too old and unsuitable to go on this trip." The Thundercloud ruler's statement caused the face of one ruler to fall immediately. That ruler was Yundongyang's master, who was naturally unwilling to let his beloved disciple miss this opportunity. Just as he was about to speak against this, the Blood Space ruler said, "Yundongyang is unsuitable indeed. Even if he lost, he should still have fought to his death. Yundongyang never intended to do so. Therefore, he is no longer suitable to represent the Bloody Massacre Path, let alone go on the trip to the Fiery Sun Path. This would only make us a laughing stock." The Blood Space ruler's words were like a fatal blow. The ruler who had originally wanted to speak up for Yundongyang could only give up. After all, Yundongyang's surrender had been a rather disgraceful experience for the Bloody Massacre Path. Luo Yunyang naturally did not know what was transpiring in the Meru realm. Right now, he was on board a spaceship that was heading towards the Tianluo Empire. Accompanying him on the tour was a group of 10 Nebula-grade escorts and the leading captain, Mo, who was a peak Nebula-grade elite. Mo was polite to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang possessed some detailed information on the Tianluo Empire, such as the administrative history of thousands of years, as well as information on the empire's nobles. He even had information about the empire's top 10 beauties, their hobbies, their habits, and their respective shortcomings and family weaknesses. However, the most insane piece of information he possessed were the strategies on how to make these families hand over their sweet daughters. The person who had consolidated this information had been very considerate. Could the bloody massacre path perhaps want Luo Yunyang to thoroughly enjoy himself? When Luo Yunyang picked out some information, the content quickly caught his attention. The descendants of great craftsman Sen Yuan became the royal family of the Tianluo Empire. Back in the day, Sen Yuan had created a weapon suitable for the great chaotic whole path. This weapon was called the Myriad Convergence Ring. Luo Yunyang's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this. He suddenly understood why he had been chosen to go to the Tianluo Empire. He now knew the bloody massacre path's true intention for letting him become a ruling envoy. Chapter 425. Ruling envoy Yunsan walked happily in the most prosperous area of Luo Tian City in the Tianluo Empire. He was very excited. A beautiful girl had made him so excited that he shuddered in ecstasy. This kind of feeling made his life feel passionate and extraordinarily interesting. Yunsan's heart couldn't help skipping a beat as he thought about her. He hadn't noticed it at first, but the aroma of her fragrance soon penetrated his peripheral nerves. He suddenly felt like he was about to faint. It was no wonder that he was falling head over heels for her. The girl's hair was jet black and shiny, as if it had been brushed with a layer of oil, and her teeth were sparkling white. She basically looked just like a sculpture. The date venue was a huge park. In the incomparably prosperous Luo Tian City, which was the imperial capital of the Tianluo Empire, this forest-like park was a rare quiet place. The girl he was meeting there was the only warm thing he had found in the Tianluo Empire. Cultivation and training occupied most of Yunsan's time. After all, the entire Yun family were considered foreigners in the Tianluo Empire. If they wanted to gain a foothold in the Tianluo Empire, they had to cultivate and get better. That alluring girl was everything to Yunsan, so their every date made him very happy. Have you been waiting a long time, Qingmei? Yunsan entered the private room that he had booked hurriedly, as though he couldn't wait to take this girl into his arms. However, his smile soon froze. What he saw was not Chu Qingmei, but a man in blue robes. Although the man was very handsome, his thin pursed lips conveyed a hint of arrogance. Yunsan had obviously not expected this. He was not an impatient person, though. When he saw the man instead of Chu Qingmei, he tried to suppress his disappointment and squeeze out a faint smile. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? You must be Yunsan. Your broken family came from the Blue Rain Empire and tried to settle here. The man interrupted Yunsan before he could finish his words. His rudeness made Yunsan feel kind of embarrassed. However, in the end, he clenched his teeth firmly and said, "Yes, I am Yunsan." "Well, I am Sen Ming. You must have heard my name before." The man squinted as he stared at Yunsan with a condescending expression. Sen Ming. Yunsan was obviously stunned for a moment. However, the meaning of this name soon hit him. This was the third prince of the Tianluo Empire and the most promising successor to the empire throne. Although the Tianluo Empire did not have a crown prince, Sen Ming was widely considered the crown prince of the empire. Greetings, third prince. Although he didn't want to bow, Yunsan knew very well that the Yun family possessed a marquee seat in the Tianluo Empire. Thus, he could not afford to offend the third prince. Seems like you still follow some rules. Listen carefully, you must be aware of your place. Don't act like a toad hankering for the taste of a swan. Now scram as far away as you can. Sen Ming looked at Yunsan as he added coldly, if I find out that you're still seeing Qingmei, I will uproot both you and the Yun family. I believe that your family head has already received my warning. Yunsan wasn't sure how he left the room. He felt as though his mind had been crippled. He left the city in a daze and headed towards the wilderness. His life seemed to have come crashing down, so he felt as if he had lost interest in everything. Although he considered resisting and believed that he should, he knew very well that if he rebelled, the consequences would be too much for him to shoulder. He and his family would die. Sen Ming was not just the third prince of the vast Tianluo Empire. He also represented the massive influence and endless power behind him. This meant that Sen Ming was someone he could not afford to offend. Was he going to give up just like this? He didn't know how Qingmei would feel or react if she heard that he was going to leave her. However, he knew that he would be very heartbroken himself. The emotions in Qingmei's eyes had been deeply etched in his heart. He couldn't tell what these emotions meant, yet when he recalled her eyes, he was completely mesmerized and his heart became soft. Yunsan's communication device suddenly started beeping. He quickly accepted the call. Yunsan. Yunsan was stunned when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Who was it? He couldn't come up with a name momentarily. It's me, Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang. Yunsan's mind was totally blank. He had not expected to receive a call from Luo Yunyang right now. Hello, brother Yunyang. Yunsan quickly controlled his emotions. Meanwhile, he was hurriedly searching for information on Luo Yunyang in his mind. The elite Bloody Massacre Path blood disciple had a good relationship with Sister Yunxi. Although he didn't have too much influence in the Blue Rain Empire, he was a force to be reckoned with. Many people in his family wanted to return to the Blue Rain Empire because of his existence. However, all the chatter about this seemed to have stopped for some reason recently. Yunsan had tried to find out why, but unfortunately, ever since the family had entered the Tianluo Empire, his involvement in his family's decision-making process had begun to fade. After all, his 19th uncle was now in charge of the family. Although Yunsan still had a considerable influence over the decision-making, he had to admit that this influence was weakening. "Where are you? Your sister asked me to check how you're doing," Luo Yunyang said with a faint smile. "I am." When Yunsan glanced around, he realized that he had already unknowingly traveled more than 3,000 miles away from the city. He was a peak star-grade martialist, so traversing such distances was an easy task for him. Yunsan immediately smiled and said, "I am on the Tianluo star." "What's up? Are you coming to look for me? Are you coming to the Tianluo star?" "Yes, I am already in the sky above the Tianluo star. The spaceship is about to land," Luo Yunyang's voice said through the communication device. "Stop moving already, I have located your position." As their conversation through the communication device ended, Yunsan began to reminisce about the time he had spent with Luo Yunyang. If there was a person that he admired, that would definitely be Luo Yunyang. Yunsan knew all about the horror that had taken place in the bloody massacre killing arena. Luo Yunyang, who had survived a bloody battle involving 100,000 people in the bloody massacre killing arena, was simply his idol. Killing Lan Tianju and dethroning the entire Lan family, who had had the support of someone from the bloody massacre path, was something that Yunsan had never thought would happen. A few years ago, many members of his family had mentioned that they would like to rely on Luo Yunyang's help to return to the Blue Rain Empire. However, no one had mentioned it ever since. "Get on," a faint voice rang out in Yunsan's ear. Yunsan looked up and saw a massive spaceship hovering above him. The spaceship was made out of blood crystals. This was something that Yunsan had only ever heard of, yet now he was seeing it in person. Yunsan felt his emotions stir as he flew up to the spaceship. Not only did he not know anything about the spaceship's installations, but each and every one of the seemingly ordinary martialists on the spaceship had at least a star-grade cultivation base. Star-grade martialists in the Tianluo Empire were considered as important as nobles. However, based on their clothes, these people looked just like ordinary servants. Yunsan. Luo Yunyang walked out with a big smile on his face. When Yunsan looked at Luo Yunyang, his eyes flashed with joy. "Looks like you're feeling a little down, huh?" Luo Yunyang's mind power was something that Yunsan and people of his caliber could only admire and look up to. Hence, everything about Yunsan was as clear as water to Luo Yunyang. As Yunsan looked at the cheery Luo Yunyang, he finally smiled and said, "It's nothing, brother-in-law." "What do you? Your sister asked me to come over and take a look at you. How can I report back to her that you are in this state? What's wrong? What happened?" Luo Yunyang patted Yunsan's shoulder gently. "Tell me, perhaps I may be able to help." Although Yunsan hesitated, he eventually told Luo Yunyang truthfully what had transpired. After finishing his sad story, he seemed a little embarrassed. "Do you think I am a weakling, brother-in-law?" Luo Yunyang grabbed Yunsan's shoulder and tried to console him. "All right, just forget about it. Treat it as a thing of the past." A thing of the past? Yunsan was a little angry. Qingmei was the most beloved woman in his life. How could this be just a thing of the past? Yunsan had originally thought that Luo Yunyang would comfort him, or at least help him think of ways to salvage the situation. He hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would just casually suggest this. However, he soon forgave him. After all, Sen Ming's status was extraordinary. He was the crown prince of the Tianluo Empire, yet he still wanted to snatch Qingmei from him. No wonder that Luo Yunyang didn't offer him his support. Then, Luo Yunyang continued to ask about Yunsan's recent status. Yunsan answered half-heartedly in a few sentences. Although he reluctantly tried to lift his spirits up, he still gave off that dispirited, weak vibe. "Blood disciple, the people of the Tianluo Empire are welcoming you below." A martialist in blood-colored armor bowed respectfully as he reported to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded his head as he dragged Yunsen along. Let's go. Although Yunsen wasn't interested, he still followed Luo Yunyang. This was his brother-in-law after all. Considering his position in the bloody massacre path, nothing bad would happen. However, as the door of the cabin gradually opened, Yunsen realized that he was standing in front of the Tianluo Empire Imperial Palace. Landing the spaceship in front of the Imperial Palace was very disrespectful towards the royal family of the Tianluo Empire. Very few people would dare do so. However, Luo Yunyang had actually done so with a swagger. As Yunsen's thoughts were churning all over his head, a loud voice was heard. Sen Kong from the Tianluo Empire would like to pay his respects to the special envoy. Suddenly, Yunsen saw countless people go down on their knees in uniform, coordinated movements. Chapter 426, Pleasing the Ruling Envoy. As a core member of the marquis family of the Tianluo Empire, Yunsen knew very well who Sen Kong was. This was the name of the emperor. However, there were very few people in the vast Tianluo Empire who would dare call Sen Kong by his name. In other words, anyone who had the audacity to call the Supreme Emperor by his name was already dead. As dead as they possibly could be. Unfortunately, the name had been blurted out by someone linked to this visit. It felt like a sudden clap of thunder had struck Yunsen's heart. Just a few hours ago, he had only been able to lower his head and speak in a lowly manner to the third prince. However, the third prince's father, the very emperor of the Tianluo Empire, had appeared before him in a similar way. What followed next shocked him even more. The emperor, who was the most supreme being in the entire Tianluo Empire, went down on his knees and paid his respects in the same way his own royal subjects worshipped him. However, he was the one worshipping Luo Yunyang on his knees now. Yunsen had once prostrated before the Supreme Emperor when the Yun family had first entered the Tianluo Empire. At the time, just a word, glance or gesture of the Supreme Emperor could have made the Yun family disappear. Yunsen had actually been afraid of him back then. However, the Emperor was now acting in an unbelievable manner as he greeted Luo Yunyang. The many people prostrating before him looked like an endless ocean. Although Yunsen knew that these people weren't paying their respects to him, he still felt very good deep down. Being worshipped felt really wonderful, so he lapped up every bit of it. When Yunsen glanced in the direction of the sea of people who were paying their respects, he saw his 19th uncle kneeling down in a very inconspicuous spot. He also saw the third prince, the very man who had humiliated him and his family. Sen Ming, who constantly rolled his eyes and berated everyone, was now on his knees like a dog. Sen Ming did not look up. Although he was close to becoming the crown prince, he did not even dare move. He currently looked just like an insignificant ant. There's no need for formalities, Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly. As a high-rank executive in the Da Alliance, he was no stranger to such formalities. Plus, he had experienced a lot over the years, so handling this sort of thing was pretty easy for him. Therefore, he had no qualms about Sen Kong, a nebula-grade entity who was prostrating before him and paying his respects. Even though he was too lazy to laugh, he still had to put on a certain air. Ever since he had been rewarded with the position of the ruling envoy, the Tianluo Empire had become a toy for him to play with as he wished. Even though the emperor was a nebula-grade entity and there were nebula-grade martialists in the empire, they were all in no position to resist Luo Yunyang in the formidable bloody massacre path. Sen Kong stood up and glanced at Luo Yunyang deferentially. When his gaze landed on Yunsen, Yunsen could clearly feel his intent to try and suck up to them. All the people kneeling on the ground got up with very careful movements and behaved even more cautiously. Yunsen, who had been staring at Sen Ming, was eagerly anticipating what would follow. Sen Ming did not let him down. When he looked up, he realized that Yunsen was standing next to Luo Yunyang. After getting over the initial shock, he could only stare ahead blankly. The fear that welled from the depths of his heart made him tremble. This fear immediately turned into a flattering smile. Yunsen had a feeling that Sen Ming's fate was completely in his hands. This feeling was beyond enjoyable. The intuition of a nebula-grade martialist was insanely strong. When Sen Ming began to turn pale, Sen Kong turned his head and looked over. Upon realizing that his beloved son was losing control of himself, Sen Kong immediately understood what was wrong. He glanced quickly at Yunsen and then turned his gaze to Luo Yunyang, who had a faint smile on his face. Special Envoy, I did an awful job in teaching my son. That's why he made a fool of himself in front of you. Men, follow my orders. Remove Sen Ming from his crown prince position and take him to prison star 19. He will get no parole for 10,000 years. The most important thing for an emperor was his power and authority. When their authority was threatened, there was no time to care about anyone else. Although he still didn't know who Yunsan was, he could tell that his most beloved son had offended the young man standing next to the special envoy. This was not a trivial matter. If it was not handled appropriately, the whole situation would turn into a calamity. Therefore, he had no other choice. Only by sacrificing his son would he be able to resolve the dissatisfaction of the special envoy. Lord Father, Sen Ming shouted unwillingly. He really did not think that he would be so severely punished. In his heart, he felt very afraid and regretful. However, his father's orders made him feel even more uncomfortable. He would be stripped off his crown prince status and get imprisoned for 10,000 years. It would also be impossible to cultivate in the prison star, which meant that he was done for. After screaming out for his Lord Father, Sen Ming was gagged. Not even a squeak came out of his mouth anymore. Luo Yunyang smiled silently. Meanwhile, Yunsan had fully understood what was going on. He thought that Luo Yunyang was like a god when he glanced at him again. He was a god holding the Tianluo Empire in the palm of his hand. Thus, he could make the empire crumble anytime he wanted. Luo Yunyang nodded and followed Sen Kong into the largest hall of the palace, the Qianyang Hall. In the past, this had been a meeting place where Sen Kong and his ministers had discussed state matters. However, it now became Luo Yunyang's temporary residence. Sen Kong was smiling wide, and so was everyone else. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang asked everyone to leave as soon as they entered the hall. Sen Kong did not dare show even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Even while he left, he was still beaming in an effort to get on Luo Yunyang's good side. Brother-in-law, you are. Luo Yunyang looked at Yunsan and smiled faintly. I am the ruling envoy who will be adjudicating the Tianluo Empire for the next 100,000 years. Do you understand? Although Yunsan did not know much about the position of the ruling envoy, he had clearly experienced Luo Yunyang's current authority and power. He possessed a kind of authority that even Emperor Sen Kong did not. Luo Yunyang's power was something Sen Kong and the other patriarchs of the great families of the empire could not come close to. When Yunsan walked out of the place where Luo Yunyang would cultivate for the next day, he was led to Sen Kong. Sen Kong, who seemed to have investigated the situation, immediately bestowed on him the title of a prince. He would also assist in arranging Yunsan's marriage. He even told Yunsan that, if he fancied marrying a princess, there were a few princesses that admired him and would have him. There were no requirements or conditions. Everything seemed to be done to please Yunsan. However, Yunsan remained clear-headed. He knew very well that this was all a result of Luo Yunyang's position as ruling envoy. In other words, he was being adorned with borrowed plumes. My brother-in-law does not have a good temper and he dislikes fooling around, Yunsan told Sen Kong after some hesitation. Sen Kong clenched his fists tightly, but quickly put on a smile. 3 days later, when Sen Kong's 10th request to meet Luo Yunyang was rejected, the gifts of the Tianluo Empire were finally sent over. Although Luo Yunyang's trusted aide Yunsan had been born into a big family, when he saw the things that were offered as gifts, he felt his mouth go a little dry. He actually wondered how someone could possess such wealth. 10,000 star dollars was an astronomical sum. Yunsan had a feeling that these 10,000 star dollars would cause the financial collapse of the Tianluo Empire. Even the richest families in the Tianluo Empire would have to tighten their belts to survive. Even though a gift of 100 beautiful women was immediately rejected by Luo Yunyang, the names on the list stupefied Yunsan. Chu Qingmei was not on the list because of him, but everyone else on the list was just as famous as she was. Luo Yunyang was also given entire warehouses full of valuable treasures and materials and dozens of resource planets. However, all these things didn't manage to satisfy him. What really made him happy was a gift wrapped in a beautiful box. It was a myriad convergence ring. After gently opening the lid of the box, Luo Yunyang saw a black ring about the size of a palm and as thick as a finger. He couldn't help but grab the ring as soon as he saw it. This masterpiece had been forged by 360,000 extremely sharp star alloy pieces. It had taken the master craftsman of the Sen family 10,000 years to perfect this ring. The master craftsman of the Sen family was actually not considered the creator of the myriad convergence ring, but the person who had forged it. The actual creator of the ring was a phenomenal individual who had developed the Great Chaotic Whole Path after browsing through the Bloody Massacre Path's Sky book. In the end, the Great Chaotic Whole Path he had developed had taken his life. Hence, the Myriad Convergence Ring had become a true treasure buried deep in the gravel. Although it was extremely powerful, no member of the Sen family, or even the Bloody Massacre Path, knew how to use it. After being buried, it had slowly been forgotten. If it hadn't been for Luo Yunyang's information, Sen Kong wouldn't have thought of the Myriad Convergence Ring or offered Luo Yunyang this item, which he considered a piece of junk. As Luo Yunyang was preparing to activate the Myriad Convergence Ring, he suddenly discovered a metal booklet under the ring. When he picked up the booklet, he saw the words, Myriad 8 Laws, written on it. Chapter 427. The Myriad 8 Laws. Luo Yunyang's face changed a number of expressions as he browsed through the Myriad 8 Laws. However, most of his expressions were ecstatic. He was ecstatic indeed. According to the contents of the Myriad 8 Laws, this wasn't some sort of cheat code, but more of an instruction manual. Yes, it was an instruction manual. Compared to a cheat code, Luo Yunyang believed that this instruction manual would be way more useful to him. This manual actually contained the design concept behind the Myriad Convergence Ring. Furthermore, it also included the creator's own conclusions on the Great Chaotic Whole Path. Although the creator of the Great Chaotic Whole Path had eventually been overwhelmed by its power, his conclusions on the Great Chaotic Whole Path were what Luo Yunyang needed the most right now. The Sky Book Hall only contained the most basic diagrams of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. One could improve their comprehension of origin source law by referencing these diagrams. However, the Myriad Convergence Ring and Myriad 8 Laws focused more on the application of the Great Chaotic Whole Path. When Luo Yunyang had cultivated the Great Chaotic Whole Path, he had developed 3 secret techniques based on it. He had relied on these 3 techniques to force a tie during his battle with K. Linky. However, after looking at the Myriad Convergence Ring, Luo Yunyang realized that although his secret technique wasn't wrong, the path that he had embarked on was already askew. Luo Yunyang was full of reverence for the Bloody Massacre Path's ancestor. Even though he had not been able to achieve full cultivation, he had researched the Great Chaotic Whole Path thoroughly. According to the Myriad 8 Laws distribution, the Great Chaotic Whole Path had 8 corresponding states, and the Myriad Convergence Ring was capable of displaying 8 technique states. Each state consumed a different amount of star alloy fragments. The first state used 10,000 star alloy fragments, which meant that when the bracelet was activated, it could be transformed into 10,000 star alloy fragments and form a type of Great Chaotic Whole. As far as the second state was concerned, in order to form 2 Great Chaotic Wholes, 30,000 star alloy fragments were required. The third, fourth, and fifth state. As he analyzed the manual quietly, Luo Yunyang felt hungry to know about the Myriad 8 Laws. However, the vast Tianluo Empire was in a state of instability because of Luo Yunyang's refusal to show up. Although Emperor Sen Kong had always appeared calm, he was in fact constantly living in fear. He had thought of every method possible and executed all of them, but none of them had been successful. Blood disciple Luo Yunyang was cultivating in seclusion. Just as Sen Kong felt that he was about to melt down, he heard that Luo Yunyang was about to finish his sealed cultivation. Your Majesty, Special Envoy Luo Yunyang wants you to prepare 1,000 star-grade martialists, the attendant informed Sen Kong respectfully. Although Sen Kong didn't know what Luo Yunyang was going to do, he immediately assembled the people Luo Yunyang needed. Star-grade martialists were considered the backbone of the Tianluo Empire's forces. If this had not been Luo Yunyang's request, even Sen Kong would have found it difficult to gather 1,000 people at such short notice. Special Envoy. When he saw Luo Yunyang, who had a beautiful black ring on his wrist, Sen Kong quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Luo Yunyang nodded at Sen Kong and said faintly, "Have you prepared the martialists that I've requested?" "Greetings, Special Envoy." 1,000 star-grade martialists echoed in unison while saluting Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved his hand. "Today, there is only one purpose for your presence. I want to try out a technique that I have cultivated." He glanced all around him before he said, "All of you will attack me simultaneously." When Yunsen, who was always standing by Luo Yunyang's side, had heard that Luo Yunyang was going to summon 1,000 martialists, he had thought that Luo Yunyang was about to do something extremely shocking. Thus, he was stupefied when he heard Luo Yunyang's request. 1,000 star-grade martialists would be attacking him simultaneously. Were his ears still in working order? Even though he hated the ruling envoy very much, Sen Kong's face stiffened. However, on the surface, he still had to treat this person with respect and reverence. Luo Yunyang controlled his fate after all. As he faced Luo Yunyang, his obsequious, servile attitude reminded everyone of an obedient grandson. 1,000 star-grade martialists would really be a force to be reckoned with. Even Sen Kong, who was a nebula-grade powerhouse, believed that his best option would be to run as far away as he could from the large-scale attack of several star-grade martialists. Luo Yunyang had just reached the star-grade, yet he wanted to face this many star-grade martialists at once. This was really outrageous. Sen Kong's brain was working very hard, trying to figure out countermeasures to deal with this situation. He was struggling to not bat an eye, and yet make the ruling envoy win the matchup so that the envoy would feel a sense of accomplishment and be happy. Ruling envoy, why not have a dozen people try first? They can come in waves so that things don't get too messy. What do you think? Sen Kong didn't dare stop Luo Yunyang up front. Thus, he had to resort to small tricks. Luo Yunyang, who did not see through Sen Kong's intentions, immediately nodded. Let's have 100 people attack me first then. Sen Kong, who didn't dare stop Luo Yunyang, hurriedly chose the 100 weakest star-grade martialists among the entire lot. Some of them were newly ascended star-grade martialists. Attack! At his command, the martialists began to conjure up all sorts of magnificent techniques. However, all these techniques had a similar characteristic: although they seemed good, they lacked power. Almost all the people selected had been entrusted by Sen Kong. Whoever dared use more than half of their power would face severe consequences afterwards. Luo Yunyang shook his head as he faced these weak moves. Thoughts flashed through his mind while the myriad convergence ring around his wrist transformed into 10,000 layers of black fragments. Each of these fragments was only the size of a pea, but they were all full of spikes of different sizes. As the fragments flew up, they quickly transformed into a chaotic hole with a radius of 10 feet and rotated quickly above Luo Yunyang. The weapons and moves that weren't aimed at Luo Yunyang's head flew frantically towards the chaotic hole as soon as it appeared. Ah, my heaven-evading shuttle! A star-grade telekinesis master screamed. He had not expected to lose control of his heaven-evading shuttle, which he was extremely proficient in handling. His technique rushed over towards Luo Yunyang's chaotic hole. Initially, the telekinesis master had only used half of his strength. However, as his heaven-evading shuttle spiraled out of control, he instinctively poured in all his telekinesis power. It was still futile. The heaven-evading shuttle flew straight into the chaotic hole on top of Luo Yunyang's head. Then, his entire body was also sucked into that chaotic hole. Although 100 people were sucked towards the chaotic hole, Luo Yunyang still appeared as calm as ever. His thoughts flickered as the star alloy fragments that formed the large chaotic hole quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 star alloy fragments became 30,000 star alloy fragments and a second chaotic hole was formed below the first. This was the second state-great chaotic hole path. Some of the martialists who had resisted the first chaotic hole found themselves unable to resist anymore when the second chaotic hole was formed. Although some of their bodies were glowing with light, in the end, they were still sucked into it. 1, 2, 3. Everyone make your move. Luo Yunyang's voice rang out just as Sen Kong had started fearing for his own life. Without waiting for Sen Kong, all the star-grade martialists watching the battle conjured up their techniques simultaneously. Although their moves were different, their forces gathered and streamed towards Luo Yunyang like a river. The instant all their power gathered, Luo Yunyang waved both of his hands and another chaotic hole appeared beside the first two chaotic holes. As the three chaotic holes revolved rapidly, the power of their suction went wild. The combined power of all the martialists, which flowed like a river, disappeared completely after pouring into the chaotic hole. The planet-grade martialists who had used their moves were all sucked into the chaotic hole like a creek returning to the sea as the hole expanded to 1,000 feet wide. The feeling of death grew stronger and everything around made them very fearful as they got closer to the chaotic hole. The idea of death instinctively appeared in most people's minds, as they believed that there was no way to escape right now. Just as the body of the first person was about to enter the chaotic hole, Luo Yunyang waved his hand, causing the chaotic hole, which had been rotating clockwise, to rotate in the opposite direction. The sudden reversal resulted in a repulsive force that hit everyone. This repulsive force sent hundreds of martialists flying for tens of miles before they all eventually landed heavily on the ground. Although they had experienced a painful fall, all the martialists felt relieved. They felt like their lives had just been saved. As the rotating chaotic hole transformed back into a myriad convergence ring and returned to Luo Yunyang's wrist, Sen Kong seemed to be in better shape. However, the way he glanced at Luo Yunyang was much more deferential now. Although the myriad convergence ring was an heirloom of the Sen family, no one had known how to use it so far. Therefore, its strength had remained unknown. He did not regret giving it away, as no one had known how to use it anyway. Luo Yunyang was very satisfied with this experiment. Just as he was about to say something to Sen Kong, his communication device rang. Blood disciple Luo Yunyang, please return to the blood spirit sky within 3 days after receiving this notice. Upon returning, you will be heading to the Fiery Sun Path to consult the Fiery Sun Path Sky book under the guidance of the Blood Space Ruler. Although the content of the message was very short, Luo Yunyang's heart still felt a little excited. He had been silently worried that there would be some hiccups about his participation in the Fiery Sun Path Sky book comprehension tour. Thankfully, his worries had been groundless. The notice had finally arrived. However, he wondered if the people that would be joining him were the ones who had fought alongside him. Chapter 428. The Fiery Sun's 19 levels. Despite the small outer appearance of the spaceship, it was completely different inside. It was actually filled with training rooms, rest lounges, battle arenas and a 10-mile-wide swimming pool. Luo Yunyang enjoyed freshly squeezed juice from 10 of the finest divine fruits as he lay lazily on the poolside lounger. It may have seemed like he was a little profligate, but if one knew that he had been training in seclusion for 6 months, it would seem reasonable for him to be indulging in such comfort. Ha ha ha, no wonder I haven't seen you in such a long time. You're indeed a seclusion training madman. Come on, I have some 100-year-old wine. Have a cup, said Tai Wudi, who was wearing a navy garment. Luo Yunyang nodded at him. He had already been on this spaceship for half a year, but this was the first time he had met Tai Wudi. Tai Wudi had not boarded the spaceship yet when Luo Yunyang had arrived. Did you have fun being a ruling envoy this time? It would be awesome if you were given more opportunities. Tai Wudi waved his hands as he took out a bowl of wine. Drink it. Tai Wudi picked up the bowl and stuffed it into Luo Yunyang's hand. He was an honest, straightforward man who didn't like exchanging pleasantries. Luo Yunyang did not decline. However, after taking the wine and smelling it, he felt a fragrance filling his lungs. This was a good wine that nourished the soul. Luo Yunyang immediately took a big, unceremonious gulp. Great. Tai Wudi downed the wine and smiled. This was one of the rewards from my time as a ruling envoy. Unfortunately, there is too little of it. The higher-ups have replaced Yun Dongyang with Yang Shang. Hee, very good, Tai Wudi said while filling up Luo Yunyang's cup. That wimp Yun Dongyang, how dare he take a spot when he never even made a move? Luo Yunyang smiled faintly, but expressed no opinion on the fact that Yang Shang had replaced Yun Dongyang. To be honest, even though both Lu Bowen and Wen Jingxuan had lost, they had lost respectably. What about Yun Dongyang? He had surrendered during his battle. Luo Yunyang would feel very uncomfortable if such a person still received the opportunity to comprehend the Fiery Sun Path's sky book. However, as long as it did not harm his own interests, Luo Yunyang would not say much about it. Tai Wudi, who was straightforward, spoke outright in front of him. Although the others might not admit this, Yunyang, I think that you must be the strongest one among us. However, as a friend, I have to tell you something. That great chaotic whole path of yours is really dangerous, Tai Wudi said solemnly. If you can still change it, I advise you to stop while you can and quickly find the right path for you. As the saying goes, if you're headed the wrong way, stopping puts you in the right direction. Luo Yunyang, who felt grateful for this advice, patted Tai Wudi on the shoulders and said, no worries. Tai Wudi did not continue when he saw Luo Yunyang's nonchalant expression. Blood disciples, we have reached the Fiery Sun Path's secret realm called the Nine Fire Sky. Please get prepared, as we will be gathering in the main hall in half an hour. As a mechanical voice rang out throughout the entire spacecraft, the surrounding walls turned into images of the scenery in an instant. In the golden-red starry sky, flame pillars soared from time to time. Each of these flame pillars gave off an extremely powerful, destructive feeling. So this is the Nine Fire Sky. Damn it, it sure looks much stronger than the Blood Spirit Sky from the outside. Tai Wudi clicked his tongue. Luo Yunyang responded with a smile as he headed to the main hall of the spaceship with him. The main hall was as large as a huge palace. The Blood Sky ruler was sitting placidly on the 10 feet tall throne. Even though he appeared very calm, the people who had gathered there still treated him very respectfully. Luo Yunyang and Tai Wudi were the last of the 5 blood disciples who had embarked on the Sky Book Comprehension tour to arrive. Wen Jingxuan and Lu Bowen both nodded in greeting when they saw Luo Yunyang. Yang Shang, who was standing in front of them, also smiled at him. Although there were only 5 of them, their positions were arranged in order. Yang Shang was standing in the second closest position to the Blood Space ruler, deliberately leaving an opening for the first position. Tai Wudi got into the third position, while Luo Yunyang went ahead and stood in the first position without hesitation. In the Bloody Massacre path, especially in the Blood Spirit Sky, great emphasis was put on being confident and shouldering one's own responsibilities. What belonged to someone would remain theirs and had to be embraced openly without hesitation. If one cowered before things that belonged to oneself, or spoke and acted humbly, one might be mistaken for a weakling. This opportunity to comprehend their sky books is very important to you all. Thus, you must all focus. The Blood Space ruler eyed the 5 of them as he spoke. There's one more thing to note. All of you represent the Bloody Massacre path, so you must not disgrace our name. Luo Yunyang, from now on, you'll be in charge of this group of 5. Understand, although Luo Yunyang considered this a big responsibility, if the Blood Space ruler had said so, he naturally would not decline. Yes, ruler. The Blood Space ruler laughed heartily and said, "This is the first time in all my years in the Bloody Massacre path that I get to browse through a sky book belonging to the other 8 paths. Please do not go easy." After 15 minutes, the spacecraft landed on a huge red mountain that was cut in half. The Pure Sun ruler received them. "Blood Space, you came really quickly. Let's go. We'll head to my place." The Pure Sun ruler glanced at the Blood Space ruler with a smile. "Just leave the browsing of the sky book to the young ones. They will make the necessary arrangements." The Blood Space ruler grinned. "I haven't seen you in 6 months, yet you seem to have progressed a lot. I treated you to our finest true blood nectar the last time you came over. You better not disappoint me this time. I have already ordered our fiery sun fluid for you and I will guarantee that you enjoy it wholeheartedly." The Pure Sun ruler laughed as he pulled at the Blood Space ruler's arm. Then, the 2 of them flew towards a palace floating high up among the scarlet spirit mist. "The 5 of you must be tired from the journey. Why not get some rest at your residence before you proceed to browse through the sky book tomorrow?" A gentle-looking attendant suggested as he smiled at Luo Yunyang and his group. Tai Wudi, Yang Shang and everyone else looked at Luo Yunyang as if they were following him blindly. Luo Yunyang nodded. "Well, let's rest for a while then." A small flying craft transported Luo Yunyang and the others to their resting area. However, the group of attendants accompanying them on the way were bad at having conversations. They only answered when a question was posed. If no one asked anything, they basically stayed silent. The atmosphere was naturally very uncomfortable. However, the flying craft was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang and the others had already arrived at their residence. As soon as Luo Yunyang and his group got off the craft, they discovered that they were surrounded by people. Every single one of the people that surrounded them was a star-grade powerhouse. "Look, these are the Bloody Massacre Path's elites. Hee, they are indeed strong. They had the nerve to come here to comprehend our sky book when they only achieved 1 victory and 1 draw. I guess their bodies are made of metal, and their faces are made of copper. Do you see that one? He was the one that was beaten by senior brother Luoxuan. I heard that he was almost turned into a cripple by our brother. I heard that one of them surrendered without a fight. I cannot understand how he can still have the nerve to come here and browse our sky book. Hey, Bloody Massacre Path disciples. Who dares accept my challenge? If you beat me, I will give you my opportunity to browse our sky book." Tai Wudi took advantage of a time when his opponent was not paying attention. Otherwise, he would have lost. All kinds of loud, provocative voices were heard from all directions. Some people even issued direct challenges. "Luo Yunyang, I heard that you are the strongest person in the Bloody Massacre path. Would you dare fight me, Long Han? Come on, just you and me. Die with your face facing the sky, or live carefree when you win. If you have the guts, I'll respect you as a man. Otherwise, I'll consider you a sissy." Tai Wuti scowled as he heard all these provocations. He had never suffered such verbal abuse and humiliation, even in the bloody massacre path, so he found it unbearable. When Jingxuan pulled at Tai Wuti's arm, "He is deliberately trying to infuriate us, old Tai. If we bite the bait, then..." Although Tai Wuti was pissed, he was also a smart person. He knew that they were being provoked. Therefore, even though he was fuming, he still managed to swallow his anger and endure this abuse. Yang Shang, on the other hand, glared at those people coldly. Although he intended to strike, he wasn't in the right condition to do so, as he had lost control of himself previously. "Attendant, is this the way the Fiery Sun Path treats its guests?" When Jingxuan said solemnly after holding back Tai Wuti, the attendant smiled softly and replied, "My task is to ensure that you will not be disturbed while you comprehend our Fiery Sun Sky books for a month. You aren't considered VIPs in any other way. Plus, our Fiery Sun Path disciples do not fear any consequences." As soon as he said that, he pointed to a few huts in the distance and said with a wry smile, "This is the place where you will be staying temporarily. I will take all of you to browse our sky book tomorrow morning." As blood disciples, Luo Yunyang and the others each owned a humongous villa in the top blood district. Although the situation in front of them wouldn't cause them any physical discomfort, being given this kind of accommodation was very humiliating. Actually, this was very humiliating for the entire bloody massacre path. "Ha ha ha, the huts were built from a few beast nests and some grass that we collected. Enjoy your stay. The Fiery Sun Path welcomes heroes, not people like you, who rely on luck to take advantage of us. If you aren't convinced, then fight us. You want to live in a good place, right? Look over there. That's the Fiery Sun's 19 levels. If you get through 10 stages, you can enjoy the best VIP treatment. Would you dare, though? Even if you don't dare take on the Fiery Sun's 19 levels, as long as you accept our challenges like real men, you could still get to stay at a decent place." Tai Wuti, Wen Jingxuan and the others clenched their fists tightly. Although Yang Shang looked very indifferent, he was looking at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was in charge of them this time after all. Chapter 429. A disconsolate, miserable cry heard from miles away in a palace suspended in the void. The blood space ruler was watching the scene on a screen silently. The image felt as immersive as if he was inside it. "Blood space, these young people sure know how to cause much more of a ruckus than we did when we were younger," the pure sun ruler said as he twirled the transparent crystal wine glass in his hand. The blood space ruler shrugged his words off. "It seems like the Fiery Sun Path is still unscrupulous. The younger generation will eventually replace us," the pure sun ruler said faintly. "Besides, they were unconvinced by our loss this time. You know that this sort of situation is rarely welcomed or accepted by anyone." The blood space ruler nodded. He had actually expected this. It was natural for the disciples of the Fiery Sun Path to feel resentful. After all, they had won 3 games and tied 1. They had basically been just one step away from victory. Just as they had been full of confidence, the prey they had been about to devour had flown away. Instead of going to the bloody massacre path to browse their sky book, the Fiery Sun Path now had to give Luo Yunyang and the rest of them an opportunity to browse their own sky book. Who wouldn't be angry after failing to gain any advantage and suffering a loss? When people were pissed, their natural reaction was to stir up trouble and cause a ruckus. The upper echelons of the Fiery Sun Path wouldn't care as long as their behavior wasn't too excessive. Even when the blood space ruler discovered the situation, he didn't find it alarming. This was a good chance to take advantage of this opportunity and allow the blood disciples to gain some life experiences. Or at the very least, see how Luo Yunyang and the others reacted. Luo Yunyang took a look at the hut and then glared coldly at the disciples of the Fiery Sun Path, who were openly hooting. He had been studying the Myriad Convergence Ring lately. Although he had not broken through to the 4th state of the Myriad 8 laws, his understanding of the Myriad Convergence Ring's usage had reached a higher level. "Trash," Luo Yunyang spat out without any restraint as he glared at the Fiery Sun Path disciples. The Fiery Sun Path disciples were surprised by this turn of events. When they saw Luo Yunyang's reaction, the people who had still been noisily hooting suddenly calmed down. Some disciples even stared at Luo Yunyang as though he was an imbecile. Calling them trash when he was surrounded by so many elites of the Fiery Sun Path was suicide. Not far from the noisy crowd, Luoxuan was standing proudly next to 4 or 5 Fiery Sun Path elites. "Brother Chuan, that kid took the bait. A man with blue hair and a pair of wings behind him said quickly with a hint of flattery in his voice. Luoxuan's eyes flashed coldly as he watched Luo Yunyang showing off. Damn it, this was his territory. He was the local master. Didn't Luo Yunyang understand this? Instead of walking away with his tail between his legs, he was acting like the big bad wolf. Alright, Luoxuan would grant his wish. Luoxuan thought silently to himself before waving his hand. Give them a good beatdown. Attack all at once. This order momentarily stunned everyone. Even the boot-licking winged man who had been following Luoxuan closely was dumbfounded. When they had discussed this, it hadn't seemed like that many people would need to participate. However, he didn't dare say anything when he saw Luoxuan's somewhat sinister expression. Instead, he egged on everyone else. Everyone, these people have come all the way to our home to try and bully us. Get them, give them a good beating. These words were like a fuse that immediately ignited everyone's rage and made them rush forward at once. The might of hundreds of peak star-grade elites rushing forward together was unimaginable. On a mountain thousands of miles away, Linky watched in silence indifferently as his fellow disciples started assaulting Luo Yunyang and his gang. He was very calm, maybe even somewhat cold. Seems like their strongest elites are going to be defeated by that crazy crowd, old K. Zuo Shu said with a faint grin. Zuo Shu knew all about this operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Linky to join him in watching such an exciting show. They had actually traveled happily to visit the bloody massacre path, but returned disappointed. Although their fellow disciples did not comment much on the result after their return to the Nine-Fire Sky, he believed that this was a facade, for they seemed to have kept their dismay deep in their hearts. Therefore, Zuo Shu and the others were really pissed at Luo Yunyang and his group. Luoxuan, who was always easily triggered, had gone ahead and organized a beatdown. This seems a little overboard, Linky said as he glanced at the crowd. If it goes on, other people will think that we are petty and can't stand to lose. Zuo Shu smiled and said, Luoxuan is the one who is unhappy. I can't stop him. Besides, Luo Yunyang also acted inappropriately. He actually aggravated the situation. He totally deserves this beatdown. As he spoke, Zuo Shu smiled wryly. You must be aware of Luoxuan's track record. As long as nobody dies, we don't have to worry about anything. Rules can't be enforced when everyone is an offender. Linky shot a glance at Zuo Shu. He knew very well that Zuo Shu had been able to stop this. He just hadn't attempted to stop it at all. Perhaps Zuo Shu had also played a part in fanning the flames. However, Luo Yunyang did not suppress his anger now, nor did he try to think of another solution. Instead, he called out directly. Although this approach seemed very upfront, it was in fact. As Linky was thinking silently, he saw more than 100 people attack. The elites of the Fiery Sun Path coordinated tacitly with each other. Meanwhile, 10 fiery dragons appeared in an instant. The fiery dragons were raging like a sea of fire burning in every direction. A long sword had already appeared in Yang Shang's hand. Tai Wudi and the others had also drawn their weapons. Although they were seasoned fighters, this battle would still be a really big test for them. Yunyang, you are really impulsive. Wen Jingxuan flashed him a slightly pained smile. He was exceptionally intelligent, so he had already predicted that such a fight would break out over a mere disagreement. Luo Yunyang turned to Wen Jingxuan and grinned. Old Wen, do you know that one person is crushing an entire path? Wen Jingxuan felt a little dumb. As he tried to digest the meaning of Luo Yunyang's words, he saw the myriad convergence ring fly up from Luo Yunyang's hand. Luo Yunyang transformed the ring into 3 huge chaotic holes that scattered around him with just a thought. In an instant, attacks from every direction were drawn towards the chaotic holes. As the chaotic holes revolved, most of the Fiery Sun Path disciples began to rush towards them. The disciples of the Fiery Sun Path were far stronger than those in the Tianluo Empire in terms of cultivation and control of origin source laws. If they fought against each other, these discrepancies in strength would determine whether they lived or died. However, in the face of Luo Yunyang's chaotic holes, no gaps existed. The crazy absorption and smashing power rendered all the attacks and weapons useless, as they were all absorbed into the chaotic hole. Some people with weaker cultivation were sucked into the chaotic holes entirely. The elites of the Fiery Sun Path had immense combat experience. Thus, when they realized that they had no chance against the chaotic holes, almost all of them chose to retreat simultaneously. This was undoubtedly a retreat. As too many people retreated, this became an utter defeat for the Fiery Sun Path disciples. The chaotic holes, which were like black holes, devoured their surroundings crazily as Luo Yunyang controlled them. Everything caught by them was basically absorbed. Even so, Luo Yunyang did not use the star alloy fragments, the strongest move of the myriad convergence ring. Every single fragment was able to form an incredibly sharp blade within the great chaotic hole path. He is just one person. Get him. The man with the blue wings took flight and turned into a shadow within the void before appearing strangely behind Luo Yunyang. It seemed like he had teleported. If it had not been for the man's incredible study of spatial dimension origin source law, he wouldn't have performed such a deadly move. However, just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, he realized that his body was bound by an invisible force. It felt as though his body would get torn apart by this force. He was in great pain. Fear instantly welled in the man's heart. Although he struggled desperately, he was eventually sucked into the chaotic hole as well. The sensation of being ripped to shreds grew stronger the moment he was sucked into the chaotic hole. For a moment, the man was terrified. He felt that he could very likely lose his life. Just as he got really afraid, a powerful repulsive force blew him 1,000 miles away. Then, his face came in intimate contact with the earth. He looked like a dog gnawing at dirt. A disconsolate, miserable cry could be heard from miles away. The huge chaotic hole made the elites of the Fiery Sun Path flee desperately. They were really afraid of being sucked into it again. Luoxuan watched all this blankly. He had never imagined that the assault he had planned would turn out like this. In his opinion, even K. Linky would have suffered a crushing defeat in the face of such a chaotic assault. However, it turned out that they had suffered a crushing defeat instead. Luo Yunyang's great chaotic hole path was unexpectedly disgusting. As these thoughts flashed through Luoxuan's mind, he turned around and got ready to leave. However, it would not be so easy for him to escape. Luo Yunyang didn't consider himself a kind person. However, as long as he did not get his tail stepped on, he would not retaliate. If someone offended him first, then he would naturally return the favor. If the same person offended him again, he would eliminate that person completely. That bastard Luoxuan had caused trouble time and time again. Luo Yunyang was unable to accept this anymore. Hence, before Luoxuan could leave, the chaotic hole that had been revolving in the void entrapped him. Luo Yunyang, I am just here to observe the commotion. I was just passing by. You must have misunderstood, I didn't do anything. Luoxuan yelled as he struggled. Luo Yunyang appeared oblivious to Luoxuan's wails. The destructive force of the chaotic hole tore Luoxuan's robes apart in an instant. Luoxuan was fuming in rage as the rapidly revolving star alloy fragments formed into the shape of a hammer and smashed his head hard. In an instant, Luoxuan fainted and fell to the ground. Chapter 430. The Fiery Sun Divine Origin. The great chaotic hole path is indeed the king of all battles. The pure sun ruler lamented as he watched the faint Luoxuan on the screen. The blood space ruler, who showed no signs of joy on his face, murmured, out of the paths derived from the 9 sky books, this is the most dangerous one. The pure sun ruler didn't say anything. He merely patted the blood space ruler on the shoulder. After a brief silence, the blood space ruler chuckled abruptly. Life and death are determined by fate. Indeed, the pure sun ruler laughed heartily. The mischief of the younger generation should be concluded now. I'll have them guided back to the building reserved for honored guests so they can get some rest. The blood space ruler waved dismissively. Wait, since they have already reached the Fiery Sun's 19 levels, why don't we just let them try to proceed to the 10th level? It doesn't matter whether they succeed or not. The bloody massacre path will still compensate you for using the Fiery Sun Divine Origin. There was some hesitation on the pure sun ruler's face. Even though he was a high-ranking ruler, he couldn't make a decision about a great treasure like the Fiery Sun Divine Origin alone. If this cannot be done, I hope that I will be able to discuss it with your path master. The blood space ruler said unhurriedly. You are clearly putting me on the spot. The pure sun ruler chuckled. Never mind, since they have already reached the Fiery Sun's 19 levels, let them just go for it. The pure sun ruler looked at the blood space ruler and said, the 5 disciples you brought here have not practiced the principles of the pure fire origin source law. It would be considered a very good result if a couple of them were able to incorporate the Fiery Sun Divine Origin. What if I allowed them to comprehend the sky book of the Fiery Sun path before trying to incorporate the Fiery Sun Divine Origin? The blood space ruler said sarcastically. The pure sun ruler smiled. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's just allow your disciples to enter the fiery sun's 19 levels. The blood space ruler was not bothered that the pure sun ruler had changed the topic. He used his own communication device to quickly send a message to Luo Yunyang and the others. The content of the message was very simple. The fiery sun divine origin was the ultimate treasure of the fire element. The more one could fuse with it and incorporate it, the better their mastery over fire origin source law would be. Although the fusion process was painful, if one persisted, it had to be adhered to. Luo Yunyang knew nothing about the fiery sun divine origin. However, Yang Shang and the others were no strangers to it. Yang Shang, who was normally very calm, started trembling when he read this message. Ha ha ha, this is what a true ruler does. We have gotten the opportunity to fuse the fiery sun divine origin. This is just great. According to the legends, the fiery sun divine origin was the product of the substantialization of the fire origin source law. Although it is very difficult to incorporate, once the fiery sun divine origin is fused, it becomes much easier to comprehend fire origin source laws. It will also allow our constitution to become more compatible with fire origin source laws. Wen Jingxuan nodded. I have read about this thing in books. Although it might be difficult for it to improve our skills, in the fiery sun path, one drop is worth 10,000 star dollars. The more you fuse it, the more it matches the fire origin source laws. Some people even say that if you integrate 9 drops of the fiery sun divine origin, you can obtain the heart of fire origin source laws. 1 drop cost 10,000 star dollars. That was really expensive. Luo Yunyang, who had been the mighty ruling envoy once, had only gotten 10,000 star dollars for it. Wen Jingxuan and Yang Shang's words made Tai Wudi and the others realize that this was an extremely important opportunity for everyone. It would be a pity if the incorporation of this fiery sun divine origin failed. The 5 of you, please come with me. The guide stepped in front of Luo Yunyang and the others. They all nodded and followed the guide towards the location of the fiery sun's 19 levels. From here on, we will enter the 10th level of the fiery sun's 19 levels directly. On the 10th level is the fiery sun origin that you need. During the process of incorporating it, do only whatever you can. If you think that you cannot hold out, quit while you're ahead and give up right away. The guide told Luo Yunyang and the others. Luo Yunyang nodded. When the guide waved his arm, a beam of light flew down from the void. Amid this beam of light, Luo Yunyang and the others felt like they had risen in the air. When they opened their eyes, they each found themselves in a separate quiet room. The room, which was only 1 square foot big, was crimson red. As he stood in this quiet room, Luo Yunyang gradually felt the heat go up. That's right, the room was heating up. Given Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base, ordinary heat and cold had no effect on him at all. If this place could make him feel hot, this definitely was no ordinary heat. It's a divine flame stone. There was a look of surprise in Luo Yunyang's eyes as he saw the large stone table in the center of the room. Fist-sized divine flame stones cost 10 star dollars, yet there was a big piece there. However, compared to the divine flame stone, what attracted Luo Yunyang the most was a drop of crimson liquid. The liquid, which was in a teacup-like container, looked like a burning gem. The moment he saw the divine flame stone, Luo Yunyang felt a vague sensation of seeing some origin source laws. These origin source laws were intertwined, making it difficult for him to understand. However, they were all condensed in that drop of liquid. This had to be the fiery sun divine origin. Only do what you can. Handle. Several blood-red characters appeared beside Luo Yunyang the moment he approached the fiery sun divine origin. Below these characters was the method for using the fiery sun divine origin. In fact, this method was very simple. One just had to use any part of their body to touch the fiery sun divine origin. However, the real difficulty was the pain one felt when their body started to incorporate the fiery sun divine origin. If the individual could not withstand this pain and fainted during the fusion, the process would fail. A failed fusion would waste a drop of fiery sun divine origin. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment before he walked over to the fiery sun divine origin. Although he considered using the attribute regulator, he believed that this wasn't the right time yet. The moment his finger came into contact with the fiery sun divine origin, the fiery sun divine origin flowed like water into Luo Yunyang's hands. However, the influx of the fiery sun divine origin caused an unbearable pain to suddenly spread from Luo Yunyang's fingers towards his body. Luo Yunyang, who had reached a star-grade cultivation base, would not furrow his brow even if he was slashed by a knife or hacked by an axe. However, a burning sensation scorched his soul, making him suffer excruciating pain. In an instant, he felt like he was going to collapse. However, he had to endure. The moment Luo Yunyang endured this pain, he sensed something. He seemed to see crimson rays of origin source laws around him. Although these origin source laws still seemed blurry, he believed that they weren't out of his reach. As he was sitting on the ground in a lotus position, Luo Yunyang allowed that great pain to constantly batter his consciousness. He knew that he had yet to reach his limit, so there was no need to use the attribute regulator. Luoxuan and the others, who were outside the fiery sun's 19 levels, didn't disperse. On the contrary, they all gathered even more closely. This fiery sun divine origin is the ultimate treasure of the fiery sun path. Even elites of the first district like us only get one chance to incorporate it in 10 years. What right do these people, who are from the bloody massacre path, have to do this? Someone who had seen Luo Yunyang enter the fiery sun's 19 levels said indignantly. Luoxuan glanced at the angry elite and chuckled. The people of the bloody massacre path are willing to pay for this. Can you stop them? These guys are destined to suffer. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to incorporate the fiery sun divine origin. As soon as he said that, Luoxuan's eyes hazed over. He definitely ranked among the top 10 of all the elites of the fiery sun path. However, he had tried to fuse the fiery sun divine origin a total of 10 times and had failed to even incorporate a single drop of it within his body. This had almost become a sore spot for Luoxuan. Although, on the surface, no one said anything about him, deep down he knew that the elites of the fiery sun path weren't any good either. They secretly talked about him behind his back. They said that he was nothing like his father and that he would have a hard time becoming successful. Fortunately, dripping tears and rubbing salt on this wound had the same effect. Although these guys' harsh comments made him extremely uncomfortable, at the same time, they made him determined to incorporate a drop of the fiery sun divine origin as soon as possible. However, during every fusion, the unbearable pain would crush his determination. It was already really difficult for people like him, who practiced the fire origin source law, to fuse the fiery sun divine origin. Why would the bloody massacre path disciples be able to fuse it? This was just wishful thinking. Just wait, I don't think it will be long before those guys, who have overestimated themselves, get thrown out of the fiery sun's 19 levels. Luoxuan's facial features distorted as he spat these words out venomously. The controller of the fiery sun's 19 paths was an intelligent form of life. If someone used the fiery sun origin but did not succeed, they would be abandoned by this intelligent life right away. Crash. As Luoxuan was speaking, a figure was thrown out of the fiery sun's 19 levels, which were like a giant tower. This figure, who was facing down, fell hard. His face was planted into the ground like a radish buried deep in the dirt. A large part of his body was immersed in the crimson red rock, leaving only his 2 legs dangling outside. Ha ha ha, someone rolled out quickly. What an unusual posture, said a laughing person. However, after a few loud chuckles, his laughter stopped. It's Horden from District 2. I didn't expect that this guy would fail after accumulating a decade's worth of opportunities. Someone hurriedly stepped forward to pull Horden out of the ground. As Horden rushed into the distance immediately, most people looked up at the fiery path's 19 levels with sparkling eyes. Chapter 431, The Incorporated Law World Endure, Endure, Endure. Luo Yunyang felt his entire self burning. Just a tiny bit of that indescribable pain was enough to make a person crumble. Skin, flesh, muscle, bone, blood. Everything was burning, everything was transforming. The process of this metamorphosis was extremely painful. All these years, Luo Yunyang had read a lot of books. Therefore, he knew that man had actually evolved in order to get closer to origin source law. However, this type of evolution had to be a slow change in the environment. The moment this evolution became too quick, it would become extremely painful. At the moment, it seemed as though a sound kept blustering beside Luo Yunyang's ear, telling him to give up. As long as he gave up even a little, all this pain would go away. However, Luo Yunyang knew that the moment he gave up, any chance of incorporating the fiery sun origin would disappear. Although making adjustments with his attribute regulator could decrease the pain, as he cultivated deeper and understood more about these cultivation paths, Luo Yunyang discovered that the greater the pain, the greater the opportunity. Especially when it came to mind power cultivation, painful experiences between life and death were actually an opportunity for a huge leap. Given Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, this sort of opportunities were rare and far between. Thus, he was naturally unwilling to let it slip. Luo Yunyang would also gain more things while enduring this pain. His comprehension of fire origin source laws alone slowly became clearer, and some parts of the heaven-burning diagram that he hadn't understood now were within reach. The numbers of his fire origin source law also increased rapidly. Although Luo Yunyang's pain had spread throughout his body, he was still delighted. Amid this pain and delight, Luo Yunyang could only try his best to endure. Meanwhile, Luoxuan and the others were still waiting outside the Fiery Sun's 19 levels. They had already been beaten by Luo Yunyang till their faces were swollen, so they didn't care about anything else. They just wanted to use Luo Yunyang and the others' failures to feel pleased about themselves. Crash! Just as everyone had started to get a little impatient from waiting, a figure was thrown out of the pagoda on the Fiery Sun's 19 levels. As soon as this figure was tossed out, Luoxuan and the others recognized it. It was Wen Jingxuan. As they watched the detestable bloody massacre path disciple get thrown out, Luoxuan and the others shouted out simultaneously. Great! However, as they shouted loudly, the figure unexpectedly descended gently to the ground. He hadn't fallen flat, nor did he look disconsolate. He just landed gracefully. Wen Jingxuan had always had great stature, yet the way he landed gracefully on the ground showed everyone that he was really elegant. Why didn't you? A Fiery Sun Path elite stammered in disbelief. Although Wen Jingxuan didn't understand what that person meant, he still said elegantly, I gave up immediately. He had given up such a rare opportunity. Luoxuan and the others stared at Wen Jingxuan in disbelief. I don't have much willpower, and this fire origin source wouldn't benefit my cultivation much. There was even a possibility that it would mess up my cultivation. Thus, I gave up, Wen Jingxuan said before he sat down in a lotus position calmly. Then why are you even comprehending the sky book? Someone asked bitterly. Why don't you just return to the bloody massacre path? The Fiery Sun's sky book doesn't just contain fire origin source law. Wen Jingxuan stared at the guy as though he was an imbecile. Luoxuan and the others said nothing else. Time passed amidst this silence. 20 minutes later, yet another figure flew out of the Fiery Sun's 19 levels. This time, the person flying out smashed into a scarlet boulder. His head smacked against the boulder with a crash before the boulder crumbled. When Wen Jingxuan quickly glanced in the direction that person had been thrown from, he realized that it was Lu Bowen. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen was in a daze. His hands were clenched tightly and an indescribable pain was coursing through his body. Ha ha ha, it seems like he is still having a nightmare. Someone said delightedly as he watched Lu Bowen. He's been overestimating his capabilities. Although these humiliating words weren't that funny, everyone laughed heartily. They wanted to use this as a way to regain their lost dignity. Lu Bowen sobered up when he heard their laughter. When he saw Wen Jingxuan, he forced a smile. Did you also give up, old Wen? Yeah, I couldn't even compare to you. Wen Jingxuan replied. As the two of them conversed, yet another figure flew out. This person had been flung to the ground like a piece of trash. Unlike Lu Bowen, who was in a dazed state, Tai Wudi's eyes were wide and full of indignation. I should have held on. This was the first thing Tai Wudi said when he saw Wen Jingxuan. Just a little bit longer and I would have succeeded. Tai Wudi didn't know what was going on. Thus, when he said that, a member of Luoxuan's group mocked him impolitely. Just a little bit, you were a long way off. Why should the Fiery Sun divine origin be so generously given to you people for a try? You simply can't incorporate it. Hee hee, do you know how many star dollars you have wasted? 10,000. That's right, the three of you have wasted 30,000 star dollars in total. If that Fiery Sun divine origin is fused, it could provide a massive loss to the fire origin source law. However, if it fails, it won't be of any use at all. 3 drops of Fiery Sun divine origin have been completely wasted. Tai Wudi was really pissed with all of this derision. However, he didn't possess Luo Yunyang's ability to single-handedly beat up Luoxuan and the others. Thus, he could only endure this. Wen Jingxuan and the others didn't leave either. They just waited there, feeling an intense desire in their hearts. They wished that at least one member of their group would be successful. Although they hadn't been able to achieve this themselves, as long as one of their comrades accomplished it, they wouldn't lose any face. Only Luo Yunyang and Yongshang were left. One of them had to succeed. Footsteps were heard from the Fiery Sun's 19 levels. The sound jolted Wen Jingxuan and the others upright. Yongshang walked out next with a half-smile on his face, waving his hand when he saw Wen Jingxuan and the others. "How is everything, Brother Yang?" Tai Wudi was the gloomiest member of their group. He was also the person targeted by Luoxuan and his gang the most. Therefore, Tai Wudi rushed over impatiently, full of anticipation. "I could only accomplish half of it." Yongshan raised his arm as he spoke dully. "My current constitution is special, so most of the fiery sun divine origin power is sealed within my body. Only after I completely recover will I be able to confirm whether I succeeded." What Tai Wudi wanted the most right now was a feeling of victory. He wanted to use it as a counterattack against Luoxuan. However, Yongshang's situation was barely satisfactory. Never mind. We still have Luo Yunyang." Wen Jingxuan patted Tai Wudi on the back with a chuckle. "He has endured this for so long already. He should probably be able to incorporate a drop of the fiery sun divine origin." Tai Wudi nodded. Luo Yunyang probably wouldn't disappoint him. Luoxuan wanted to say something sarcastic, yet when he looked at the time, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Based on his experience, if someone spent this much time in the fiery sun's 19 levels without being thrown out, they would probably succeed. Boom! A scarlet flaming dragon rushed out abruptly from the 10th floor of the pagoda. The instant the dragon flew out, the originally quiet sky immediately seemed to get scorched. Meanwhile, layers of scarlet-red origin source law chains formed plumes of scarlet clouds and fused with the flaming dragon in the sky. The dragon twirled among the scarlet clouds in the sky for at least 5 minutes before rushing over to the 15th floor. "It's the incorporated law world." He was successful. Wen Jingxuan's voice was somewhat excited as he looked at the scarlet clouds. Although he thought that Luo Yunyang might not necessarily have been successful, seeing this still delighted him. Of course, there was also a little trace of envy in his voice. Luo Yunyang was surging straight ahead in high spirits, whereas he could only cheer Luo Yunyang on in the future. After all, everyone had been given the same opportunity. He and the others had mostly failed, while Luo Yunyang had successfully incorporated a drop of fiery sun divine origin. Luoxuan and the others' faces had turned rigid. The person that they had been hoping the most to see getting thrown out of the pagoda was Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang had successfully incorporated the fiery sun divine origin. "Senior brother Luo, there is no longer any point in us staying here and encouraging them," someone said immediately. Luoxuan nodded. Staying there and watching Luo Yunyang return in glory would be lame. However, just as he was about to leave, the 11th floor suddenly lit up. Luo Yunyang wants to incorporate a second drop of fiery sun divine origin. Is he crazy? A fiery sun path disciple said in shock. Incorporating one drop of fiery sun divine origin was already a very difficult task. After incorporating the first drop, most people would cultivate properly for a period of time before trying to incorporate a second one. Luo Yunyang had actually tried to take on a second drop right away. "He's overestimating himself," Luoxuan proclaimed loudly. "The people that the gods want to destroy go mad. Luo Yunyang is really asking for it. No one can leave. Let's watch him fall from the 19 levels." Chapter 432. Riding the winds for 90,000 miles, Luo Yunyang is not crazy. He is just taking advantage of the situation, said Zuoshu as he walked down the main hall with a smile on his face. His smile was confident. As a top telekinesis master, Zuoshu had a very high level of intelligence. Thus, he found solutions for many of the problems people faced out there. Sitting opposite Zuoshu was K. Linky. Given K. Linky's mad efforts to improve himself through cultivating, he should rightfully be cultivating right now. However, Luo Yunyang's accomplishments during the previous battle had caused him to make an exception this time. That was why he was drinking wine with Zuoshu instead. Initially, both of them had no opinion in regards to Luo Yunyang being allowed to incorporate the fiery sun divine origin. They had also seemed to scoff disdainfully at Luoxuan for wanting to watch how this dramatic series of events would unfold. However, they felt a sense of unease now that Luo Yunyang was about to incorporate the second drop of fiery sun divine origin. After all, not just anybody could incorporate that amount of fiery sun divine origin in such a short period of time. Upon hearing the words, taking advantage, Kei Linky broke into a wide smile. If Zuoshu had not reminded him, he would have forgotten the rules set by the Fiery Sun path. Fusing the first drop of Fiery Sun divine origin required a certain payment. However, after successfully incorporating the first drop, the second drop did not require any payment at all. It was free. How great was that? When one was given such a great opportunity, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. It appeared that Luo Yunyang did know about this rule, which explained why he had chosen to fuse the second drop of Fiery Sun divine origin. Luo Yunyang may have strong, powerful weapons. However, I think that his cultivation base has not improved much, Zuoshu said. If the two of you competed again, your chances of victory would be 7-3. His would be 7, and yours 3. Kei Linky nodded his head. If Luo Yunyang had used the Myriad Convergence Ring and sensed this unprecedented threat, then his chances of victory would indeed only have been about 30%. However, you should not get depressed over this. The great chaotic whole path ends in its own destruction. By doing so, Luo Yunyang would definitely get destroyed by his own hands. On the contrary, you have been cultivating the great unrivaled sun path, so your fate will be different. It won't lead to self-destruction, Zuoshu added. Besides, if you are able to find a cultivator that combines water origin source law and radiance origin source law to form the sky-enveloping moon path, then your combined strength will definitely reach the very top of the 9 paths. Kei Linky's eyes lit up. The sky-enveloping moon path and the great unrivaled sun path complemented each other well like the yin and yang. This could actually be considered the best combination of cultivation paths among the 9 paths. I heard that people are already cultivating the sky-enveloping moon path. Kei Linky slowly stood up as he was speaking, his eyes radiating with the confidence of a monarch. We will have to see how the next 100 years go. By the time Kei Linky said this, Luo Yunyang had already incorporated the second Fiery Sun divine origin into his body. After already familiarizing himself with the amount of pain inflicted by trying to fuse with the Fiery Sun divine origin, Luo Yunyang reckoned that the pain this time would be fairly similar to the first time. However, he realized he had been too naive the moment he started trying to fuse the second drop. The intensity of this pain was about 3 times stronger. The reason Luo Yunyang was willing to suffer this pain was because, as the first Fiery Sun divine origin had been incorporated, he had felt 10 times stronger because of it. This meant that his comprehending speed of the fire origin source laws had also increased by a full 10 times. It could be said that this comprehension speed was crazy. However, at the same time, the pain inflicted was extremely unbearable. Luo Yunyang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. This pain actually wasn't the worst. The burning sensation throughout his body was what made it even more unbearable. He couldn't bear this any longer. Luo Yunyang's mind was in a mess by this point. Thus, he decided to use the attribute regulator. The golden words on the attribute regulator made the user interface look beautiful. However, Luo Yunyang didn't have the time to appreciate that. All he needed was to upgrade his constitution and mind attribute. Reducing his mind attribute would help reduce the amount of pain he felt. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang wasn't the same person he used to be. He knew that the only way he would become indestructible and attain the highest cultivation level was by increasing his cultivation base. Power: 103 Fire, 101 Mind, 27 Speed, 35 Constitution, 20 Origin Source Law, 116 Wind, 28 Earth, 21 Fire, 39 Water, 16 Luo Yunyang was really happy deep down. Although the fusing of the Fiery Sun divine origin was extremely painful, during that short span of time, his fire origin source law had increased 10 times. Luo Yunyang was delighted. However, even though the numbers on the attribute regulator increased, the origin source laws couldn't be converted to the other 4 main attributes and vice versa. This irritated Luo Yunyang considerably. This wasn't the time to mull over this, though. Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his constitution to 30 points and his mind to 40 points. Although he could have increased the numbers further, there was not much additional benefit in doing so. Hence, Luo Yunyang decided to take things one step at a time. Following the attribute adjustments, the excruciating pain seemed much more bearable. In fact, Luo Yunyang thought that the second round of fusion had been slightly easier than the first one. Meanwhile, the two rulers were having a chat in the palace of the Pure Sun ruler. Neither of them had actually thought much about Luo Yunyang's fusion of the fiery sun divine origin. "Several days ago, I heard that senior brother Luotian perished in battle," said the pure sun ruler with a hint of gloom in his voice. The blood sky ruler nodded gently and replied somberly, "I also heard about it. I would never have expected this." As he mumbled to himself, the blood sky ruler's expression became nostalgic. "Back in the day, the three of us had been known as the three strongest people in the Milky Way. Luotian had actually been stronger than the two of us. I would never have imagined that he would perish in battle." After a moment of silence, the blood sky ruler adjusted his sleeves. A series of chains suddenly flew out from all directions and surrounded them. The two of them were now more at ease. Given Luotian's capabilities, he should not have died. However, the evil blue spirit race director ambushed him. The blood sky ruler punched the air around him. The air he struck disintegrated and many red chains of light began flowing along the blood sky ruler's hands. "All right, let's not get too hasty," said the pure sun ruler as he breathed heavily. "Our numbers are weak. What we should do right now is accumulate as much power as we can. Not that I want to criticize the bloody massacre path, but you are actually letting a talented individual like Luo Yunyang practice the great chaotic whole path. Isn't that a massive waste of his talent?" The blood sky ruler chuckled. "We didn't want to let him cultivate it either. In fact, we actually were hoping that he wouldn't be able to develop anything when he first started cultivating the great chaotic whole path. However, that lad, he has already managed to incorporate one drop of fiery sun divine origin and is currently on his way to the second. I must really applaud his courage." The pure sun ruler then switched to a serious tone and said, "Actually, I think that he should join the fiery sun path. If he were to cultivate the great unrivaled sun path." Just as the two men were speaking, several red rays of origin chains began to appear in the pure sun ruler's palace. These chains had been imposed by the pure sun ruler to prohibit transformation. When he saw them, the pure sun ruler waved his sleeves and red clouds appeared on the black screen. These clouds burned more fiercely and distinctly. The pure sun ruler believed that they contained a profound law chain. For a moment, he was stunned to see the scarlet clouds. However, he quickly said, "This is a second-level origin cloud. Somebody has incorporated a second drop of fiery sun divine origin. Good, good, good. Looks like another talented individual has appeared in the fiery sun path." The blood sky ruler had an envious look on his face. The fiery sun divine origin was an ultimate treasure of the fiery sun path. By incorporating it, that individual would increase their understanding of the fire source origin laws greatly. However, fusing with it wasn't easy. One needed to be a gifted genius to be able to incorporate even a second one. Let's check out who incorporated the second drop of fire sun divine origin. The pure sun ruler ordered excitedly as he faced the massive screen. Reporting, ruler. The person who incorporated the second drop of fire sun divine origin was Luo Yunyang. He is now heading towards the 12th level. A mechanical voice answered the pure sun ruler's question promptly. The pure sun ruler went blank when he heard this reply. The blood sky ruler was also dumbstruck. They had allowed Luo Yunyang to try and fuse the fire sun divine origin just to let him gain some experience. It would naturally have been great if he'd succeeded, yet if he'd failed, it would have cost them several tens of thousands of star dollars. Nobody would have expected that Luo Yunyang would not only succeed in incorporating the first fire sun divine origin, but also manage to incorporate a second one. He was a gifted genius. These were the only words in the blood space ruler's mind at the moment. However, he soon heard the mechanical voice report that Luo Yunyang was going to fuse a third drop of fiery sun divine origin. Had he lost his mind? The blood sky ruler wasn't the only one thinking this. In fact, anyone who heard that Luo Yunyang was trying to fuse one more drop had the same thought. Foes like Luoxuan, who had suffered defeat at the hands of Luo Yunyang, felt jealous to their very core and wished him the worst possible outcome. Chapter 433, Soaring into the Skies. The incorporation of the third drop of fiery sun divine origin was successful. When the third layer of law clouds appeared, everyone, regardless of whether they were from the bloody massacre path or the fiery sun path, was flabbergasted. If Luo Yunyang's successful incorporation of the second drop of fiery sun divine origin was unbelievable, then his swift incorporation of the third drop of fiery sun divine origin was shocking. Nobody dared believe that this was possible. Incorporating fiery sun divine origin required enduring massive pain. This pain intensified many times with each step. The pain caused by incorporating fiery sun divine origin could not be overcome just by relying on willpower. In the history of the fiery sun path, there had been some people who had successfully incorporated 3 drops. However, Luo Yunyang was the first person ever to incorporate 3 drops in one go. What a sick fellow! As Luoxuan mumbled to himself, he waved at the dumbstruck fiery sun path elites and said, "Let's go, there is nothing to see here." Although Luoxuan had expected that Luo Yunyang would be eventually tossed out, that fellow had incorporated 3 drops before his very eyes. This was a remarkable achievement. How could they make fun of him anymore? Even if Luo Yunyang was tossed out, or ended up being in a disheveled state, they wouldn't have any basis to mock him. Leaving quickly was the best option if they wanted to protect their dignity. "You go first, brother Luo. We want to watch some more." Although some people complied with Luoxuan's instructions, most people chose to stay behind. Luoxuan was a little gloomy. However, he wasn't in the mood to say anything. He nodded at the people following him before rising up to the sky and leaving. However, when Luoxuan returned to his palace, the first thing he did was turn on the electronic screen. As expected, the fiery sun's 19 levels appeared on the screen. Luo Yunyang is really FC King disgusting. I just don't believe that he can incorporate one more drop of fiery sun divine origin. Peeved, Luoxuan stared fixedly at the screen. However, after 2 hours of staring, red lights suddenly started to fill the screen. Although Luoxuan couldn't actually see what was going on due to these red lights, he didn't have a good feeling about this. He couldn't wait for the changes to appear on the screen. Thus, he took to the air once more and headed back to the fiery sun's 19 levels to take a look personally. As expected, a layer of red clouds had already filled up the sky. The 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th floor of the unvarying fiery sun's 19 levels had turned completely scarlet, as if they were showing their reverence to the red mist covering the skies or perhaps to the man inside the fiery sun path's 19 levels. How can this be? At the moment, practically all the elites within the 9-fire sky were staring unblinkingly at the mist-filled sky. Everyone was only wondering one thing: how was this possible? However, the sky full of red mist told them that their worries had already undoubtedly become a reality. Someone had skyrocketed right from the start and incorporated 4 drops of fiery sun divine origin. These violent advancing methods shocked them to their very core. This fella is really vicious. He incorporated 4 drops of fiery sun divine origin. Is he trying to make the entire 9-fire sky tremble? A genius from the fiery sun path groused bitterly. Seems like he wishes to go on. I thought that he was a little too wild when he tried incorporating the 4th drop, but now I have nothing to say anymore. I think that he might possibly succeed. Yang Shang and the others exchanged glances. The 4 of them didn't know what to say either. This pleasant surprise was really shocking. Do you think that he'd be able to successfully incorporate a 5th drop? Lu Bowen asked nervously. When Jingshuan exhaled, "Don't ask me, I really don't know." Meanwhile, the Blood Space Ruler and the Pure Sun Ruler arrived at the foot of the fiery sun's 19 levels like 2 streaks of light. Compared to the Blood Space Ruler, the Pure Sun Ruler seemed way more excited. He was actually staring fervently at the fiery sun's 19 levels. He's only at the star grade realm, yet he actually dares take on a 5th drop. Hee hee, when my cultivation base was like his, I had only incorporated 2 drops. The Pure Sun Ruler lamented sincerely. The Blood Space Ruler didn't say anything. As he watched the fiery sun's 19 levels, he thought that it was too late for regrets. If he had known that Luo Yunyang's affinity with fire origin source law was so outstanding, he would have absolutely forbidden Luo Yunyang to cultivate the great chaotic whole path. Luo Yunyang had to endure. He was really close to succeeding. Intense, acute pain made Luo Yunyang's entire body tremble. His insides seemed to be filled with gigantic blazes that burned every part of his body. His mouth was parched, and his throat and eyes felt scorched. Although this situation seemed like an illusion, Luo Yunyang knew very well that it was real. While each blaze seemed invisible, the layers of fire origin source law actually kept fusing with his body. Luo Yunyang had already raised his attributes to the maximum by using the attribute regulator. His speed, which wasn't that useful under the circumstances, had also been decreased to 0. Luo Yunyang's heart was filled with a torment that shook his soul. Meanwhile, a voice kept blustering in Luo Yunyang's mind. Give up, give up, give up. These roars were so enticing that Luo Yunyang had to fight not to lose his mind. He could still push forward, he hadn't reached his limits yet. He definitely needed to push through. As he gave this his all and held firm, he vaguely felt his consciousness start to become a little dazed. After losing track of time, Luo Yunyang suddenly discovered that his consciousness had transcended space. The void surrounding him, which only contained some layers of fire origin source law, had quickly turned into a massive flaming vortex. This vortex was as massive as a whole world. Within this flaming vortex, Luo Yunyang felt a vast power. He also felt something that shocked him to the depths of his heart. This sort of thing was very difficult to put into words. However, it definitely existed. A scarlet flame flew out of the massive flaming vortex and towards Luo Yunyang's body at practically the moment that Luo Yunyang saw it. As this blaze entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt a special connection between him and that powerful flaming vortex. It felt as if the flaming vortex was his parent. Their relationship was that close and dear. However, as he got intoxicated by this feeling, a wave of power immediately dragged him out of it. The sobered-up Luo Yunyang felt his body fill with vigor. This sort of vigor was difficult to explain. However, this wasn't that important. At the moment, all his attention was focused on a small flaming imprint that had appeared between his eyebrows. The flame was very small, yet as Luo Yunyang used his mind, he could feel the fire origin source law around him become easier to control. Even if Luo Yunyang didn't will it, the power of his fire origin source law would move to his subconscious thoughts. Congratulations on incorporating 5 drops of fiery sun divine origin and gaining the approval of fire origin source law, young man. This is also considered your first step towards cultivating fire origin source law. Although you could continue, I suggest that you stop for the time being. After all, despite obtaining the approval of fire origin source law, you have already reached your own limits. If you continue, your gains won't match your losses. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know where this mechanical voice came from or who it was, he knew that it wasn't wrong. He had already reached his limits. After hesitating slightly, he opened the attribute regulator in his mind. He wanted to use it to verify his current state. Power: 103 Fire, 101 Mind, 33 Speed, 35 Constitution, 22 Origin Source Law, 121 Wind, 28 Earth, 21 Fire, 45 Water, 16. The increase of his mind attribute hadn't exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations. The increase of his fire origin source law had also been expected. However, these figures hadn't increased by much, and forcing himself to incorporate a 6th drop of fiery sun divine origin wouldn't benefit him much either. Alright, I will not try to incorporate a 6th drop of fiery sun divine origin. Luo Yunyang decided to give up after some hesitation. He knew that there was a high possibility that forcibly trying to incorporate more would produce undesired results. A large path completely made of flames appeared beneath Luo Yunyang's feet. Luo Yunyang followed the path, slowly strolling out of the fiery sun's 19 levels. As he walked out, he came across the pure sun ruler and the blood space ruler. He also saw Kei Linki, as well as other familiar faces. These people watched Luo Yunyang travel down the flaming path as though he was some sort of freak. Luo Yunyang, you are allowed to join the fiery sun path. If you want to, I will help you reverse and nullify the great chaotic whole path and allow you to cultivate the fiery sun path's great unrivaled sun path. The pure sun ruler was the first to speak. The moment he saw Luo Yunyang, his gaze fixed itself firmly on the tiny flaming imprint between Luo Yunyang's brows. The great unrivaled sun path. This was the highest cultivation path of the fiery sun path. Only fiery sun disciples who had gone through many experiences spanning thousands of years could cultivate it. However, the pure sun ruler had unexpectedly used this to entice Luo Yunyang. Kei Linki and the others could not voice any objections. The fiery origin source law had covered the whole 9 fire sky, leaving them extremely shocked. Gaining the approval of fire origin source law was pretty much a myth in their opinion, yet it had actually happened. This was real. Chapter 434. The Sky Illuminating Starfire Diagram. The Fiery Sun Path's Sky Book didn't seem too different from the Bloody Massacre Path's Sky Book on the outside. The Sky Book halls of the 2 paths could actually be considered identical. However, the content of the 2 Sky Books had intrinsic differences. Just as the Blood Space Ruler had said before their arrival, the Fiery Sun Path's Sky Book mainly focused on fire. Furthermore, the elaborate information on fire origin source laws inside was very extensive. A lot of it could even be linked up. For example, the intercoherence between the three diagrams Luo Yunyang was observing was very good. He was specifically checking out the sky-illuminating starfire diagram, the void-plundering starfire diagram and the sun-moon starfire diagram. Although the content of these three diagrams on fire origin source law wasn't the same, Luo Yunyang's gains were still great. The starlight of the sky-illuminating starfire diagram produced 18,000 light spots, each of them exceptionally profound. During the days that Luo Yunyang entered the fiery sun path, most of his time was spent on these three diagrams. A period of 1 month was still really short. Therefore, Luo Yunyang only believed that he had comprehended a small portion of these diagrams. Greetings, blood disciple Luo Yunyang. Your comprehension time period is already up. Please leave immediately, a mechanical voice said in Luo Yunyang's ear. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Although Luo Yunyang felt a little reluctant, he was also helpless. The comprehension period wasn't something that they could decide on their own. When he left the fiery sun path's sky book hall, Luo Yunyang saw Xianxia and the others. Xianxia was in particularly high spirits. He obviously had gained quite a lot during this session. Xianxia smiled and called out when he saw Luo Yunyang, "Yunyang, how is everything?" When he saw the beaming Xianxia, Luo Yunyang smiled back faintly. "It's all right, how about you? I can't compare to you, but I've still gained quite a bit." Xianxia studied Luo Yunyang before adding, "You have already obtained the approval of fire origin source law, so you must have an advantage over us." As they were speaking, the pure sun ruler and the blood space ruler walked over side by side. Although they were all top-tier geniuses, the 5 of them still greeted the 2 rulers respectfully. "Have you considered my offer, Luo Yunyang?" The pure sun ruler asked as though the blood space ruler didn't exist. He was talking about his offer to let Luo Yunyang enter the fiery sun path and cultivate the great unrivaled sun path. Now that Luo Yunyang had gained the approval of fire origin source law, the pure sun ruler wanted to get him to join the fiery sun path. Luo Yunyang, who had already declined once, chose to tactfully decline this time as well. "Thank you for this kind gesture, ruler. However, I am not ready to leave the bloody massacre path." The pure sun ruler's eager anticipation turned into disappointment upon hearing Luo Yunyang's negative answer once again. "You will surely regret this choice, Yunyang," the pure sun ruler said rather regretfully. "How can a person who has obtained the approval of fire origin source law not choose to stay in the fiery sun path? This really is a pity." Suddenly, he glanced at Luo Yunyang and said, "It's best not to continue cultivating the great chaotic whole path. Blood space is also here. He knows very well that once the 4 origin source laws within your body start to go out of tune, you..." Although the blood space ruler didn't seem to be saying anything, his mouth moved and his voice was transmitted straight to Luo Yunyang's ear. Giving up the great chaotic whole path and staying in the fiery sun path is not a bad path to take. Although you would experience considerable loss, at least you would be able to preserve your life. Don't worry, I will explain everything to the path master. The blood space ruler was magnanimous indeed. Luo Yunyang knew that these words of advice were meant to remind him not to worry about whether he would be betraying the bloody massacre path or not. However, he wasn't willing to abandon the great chaotic whole path. Power: 110 fire, 101 mind, 38 speed, 41 constitution, 24 origin source law, 165 wind, 28 earth, 21 fire, 120 water, 16. An imbalance had already started to appear in regards to the figures of the 4 types of origin source law on the attribute regulator. This could be considered a ticking time bomb for ordinary great chaotic whole path cultivators. However, thanks to the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang could meticulously adjust his body's condition. This was not dangerous by any means. Plus, he was also able to use the regulator to raise his myriad 8 laws to the 5th state. "Thank you, ruler. However, ever since I chose the great chaotic whole path, I've never thought about abandoning it," Luo Yunyang told the blood space ruler by using the same method. The blood space ruler said nothing else. Although the pure sun ruler shook his head in a clearly unresigned manner, he didn't insist when he saw Luo Yunyang's resolve. "We will be returning to the bloody massacre path tomorrow. This trip to the fiery sun path hasn't been easy. Now, go and shop for some items." The blood space ruler glanced at the 5 men, who had clearly gotten stronger during the past month, before he added, "I've already spoken with the Pure Sun ruler. He will dispatch special attendants to accompany you to the Fiery Sun Path's 9-fire city." The Blood Space ruler then waved his sleeve. "Everyone has an allowance of 1,000 star dollars. Fork out any extra money from your own pockets." The value of star dollars was very high. 1,000 star dollars was actually a considerable amount of wealth. The Blood Space ruler's words brought smiles to Xianxia and the others' faces. The Pure Sun ruler also chuckled heartily. "Make sure to think properly before you shop. I have to warn you that the Fiery Sun Path doesn't allow any returns of goods." The two rulers naturally didn't have the time to chit-chat with Luo Yunyang. After issuing some instructions, they soared into the sky and flew away. "Don't we always purchase cultivation items through our communication devices? Why do we have to head to the 9-fire star?" Tai Wudi muttered as he watched the two rulers disappear into the distance. "When purchasing stuff in the Bloody Massacre Path, we can make random selections. However, we are in the Fiery Sun Path now." Xianxia was in a good mood as he explained everything to Tai Wudi. "The Fiery Sun Path's treasury won't be open to us. Although we are in the 9-fire city, we won't be able to purchase any special top-grade items. However, a number of fire-based treasures here will definitely be much stronger than the ones we can find back at the Bloody Massacre Path." Then, he glanced at Luo Yunyang and said, "Yunyang, although you are only at the initial stage of the star grade, you still ought to make some preparations for the nebula grade. For example, you could start to gather items like flame crystals and other similar stuff." Although Xianxia wasn't very talkative, the uncharacteristic manner in which he proceeded to explain all of this to Luo Yunyang naturally showed how much he respected Luo Yunyang's potential. Luo Yunyang thanked Xianxia with a smile. The person who would be serving as their guide and attendant this time appeared before them. This attendant was warm and nice to the 5 of them. He was actually overflowing with reverence as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Although the 9-fire city was in the 9-fire realm, there were 3 more planets to go before reaching the 9-fire realm. Thus, this trip would take at least an hour even by spacecraft. An hour later, Luo Yunyang and the others got off the spacecraft. Before them was a city that went on for miles and miles. The tallest building in this city was only about 8 floors high. The pedestrians walking about mostly had Grandmaster level cultivation bases or higher, while planet-grade martialists weren't a rare sight either. Blood Disciples, this is the commercial district of the Fiery Sun Path's 9-fire city. Feel free to view this area as you please. Each of you will get a purple tablet that represents 1,000 star dollars. I hope that everyone has fun." The attendant handed each of them a purple tablet as they reached a bustling street. 1,000 star dollars was the allowance that the Blood Space ruler had given them. They were in the Fiery Sun Path's territory now. Thus, the 5 of them walked together to a store not too far away that looked like a palace hall. Fire Blaze crystals, 1 star dollar apiece. Scarlet Fire Copper, a grade metal for refining weapons, 50 grams for 1 star dollar. Fire Sun Combat Knife, 10 star dollars. Each of the items in the store stated its price clearly. This looked like an honest business with no shady practices. However, these items didn't seem useful to Luo Yunyang and the others. Therefore, none of them made any purchases. "Blood Disciples, we also have some top-tier treasures here. If you need them, please head to the top floor." Just as the 5 of them shook their heads in dismay and got ready to leave, a graceful lady in fitting attire addressed them. Her cultivation base was at the Planet 1 grade. If Luo Yunyang or anyone else lifted a finger, they could just crush this lady in an instant. However, she didn't seem to exude much fear as she dealt with them. After a quick exchange of glances, Xianxia led the way, following the lady to the top floor. As the lady had said, there were way more things there compared to the floor below. For example, there was a geo-fire, divine fluid that one rarely saw in the Bloody Massacre Path. The prices there were also cheaper than the Bloody Massacre Paths by a few star dollars. Luo Yunyang was kind of enticed by the geo-fire divine fluid. After all, this fluid could be used as a material while ascending to the nebula grade. However, it cost 100 star dollars per drop, so the amount he could purchase was too limited. After circling the place once, Lu Bowen purchased a set of blaze armor. The others didn't buy anything. The lady leading them wasn't displeased by this. She actually treated them with clear reverence. "Let's go," Tai Wudi said lazily as he stretched his back. "If we want to buy any good stuff, I think we should check out their auction hall." Everything here is rather ordinary. Wen Jingxuan chuckled. I'm just worried that our few star dollars won't be enough to buy us anything there. Luo Yunyang had also chosen to give up on purchasing anything there. However, as he started to make his way downstairs, he suddenly sensed something. He immediately turned his gaze towards a corner on the top floor. Chapter 435, The Quest of Geniuses. What Luo Yunyang saw was a diagram. A very familiar diagram. This was the fallen autumn leaves diagram. Luo Yunyang had been able to survive during the bloody massacre killing arena all those years ago mainly because he had relied on the fallen autumn leaves diagram. Although he didn't know how this diagram measured up to the one he had first seen at the bloody massacre killing arena, there was a considerable difference between the one in the sky book and the great chaotic whole path stone monument. However, there was a certain charm to this fallen autumn leaves diagram. According to Luo Yunyang's intuition, this charm was artificial. It could be said that this fallen autumn leaves diagram gave off an artificial vibe. Luo Yunyang felt some biases rise along with this realization. However, these biases clearly indicated a path for his cultivation. Luo Yunyang immediately walked over to the fallen autumn leaves diagram. However, when he picked it up, he realized that there were actually 10 books behind the diagram. Autumn Wind Sword Art 1. Autumn Wind Sword Art 2. When Luo Yunyang casually picked a book and browsed through it, he felt a little shaken. A person who possessed the Autumn Wind Sword Art could have a deep understanding of the fallen autumn leaves diagram. How much does this set of sword techniques cost? Luo Yunyang asked the lady, who had followed him over. She hadn't seemed disappointed that the items in the shop hadn't caught Luo Yunyang or the others' eyes. However, when she heard Luo Yunyang ask about the price of the fallen autumn leaves diagram, she immediately appeared more lively. Sir, this is a set of sword techniques left behind by a fiery sun path genius called Feng Chengtian 10,000 years ago, after he went on a comprehensive tour of the Bloody Massacre Path's sky book. According to the fiery sun path's rating system, this is a set of B-grade sword techniques that could allow a small family to rise to power on a planet. If it wasn't comprehended by Sir Feng Chengtian himself, this set of sword techniques wouldn't be put on the market by an internal sect. Luo Yunyang suddenly had a thought as he heard the lady's words. Based on what you said, are any other self-created techniques allowed to be put on the market? That goes without saying. Our Spring Sun building doesn't keep much in store. If you want to, you can check out Guanlin Press, sir. They have the biggest number of books and records there. The lady gave Luo Yunyang a recommendation. As soon as he heard her, Luo Yunyang made a decision. If the books at Guanlin Press were anything like this Autumn Wind Sword Art, then he would have a bountiful harvest this time. Name a price for the Autumn Wind Sword Art and the diagram. The lady didn't hesitate when she realized that Luo Yunyang wanted to purchase these items. She immediately replied, if you wish to buy them, 100 star dollars will do. 100 star dollars wasn't a small sum. After all, the allowance the Blood Space ruler had given Luo Yunyang and the others was only 1,000 star dollars each. However, Luo Yunyang believed that the Autumn Wind Sword Art would help him comprehend Wind Origin Source Law. Thus, he bought it without wasting any time. Yunyang, the Autumn Wind Sword Art might be quite good, but I think that given your understanding of the fallen autumn leaves diagram, even a self-created sword art wouldn't help you much, said Yongsheng. After leaving the store, he advised him, although other thought processes are rather useful, studying things left behind by others could easily divert you from your main path. Yongsheng's words made sense. This was perfectly normal for most martialists. Learning from others was fine for mediocre people. However, talented geniuses like them wanted to walk down their own paths. The best way to walk down one's own path was to decide which origin source law to comprehend before matching it with one's cultivation path. Only this way would one be truly unequaled. However, in Luo Yunyang's opinion, his great chaotic whole path didn't have to take a path of its own. The direction that the comprehension of his various origin source laws took wasn't important. His priority was definitely to comprehend a lot more of these 4 types of origin source law. The figures that represented the various origin source laws on the attribute regulator needed to go up. Then, the various types of origin source law would form a chaotic whole and he would derive his own mystic arts. Of course, Luo Yunyang was someone who thought deeply. How could he let Yongsheng know the truth? If Yongsheng assumed that he had a higher IQ than him, then Luo Yunyang would let him think so. People were always like that. If you were weaker than someone else, that someone would look down on you. if you were stronger than someone else, although they wouldn't look down on you, they would at times find it hard to hide their jealousy. Thus, Luo Yunyang decided to keep acting like a fool. Thank you for your advice, senior brother Yang. On the off chance that these things are useful to me, I could just randomly browse through them. I want to go over to Guanlin Press now. Do you guys have any other plans? Luo Yunyang asked sincerely. Although Yang Sheng wanted to advise him some more, Wen Jingxuan said with a chuckle, the road Yunyang wishes to take is different from ours. It isn't that big of a deal. We'll maybe just spend a few extra star dollars, that's all. He then smiled at Luo Yunyang and added, I don't have anything to do anyway. Let's go, I will follow you to Guanlin Press to take a look. Yang Sheng shook his head. He suddenly felt like he had been a little too meddlesome. If Luo Yunyang didn't take 100 star dollars seriously, how could Yang Sheng fuss over such a minor thing? There's nothing I really need to buy either. Let's go, I want to check out Guanlin Press as well. Tai Wudi and Lu Bowen had already started to follow Luo Yunyang blindly. Upon hearing what Yang Sheng and the others said, they followed them to Guanlin Press without further ado. Guanlin Press didn't seem to be huge. However, it looked like a completely different world as soon as they walked in. All sorts of books and papers were visible as far as the eye could see. There is actually a copy of Lightning Fire True Records here. Yang Sheng waved a maroon book around, looking pleasantly surprised. It's the God Clan's Lightning Fire True Records. Whoa, this is really valuable. How much is it? He immediately asked a store assistant. Even though he saw Yang Sheng's face light up with delight, the store assistant was still honest. He didn't act like he was reeling in a big fish. Sir, this book includes a total of 36 volumes, so it costs 1 million star dollars, he said calmly. 1 million star dollars. Luo Yunyang felt a little dumbstruck upon hearing this. Back in the Blue Rain Empire, Lan Tianju's total fortune had only been a few thousand star dollars. When the whole Tianluo Empire had tried to fawn over Luo Yunyang, they had only presented him with a gift of 10,000 star dollars. This set of Lightning Fire True Records actually cost 1 million star dollars. As Luo Yunyang realized that Yang Sheng was destined to be disappointed, Yang Sheng actually fished out a black card and said calmly, go take care of the bill. What was going on? Yang Sheng, Wen Jingxuan and the others had just been complaining about not having enough money for the auction. Why was Yang Sheng being so extravagant? Why had he spent 1 million star dollars in the blink of an eye? What exactly was going on? Yang Sheng, who seemed to have noticed Luo Yunyang's shock, smiled. I've completed a number of missions over the past few years and earned a few star dollars. A few? He was talking about 1 million star dollars. When Luo Yunyang thought about the slightly over 10,000 star dollars that he had, he immediately felt like a poor man. Meanwhile, Wen Jingxuan had also made a purchase. However, he didn't buy any books. Instead, he purchased a long sword that was on display. Although it cost 500,000 star dollars, Wen Jingxuan had also bought it without hesitation. As he watched these two men's actions, Luo Yunyang really felt like he was truly the only poor fellow there. However, he wasn't in the mood to think about this. He had already noticed that Guanlin Press sold many mystic techniques created by genius disciples from various paths after consulting other sky books. Although these genius disciples hadn't researched that thoroughly their own cultivation paths, as there was a limit to their energy, they each had their own respective benefits. Furthermore, many people had different interpretations and created varying mystic arts based on the same diagram. For example, as far as the Fallen Autumn Leaves diagram was concerned, besides the Autumn Wind Sword art, Luo Yunyang had also discovered 121 types of mystic arts. This was really startling. Luo Yunyang muttered to himself as he went through book after book. He then got a shop assistant to produce a catalog that classified everything according to wind, fire, water and earth origin source laws. There were more than 154,000 copies and a total of more than 2 million volumes. When Luo Yunyang saw the tiny numbers displayed on the screen, his mind went a little blank. He had imagined that there would be only a little over 1,000 copies. He had never expected that there would actually be so many. However, when he read what the cost was in star dollars, he exhaled sharply, 563,000 star dollars. Although this was still a far cry from the Lightning Fire True Records that Yang Sheng had purchased, Luo Yunyang, who only had slightly over 10,000 star dollars, wasn't able to afford it. His mind immediately went to work in an effort to pick out the most important books. Ha ha, I still have about 200,000 star dollars left, Brother Yunyang. I don't really intend to buy anything else, so I could loan it to you for the time being. Wen Jingxuan approached Luo Yunyang and patted his shoulder. Luo Yunyang, who felt like he had discovered a treasure mine, wasn't willing to part with the books and records left behind by those geniuses. After all, he didn't know when he would be able to visit the Nine Fire City again. Thus, he readily accepted Wen Jingxuan's kind offer. Although 200,000 star dollars weren't enough, this sum still allowed him to pick out the books that he considered the most premium items. Yunyang, I still have 100,000 star dollars left. Consider it a loan, Yang Shang said as he handed over a card. Lu Bowen and Tai Wudi also pooled together slightly over 200,000 star dollars. Luo Yunyang, who had his personal principles when it came to dealing with certain things, readily accepted this loan because of the unyielding logic that one shouldn't be afraid of being used by others, but only of being useless. When one encountered some difficulties, one had to readily accept a helping hand. Owing a favor brought people closer. When he added this money to his own star dollars, Luo Yunyang had about 560,000 star dollars. Guanlin Press was also tasteful enough to give him 3,000 star dollars worth of items for free. More than 2 million volumes were placed into an interspatial ring by Guanlin Press and handed over to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was very pleased with the 2 million books and records, as they contained the comprehensive knowledge of past geniuses from 9 paths. He believed that this was the greatest bounty he had received at the Fiery Sun Path. However, as he was feeling pleased, he also realized that he was already deep in debt. Chapter 436. Poor. How did one enjoy shopping? There were plenty of answers to that question. However, the most reliable one would be having an unlimited amount of money. Luo Yunyang had bought about 15,400 secret manuals from Guanlin Press, so he was only left with 2 or 3 star dollars. It would be awkward if he continued shopping. Thanks to him, Yang Shang and the others were also in a similar financial state. Hence, after a simple discussion, they all left the Nine Fire City. Guys, how do you accept missions? Asked Luo Yunyang, who was pondering his debt and trying to find ways to get richer. Yang Shang and the others had a strange expression on their faces when they heard Luo Yunyang's question. Wen Jingxuan eventually laughed out loud. Have you never participated in a mission before, Luo Yunyang? I really haven't, Luo Yunyang answered honestly. I'm not surprised. After all, you only joined the Bloody Massacre path 10 years ago. How would you have the time to accept missions? Unlike old guys like us, you're still a tender, inexperienced chick. Tai Wudi chuckled. Luo Yunyang knew that Tai Wudi was a straightforward person. Hence, he didn't take offense to his laughter. Whenever you're frustrated with cultivating or training, you can log into your account and access the Bloody Massacre Path mission section. Yang Shang pointed at the communication device on his wrist. You have to screen the available missions carefully. There are many highly rewarding missions, but they come with high risks too. I had a comrade who died in the hands of a target while he was on a mission. Tai Wudi and the others fell silent when they heard Yang Shang's words. It was obvious that they had encountered similar situations before. Although the Bloody Massacre Path nurtured its disciples and treated them really well, when one was in danger, one had to deal with it alone. If one was unable to resolve the problem, then one's life and death would be determined by fate. You don't have to return our money so soon, Yunyang. We won't get many opportunities to use star dollars when we get back anyway. Wen Jingxuan quickly consoled Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang grinned somewhat shamelessly. Your words, not mine. It would be impolite if I declined. I will return your star dollars at a later time then. The 5 of them returned to the Nine Fire Sky Book Hall in no time, all the while chatting among themselves. However, they did not get the chance to step inside this time. The Blood Space Ruler didn't ask what they had bought. He had a few words with the Pure Sun Ruler before leaving with Luo Yunyang and the others on the spaceship. Unlike on their way there, Wen Jingxuan, Yang Shang and everyone else, who had comprehended the Sky Book, chose to retreat and cultivate in seclusion immediately. Although Luo Yunyang had also mentioned that he would train in seclusion, he actually ended up reading manuals instead. The first one he picked up was called Autumn Wind Sword Art. Thanks to his mind power, he was able to finish the 12 volumes of this sword manual in 15 minutes. The sword manuals weren't all that impressive in his opinion. However, His understanding of the fallen autumn leaves diagram had been given new unique insights. As Luo Yunyang slowly appreciated the autumn wind sword art, a desolate feeling welled in his heart. This desolate feeling was really profound. While Luo Yunyang had been comprehending the fallen autumn leaves diagram, he hadn't considered this aspect. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. As hundreds of autumn wind sword art techniques flashed through his mind, Luo Yunyang nonchalantly executed a move. Although it was only a move, a massive, austere killing intent filled his surroundings. After opening his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang realized that his wind origin source law stats hadn't increased. However, the raw benefits still filled Luo Yunyang's mind. He then took out all the 20-odd manuals related to the fallen autumn leaves diagram and carefully looked through them. During this careful observation, Luo Yunyang's aura kept changing constantly. Occasionally, it was cold and stern, while at other times it was desolate and murderous. When he comprehended the last manual, Luo Yunyang's eyes beamed with delight. These manuals had varying aspects that they focused on. Hence, there was no right or wrong way. If one focused on their own cultivation path, for example, or the space fracturing path as recommended by the blood space ruler, more than half of these manuals would be useless. However, Luo Yunyang simply wanted to improve his comprehension of the wind origin source law. Power: 110 Fire, 101 Mind, 38 Speed, 41 Constitution, 24 Origin source laws, 167 Wind, 30 Earth, 21 Fire, 120 Water, 16. The numbers on the attribute regulator made Luo Yunyang feel very satisfied. By just browsing through a dozen manuals, he had been able to raise his wind origin source law stats by 2 points. Thanks to the success of the autumn wind sword art, Luo Yunyang read through some other manuals swiftly. He was entirely immersed in all sorts of mystic arts. However, although his reading speed was astonishing, there were unfortunately too many books. Even though Luo Yunyang was able to read quickly, one still needed a very long time to finish 2 million volumes. Hence, his main focus after returning to the fiery sun path was to read. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years passed. Luo Yunyang was in a cultivation chamber in the top blood district when he threw the last book onto the floor. His overgrown hair was almost touching the ground, yet there was a glow in his eyes thanks to all that knowledge. When his eyes flashed, they actually gave off the illusion of a vortex. However, Luo Yunyang did not stand up. Instead, he shut his eyes slowly and pondered quietly. For someone like Luo Yunyang, who was at the star grade, surviving without eating for hundreds of years was normal. 5 years later, Luo Yunyang, who was covered in a thick layer of dust, finally woke up from his deep thoughts. However, he looked extremely indifferent when he opened his eyes this time. When he glanced at his abnormally long hair, he thought of a razor. A sharp razor immediately appeared and chopped off his long locks. After a long warm bath, Luo Yunyang walked out slowly. "My great master, you're finally out of your seclusion. Ha ha ha, Badabu has missed you to death." As Luo Yunyang switched on his communication device, Badabu appeared before him. Luo Yunyang looked at Badabu and smiled faintly. "I think I got too engrossed in reading books. How long was I reading for?" 25 years, my great master. You've been reading for 25 years and pondering for 5 more years. It's almost time for the great showdown again. Each era yields a few people who are far better than their peers. If you don't work hard, someone will catch up with you. The communication device rang, interrupting Luo Yunyang and Badabu's conversation. When Luo Yunyang picked up the call, Tai Wudi's loud voice was heard. "Luo Yunyang, you're finally out of seclusion. Ha ha ha, hold on, I want to chat with you." After Tai Wudi, Wen Jingshuan and Yang Sheng also called Luo Yunyang's communication device. In half an hour, 4 out of the 5 people who had gone to the fiery sun path had gathered. "Your seclusion training took way too long. Do you know that? Someone even bet that you might have died from self-implosion while cultivating." Tai Wudi was as straightforward as ever. His choice of words was really blunt. Luo Yunyang could only use his hands to quieten him down. The conversation always flowed naturally when friends met. Based on his comrades' words, Luo Yunyang felt like his 20-odd years in seclusion had been a short time for the entire bloody massacre path. Tai Wudi had trained in seclusion for a period of time. Although Yang Sheng had left his training a few times, he was still researching the lightning fire true records. Meanwhile, Wen Jingxuan had spent most of his time cultivating. Guys, I feel like I've forgotten something. Can you tell me what it is? Luo Yunyang glanced at Tai Wuti, who was beaming. He really wasn't pretending. He truly felt that he had forgotten something. Tai Wuti smacked Luo Yunyang's head hard before saying, "Are you sure you've forgotten something?" "Yes, but I just can't remember what." Luo Yunyang caressed his forehead gently before he said, "You guys must remember, right? Old Luo, I already have to address you as Old Luo, damn it. We know that you have been cultivating in seclusion all these years and have earned no income, but you don't have to act stupid in front of us. We feel like we're harassing you over our money like ghosts." After hearing what Tai Wuti said, Luo Yunyang patted his own head and said innocently, "But I don't remember owing you guys any star dollars." Tai Wuti was speechless. He stared at Luo Yunyang for a very long time before saying, "I know that many people get stupider as they read more books, but you've sure gotten smarter." Yang Shang and Wen Jingxuan both exchanged dismal glances before laughing out loud. They didn't care about those thousands of star dollars. Plus, based on Luo Yunyang's personality, he wouldn't fail to pay back his debt. After sending off Tai Wuti and everyone else, Luo Yunyang got Badabu to open up the Bloody Massacre Path mission section. Although Tai Wuti and the others had not mentioned his debt again, he felt that it was time to repay it. 30 years had passed during a single session of secluded cultivation. Hence, even if they did not pursue the matter, Luo Yunyang couldn't just leave the debt as it was. "What type of mission are you looking for, Master?" Badabu asked hurriedly as he opened the mission site. Below the Nebula 5 grade, Luo Yunyang set a small goal for himself after some thought. "Master, are you sure that's what you want? You must know that it's dangerous for you," Badabu said as he went through the selection. Luo Yunyang waved his hand. "Yes, I'm sure. Search below the Nebula 5 grade." In a moment, Badabu generated a total of 126 missions with a total value of 500,000 or more star dollars combined. After scanning the list, Luo Yunyang took a look at Badabu and said, "Accept all of them." Chapter 437. One person that makes everyone tremble, men on the left, women on the right. A commanding voice echoed throughout the crowd. Dejected and depressed young men and women streamed out from different directions in silence. "Brother, don't leave." A heart-wrenching cry broke the cold silence in everyone's hearts. Heads turned in the direction of the cry and stares landed on a young girl who was about 11 or 12 years old. The young girl had pretty eyes that looked like limpid autumn waters. At the moment, she was holding dearly onto the arm of a young man around 17 or 18 years old, refusing to let go. However, as the young man's face revealed a pained expression, a blade light flashed across, instantly separating his arm from his body. The young man let out a mournful shriek and fell painfully to the ground. He kept taking continuous gulps of air, as he thought that this could reduce his pain and suffering. Otherwise, he might as well just suffocate and die. Although the young girl was clearly shocked by what had happened, her tears had dried up, leaving only tear stains behind. "Ha ha ha, why aren't you holding on now, you little wretch? If you dare try holding on again, I'll cut off his other hand." A man in his 30s said in a sinister tone. "You are a bunch of slaves. Actually, calling you slaves only elevates your status. You should be called uncivilized monkeys." The man pointed at the group of shivering people as he roared with laughter. "It's an honor to leave this unlucky planet with us. The outside world is wonderful and huge. I'm taking you all to a bigger stage. You don't have to thank me." The man's words attracted a wave of impudent laughter that sounded like the wail of a ghost and howl of a wolf. As it echoed through ruins, piles of bodies could be seen lying coldly on the ground. There were young and old people, men and women. The young men and women who had lined up seemed numb from the ordeal. Just 3 days ago, they had still been living their peaceful lives happily. However, everything had come crashing down when these demonic people had arrived. In just one day, the planet's defense system had been completely destroyed and more than half of the population had been slain. These days, everyone just felt helpless. They had witnessed too many things in this life that one shouldn't have to see. Big bro, the poor girl finally reacted, wailing some more. The sinister man got irritated and slowly raised the blade in his hand. He did not feel the slightest amount of pity for the girl. When he raised his blade, there was a mad glint in his eyes. This was a craziness that came from the depths of his heart. Some people shut their eyes as the blade light flashed. They couldn't help the two siblings, so shutting their eyes was their best option. Before the girl could even close her eyes, she saw the blade light about to pass through the neck of her beloved brother. The young man, who had been struggling in pain, smiled faintly. He smiled because he was being absolved from this pain and suffering. As the little girl's face was covered by tear stains, she felt a breeze blow by. The breeze was very light, yet before the blade came into contact with her brother, it was brought to a halt. The blade stopped in its tracks, and the demonic man that had been standing behind her brother fell to the ground. The young girl blinked as the demonic man crashed down. Standing beside her brother was a young man around his age. The young man jabbed her brother's body with a finger. In an instant, her suffering brother relaxed. "Eat this." Something that looked like medication appeared in the young man's hand. As soon as her brother consumed the medicine, his pain disappeared and he smiled wide. He felt overjoyed by this turn of events. Surviving that calamity was a miracle. "You've killed Jack. You must have a death wish." A loud shriek was heard as hundreds of those demonic beings rushed over frantically. The little girl's eyes instantly filled with fear. However, the young man smiled at her before dashing over to the group of demonic beings like a gust of autumn wind. Countless demonic beings charged over at the young man. However, as his figure flickered, these beings started to collapse at a breakneck pace, as if they were flies dropping dead. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In mere minutes, the demonic beings that had ravaged their planet were all dead on the ground. The young man appeared once again before the young girl with the same faint smile on his face. This scene would forever remain etched in the girl's mind. However, the moment the young man stopped moving, a huge purple hammer appeared in the void. The hammer, which had appeared very suddenly, crashed down towards the young man's head. This strike felt as though it was fracturing space itself. The young girl was terrified. She was familiar with this type of hammer, as it was precisely this hammer that had shattered their planet's strongest space cannon. The megaton space cannons supporting the city and the one stationed on a mountain had been reduced to dust by a single strike from this hammer. If the people that killed their relatives were called demons, then the person who wielded this hammer was an even bigger demon. The young girl suddenly saw the figure holding the huge purple hammer. It was a skinny middle-aged man of average height. The young man had nowhere to hide. Just as the young girl convulsed with fear, she realized that the middle-aged man was clutching his neck tightly, fear evident in his eyes. Then, the middle-aged man's body started to get ripped apart. You're only at the star grade. How could you?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a nebula grade entity, so killing star grade entities was as simple as slaughtering animals for him. Upon realizing that this young man was exceptional, he executed his ultimate technique in combination with a sneak attack. It makes sense that you don't know this if you haven't seen the breeze over mountain diagram. The young man told the middle-aged man lying on the ground. "You're still far from the galaxy grade." Although there was confusion in his eyes, his body still lay on the ground unmoving. When the middle-aged man fell, the young man quickly retrieved a ring from him. After he scanned it quickly, he smiled delightfully. "This is worth over 30,000 star dollars. Slave trafficking must be really profitable." As he mumbled to himself, a virtual screen appeared in front of the young man's body. On the screen were lines of words and numbers. However, most of the content had already been marked off with a tick. "My great master, you've accomplished 80% of your missions and obtained 500,000 star dollars. Next, you'll have to deal with the purple star bandit." The mechanical voice that spoke flatteringly confused the young girl. However, as she felt bewildered and was about to ask questions, a scarlet spaceship appeared above her. "Who are you?" the young girl yelled as she watched the young man fly towards the ship. "That's not important." The young man chuckled. "Live your life." Well, the spaceship took flight and left in an instant. As they stared at the young man who had left, the group of young, corpse-like people began wailing. Their nightmare had finally ended. Deep in the boundless galaxy, a black ship traveled like a specter. Although the ship wasn't very big, it traveled at lightning speed. "Boss, Purple Hammer Luo cannot be contacted. He must have been defeated by that monster." A sinister man who had had half his body replaced by steel said solemnly in the cabin of the black ship. The person he addressed as boss was clad in white and looked incredibly graceful. Although he seemed to be about 40 years old, time hadn't left any scars on him. Instead, he looked mature and poised. The man was holding a cup of wine in his hands. After sipping it gently, he said softly, "Yeah, Purple Hammer Luo, Green Snake Gui Yin, Venom Dragon Yu Sei Fu." They are all dead. That's why we have to hide. A menace is no small matter. The tall bald guy nodded. Just as he was about to speak, an alarm blared through the spaceship. Both of them glanced at the monitor and saw a floating corpse on the screen. Judging by the corpse's clothes, this person must have been dead for some time. In the galaxy, it was a frequent occurrence to see floating bodies move around like garbage. The most common approach was to ignore them. However, since the two of them were really bored, the bald guy commanded to retrieve the body. Ha ha, there's even an interspatial ring. The bald guy picked up the seemingly ordinary interspatial ring he found on the corpse and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode. The man in white didn't care about his partner's joke. However, the moment the ring was crushed, he spotted a black token among the fallen objects. His eyes widened when he saw it. The bald man had seen it as well. An extreme mystic token. This is an extreme mystic token. The bald man's voice was shaky. Surprised, he suddenly felt his vision go black. Then, the bald man's head rolled to the ground. As the man in white grabbed hold of the extreme mystic token with ecstatic eyes, his laughter resonated throughout the ship. Chapter 438. The Extreme Mystic Token. Vermilion White and Guardian Demon aren't among these people. Badabu said calmly. Luo Yunyang stood on top of a wrecked battleship. He had a very calm expression on his face as the bodies of the deceased filled the entire sky around him. This was the mission with the highest bounty that Luo Yunyang had undertaken. He had to eliminate the Guardian bandits scattered throughout multiple empires. The highest stage of this mission was to eliminate two Guardian bandit leaders, Vermilion White and Guardian Demon. However, after killing thousands of Guardian bandits, Luo Yunyang still couldn't find Vermilion White and Guardian Demon, which compromised the completion of this mission. According to the bounties, Vermilion White and Guardian Demon had a bounty of 10,000 star dollars each. However, based on Luo Yunyang's estimations, they were worth more than that. My great master, please do not be bothered by this. Badabu danced around as he jested. I'm afraid you might not know this, but blood disciples in the top blood district have been constantly accepting missions to take down Vermilion White. Unfortunately, Vermilion White is too cunning and crafty. Therefore, you will not be the only one to fail this mission. If my lovable analysis is correct, both Vermilion White and Guardian Demon must have already hidden themselves. Luo Yunyang nodded. If Vermilion White and Guardian Demon were not in their lair, then something had to be wrong. Many blood disciples had attempted to complete this mission unsuccessfully after all. Vermilion White and Guardian Demon were no ordinary people. They must have felt that something was amiss. You have reaped plenty of rewards, great master. You can repay your debt just by using the rewards you earned from these missions. The star dollars you have seized are enough to buy the cute Badabu a new set of equipment. Badabu was acting cute on the screen. Luo Yunyang smiled silently as he watched the little devil's actions. After experiencing all these missions, he had finally understood the importance of having a good spaceship. When Luo Yunyang had been on his 10th mission, which had been to behead a ruthless emperor, the emperor had somehow gotten wind of Luo Yunyang's impending arrival. His first decision had been to escape. However, even though he had fled a month earlier, Badabu had eventually caught up with him. The mission had taken Luo Yunyang exactly 2 years to complete, and most of that time had been spent on the road. Let's return, master. The great showdown, which is held every 30 years, is about to begin. Even though the chances of that vile old man using his pathetic tactics are slim this time, as the saying goes, good tools are necessary to successfully execute a job. You should prepare well for this, master. Badabu's advice was sincere. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Although he had yet to take the heads of his last 2 targets and felt slightly regretful, his mission was considered 99% completed. Missing out on those 2 would only cost him 10,000 star dollars. He wasn't willing to waste too much time on those 2 either. Let's return. Luo Yunyang commanded Badabu before walking into the blood crystal spaceship's cultivation chamber. His priority now was to improve his abilities. This was the only thing that mattered. The 2-year galaxy expedition had allowed Luo Yunyang to understand the predatory behavior of the entire galaxy clearly. Although the 9 paths were very strong, they were still unable to fully keep the entire galaxy under their control. Moreover, Luo Yunyang sensed that the Sky Book 9 paths did not find this predatory behavior that revolting. On the contrary, he thought that they even showed a supportive attitude on many occasions. Slave traders ruined planets and murdered countless children, women and elders. All these things reminded him of the Da Alliance. The universe was limitless, but the strong stood above all. Although Luo Yunyang's main goal during the past 2 years had been to earn money, he had never pushed aside his cultivation or training. Actually, during these 2 years of learning and cultivating, his cultivation base had reached a whole new level. The sound of a message woke Luo Yunyang up from his secluded cultivation 3 days later. My great master, we just received information from the Bloody Massacre Path's intel department. The Vermilion White has been found. He is half a day's journey away from us, on an uninhabited planet. The little fiend sounded extremely excited. Although killing Vermilion White wouldn't make a difference, after hearing this report, Luo Yunyang instructed the little fiend, "All right, pursue the target." Half a day later, Luo Yunyang's blood crystal spaceship reached the outskirts of a planet that showed no signs of life. Thanks to the information of the intel department, Luo Yunyang determined the location of Vermilion White shortly. The spaceship still had to be careful while traversing across the lava. Just when Luo Yunyang spotted Vermilion White's spaceship, the spaceship docked and the lava started to move. What? Does he have the most advanced detecting equipment? How could this be? I'd only just installed this detector as well. How could he have it too? Badaboo sounded exasperated. He was obviously disgruntled that they shared the same equipment with the spaceship of a bandit. Fire! Luo Yunyang instructed Badaboo. Badaboo had always obeyed Luo Yunyang's commands. Plus, the space cannon had already begun to gather energy. This cannon was the strongest weapon on the blood crystal spaceship. Its every shot was the equivalent of a blow from a peak nebula-grade being. However, although this space cannon was very powerful, it also had its own flaws. Its storage and energy gathering speed were too slow. Every shot would take a minute to prepare. A minute was just too long for an elite martialist. The spaceship, which was preparing to leave the lava pool, came to a sudden stop when it sensed that Badaboo was preparing to attack. "Sir, judging by your blood crystal spaceship, you must be from the Bloody Massacre Path. We don't have any prior enmity. If you allow me to leave, I'll offer you all my savings. What do you think?" A gentle-looking, elegant man dressed in white said through the transmitted comms. The Guardian Bandits were exceptionally infamous. They were the cruelest group of space bandits that Luo Yunyang had encountered on his missions. Although Luo Yunyang had seen a picture of Vermilion White before, he still felt enraptured by his poise. It was a pity that he could not spare him. "All right," Luo Yunyang replied nonchalantly. Vermilion White was stunned for a moment. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would accept his proposal so quickly. In a split second, Vermilion White seemed to think of something. He suddenly stared at Luo Yunyang coldly. He and Luo Yunyang appeared in the void almost simultaneously. Vermilion White was now holding a glowing interspatial ring in his hands. "This ring contains my life's savings. It's worth about 200,000 star dollars. I hope that you will kindly spare me this once, sir. I'll repent for my mistakes in the future." Vermilion White sounded exceptionally sincere. However, as he was speaking, 3 Vermilion Whites appeared instantly in the void, each of them holding a red sword. Luo Yunyang believed that all 3 of the blood shadows were very real. However, that didn't matter. As the 3 blood shadows appeared, a purple steel needle flew towards Luo Yunyang's head. Vermilion White's execution was not just at a nebula-grade level. This also seemed like something a nebula-grade telekinesis master would do. Bloody Massacre Path blood disciples can challenge people of a higher level. However, I'm not your average martialist. I'm also a telekinesis master. Go to hell. Vermilion White had never had any friendly intentions. Everything had been a ploy so that he could launch this strike. Luo Yunyang also had the same intention. Both of them had absolute faith in their abilities and had hence left their spaceships at almost the same time. Of course, their spaceships wouldn't be of much use to them. After all, at their level, the truly decisive way to determine the winner was their own strength. However, even though the spaceships didn't have many uses, they were still very important to both of them. They didn't want to damage their spaceships during their battle. Luo Yunyang's expression was very calm as he faced this ambush. With a wave of his hand, the myriad convergence ring flew out swiftly. 150,000 star alloy fragments also flew out in an instant, forming a vortex that contained 5 layers of chaotic holes and devoured the 3 Vermilion Whites rushing over at him in a split second. The purple needle was also absorbed by the chaotic hole as it approached Luo Yunyang. The 3 Vermilion Whites transformed into 1 Vermilion White within the chaotic hole. He gathered all his strength as he struggled. However, he realized that he couldn't unleash a power capable of crushing a star-grade entity right now. As he was staring at the cold Luo Yunyang, Vermilion White waved his hand and a token flew towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, this valuable treasure is a present for you. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunyang did not reach out to grab the token. Instead, he allowed the token to land approximately 10 feet away from him. I'll give you the Extreme Mystic Token. Ha ha ha, I hate the Extreme Mystic Token. Vermilion White yelled as his body was crushed into pieces by the black chaotic hole. As Luo Yunyang was pondering about Vermilion White's strange behavior, Badabu's voice rang out in his ears. Master, a message was sent out from Vermilion White's spaceship. It's a broadcast, I couldn't stop it. Chapter 439. Pursued thoroughly. Luo Yunyang had a bad feeling regarding Vermilion White's final actions. Thus, his expression changed when he heard Badabu's report. What's the message? Luo Yunyang asked. Badabu didn't speak. Instead, he projected a video into Luo Yunyang's communication device. The content was all too familiar. It was a video of Vermilion White throwing the Extreme Mystic Token towards Luo Yunyang. The quality of the video was superb. I'll give you the Extreme Mystic Token. Ha ha ha, I hate the Extreme Mystic Token. After listening to that crazy shriek, Luo Yunyang asked hurriedly, Badabu, what's an Extreme Mystic Token? An Extreme Mystic Token? How could this be? How could a bandit like Vermilion White have an Extreme Mystic Token in his hands? That's a treasure. A real treasure, Master. With a wave of his hands, the Extreme Mystic Token landed in Luo Yunyang's palms. It looked like a black metal token with abstruse patterns, making Luo Yunyang believe that it was extremely profound. This wasn't something that he could comprehend quickly. My great master, do you know how the sky books came about? Rumor has it that they were taken out of the extreme mysterious realm. Badabu flapped his wings quickly and said, the extreme mysterious realm is. It's the sacred land of the human race. Yes, it's the supreme sacred land. According to rumors, it's located somewhere out there in the vast cosmos. Only someone with an extreme mystic token can enter the designated coordinates. Although it is difficult to acquire a full inheritance of the knowledge when one enters, as long as one can make it out of there, one will definitely gain some hefty rewards. Even though you may not be able to start a new clan or path, your progression will certainly amount to something great. You will definitely be among the strongest individuals. It seemed like the extreme mystic token could offer one many benefits. A cold glint flashed across Luo Yunyang's eyes. Thanks to his high intellect, he realized what Vermilion White had intended to do. The extreme mystic token was obviously a hot potato. Luo Yunyang suddenly thought of the blood space ruler. He had a feeling that the current situation was more than he could handle. Oh yes, boss, it would be best to suppress one's cultivation base in the extreme mysterious realm. The stronger cultivation base a person has, the fewer benefits they get when they enter the extreme mysterious realm. Badabu, who had suddenly recalled something, hurriedly warned his master. However, Luo Yunyang, who seemed uninterested, instead instructed him, connect me with the blood space ruler. Before Badabu could do anything, Luo Yunyang's communication device rang. He peeked at the number. It was indeed the blood space ruler. Luo Yunyang, do you have an extreme mystic token? The blood space ruler asked the moment the call was connected. Luo Yunyang had no recollection of the blood space ruler ever being anxious. However, the blood space ruler sounded flustered right now. Yes, ruler. After completing a mission, I obtained an extreme mystic token, Luo Yunyang replied. He was able to see the blood space ruler's solemn expression through the screen. An extreme mystic token is an utmost treasure. Where are you? I'll come over immediately. Luo Yunyang reported his coordinates to the blood space ruler without hesitation. The blood space ruler's brows furrowed slightly. Even the blood path master would need 10 days to reach your location. This is, let's just say that you must be careful. Do not trust anyone. The news has spread all over the galaxy. You are in deep trouble. Then, the blood space ruler added, I'm afraid this matter has not only alerted the other 9 paths, but other forces as well. Just think of something and leave that place right away. The news has spread all over already. It's no longer safe to stay there. After hanging up and ending their conversation, Luo Yunyang's expression became graver. Although he was still pretty confident in his own cultivation base, any being at the blood space ruler's level could exterminate him with a single swipe. It seemed like he was really in big trouble. Back in the Nine Fire Sky, K. Linky was engrossed in a secret manual, when his communication device suddenly rang. He always switched on his communication device's private mode while he was cultivating so that only a few people were able to reach him. When he saw that the call was from Luo, his expression changed. He disliked being disturbed while training. What is it? Although he disliked this, he knew that Luo wouldn't be looking for him without a reason. Boss, I'll be sending you a video. Take a good look at it. Luo wasn't affected by K. Linky's expression. He was actually smiling profusely. He was clearly rejoicing in someone else's misfortune. Although K. Linky didn't care about Luo's expression, he understood what Luo was smiling about once he watched the video. Luo Yunyang had actually stumbled upon an extreme mystic token. What a lucky bastard. In a split second, K. Linky was already standing up. The extreme mystic token had enticed him tremendously. If he could obtain it, then all those benefits. Does the Path Master know about this? K. Linky asked Luo. How could he not know? A few of the rulers have already made their moves. Ha ha ha, seems like there's going to be a big fight. Luo added delightedly. It's just unclear who will be the one that kills him. While the two of them conversed, their communication devices rang at the same time and their connection was forcefully interrupted by another signal. K. Linky, Luo, gather immediately outside the Sky Book Hall. Meanwhile, a woman strolled unhurriedly on a misty land. She had originally been alone, yet with every step she took, her silhouette multiplied. By the time she took her 36th step, there were already 36 silhouettes on that strange land. The senior sister's merciless mirage path has impressed little sis. Back when the senior sister chose to practice this mirage technique, everyone in the path wasn't optimistic about it. A girl in red clapped her hands as she added, however, the senior sister has now become the strongest person among the Sky Cloud Path's youngest generation. Actually, she should be the strongest person in terms of combat strength among the youngest generation of the entire 9 paths. Even after being praised so excessively, the woman in white, who had produced 36 silhouettes, remained unfazed. She only replied indifferently to the girl fawning over her, "You should know that saying such things is useless to me. Of course, I'm just expressing my thoughts. Why should you care what I think, senior sister?" Then, she added, "Senior sister, I'm afraid you don't know this, but an extreme mystic token has appeared. This is the first appearance of an extreme mystic token in 3,000 years. When she heard the girl mention the extreme mystic token, the woman's expression changed drastically. Immediately, all 36 silhouettes converged into one. An extreme mystic token, how could this be? The woman's voice quivered slightly. The extreme mystic token is currently without a doubt in the hands of the Bloody Massacre Path disciple called Luo Yunyang. Here's the information. The woman in white tapped on the video that had appeared, which naturally showed Vermilion White tossing the extreme mystic token at Luo Yunyang. I'm going to see Master. The woman in white said aloud after pondering this for a split second. The girl in red chuckled. Yes, of course, I guess Master must be waiting for you as well, senior sister. After all, that extreme mystic token could play a very important role in helping you complete your merciless mirage path. The woman in white didn't care about the girl's sardonic remarks. She took flight right away, transforming into a streak of white light before disappearing completely into the distance. As the woman in white was looking for her master, the news that Luo Yunyang had obtained the extreme mystic token spread far and wide. Possessing an extreme mystic token meant instant success. Becoming a ruler was no longer a dream. If one obtained the top mystic token, one could even split and start one's own path. The extreme mystic token was the key to the extreme mysterious realm. The Bloody Massacre Path would be powerless to stop Luo Yunyang if he wanted to enter the extreme mysterious realm. All sorts of chatter and rumors spread throughout the galaxy. Some people even started to make their own moves upon hearing the news. A blood-red spaceship from the Bloody Massacre Path traversed through the void at a high speed. The Blood Space Ruler and 2 other companions in similar garb were sitting quietly in the spaceship. Although they had calm expressions on their faces, their eyes revealed the turbulence in their hearts. The last time an extreme mystic token appeared, 6th brother and 3rd brother took the fall. One of the elderly men said eventually. His voice made the surroundings of the huge spaceship seem extremely depressing. The Blood Space Ruler didn't say anything, but the other elder replied calmly, "That's why we have to act fast this time. We have to secure the extreme mystic token as quickly as possible and use it to enter the Kunyu planet." "Easier said than done," said the other elder. I'm afraid this matter has attracted all the forces of the 9 paths. Suddenly, while the 2 elders were talking, the blood space ruler stood up and bellowed, "Where are you from? How dare you actually block the bloody massacre path's way?" The 2 elders stood up as well, their bodies radiating a power similar in strength to the blood space ruler's power. "Old friend Blood Space, I'm thoughtless. It's been a long time. How have you been?" The calm voice sounded a little lofty. The blood space ruler's expression changed, not only because of the person that spoke, but also because of the people standing alongside Thoughtless. There were a dozen of them, and they all seemed to be just as strong as the blood space ruler. "Ha ha ha, you're a smart person, my old friend Blood Space. You should know perfectly well what the purpose of my visit is. I'm not making any unreasonable requests. I was just hoping to have some nice tea with you, my old friend." Although the person who had spoken wasn't Thoughtless, their aura was much stronger than Yunyang's. The blood space ruler glanced at his companion silently. Although he knew that this matter was serious, he now realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. "Let's wait for our path master's instructions for now, old friend." The thoughtless ruler's voice rang out once more. Chapter 440. The 9-path galaxy decree. 9 thrones had been erected in the darkly lit, grayish expanse of sky. Sitting on them were figures that looked like gods. Their faces were blurred out by darkness, making it impossible for anyone to make out their expressions. Although this was the Meru realm, the depressing atmosphere was enough to make elite martialists crumble. "The bloody massacre path must hand over the extreme mystic token," said a figure facing the north. Although his massive body was seated on the throne, his earth-shaking aura filled up the entire space. "Hand it over to you?" the bloody massacre path master asked provocatively. Although they had only exchanged 2 sentences, the situation had already started getting feisty. A spark would be enough to ignite that entire space and blow it apart. They were all peak galaxy-grade existences, so even though they were located in different parts of the galaxy, they had used a trace of their consciousness to enter the Meru realm. This bit of their consciousness alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. "I didn't ask you to hand it over to me. I meant that the 9 paths should decide collectively on whom this extreme mystic token should belong to." The massive figure hesitated for a moment before speaking. His explanation sounded soft, and softness was considered disgraceful. "Decide collectively," the bloody massacre master replied coldly. "All right, why don't we have a match? Let's see whether the deep earth path can stand a taste of my blood scar blade. I want to check whether it is getting rusty." When the blood scar blade was mentioned, the expressions of the other figures, who had been watching from the sidelines, changed. They knew what the blood scar blade was. Each of them wielded weapons that could compare to the blood scar blade. However, when such forbidden weapons were put to use, a fight would become deadly and a massive destructive force would appear in the galaxy. The massive figure hadn't thought that his words would agitate the bloody massacre master to such an extent. He wasn't exactly afraid of the bloody massacre path master. If he had been, he wouldn't have been the first person to speak out. However, it was one thing to be unafraid and another to consider whether something was worth it or not. He wasn't willing to gamble by using the deep earth path's most valuable treasure just to fight things out with the bloody massacre master, regardless of whether he could win or not. "Bloody massacre path master, deep earth path master, both of you have let your emotions control your actions." Someone interjected. The deep earth master exhaled deeply when this person spoke. Although he didn't know the motives of this person, he felt better now that he didn't have to confront the bloody massacre path directly. "Everyone, I know that the extreme mystic token is phenomenal, but are we really going to fight over it?" A straightforward voice asked. "I believe everyone still remembers what happened when the extreme mystic token last appeared. That incident was deeply etched in everyone's memories. How could they have forgotten it? More than 20 galaxy-grade entities failed, and we lost countless nebula-grade entities. That battle made the human race drop more than 13 rankings in the whole universe." Although the old man's voice wasn't loud, the surrounding atmosphere seemed frozen. "What do you think?" someone asked solemnly after a long time. "It's impossible to make the bloody massacre path hand over that extreme mystic token." The old man's voice echoed again. "Our friend from the bloody massacre path is even willing to take out the blood scar blade." The bloody massacre path master didn't smile. He just sat there in silence. "However, I'm afraid everyone present wouldn't want to give it up either," the old man added. "If we're not able to control the situation and a big fight ensues again, our position in the entire universe will keep falling. We may even have to face the threat of being wiped out eventually. The first person to speak was that massive figure. According to you, there's no solution for us, is there? No, of course there is. The elder said as he stood up. There's only one way for us to solve this. We need to set a rule. The extreme mystic token is most useful to star-grade martialists. Of course, nebula-grade martialists would also find it extremely useful. However, nebula-grade entities are considered the human race's core strength. Thus, they cannot be sacrificed in large numbers over such a small matter. Therefore, only martialists that are below the star grade will participate in this war. That means that star-grade martialists can freely compete among themselves. During the war, martialists that are above the nebula grade will absolutely not participate or intervene. Anyone that violates this rule will face the wrath of the Nine Paths. The final location of this extreme mystic token war will be the Kunyu planet. When someone enters the Kunyu planet with the aid of the extreme mystic token, the war will end. How does that sound? No one replied immediately. After a short period of silence, someone said, "So where is the kid who has the extreme mystic token?" His question did not need to be answered by the crowd, as a star map appeared immediately. He is 10 light years away from the Kunyu planet. 10 light years. This meant that he would need at least 10 years to get there, even if he was on a spaceship traveling at the speed of light. I agree. The massive figure replied. I agree. I agree. Sounds of agreement echoed all around. In the end, everyone present shifted their eyes onto the Bloody Massacre Path Master, who was completely silent. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was mulling this over. However, he knew that he had to make a decision. Everyone's eyes were on him right now. I agree. The Bloody Massacre Path Master replied eventually. His attitude caused many people to heave a sigh of relief. The elder who had made this suggestion said, "All right, since everyone has agreed, let's issue the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree." The Nine-Path Galaxy Decree was the supreme order of the entire Nine Paths. Once it was issued, any violators would be executed by the Nine Paths. In a palace hall suspended high in the sky, all sorts of orders were being issued. The master of the palace, who was a large, boorish man, was loudly screaming out orders. The target is located 10 million miles away from us. This is the Great Flame Palace's best chance. If we get hold of that extreme mystic token, the Great Flame Palace will be able to soar through the skies and become a force comparable to the Nine Paths. Let's be clear, whoever can obtain that extreme mystic token today will. Just as the boorish man was speaking vehemently, a communication device started ringing again and again. His expression immediately became ugly. He was the almighty founder of this place. No one had ever dared defy his orders. However, someone had actually defied his order and left his communication device on while he was issuing orders. This was really. The bulky man suddenly realized that his communication device was switched on as well. When he saw the message written on it, his face fell. What was this Nine-Path Galaxy Decree? The source of the message had forced everyone's communication device to turn on. Regardless of location, everyone would have to receive the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree. The bulky man's hands trembled as he read the content, which was written in bright red. In the end, he waved his hands and said, "You have all read the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree. Only the star-grade entities can proceed. The rest of you need to stand down." His previous vehement behavior disappeared in an instant. "Big brother, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. If," a skinny middle-aged man said in a disgruntled manner. The bulky man swung his palms towards the skinny man's face and said, "The Nine-Path Galaxy Decree has already been issued. Do you want me to die like a dog?" The skinny guy was too afraid to say anything else. As the bulky man was reprimanding his subordinate, many elites that had been originally eager to participate in the hunt fell silent. Although many of them refused to accept this decision, they didn't dare say anything. The Blood Space Ruler, who also received the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree, couldn't help but shake his head as he read its contents. Although he was pissed about this decree, he knew that this was the only solution. Even if the Bloody Massacre Path Master escorted Luo Yunyang to the Kunyu planet while wielding his blood scar blade, getting there would still be an impossible feat. However, allowing only star-grade powerhouses to participate gave Luo Yunyang a bigger hope of succeeding. As he pondered this, he called Luo Yunyang through his communication device. "Yunyang, have you read the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree?" Although the Blood Space Ruler knew that Luo Yunyang must have read it, he asked anyway. Luo Yunyang, who had naturally read the decree, replied, "I've read it, ruler. The bloody massacre path will send Xianxia and the others to assist you. However, the people you're going to face are all star-grade elites of the galaxy." The blood space ruler's voice became solemn as he added, "You must remember that where there is life, there is hope. If you can't handle this anymore, just throw the extreme mystic token away." "Got it," Luo Yunyang, who naturally knew what the blood space ruler meant, replied solemnly, "Got it, ruler. Make sure to come back alive," the blood space ruler said before he hung up. As Luo Yunyang was tossing around the extreme mystic token in his hands, many thoughts filled his head. This was a key to the peak of all elite martialists, however, it also involved immense danger and risk. Should he give it up? Luo Yunyang would have given it up if the restrictions of the Nine-Path Galaxy Decree hadn't been issued. However, how could he do so now? Chapter 441. Wielding a sword for 10 light years in a brilliant galaxy, the strong gathered and ruled, and the weak were treated worse than dogs. The bloody massacre path-killing arena, the space bandits whom Luo Yunyang had killed during these 2 years, as well as everything else in between, would have been for naught if he hadn't had power. The only thing that could control one's own destiny was power. Before leaving the Da Alliance, Luo Yunyang would probably have chosen to give up all these pursuits. However, how could Luo Yunyang give up now? Several decades of seclusion had allowed him to understand the great chaotic whole path even more thoroughly. The secret manuals describing all sorts of origin source laws left behind by those geniuses had improved his omnipresent net technique greatly over the past few years. All of these factors made him feel really confident. Under the circumstances, the only thing he could and wanted to do was stake everything and keep fighting. When Luo Yunyang touched his interspatial ring gently, 4 black daggers appeared in his hands. His mind power had also improved a lot during the past few years, which would help him move towards the Kunyu planet. His communication device suddenly rang again. When Luo Yunyang picked up the device, he heard Xianxia's voice. "Yunyang, how are things going?" "Great." Luo Yunyang knew why Xianxia had asked this question. "What do you plan to do?" Xianxia muttered in a deep voice. "The Kunyu planet is 10 light years away from my position. I will fly over," Luo Yunyang said. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he asked, "Martialists like us should advance boldly. Where can we find you?" "I'm taking the nearest route," Luo Yunyang muttered. "Got it." Xianxia hung up. After stepping onto the blood crystal spaceship, Luo Yunyang sat down in the cockpit. Badabu, who usually loved to bicker with Luo Yunyang, was silent. He clearly also felt extremely stifled because of this. The extreme mystic token was an ultimate treasure that countless people wanted like crazy. Right now, it was in Luo Yunyang's hands. Although Badabu believed that his master was very powerful, the people Luo Yunyang was going to face were star-grade powerhouses from the entire galaxy. Among these powerhouses were young talented individuals, as well as people who hadn't been able to break through to the nebula grade despite many years of cultivation. Although they seemed to have insufficient potential, many people acquired their own unique methods over time. "Master, you have made a wise choice." Just as Luo Yunyang was about to instruct Badabu to start the ship, the spaceship started to move. Badabu's voice returned. Luo Yunyang smiled silently. However, his eyes were filled with indifference. A net had rapidly spread out. Everything about Luo Yunyang was quickly spreading near and far. Luo Yunyang was the highest in rank blood disciple in the bloody massacre path. He had once been on the same level as the strongest star-grade powerhouse of the fiery sun path, Linki. He was also the blood disciple who had survived the bloody massacre killing arena. All kinds of news were spreading rapidly. Only half an hour had passed, yet news about Luo Yunyang had already flooded the ears of almost all the martialists in the Milky Way. Luo Yunyang cultivated the great chaotic whole path. It had also only taken him 10 years to become the #1 blood disciple in the bloody massacre path. These news shocked many people. However, at the same time, they made people behave more cautiously. They obviously could not fight Luo Yunyang one-on-one, but the extreme mystic token was too important. Killing Luo Yunyang and obtaining the extreme mystic token would allow them to enter the sacred land of humans and achieve instant success. This had become the goal of almost every star-grade powerhouse. Whoever found Luo Yunyang first might be able to obtain the extreme mystic token. Straight on towards the Kunyu planet. "That's crazy," someone reported immediately after locking in on the track of the blood crystal spaceship. More people were moving rapidly towards the road Luo Yunyang had to take, while some people aimed outside the Kunyu planet. Have you heard about this? Kei Linky, who is a practitioner of the great unrivaled sun path, has made a move. Yesterday, I saw the woman of the sky cloud path. She's really powerful. She could transform into 36 clones, every single one of them completely real. I heard that the chaotic origin demon hand, who had stayed hidden for many years, has appeared once again. Hasn't he broken through to the nebula grade? Back in the day, he killed 3 of the finest star grade powerhouses of the deep earth path. Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to these quick, flashing news on the sky vision. He just adjusted his state of mind to the optimum state. Oh great master, the 3rd wormhole is right ahead. If we want to reach the Kunyu planet, we have to pass through it. The little fiend's voice echoed in the airship. I just detected that there are 10 spaceships tailing us 5,000 meters to our left. Luo Yunyang nodded. Don't stop, keep moving ahead. All right, according to the news I just received, there should be many people waiting outside the 3rd wormhole. Luo Yunyang stopped speaking, so Badabu tactfully remained quiet. Several hundred spaceships had already blockaded the entrance to the 3rd wormhole. On board of every spaceship stood thousands of martialists. These martialists were between the planet grade and the star grade, but most of them were at the star grade realm. Luo Yunyang's ship, 500,000 meters away. Luo Yunyang's ship, 150,000 meters away. Luo Yunyang's ship, 25,000 meters away. The sounds of all sorts of electronic detection devices were heard repeatedly as some people gripped their knives tightly. Many of them were feeling nervous. After all, Luo Yunyang was not just the average person. However, they still felt confident in their numbers. This advantage should make it easier to kill Luo Yunyang and seize the extreme mystic token. Meanwhile, everyone had their own opinions on how a single extreme mystic token should be distributed. Most of them understood that, although this battle was dangerous, these benefits were what everyone had been longing for day and night. Luo Yunyang's ship has arrived. Someone shouted the moment they spotted the blood crystal spaceship. Although spaceships had great combat power in space, they were not very nimble. Unless an airship was top quality, it would just get thrashed when it faced the attack of a star-grade powerhouse. Hence, once a martialist ascended to the star-grade realm, they would mostly treat airships as hollow tools. Luo Yunyang could clearly tell what was going on when he saw the blockaded wormhole. The moment he was 5,000 meters away from the wormhole, he flew out of the blood crystal spaceship. Luo Yunyang put his spaceship in the interspatial ring provided by the bloody massacre path. The expression of everyone waiting outside the wormhole suddenly changed when they saw what Luo Yunyang had done. Many of them had prepared what to say. However, they hadn't expected that this guy, who never played by the rules, would rush out of his ship without saying anything. This scenario was obviously unexpected. You all want the extreme mystic token, right? Luo Yunyang's voice rang out. That's right, Luo Yunyang. The Black Pole Order belongs to the whole Milky Way. If you hand over the extreme mystic token now, I can, a lofty man holding a crimson pike said loudly. The man's cultivation was at the peak star grade, so he was standing atop a huge black spaceship in a majestic fashion. Luo Yunyang did not wait for the man to finish before he said coldly, whoever wants it can come and get it. Otherwise, just get lost. The man holding the pike was a powerful chief within his own domain. He was also the liaison of this operation to take out Luo Yunyang. Thus, his face turned red with embarrassment when Luo Yunyang called him out. Let's go together, everyone. He might be a bloody massacre path disciple, but he has the same star-grade cultivation base we do. Let's kill him and then split the extreme mystic token. The man had just finished speaking when everyone realized that Luo Yunyang had already reached their side. The moment the demon like Luo Yunyang appeared among the crowd, the myriad convergence ring flew from his wrist. 100,000 star alloy fragments quickly converged into a giant, 4-layered chaotic hole in the void. The chaotic hole's force of attraction quickly spread in the crowd. The attractive force that the 4-layered chaotic hole formed was like a powerful vortex, causing many planet-grade martialists who had come with their masters to fall toward it uncontrollably without any resistance. Retreat. This great chaotic hole path is too strange. Let's retreat. Don't get sucked into his great chaotic hole. This move is very destructive. Although Luo Yunyang is very strong, he can't keep it up for long. If we each use our most powerful moves together, we can surely break through his great chaotic hole. Retreat. Retreat now. All sorts of voices echoed around as most star-grade martialists retreated quickly. However, more than half of them were still drawn into the Great Chaotic Hole. Although they were weak, these people vanished into the Great Chaotic Hole the instant the Great Chaotic Hole spun. Some people had just come into contact with Luo Yunyang. They did not even have the time to do anything before half their force was already lost. Even some star-grade powerhouses fell. This power and terror swayed many people's minds. Luo Yunyang, who was in the center of the Great Chaotic Hole, looked like a crazy massacring devil that struck fear in people's hearts. "You've already come so far. Don't go yet," Luo Yunyang shouted as the four-layered chaotic hole spread wildly in every direction. Chapter 442, A Feast for Kings. The chaotic hole may be expanding, but its suctioning power is reducing. Jinkin said as his eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. The chaotic hole, which had had a massive suctioning power earlier, nearly engulfed and sucked him, even though he had a mid-star grade cultivation base. He knew that the Earth origin source law actually did not resist the suctioning power of the chaotic hole, which was something that gave him a rising sense of anxiety. It looked like there was not much of a difference between him and the elites of the Bloody Massacre path. While facing Nebula-grade opponents, Jinkin was actually able to hold his own, even against massive pressure. However, he did not have the power to defend himself against Luo Yunyang, who was at a similar level. This immense strength was surreal. After a quick exchange, Jinkin decided to forfeit the battle. He was helpless. Before he had even flown 1 kilometer away, the large chaotic hole had actually spread out in a spectacular manner. In the beginning, he had felt an anxious feeling in his heart. However, as the giant chaotic hole approached him, he calmed down. The power of this hole had already weakened 7 times. Just as he felt that an opportunity had presented itself to him, an unstoppable force pierced his body. As he panicked, he realized that his body had become riddled with holes. Amid his state of panic, the part of his body that was getting swallowed by the hole crumbled. In between his unwilling screams, he saw a familiar figure crumbling in the midst of the weakening chaotic hole. Everything within a 5,000-meter radius of the chaotic hole crumbled to dust. Up until the very end, Jinkin did not know what it was that had killed him. However, he knew that everyone else who had indulged in these wild fantasies and come with him had been killed too. An opponent as strong as Luo Yunyang would eventually crush everyone. Without any plans for a joint attack or any outstanding powerhouses on his side, winning would be impossible, regardless of how many people were on their side. The disparity between their standards was just too high. As the last star-grade martialist finally died thanks to the chaotic hole, Luo Yunyang waved his hands and retrieved the myriad convergence ring. Meanwhile, a group of spectators was watching from afar. Some of them just wanted to watch and see what was going on, while others wanted to see if they could take advantage of the chaotic hole to reap some benefits for themselves. However, the members of the crowd who were supposed to die were already dead. Those who had survived the onslaught were filled with trepidation as they watched closely the young lad who seemed as powerful as a god. "We aren't fit to participate in this kind of event. This is a feast for kings," a star-grade martialist lamented. Nobody was heading in the direction of the third wormhole anymore. However, the fact that Luo Yunyang had killed over 100 star-grade martialists spread everywhere. The unknown star-grade martialist was right. The fight over the extreme mystic token was a feast for kings. Now that there were no more obstructions left, Luo Yunyang steered the blood crystal spaceship and crossed the third wormhole. Although he was not sure whether this was because of the battle at the third wormhole, Luo Yunyang kept moving at the speed of light for a span of 5 years without facing any form of obstruction. It seemed as if he did not possess the extreme mystic token anymore. Based on the news from the Bloody Massacre path, an increasing number of star-grade fighters were returning to their training camps. There was also a number of them who chose not to keep fighting. According to the report of the Bloody Massacre path, these people seemed to be giving up. Giving up was normal. This was the message transmitted to Luo Yunyang via the Bloody Massacre path system for star-grade martialists. Luo Yunyang agreed completely with these words. Regardless of whether it was K. Linky or some other talented fighter from another path, the Bloody Massacre path was unable to acquire any news. They were definitely not giving up so easily, as they had not returned to their individual bases. Meanwhile, Yongshang and the others would be following the plan of the Bloody Massacre path and taking another route towards the Kunyu planet. According to the Blood Space Ruler, the Kunyu planet would be the location of the real final battle. "Oh great master, a space jump point is 250 kilometers ahead. Once we reach that point, we should be able to enter and jump through space. We will save a total of 4 years this way." Badabu, who was once again in his little fiend form, was laughing and joking in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang smiled. He did not enjoy always being on the move either. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to carry out Badabu's plan, several streaks of flashing lights appeared in space. They all seemed to be approaching the spaceship. Meteors. There were thousands of meteors. These meteors, which were highly concentrated, were traveling at different velocities. They seemed like a net that surrounded and captured the spaceship, sealing off any possible exits. Luo Yunyang realized that this was an ambush as soon as he saw this attack. Although he remained calm and composed in the face of this attack, there was actually some excitement in his heart. Although the spaceship's sturdiness should be superior enough to maintain an advantage even in the event of a collision, he was still wary of the consequences of the continuous impacts of the meteors. Therefore, Luo Yunyang immediately decided to jump out of the blood crystal spaceship before storing the spaceship within his interspatial ring. As soon as he completed these actions, he immediately felt someone aiming at him from a desolated planet approximately 15 kilometers away. A bow was targeting him. The scarlet bow had already been drawn and locked in place. Luo Yunyang sensed that his surroundings had already been pinpointed and covered by that bow. The moment the bowstring was released, countless vines began to appear in space. These vines, which looked vividly similar to the heads of large snakes, quickly headed in the direction of the space around Luo Yunyang. The moment he saw the vines, Luo Yunyang discovered the source of the attack. These were golden stem vines at the star 9 grade, something that was difficult to comprehend and also contained some law power. Golden stem vines were used to seal the surroundings of the space around the target and eventually take the life of the target with an arrow. Luo Yunyang glanced at the user of the golden stem vines from a distance. She was a good-looking woman in her 20s with flowing green hair and brown eyes. Judging from her appearance, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that she was from the Green Wood Path. "I am Ji Shaoran from the Green Wood Path. My respects, Senior Luo." The lady bowed gracefully upon seeing Luo Yunyang. However, despite her courtesy, the streaks of golden stem vines did not slow down. On the contrary, their speed seemed to increase. Ji Shaoran, Luo Yunyang did recall seeing some information on this girl. She was one of the disciples groomed by the Green Wood Path and was considered 9th in rank among the star-grade martialists of that path. Although he was unable to tell which faction the man using the bow was from, Luo Yunyang was sure that the person firing did not belong to the Green Wood Path. Fire meteors, golden stem vines, and space-shattering arrows. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang drew 4 different black daggers of the same length and threw them. Thanks to his mind power, the 4 knives formed a concentrated barrier that surrounded and protected Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's blade lights fended off both the vines and the arrows. Meanwhile, a humongous man about 10 feet tall came rushing down a meteor from the space above, wielding a giant axe as he approached Luo Yunyang with monstrous strength. However, as he was about to attack, Luo Yunyang shifted his body slightly and the myriad convergence ring around his arm instantly formed a light screen that headed for the meteor. Just as the light screen was ready to cover the meteor, a figure seemed to rise out of it. Even though that figure was fast, it still was no faster than the light screen. In an instant, the figure was enveloped by the light screen and disappeared. "Tang Ke," the large man with the massive axe shouted. However, yelling was useless now. Tang Ke, who ranked 7th among the star-grade martialists of the Dark Shadow Path, did not even have sufficient time to use his technique. Instead, he was defeated by Luo Yunyang. Ji Shaoran, who had a panicked expression on her face, shouted as she watched the arrows get deflected by Luo Yunyang's strange knives. "Things are not looking good. Run." At her words, the golden stem vines initially rushing towards Luo Yunyang immediately split and carried her into the distance. She managed to travel a great distance in a short time. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she saw Luo Yunyang move his hands from far away. A whirlpool appeared in his hands, forming a vortex that pulled her in his direction. Her body reluctantly began to fly towards the vortex. Ji Shaoran knew that she could not go over to Luo Yunyang. However, even though she tried to rush the golden stem vines, she was just pulled over unwillingly towards Luo Yunyang. Just before she reached him, she saw the guy with the giant axe get sliced in half by that unknown blade light. "Please spare my life, Luo Yunyang." Ji Shaoran screamed in horror. I definitely won't. Unfortunately, as soon as she said that, several bits of star alloy fragments pierced her body. As the vortex of the chaotic hole spun, she disappeared into it completely. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang had just exited the space jump point, when he was ambushed by the Dark Shadow Path's 4th-in-rank assassin. It was a complete rout. 13 days later, 19 fighters from different paths attacked Luo Yunyang and were all killed. Not a single person was spared. 30 days later, 36 powerhouses from the Evergreen Path used a nebula-grade move, the sky-engulfing flower, and ended up getting killed by Luo Yunyang. 100 days later, Luo Yunyang was just 500,000 kilometers away from the Kunyu planet. Chapter 443. No return to the meteorite field. The Kunyu planet was a place of gorgeous, dazzling beauty. Actually, the Kunyu planet was an ordinary planet in the galaxy. The reason it was famous was that it was the entry point to the extreme mysterious realm. By this point, many people had gathered on the Kunyu planet. Most of them were there to watch what would happen. However, even though they claimed to be mere spectators, many people were waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Garden of 100 Flowers was the Kunyun planet's royal garden. In the past, only the royals of the Kunyu planet had enjoyed it. However, many of the people gathered there right now had nothing to do with the royal family. Although the prettiest princess of the Kunyu planet's royal family was currently in the garden, the princess, who was usually pampered like a darling, was now pouring tea and serving the people there. Princess Qingla was tender, beautiful, and also a little coy. She was wearing a green cloak that looked like a hibiscus emerging from the water. As she patiently arranged the cups of tea on the tables, her actions were swift and elegant. Zhou Wantian from the Evergreen Path is dead, a young man sitting at the front lamented. This news made everyone's mood even gloomier. He has been wielding his sword for 10 light years. Luo Yunyang really deserves his name, someone said, their voice resonating with heartfelt sorrow. Princess Qingla knew who they were talking about. She had known everyone's purpose as soon as these people had started to gather on the Kunyu planet. Princess Qingla knew that each one of these people had the ability to destroy the Kunyu planet. Actually, the entire Kunyu planet was now in the midst of a raging storm. Princess Qingla had always admired these people. Her admiration was filled with reverence and respect. She could sense both their loftiness and self-confidence. However, as that person got closer, she started to feel the terrifying fear of these people increase. Indeed, a terrifying fear suddenly welled from the bottom of their hearts. Luo Yunyang had been wielding his sword in the galaxy for 10 light years without any resistance. Princess Qingla didn't know how someone could have managed to go through all this, yet she knew that it must definitely have been very tough. Are we going to give up? Someone broke the silence. It was a man in his 20s who spoke in a rather stiff voice. Everyone stared at the man, who unknowingly lowered his head under their stares. We've waited for 3 years. Of course we can't give up. The handsome man sitting in the front seat said coldly. However, nobody will be forced to join this mission. If anyone decides to leave, they can leave now. The man who had spoken first hesitated for a moment, but eventually chose to remain silent. The people gathered there were elites from various paths who had no chance of acquiring the extreme mystic token alone, yet didn't wish to be the cat's paw for their rivals in their respective paths. Hence, they had chosen to gather there. Their only goal in gathering there was to obtain the extreme mystic token. There was no time to think about how the extreme mystic token was going to be distributed yet. That problem was still distant, so discussing the issue would only make everyone unhappy. Obtaining the token and surviving would be very difficult for everyone present. There's a meteorite field outside the Kunyu planet that stretches for 80,000 miles. Any spaceships will have a hard time traversing there, as one has to physically cross the entire field, the man sitting in the front seat said coldly. That meteorite field is our golden opportunity. Deep inside one of the Kunyu planet's nameless mountains, Kei Linky was lost in thought. He was clutching a chess piece and a deadlocked board was before him. Kei Linky wasn't really playing chess. He was just waiting for someone. Time passed by slowly. After half an hour, the person Kei Linky was waiting for finally arrived. It was an incomparably attractive girl. However, even though the girl looked as delicate as water, there was no trace of warmth in her eyes. You're here, Kei Linky said. The girl's reply was short and simple. As soon as she answered, they both rose into the air and flew towards the void. Kei Linky was like a golden ray of the rainbow, while the girl looked like a silver waterfall. The two of them were as incompatible as fire and water, yet the moment they took flight, their energies tangled together seamlessly. In an instant, their speed increased tenfold. As Linky and the girl flew into the void, a figure was standing quietly under the shade of a tree watching them. Such brashness! Does he really think that they will be invincible by joining forces? As he mumbled to himself, a shadow appeared in the void and instantly disappeared without a trace. This person was flying towards the void as well. However, he had hidden his physical body in Linky and the girl's shadows. An old man with a wrinkled face that looked like a beggar blinked as the shadow took flight. The dark shadow path, seems like he has some ability, but so what? After muttering to himself, the elder moved forward. However, after walking for a few hundred feet, a silhouette came dashing not too far away from the old man. Although the silhouette didn't care about the elder, who looked like he was about to enter his grave, as he shot a glance in the old man's direction, he discovered that his body had frozen and was unable to move even an inch. You're the Uncle Master, the man said dryly. Yes, little xianxia. I heard that you've been doing pretty well these past few years. Chaotic Origin Demon Hand, what a name, the elder who looked like a beggar said. He sounded as though he was praising the man. Although the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand wasn't from one of the 9 paths, after years of cultivation, he had been recognized as one of the strongest star-grade martialists. He was undoubtedly also one of the most able competitors participating in the battle over the extreme mystic token. I am still light years away from you, Uncle Master, the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand complimented the old man. The beggar-like old man chuckled, but didn't speak. However, the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand, who suddenly sensed something, pointed at the Uncle Master and said, Uncle Master, your cultivation. I see that you've discovered it. The elder sounded indifferent. The Chaotic Origin Demon Hand couldn't believe his senses. How could the Uncle Master, who was a peak Nebula grade martialist, become a star grade entity? Going from the Nebula grade to the star grade was a huge demotion. The Chaotic Origin Demon Hand had dreamed for years of breaking through to the Nebula grade, but had yet to achieve it. His martial uncle had unexpectedly acted in the complete opposite way. He had descended from the peak Nebula grade to the peak star grade. What is this about, Uncle Master? Although he knew the answer in his heart, the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand's voice still quivered. I just self-severed my cultivation, that's all. The old man glanced at the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand as he spoke. Since we came across each other, let's go together. If someone else had asked the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand to accompany them, they would surely have told him to take the lead. However, the Chaotic Origin Demon Hand felt like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered as he said, I will listen to your instructions, Uncle Master. Alright, let's go. The Chaotic Origin Demon Hand felt a trace of bitterness in his heart as he followed the Uncle Master. He had originally believed that he had been the only one waiting for the perfect opportunity. He had never thought that an even more ruthless person like his martial uncle would do the same. The price of severing one's cultivation was unimaginable. Even the extreme mystic token wasn't necessarily a sure way to regain one's entire previous cultivation. The impending arrival of Luo Yunyang made the atmosphere on the Kunyu planet instantly become depressing. Although many people knew that the real battle would take place in the middle of the gray meteorite field, no one could predict the final outcome of the battle. Even the Kunyu planet's king could only kneel in front of his ancestral shrine and ask for his ancestors' blessing and protection. Although he was a king, he would be a weakling in the impending war, and weaklings did not have many choices. Countless large and small meteorites filled the expanse of the field. These meteorites, which were able to reflect the light of the stars, looked like small lights covering the entire night sky. Yunyang, we have been surrounded by someone. Upon nearing the meteorite field, Luo Yunyang received a message from Yongshang. An array formation was deployed by an array formation grandmaster. We unfortunately failed to realize this, so now we're trapped in this formation. Yongshang sounded somewhat anxious. The meteorite field is very dangerous. Geniuses from the other 8 paths are hiding within it, waiting to ambush you. I've even heard that a nebula-grade martialist who self-severed his cultivation has arrived on the Kunyu planet. A nebula-grade martialist who had self-severed his cultivation. Luo Yunyang squinted unconsciously. He wanted to calm Yongshang down, yet he understood clearly why Yongshang was anxious. The meteorite field was the biggest variable in his journey to the Kunyu planet. Linky, all the finest members of the 9 paths, independent pathless star-grade elites, and nebula-grade entities who had self-severed their cultivation were all waiting for him on that meteorite field. After hanging up, Luo Yunyang took flight, homing in on the meteorite field like a bird. No enemies, no enemies, no enemies. Luo Yunyang's mind power quickly enveloped the surrounding sky and space. Everything within his range was reflected clearly in his mind. He saw no enemies despite traveling 150 kilometers. As Luo Yunyang's speed started accelerating, he saw a figure wielding a black spear on top of a meteorite. The person caught sight of Luo Yunyang at exactly the same time. Although he smiled at Luo Yunyang, the spear in his hand instantly began to vibrate. Luo Yunyang, I am Lai Qingcheng from the Wild Gale Path. I have been waiting for you. By the time he finished his sentence, he was already charging at full throttle towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 444. The blood of geniuses floods the heavens. Where is Luo Yunyang? In the Bloody Massacre Path's Meru realm, the Bloody Massacre Path Master and a few other rulers were sitting in a hall only they could enter. The Meru realm itself had a hyper-intelligent system, so following the Blood Space ruler's words, a mock-up of the meteorite field appeared in front of their eyes. Luo Yunyang is currently in an 80,000-mile-long meteorite corridor. It's impossible for spaceships to pass through this corridor. The only option is to physically maneuver through the field. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the hall. According to our intelligence, elites from the 9 paths have gathered within the 80,000-mile meteorite corridor and are preparing to ambush Luo Yunyang. Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro have the highest rank in terms of combat power, as they have joined forces. Yuan Jimmy from the Dark Shadow Path has entered the 80,000-mile meteorite corridor. The 3 elites of the Greenwood Path, the Phantom Mirage Path and the Acute Metal Path have entered the corridor together. According to the surveillance array formation in the meteorite corridor, the number of star-grade martialists inside exceeds 500. The probability of Luo Yunyang successfully passing through the meteorite corridor is down by half. As mechanical voices spoke repeatedly, the Blood Space ruler's expression was solemn and grave. He knew that this would be an extremely dangerous war, as countless people were willing to sacrifice their lives. Luo Yunyang was currently in a very bad position. Great heroes were vying for supremacy. As he held the token in his hand, Luo Yunyang slaughtered his way through the meteorite field. Even though he seemed invincible, the true elites were still hiding and awaiting his arrival. Blood Thunder, you oversee the meteorite corridor. Have you seen anyone beyond the star-grade level? The Blood Space ruler asked a cold-looking man who gave off a crazy aura. The Blood Thunder was amongst the top rulers of the Bloody Massacre Path. In order to ensure that no one beyond the star-grade would appear at the last moment, the Blood Thunder had been tasked to oversee the Kunyu planet. He was not the only one. There were actually 10 rulers based on the Kunyu planet. Even though they were not making any moves, their presence there was still very intimidating. Yes, there are 9 nebula-grade existences. The Blood Thunder said coldly. The Blood Space ruler was stunned by his answer. He had asked just in case there were any intruders, yet he had not expected that there would really be some individuals beyond the star-grade in the meteorite corridor. So why aren't you guys taking action? Luo Yunyang had always been important to the Blood Space ruler. Thus, knowing that there were such dangerous existences lurking there really dissatisfied him. They have self-severed themselves by destroying their nebula cultivation and returning to the star-grade, the Blood Thunder ruler said coldly. They are considered star-grade entities now. Self-severed star-grade entities. Take into account what the Blood Thunder ruler said and recalculate Luo Yunyang's chances of leaving the meteorite field successfully. 1%, the mechanical voice said automatically. The Blood Space ruler, who could no longer take it, blew up. Shut the FCK up. No one will assume you are a mute if you remain silent. Ruler, you've attacked the Meru realm. I cannot attack a ruler like you, so I will decrease your scope of authority in the Meru realm by 1 grade effective immediately. This time, the voice of a little girl was heard instead. The Blood Space ruler had an ugly expression on his face. Although he wasn't unhappy that his scope of authority would decrease, he felt humiliated when the machine threatened him in front of everyone. While the Blood Space ruler was sulking, the Blood Thunder said, after discussing this with 9 other rulers, we have decided that we can make use of the communication device positioning system to broadcast the situation on the meteorite field. Meru, connect us, the Blood Space ruler commanded. At his command, a large screen appeared in the center of the hall. Countless meteorites appeared on the screen, giving off a rather claustrophobic feeling. There were also some flickering light spots among the meteorites. Take a look at Luo Yunyang's situation. The blood space ruler bellowed. My apologies, ruler, but you do not have the authority to do so. The mechanical voice said again, echoing throughout the hall. The blood space ruler felt like blowing his top. However, he was helpless. He could do nothing about the Meru realm's intelligence system. Display Luo Yunyang's location and current state, the Bloody Massacre Path Master, who was seated in the center, instructed. Although Luo Yunyang's position appeared shortly, he was not the only one there. There was another flickering light spot close by. Without any further instructions from the Bloody Massacre Path Master, the two light spots transformed into two fighting individuals. That's Lai Qingcheng from the Wild Gale Path, a ruler said as a spear gathered 1,000 layers of waves and tunneled overwhelmingly towards Luo Yunyang. Lai Qingcheng was the #1 genius of the Wild Gale Path. All the Bloody Massacre Path rulers had heard of his name, even though he had never visited the Bloody Massacre Path. Lai Qingcheng, who specialized in wind and metal origin source laws, was known as the Berserk Attacker. This was because he practiced the third-grade cultivation path called the Heaven-Splitting Berserker Path. 10 years ago, when someone had ranked all the elites of the youngest generation of the 9 paths, Lai Qingcheng had ranked second. He had ranked even higher than K. Linky. Countless spear lights covered the entire space, all containing the incisiveness of metal origin source law. Luo Yunyang was extremely composed as he faced Lai Qingcheng's crazy attacks. Just before the countless spear lights could reach him, he moved his palm towards them. Chaotic holes formed one after another, forming a vortex around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who looked like a god within the circle of the chaotic holes, gave off an incomprehensible vibe. Although countless spear lights flew towards his chaotic holes, all of them eventually disappeared in an instant. In a split second, Lai Qingcheng's berserk attacks had been neutralized completely. Meteorites shattered continuously during this exchange, while the meteorites that were very close to the two men were attracted by Luo Yunyang's chaotic holes. Lai Qingcheng attacked again without waiting. Unlike his previous berserk attacks, this time, he executed an exceptionally simple spear strike. He used the space-fracturing spear. The wind ripped apart the void, while the metal blew everything else away. The combination of wind origin source law and metal origin source law was like a spear that could split the sky. Although this spear strike was simple, it was enough to rip apart the void in a strange and profound fashion. The blood space ruler and the others, who were in the Meru realm, were astonished by the strike of the spear. They suddenly realized what it was. Luo Yunyang's great chaotic hole path is in danger. It has broken through the seal of the void. Although the great chaotic hole was able to devour everything, in the face of this void-ripping spear strike, its devouring ability seemed to disappear. However, just as everyone got deeply worried, a massive repulsive force came blasting out of the chaotic hole. Countless meteorites were brought forth by this earth-shaking force and pushed along with the spear lights containing the power of wind and metal origin source laws towards Lai Qingcheng. Lai Qingcheng's expression changed. He suddenly chose to focus on defense without waiting for his space-fracturing spear to finish. Countless spear lights converged to form a wind barrier. Although the wind barrier was ubiquitous and gapless, the spear lights and meteorites repelled by the chaotic holes managed to leave cracks on it when they came into contact with it. With a wave of Luo Yunyang's arm, the myriad convergence ring transformed into 4 chaotic holes and enveloped Lai Qingcheng. Although Lai Qingcheng was brandishing his spear frantically, his defeat had already been set in stone. Lai Qingcheng, who was surrounded by the 4 chaotic holes, felt an extremely strong ripping force constantly consuming his energy. Fear slowly crept into his face. Lai Qingcheng has been defeated, said a ruler in the Meru realm coldly. Meanwhile, the Blood Thunder ruler seemed to have received a message. After pondering it for a moment, he said solemnly, "I've just received a call from the Wind Song ruler of the Wild Gale Path. He wants us to ask Luo Yunyang to stop. They will withdraw themselves from the fight over the extreme mystic token and compensate us with a treasure worth $1 million star dollars." Everyone's expression changed upon hearing the Blood Thunder ruler's words. However, they immediately turned to the Bloody Massacre Path Master. The look on the Bloody Massacre Path Master's face was exceptionally cold. He pondered this offer for a second before replying frostily. Everything was already set in stone the moment the 9-path galaxy decree was issued. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are granted by the heavens. Therefore, there is no need to intervene. Let nature take its course. A ruler's face fell upon hearing this. He turned towards the Bloody Massacre Path Master and said, "In that case, we might be treating the Wild Gale Path with hostility." They didn't worry about offending us when they decided to join the hunt for Luo Yunyang's extreme mystic token. Therefore, we have no obligation to pay attention to this message. The Bloody Massacre Path Master interjected coldly before that ruler could finish his sentence. The Bloody Massacre Path Master felt that he had to be fair to Luo Yunyang and support him fully. Otherwise, how would Luo Yunyang feel like he belonged at the Bloody Massacre Path? He was someone with limitless potential that would definitely become a prominent figure in the future. If Luo Yunyang thought that the Bloody Massacre Path could not give him the support he needed at such a crucial moment, then even if he still hung around in the future, he would not get along with everyone else. This wasn't what the Bloody Massacre Path Master wanted. After hearing the Bloody Massacre Path Master's resolute decision, the ruler didn't dare say anything else. Meanwhile, the screen transitioned to a struggling Lai Chingcheng, who had been surrounded in an instant by 4 chaotic holes. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic holes dissipated, leaving behind only drops of blood and a spear in the void. Lai Chingcheng was dead. In the Wild Gale Path's Meru realm, the expression of the many high-level executives who saw the remaining droplets of blood turned extremely ugly. The Fiery Sun Path, the Green Wood Path, the Dark Shadow Path. Almost all the higher-level executives of these respective paths felt their hearts drop upon seeing the droplets of blood floating within the void. This blood belonged to the geniuses they had painstakingly nurtured. Besides, this was only the beginning. Chapter 445, If you stand in my path, you will die. Lai Chingcheng was dead. The news spread swiftly thanks to the Meru realm. The people that watched the fiasco considered Lai Chingcheng's death nothing but a part of it. However, the people that intended to kill Luo Yunyang found Lai Chingcheng's death to be shocking news. Many people rushing to participate in the battle had been determined and prepared to die. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang had also caused many deaths during his journey to the Kunyu planet. However, Lai Chingcheng was different, not just because of his cultivation base, but also because of his status. The galaxy grade was bound within a millennium. This was an evaluation performed by a top-notch individual. However, Lai Chingcheng, who was considered the leading figure of the Wild Gale Path's youngest generation, had still died. A well-known figure like him had actually died while pursuing Luo Yunyang, during the battle over the extreme mystic token. It could be foreseen that Lai Chingcheng was not going to be the only elite genius to lose his life for the extreme mystic token. Lai Chingcheng is dead. Kei Linki looked towards the faraway stars while standing on a meteorite. He remembered his last duel with Lai Chingcheng, when Lai Chingcheng had defeated him. Lai Chingcheng had always been one of the people Kei Linki had wanted to defeat. However, he had now fallen because of Luo Yunyang. The expression on Qin Shuairu's elegant face was as calm as ever. However, based on the faint trembling motion of her fingers, Kei Linki could tell that she must be experiencing an emotional turmoil as well. Years ago, both Qin Shuiro and Lai Chingcheng had. Although Kei Linki had heard some rumors before, he wasn't in the mood to confirm if those rumors were true right now. As he was gazing at Qin Shuiro, Kei Linki said, "I'm afraid this is something way tougher than we expected. We'll still have to do it, even if it's tough." Qin Shuiro sounded resolute. In the middle of the dense meteorite field was a shadow that even the most alert people would find hard to notice. The shadow let out a deep sigh before fusing with the seemingly everlasting void. Luo Yunyang, who had killed Lai Chingcheng, was now moving on hurriedly. He didn't care much about Lai Chingcheng's death. The moment Lai Chingcheng had decided to participate in the battle for the extreme mystic token, he had bet his life on this battle as well. Lai Chingcheng was just the beginning for Luo Yunyang. No enemies in sight, no enemies in sight. His mind power was constantly searching. Even though there were no enemies around, an ominous feeling welled in his heart as he leapt past a meteorite. This feeling became much clearer when he soared through an expanse of space. Instinctively, Luo Yunyang blasted a hard punch directly into the void. The punch, which contained the force of the great chaotic whole path, collided intensively with a blade light the moment it was executed. As blade lights quavered, a body suddenly appeared after the collision. This body twisted in a strange manner and disappeared completely before Luo Yunyang could see it, getting 1,500 meters away from Luo Yunyang. When Luo Yunyang's mind processed this, he became much warier against the person who had attacked him. Although this was the first time they had met, Luo Yunyang was quite certain about the person's identity. It's Mie Po from the Dark Shadow Path. This person was the number 1 elite of the Dark Shadow Path's shadowless sky. He was also the most infamous star-grade assassin in the entire galaxy's 9 paths. Based on Luo Yunyang's information, Mie Po had assassinated several high-ranking nebula-grade existences. Wherever there was light, there would be shadow. Even where there wasn't any light, a shadow would still be hidden in the darkness. Luo Yunyang took his time activating the myriad convergence ring as he thought about the bloody massacre path master's evaluation of Mie Po. A 100 feet wide chaotic hole appeared immediately around him. Although the chaotic hole wasn't big, Luo Yunyang, who was in the middle of it, was able to control everything within a 100 feet radius. This basically rendered any assassination attempts useless. Mie Po's eyes turned cold when he saw the chaotic hole. He immediately dashed straight towards Luo Yunyang, who was floating in the middle of it. As the strongest star-grade elite in the Dark Shadow Path, besides being an expert at assassination, Mie Po was also exceptional at attacking. A single blade gave rise to 1,000 blade lights, each and every one containing countless shadows. Actually, these shadows were Mie Po's ultimate technique. However, when Mie Po made his move, the high-level executives of the Dark Shadow Path watching the situation became furious. "Mie Po is really disappointing," said a cold voice with a hint of mockery. "Even though his attacking abilities are exceptional, how can he compare to Lai Qingcheng? How could he succeed, when Lai Qingcheng has already been killed by Luo Yunyang?" asked a ruler. Although they were in the Meru realm, the location of the virtual projection controlled by the ruler's trace of divine consciousness was still fuzzy. The other rulers of the Dark Shadow Path didn't speak, yet it was obvious that they agreed with him. The ruler was right. Luo Yunyang had activated his myriad convergence ring and 4 chaotic holes had already begun advancing towards Mie Po. Countless shadows were destroyed by the chaotic holes until Mie Po's true physical body was eventually revealed in the void. As the myriad convergence ring expanded, countless star alloy fragments transformed into a vortex that tunneled towards Mie Po. Luo Yunyang currently looked like a divine being that could annihilate all forms of life. "Mie Po is in danger." The same ruler spoke up again. Before he could finish, Mie Po was already shrouded in layers of star alloy fragments that had transformed into hundreds of shadows that dashed in every direction. During this silent struggle, countless shadows were crushed. Suddenly, a severed arm appeared on the screen. It was smart of him to sacrifice his arm to survive. Luo Yunyang was slightly disappointed when he saw the severed arm. He considered missing out on killing that assassin a loss. Although his arm had been severed, Mie Po was a star-grade elite who had the support of the Dark Shadow Path. Hence, he wouldn't lose a big part of his combat abilities. However, who knew what would happen in the future? As he pondered this, Luo Yunyang kept advancing, all the while surrounded by the chaotic holes. Although his speed would be slower, the chaotic holes would prevent him from being too passive. 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 50,000 miles. When Luo Yunyang appeared on the screens of all the people watching in the 9 paths, he looked like a divine entity on patrol. The Great Chaotic Hole Path is indeed overbearing. If he could cultivate up to the galaxy grade, I'm afraid no one would be a match for him. One of the Dark Shadow Path's rulers lamented in the Meru realm. No one responded. Even though Luo Yunyang was strong, he wasn't a disciple of the Dark Shadow Path. The Dark Shadow Path master suddenly spoke up, breaking the stifling silence. "The Great Chaotic Hole Path is merely an embodiment of an elite Bloody Massacre Path disciple's idea. An embodiment of his refusal to be at the bottom of the whole 9 paths. The Bloody Massacre Path has paid a heavy price for this embodiment of an idea over the years. Countless elite martialists of the Bloody Massacre Path have perished while cultivating the Great Chaotic Hole Path. If Luo Yunyang is lucky enough to manage to enter the extreme mysterious realm, perhaps he might be able to find a solution." The man then added sardonically, "However, I am afraid that he may not be able to keep that extreme mystic token. The kid from the Fiery Sun Path and Qin Shuiro are waiting for him at the end. Both of them cultivate the finest paths. Therefore, I wonder what will happen when they clash this time." The Dark Shadow Path wasn't the only path looking forward to that. All the other paths were also eagerly anticipating this. One of the Fiery Sun Path's rulers had even publicly announced in the Meru realm that, although Luo Yunyang's Great Chaotic Hole Path seemed powerful, it wouldn't stand a chance against the invincible Yin-Yang Path, which was a combination of the Fiery Sun Path and the Autumn Water Path's geniuses. This delirious statement was met with an approving, enthusiastic response from some of the rulers of the Autumn Water Path, who had a lot of confidence in the invincible Yin-Yang path. This was possibly the strongest path in all the 9 paths after all. The people participating in the battle over the Extreme Mystic Token were also very excited for this matchup. No matter who the winner was, they would all take advantage of this opportunity. After all, the winner of this battle between 2 top-ranking cultivation paths would pay a painful price as well. Back in the Bloody Massacre Path's Meru realm, the Bloody Massacre Path Master watched as the light spots representing Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro got closer. Then, he ordered, "Tell all the top Blood District disciples to watch this. This will be the ultimate star grade level battle." The Blood Space Ruler immediately notified the disciples. Actually, even if the Bloody Massacre Path Master had not given this order, the Blood Space Ruler would also have asked their elites to pay special attention to this battle. This was a battle between 2 top cultivation paths after all. The other paths received similar instructions as well. In an instant, countless eyes were staring at the screen by the Meru realm. On the screen, Luo Yunyang, who was shrouded by a layer of primordial chaotic holes, radiated a deadly aura. He was like a demon from the 9 heavens as he surged violently forward. Meanwhile, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro were standing on top of a meteorite like 2 banished immortals who had descended from the heavens. Although the battle had yet to begin, their eyes met. A faint smile appeared on Kei Linki's face as he grabbed hold of Qin Shuiro's hands before taking flight and blocking Luo Yunyang's advancement. "I hope you have been well since our last meeting, Brother Luo." Chapter 446, Battle of the Strongest. Long time no see, Kei Linki. "Ada, hope you have been well." Luo Yunyang glanced at Kei Linki as he teased him. "How does it feel to be holding a maiden's hand? Do you feel like you are 18 again? Or perhaps you're reliving the joys and sorrows of your life all over again?" The countless people watching felt their convictions crumbling. Luo Yunyang, who was like a divine being shrouded by a chaotic hole, had suddenly teased Kei Linki in a contemptuous manner. This was the exact opposite of how a big demon king should be acting. The hero who had wielded his sword for 10 light years, he who had killed countless people throughout space, had now become. Wait, what was this exactly? Kei Linki's face was rigid from awkwardness. It was true that he had feelings for Qin Shuiro, but he had never confessed them to her. He believed that he had kept this secret pretty tight. However, little had he expected that Luo Yunyang would guess his thoughts correctly. He didn't care about Luo Yunyang's sarcastic remarks. What would Qin Shuiro think, though? Suddenly, the urge to pull back his hand crept into Kei Linki's mind. "Don't be fooled." Qin Shuiro's voice was heard the moment that Kei Linki got distracted. He was no fool. In an instant, he understood Luo Yunyang's intentions. After cursing softly to himself, he stopped. It seemed like Qin Shuiro had prevented Kei Linki from pulling back his hand. "Oh, Kei Linki, seems like I've accused you wrongly. I thought that you were the one that made the first move, but it seems like someone liked you first." Luo Yunyang shook his head before saying, "It's easy for a woman to go after a man, but tough for a man to go after a woman. However, even though a woman has it easier, it's hard for her to push aside her pride. I must say that the lady from the Autumn Water Path is truly special." This B** is really sarcastic. A ruler laughed hysterically. There had been some issues between the Autumn Water Path and him. Hence, he was rather delighted. All the elites of the Autumn Water Path had extremely distasteful looks on their faces. Some of them even decided that if they had the opportunity, they would definitely kill this chap. "This chap is full of crap. However, although he just keeps sprouting nonsense, I actually like him." The Blood Space Ruler chuckled with satisfaction. All the other rulers, as well as the Bloody Massacre Path Master, were smiling wide. Being able to come up with this tactic at such a critical juncture to disrupt his opponent's state of mind has probably increased his chances of escaping the meteorite field slightly. While some people laughed, others raged. Qin Shuiro said coldly, "There's no need for such comments. You should be well aware of your position. Hand over the Extreme Mystic Token and you can leave." Qin Shuiro, who was calm, didn't seem at all affected by his comments. When Luo Yunyang looked at the composed Qin Shuiro, he realized that his teasing tactic had started losing its charm. After mulling this over for a bit, he said coolly, "Sure, I can hand over the Extreme Mystic Token, but only one person can enter the Extreme Mysterious Realm. How are the two of you going to split the token? Are you going to fight it out here?" Luo Yunyang's words addressed the main issue directly. However, Qin Shuiro didn't take the bait. Instead, she replied, "That's none of your business. What we are asking right now is whether you are going to give up. Are you going to? Why would Luo Yunyang, who had traveled 10 light years, just give up the token?" He glanced at Kei Linky, who seemed to have recovered and cursed to himself before saying, "I do believe that you both have feelings for each other. Aren't you worried that someone is going to take advantage of the situation?" Kei Linky and Qin Shuiro exchanged a look before Qin Shuiro said calmly, "Someone is going to take advantage. Who is this someone? There's only one thing that I'm sure of. You are the one in possession of the token, so you will definitely get in deep trouble. Hand it over to us and you might have the chance to be the person who takes advantage of us." "How about that?" Luo Yunyang glanced in surprise at Qin Shuiro, who was still extremely calm. What a troublesome woman. Handing over the top mystic token was akin to turning from hunter to prey. However, once the token left one's hands, it would be extremely difficult for it to return. "Kei Linky, this type of woman is too troublesome. Listen to my advice and let me take over. You cannot tame her given your personality." Luo Yunyang, who had made his final decision, did not mince his words. He didn't know that countless people were watching the broadcast. "Shameless. So shameless," someone posted on the Meru Realms forum. "But I like it. Fortune favors the bold. Ha ha, he has such thick skin. However, I think that he's more suited to join the Deep Earth Path." "No, the members of the Deep Earth Path do not have such thick skin. It'd be an insult for him to join us." All sorts of mocking comments resonated everywhere. Meanwhile, Kei Linky was fuming with anger. He had always thought that Luo Yunyang was a good opponent, yet now it seemed like he was simply a shameless, despicable person. There was no way to reply to his question, as he had no sense of shame. As Kei Linky was fuming with anger, 4 layers of chaotic holes appeared with a wave of Luo Yunyang's hands. At the same moment, Kei Linky's golden sun blade and Qin Shuiro's moon sword were drawn. Although both their sword moves looked ordinary, the gold and silver radiances contained an astronomical amount of power. This sort of power seemed able to tear apart the void. The void trembled as the blade lights and the great chaotic holes collided. Luo Yunyang felt tears appear on his 4-layered chaotic holes when that wave of immense energy struck. However, Kei Linky and Qin Shuiro were also shocked by what had happened. The combination of the fiery sun and the yin moon gave rise to the invincible yin-yang path. According to the ancestral records, the overwhelming energy produced would allow both martialists to amplify their powers tenfold. The two of them had just started, so they naturally wouldn't unleash their full powers immediately. However, this probing move had proved that they didn't hold an advantage. Hence, they now both took this battle much more seriously. Nothing is impenetrable when the yin and yang exist in the sword. Qin Shuiro bellowed as she took flight with her sword in her hands and drew a small circle in the void. Kei Linky, who was standing beside her, swung his sword hard. Kei Linky's sword light was incomparably bold and powerful. As he brandished his sword, a thin strip of yin-yang containing abstruse mystery formed in the midst of the void. Everything in the way of the yin-yang line was separated instantly. Even the meteorites that had stopped in the void for ages were separated quickly by the force of the yin-yang line. The 4-layered chaotic hole was the yin-yang line's ultimate target. Luo Yunyang was still composed, even though he could feel the power of the yin-yang line. He was also extremely confident in his great chaotic hole. The years he had spent reading had increased his knowledge on the great chaotic hole path by leaps and bounds. If he were to face Kei Linky alone now, he would be able to finish him with just the 4-layered chaotic hole. "You came at the right time." Luo Yunyang bellowed before the 4-layered chaotic hole suddenly spewed out 50,000 star alloy fragments and formed a 5th layer. Its ability to devour everything doubled as the chaotic hole rotated. When the chaotic hole and the yin-yang line came into contact, they seemed to be in a deadlock. Although the yin-yang line had managed to crack the chaotic hole a little, Luo Yunyang's 5-layered chaotic hole was also crazily devouring the yin-yang line. "That's a 5-layered chaotic hole." He was actually able to conjure a 5-layered chaotic hole. The Bloody Massacre Path's elites were all flabbergasted. Although they didn't cultivate the Great Chaotic Hole path, they had a pretty good understanding of it. The first and second layer were extremely difficult. The third was the limit, so once a cultivator reached the 4th layer, their achievements in the Great Chaotic Hole path would exceed most people's. However, Luo Yunyang had just unleashed a 5-layered chaotic hole. The might of the 5-layered chaotic hole was stunning, yet the danger behind it made everyone apprehensive. Once one of the 5 types of origin source law was unable to remain balanced, the 5-layered chaotic whole would most likely collapse. In that case, the explosion caused by the collapse would be astronomical and mean certain death for the person who had conjured the great chaotic whole. The energy conjured by both Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro was increasing as well. Similarly, the devouring capability of the great chaotic whole was also getting faster and faster. Countless meteorites came pouring into the great chaotic hole. Some lifeforms hiding in the meteorites were unable to escape being devoured by the great chaotic hole, as they were too slow to hide. Look, it seems like Mie Po is nearby. While watching the battle, some people were checking if there was anyone in the vicinity. Not just Mie Po, elites from the Deep Earth Path and the Greenwood Path are near the battlefield too. There is a total of 23 people nearby. It seems like someone is going to profit from the aftermath of this battle. 2 of the ultimate cultivation paths are in a deadlock. There's no stopping them. As the discussions and comments increased, more and more people gathered towards the location of this great battle. Even though they made no moves, they all had the same intention. Let me give you a hand, Luo Yunyang. As soon as this bellow was heard, a huge hammer appeared in the void. When the hammer struck, the void behind Luo Yunyang began to tremble. Amid that trembling motion, the power of the huge hammer increased. This is the mountain-cleaving 9th strike of the profound heavy path. Someone shouted loudly before the hammer landed heavily on Luo Yunyang's back. Actually, everything within a 10,000 feet radius around Luo Yunyang was covered by the strike of that hammer. As the hammer landed, the space fractured and everything was turned to powder. Chapter 447. A Trap. The profound heavy path was a 3rd-grade cultivation path formed from earth and metal origin source laws. Its offensive abilities were resounding and madly violent. Basically, only the genius disciples of the huge deep earth path were able to cultivate the profound heavy path. This time, it was the deep earth path's number 1 disciple, Tian Bohu, who had entered the meteorite corridor. He was someone who had amassed massive experience, as he had been cultivating in the deep earth path for 1,000 years. Tian Bohu was no fool. He was actually extremely intelligent. Otherwise, he would not have been a valued disciple of the deep earth path. He had chosen the best opportunity and used his mountain-cleaving 9th strike to shatter the void. If the void was shattered, anything within the void would also be shattered. If Luo Yunyang hadn't been locked in a deadlock with Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro, he would have found plenty of ways to deal with that hammer strike. However, he was caught in a pincer maneuver, all the while facing attacks from 2 sides. Tian Bohu's execution was very quick. As he made his move, a blade light was already making its way towards Luo Yunyang through the shattering void. It was Mie Po from the Dark Shadow Path. He was the elite of the Dark Shadow Path who had suffered a great setback at the hands of Luo Yunyang. He once again showcased his ruthlessness, toughness, and determination to get back at Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, all sorts of attacks came flying towards Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro from every direction. There was a total of 13 people attacking them, each and every one a top-level elite that attacked mercilessly. Both Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki would be better off dead, as they were considered elite enemies. That's no good. Senior sister Qin is in danger. Several women shrieked in the Autumn Water Path's Meru realm. Although they appeared extremely anxious, at least half of them were secretly taking delight in her misfortune. That's right, they were rejoicing in her misfortune. In the Autumn Water Path, Qin Shuiro had always enjoyed the best resources. Naturally, most resources went to her, thus depriving others of them. This unfairness made people jealous and impatient for Qin Shuiro to die. However, the high-level executives of the Autumn Water Path remained calm, as they all knew that the invincible Yin-Yang path was exceptional in both offense and defense. The invincible Yin-Yang circle formed by the invincible Yin-Yang path was the ultimate defense. Even the most elite existence would find it a mammoth task to break through the invincible Yin-Yang circle. Qin Shuiro and Kei Linki were confident in their actions as they faced Luo Yunyang. However, what happened next was beyond the imagination of any member of the Autumn Water Path. Despite the dangerous situation, Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki did not defend themselves. Instead, they continued to attack. This was an extremely irrational move that most people considered suicide. However, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Autumn Water Path glowed. Great, some of them exclaimed. In the Meru realm of the Deep Earth Path, the Deep Earth Path Master crushed a virtual palace hall into dust. Although the virtual palace hall wasn't real, the means he used to reduce it to dust were frightening. This was only an interlude before the main event. Thanks to the video broadcast from the Meru realm, everyone saw the 5-layered chaotic hole that was in a deadlock with the yin-yang line suddenly separate and head straight towards Tien Bohu. Meanwhile, the 5-layered chaotic hole transformed into a big vortex that surged towards the 9 elites ganging up on Kei Linki. Tien Bohu was very powerful. However, he had just executed his ultimate attack, so he was currently in a very precarious situation. It was simply too late for his hammer strike to be executed again. Hence, Tien Bohu could only use his hammer to shield himself right now. His giant hammer, which weighed 1,000,000 pounds, had been forged from the best star iron and was not only extremely solid but also domineering. However, that day it was facing the yin-yang line. The entanglement of the yin-yang line caused the giant hammer, along with Tien Bohu's body and his spiritual consciousness, to split into two. The number 1 elite of the Deep Earth Path had died. His greedy desire to have a puny advantage in this dangerous situation had cost him his life. The moment that Tien Bohu died, Luo Yunyang's 5-layered chaotic hole enveloped the bodies of the 2 sneaky attackers. Although these 2 people were considered top-level existences among star-grade martialists, pieces of star alloy fragments transformed into countless small blades thanks to Luo Yunyang's manipulation. The small blades revolved quickly within the chaotic hole. As a result, the 2 of them died instantaneously. The moment that Tien Bohu was killed, Mie Po, who was already near Luo Yunyang, had a bad premonition. His body twisted strangely in the void before transforming into a shadow. He had to escape. Mie Pei's priority right now was to preserve his own life. How could Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro let him go, though? As they brandished the long blades in their hands, waves of sword light transformed into a sealed-off yin-yang world that towered over Mie Po in the void. Mie Po was trying to resist like crazy, as he knew very well what the consequences would be if he failed. However, Luo Yunyang, who was pretty bitter because he hadn't managed to get Mie Po last time, unleashed the power of the chaotic hole on Mie Po. Mie Po had been rapidly moving around before he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by the sealing ability of the power of the chaotic hole. Although the delay lasted only a moment, he was quickly smothered by the yin-yang world inside the void. There's only 3 of them. Let's get them together. The death of several people, including Mie Po, had ignited the desire of a dozen other ambushing parties who were also considered some of the strongest star-grade entities. Thus, they knew that this wasn't the right time to retreat. If they were to attack together, they might be able to come out victorious. However, if they chose to retreat, they would be separated and hunted down one by one. All sorts of furious, overwhelming attacks were unleashed in an instant. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang's 5-layered chaotic hole absorbed and devoured most of them. The attacks that were not completely neutralized were too weak to cause any harm to Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro. Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro weren't going to be lenient to the people who had tried to kill them. Hence, the 2 of them joined forces and unleashed waves of sword lights towards the people imprisoned by the yin-yang world. Luo Yunyang's defense was difficult to break, and the invincible yin-yang sword executed by Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro was overbearing. It was like the toughest shield was coordinating with the strongest spear. Nothing could stand in their way. Kill, kill, kill. Someone screamed hysterically. However, as their companions rushed towards Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki, that person fled quickly. This was a matter of life and death, so saving his own life was more important. In a few minutes, several bodies appeared among the meteorites. Both the Dark Shadow Path and the Deep Earth Path were devastated by the death of their best disciples. However, the more heartbroken they felt, the wiser they considered the decision they had made. If it hadn't been for the 9-Path Galaxy Decree, which had restricted the participants to only star-grade martialists, who knew how many more people of high caliber would have died. Every talented genius was a precious treasure of the entire human race. Thus, they couldn't afford to lose anyone else. This is despicable, an elite from the Deep Earth Path said angrily. The battle between Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro was bloody, yet their motive was to ultimately eliminate the people waiting to ambush the victor of their battle. However, as members of older generations, they had to admit that the students had surpassed the masters. Although the cooperation between Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki was not necessarily sincere, they acted together due to their common self-interests. They had to eliminate all the people waiting for the perfect opportunity to take advantage of this situation. The battle over the token could carry on after these obstacles were eliminated. Meanwhile, in the Bloody Massacre Path's Meru realm, most Blood disciples were looking very solemn. One of the higher-level executives said, "Look at them carefully. There are no eternal enemies or friends. There is only eternal interest. Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro are the strongest people there. Everyone expected them to fight their hearts out and lose, yet they chose to cooperate instead. This has tempted many people to cooperate against them. You can see that the people who were killed by them did not take this lying down. Therefore, you have to remember to never look down on anyone during a fight." After killing their last opponent, who did not have enough time to escape, Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro exchanged a look and flew ahead at almost the same time. They all moved very fast as their mind power spread in every direction and searched constantly. "There is someone over there," Luo Yunyang said quickly when he sensed someone. Without hesitation, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro flew in the direction Luo Yunyang had pointed. "I surrender," said an elite from one of the 9 paths. Although she was not the best member of her path, she was pretty strong. However, she had voluntarily chosen to give up. Unfortunately, this decision wasn't hers to make, so both Luo Yunyang and Kei Linki gave her a killing blow. 10, 20, 30. One after another, star-grade martialists were slain by the combined forces of Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro. Some of those martialists attempted to launch surprise attacks on the 3 of them but were quickly slaughtered. Several bloody trails sprinkled across the sky. After searching for 3,000 miles and finding no opponents, they saw the Kunyu planet right ahead. Now that the beautiful Kunyu planet was in sight, the atmosphere between the 3 of them instantly became heavy again. Chapter 448. Number 1. Outside the Kunyu planet, the chaotic origin demon Han watched the 3 people with some fear in his eyes. The joint forces of the 2 first-grade cultivation paths were indeed out of his league. If his uncle master hadn't sized up the situation and dodged the massacre earlier, they would have been dead by now. He didn't want to make a move right now. Fortunately, his uncle master also felt the same way. Although his uncle master still had the same expression on his face, the chaotic origin demon Han could sense that he was somewhat disturbed by the situation. He felt some sort of fear. A fear for Luo Yunyang and the invincible yin-yang path of Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro. A first-grade cultivation path that could crush ordinary cultivators could be 10 or even 100 times stronger when it came to combat prowess. Did the uncle master regret self-severing his cultivation now? The chaotic origin demon Han knew that an opportunity was knocking on the door. This alliance between Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro had reached its final limit. There were 3 of them, but only one extreme mystic token. They had to make their move, and when they did, the people hiding would get the opportunity to strike. The people the 3 of them had killed had been just small fries. To the chaotic origin demon Han's knowledge, all the self-severed martialists like his uncle master were still alive. Anyone capable of self-severing their cultivation to descend to the star grade had to already be exceptional when they were at the nebula grade. Otherwise, they wouldn't self-sever their own cultivation. After all, although it was extremely difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation grade, it wasn't unheard of either. Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro were a good example. Come on, they had to fight and settle this quickly once and for all. Luo Yunyang started to distance himself from Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro. There was no way he would trust the 2 of them right now. Similarly, both Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro's trust in Luo Yunyang had also diminished drastically. Now that the Kunyu planet was in sight, all Luo Yunyang had to do was dash towards the coordinates of the gateway in the extreme mysterious realm. If he did, both of their efforts would be in vain. Although they knew that many opponents were still eyeing them covetously, the foundation of their trust was already broken. Luo Yunyang, hand us the extreme mystic token and we'll keep it safe. Qin Shuiro took the lead, speaking first with a firm tone. Although Kei Linki did not speak, his actions made Luo Yunyang aware of what he was thinking. Luo Yunyang was already mentally prepared for the breakup of their temporary alliance. However, he still felt slightly emotional when he heard these words. The 2 of them had done nothing wrong. If he had been in their shoes, he definitely wouldn't have allowed the extreme mystic token to be handed over to them either. After all, the Kunyu planet was just below. He had to battle with Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro and then deal with the people that would swarm them after the battle. All thoughts flashed quickly through Luo Yunyang's mind as he took out the extreme mystic token. This was the key to the sacred land of the human race and the crazy rewards hidden there. Countless elites had died the last time the extreme mystic token had appeared. Now, the Nine Paths had acted sensibly and only allowed the star-grade martialists of the youngest generation to fight over it. However, the battle for the token was still bloody. Could he just eliminate everyone in the vicinity? As he pondered this, Luo Yunyang asked seriously, "If I give the extreme mystic token to you too, are you sure that you'll be able to take it to the correct location?" Both Qin Shuiro and Kei Linki were stunned for a moment. Although they had asked for the extreme mystic token in a rather demanding manner, they had not thought that Luo Yunyang would agree. However, this chap was obviously not playing by the books, as he actually took the extreme mystic token out without any objections. Luo Yunyang's behavior was completely unexpected. When they calmed themselves down, they realized that Luo Yunyang hadn't taken out the extreme mystic token, but a scorching hot potato. Although many of the people competing for the extreme mystic token had died along the 80,000-mile meteorite corridor, they both knew that there were still many people who had not given up. Out of the enemies they had to face, Luo Yunyang was the most important one. Killing Luo Yunyang before obtaining the extreme mystic token would also be tough. After fighting alongside Luo Yunyang, they were now well acquainted with his strength and power. He was an invaluable partner, but also a fearful opponent. If they succeeded, who would hold the extreme mystic token in the end? It was clear that they needed an intelligent strategy and a plan to win the final battle. "If you are not willing to take the extreme mystic token, kids, then give it to me. I believe that I'm more suited to enter the extreme mysterious realm," said a faint voice that came from the Kunyu planet. Luo Yunyang, Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this voice. The addition of an external foe would allow their fragile alliance to last a little longer. However, Luo Yunyang was very curious about this person, who had dared demand the extreme mystic token. Who was this person and why did they have the audacity to make such a demand? The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man with handsome features. His cyan clothes made him look like an immortal. Luo Yunyang wasn't familiar with the man, yet both Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro were extremely shocked when they saw him. Qin Shuiro, who was a woman tougher than most men, felt admiration when she saw him. Qin Shuiro had been rather at ease, even while facing Luo Yunyang. However, she now actually stared at the middle-aged guy in awe. Disciple Qin Shuiro would like to pay her respects to the Five-Element Sovereign. Disciple Kei Linki would like to pay his respects to the Five-Element Sovereign. Their respectful salutations and words showed the reverence they felt for the Five-Element Sovereign. The chaotic origin demon Hand, who was watching the battle from afar, felt his heart trembling when he heard that name. Great fear suddenly welled in his heart. He was no stranger to the Five-Element Sovereign. His master had actually been killed by this man. The chaotic origin demon Hand remembered everything clearly. Back then, he had still been a planet-grade nobody, yet his master had been a well-known nebula-grade powerhouse. However, he had watched with his own eyes as his master had been cut down by the sword of the Five-Element Sovereign. At the time, the Five-Element Sovereign had shot a glance at him. Although it had just been a glance, that moment had remained deeply etched in his memories. He had always felt like a venomous snake had looked at him, yet he had been afraid that he would never get the chance to avenge his master in this lifetime. However, the Five-Element Sovereign, who could have crushed him like an ant, had left without paying any attention to him. This had allowed him to pick up the pieces of his life. As he'd improved his cultivation base, his admiration for the Five-Element Sovereign had also grown. He was the #1 entity in the Milky Way. This was how the Nine Paths had evaluated the Five-Element Sovereign. This was also the only evaluation of him in the whole galaxy. There were plenty of legendary stories about the Five-Element Sovereign in the world. Some people even said that, if he was promoted to a ruler, he could become the #1 elite in the whole galaxy. Most people treated such statements with tacit approval. What are you doing here? The Nine Paths have decided that only star-grade entities can compete for the extreme mystic token. Kei Linki was composed. Although he had been flustered for a second, he had quickly calmed down. However, when he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He was surprised to discover that the Five-Element Sovereign, who was supposed to be at the peak nebula grade, had regressed to the star grade. How can you? The Five-Element Sovereign was a legend. Although he was from the acute metal path, he didn't cultivate the cultivation paths of his own sect. Instead, he combined the 5 elements, using metal, wood, water, fire and earth cultivation techniques to walk his own 5-element path. At first, some people had scoffed at his 5-element path, thinking that this genius had already embarked on the wrong road. However, his later performances had allowed him to achieve a legendary status. He had dominated all other geniuses and challenged martialists of a higher grade. He had even been able to defeat a ruler at the peak nebula grade. He was already considered one of the strongest people in the 9 paths. Once he became a galaxy-grade entity, he would easily be the strongest one. Even the 9 paths would need to prostrate under his feet then. Why would someone with so many achievements under his belt sever his own cultivation? This ruthless maniac was never lenient with his opponents. Linky couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Linky was doing some soul-searching. Although he was also a gifted cultivator, he believed that he would never sever his own cultivation base, even if he were one day able to achieve the same accomplishments as the 5-element sovereign. The extreme mysterious realm has always been my dream. The last time it appeared, my cultivation was insufficient. This time, I won't miss it, said the 5-element sovereign faintly as he watched the passing meteorites. If you don't want to die, then scram. As soon as he uttered that sentence, a few figures appeared in the void, which had originally been empty. Among these figures was the chaotic origin demon Han's uncle master, the beggar-like old man who had also self-severed his cultivation base. Although his eyes seemed to be full of anger, he could only suppress his feelings. Self-severing his cultivation base had been akin to removing all paths of retreat. He had to make it or break it. However, this notion quickly disappeared when the 5-element sovereign appeared. Why risk dying while knowing that certain death lay ahead? He could use any means to achieve his goal, but this didn't mean that he was the kind of fool that took risks despite being aware of the dangers. Let's go, someone said before the old man and 7 other people who had self-severed their cultivation bases left the meteorite field hastily. The surrounding area became quiet. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt a huge pressure crushing his body. Chapter 449, So What If I Do? Crash. Back in the Meru realm, where the 9 Path Masters were gathered, the Wild Gale Path Master slammed his fist hard against a table. The table, shattered and the entire virtual palace hall immediately started shaking. You have to give me an explanation. If you had already decided to let the 5-element sovereign take action, you should have let us know earlier. Lai Qingcheng is dead, and he was the Wild Gale Path's greatest talent. If the 5-element sovereign never appeared, I'd admit that Lai Qingcheng wasn't skilled enough to live. However, the appearance of the 5-element sovereign has rendered Lai Qingcheng's death worthless. The Wild Gale Path Master was so emotional that it seemed like he would go berserk if there was any form of disagreement. The acute Metal Path Master looked on helplessly as the Wild Gale Path Master raged furiously. Although he did not like to be accused in public, deep down he understood how the Wild Gale Path Master felt. Therefore, even though the Wild Gale Path Master was speaking incoherently, the acute Metal Path Master still said patiently, Wild Gale Path Master, I would definitely have told you if I had known. Besides, I would have stopped him myself. As soon as he said that, everyone went silent. The respective Path Masters all understood the situation clearly. Although it sounded kind of wrong for the acute Metal Path Master to be unaware of this, it was still reasonable. If the 5-element sovereign had reported everything to the Wild Gale Path Master, he wouldn't have been called the 5-element sovereign anymore. Furthermore, the acute Metal Path Master would have surely stopped the 5-element sovereign if he had known that the 5-element sovereign was going to self-sever his cultivation base. After all, the 5-element sovereign's strength was comparable to a ruler's. In many people's opinion, the 5-element sovereign's cultivation base was enough for him to step into the galaxy grade. Given the 5-element sovereign's qualifications in cultivation, once he ascended to the galaxy grade, he would be able to match the power of the Path Masters. If he broke through once again, then, the Dark Shadow Path Master sighed softly. If I'd known, we would have given him all the quota directly. His intervention has rendered all the lives sacrificed so far worthless. All the Path Masters were equally silent. If they had been asked right from the start to give this up for the 5-element sovereign, they would never have agreed. However, they had set the rules, and the 5-element sovereign had resolutely self-severed his cultivation base. Their last excuse to stop the 5-element sovereign was gone. Plus, sending more people to fight the 5-element sovereign would be a complete joke. A joke that no one would find funny. Even if one excluded all the people who were at the same boundary as him, no individual who was at a higher grade would be his match either. Are you two going to move against me? A faint voice was transmitted into the Meru Realm's palace hall. Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro were both determined disciples of their respective paths. Otherwise, they wouldn't have achieved everything they had so far. However, both of them fell silent as they faced this overbearing man. Kei Linki glanced at Qin Shuiro without saying a word. He had liked her for a long time, but had never gotten a response. It seemed as though her cold attitude had frozen her desire to fall in love, which explained why she was always like a freezing iceberg. Kei Linki didn't want his emotions to fall into a state of eternal damnation. He had waited with an eager heart, as he believed that this woman, who was so close yet unattainable, would choose him after experiencing so many perils and hardships. Thus, Kei Linki had every reason to believe that, even if he didn't say anything, Qin Shuiro would be able to read his mind. He simply looked at her eagerly. Qin Shuiro, who had always been more determined than him, watched Kei Linki helplessly and said expressionlessly, "I give up." Kei Linki wanted to speak, yet before he could, Qin Shuiro interrupted him. "Let me explain my decision. Back when he was still at the planet grade, he defeated two of our senior martialists who had cultivated the invincible yin-yang path." "How is that possible?" Kei Linki's voice was full of disbelief. If someone were to say that the invincible yin-yang path would be able to challenge an opponent of a higher grade, he wouldn't have doubted it. However, he found it unbelievable that the invincible yin-yang path had been challenged by someone from a lower grade. Unfortunately, Qin Shuiro didn't sound like she was lying. After all, there was no need for Qin Shuiro to lie. Back then, the five-element sovereign, who was only at the planet grade, managed to defeat senior martialists who were close to our current cultivation. How could we possibly take on the five-element sovereign now? You must be Ying Qiumeng's disciple. How is she now? The five-element sovereign asked softly as he looked at Qin Shuiro. Master is doing well. She's preparing to break through to the galaxy grade, Qin Shuiro replied respectfully. The reason your master lost was because her partner was weak. Although your partner now isn't much better, I could still let you both have a try, the five-element sovereign replied nonchalantly. Anger flashed across Kei Linki's eyes. He had just been called a weakling right in front of the woman that he liked. How could a man not get pissed off? I dare not try, Qin Shuiro said firmly. If we accepted the challenge and fought with you, it would only affect our cultivation paths negatively. Although Kei Linki was unsatisfied, it would be futile if Qin Shuiro didn't agree to fight. His indignance quickly disappeared without a trace as a message appeared on his communication device. Do not challenge him. The Pure Sun Ruler had sent this message. Kei Linki considered the Pure Sun Ruler his teacher. The five-element sovereign didn't ask again. Instead, he turned to Luo Yunyang and demanded, "Hand me the extreme mystic token and you can leave." Although Luo Yunyang had been watching quietly, that didn't mean that he hadn't been paying attention. He had used his communication device to quickly inquire about the five-element sovereign. However, the information he had received in return had shocked him greatly. The five-element sovereign was a gifted genius. Still, Luo Yunyang was not willing to simply give up something he had fought so hard for. He had wielded his sword for 10 light years, filled the galaxy with blood by massacring his challengers, and even landed himself in great danger. Luo Yunyang's heart was full of reluctance. He was so close to acquiring the biggest opportunity of his life, yet now someone was demanding that he give it up. He wasn't going to give up the chance to enter the extreme mysterious realm, which had been enough to make the five-element sovereign self-sever his cultivation. If Luo Yunyang offered this token up like an idiot, then what was the point of his own cultivation? Furthermore, his recent years of cultivation had made Luo Yunyang very confident. Therefore, after mulling this over for a bit, Luo Yunyang raised his head. As he stared at the five-element sovereign, a smile crept on his face. Impossible. Luo Yunyang's blunt attitude surprised everyone. Although Kei Linki was shocked when he heard his words, his surprise quickly turned into admiration. He would never be able to catch up with Luo Yunyang. This wasn't just about a gap between their cultivation bases. The difference between their personalities was even more important. Qin Shuiro looked at Luo Yunyang with a trace of pity on her face. Men died for what they wanted. Luo Yunyang was no exception. The five-element sovereign's expression remained the same. He just stared at Luo Yunyang as he said, "Your decision has truly exceeded my expectations." Although you are definitely courageous, from a rational point of view, you are undoubtedly committing suicide. I will give you another minute to reconsider. It's not too late to take back your words. Otherwise, when I make my move, I will show no leniency. Back in the Meru realm, the blood space ruler, who had initially been stunned by Luo Yunyang's foolish reply, instantly became overjoyed. He ignored the people around him and quickly sent a message to Luo Yunyang, "Change your decision now." As the blood space ruler's message arrived, a message from the Bloody Massacre Path Master arrived as well. As the leader of the Bloody Massacre Path, the Bloody Massacre Path Master possessed unparalleled power and capabilities, as well as the utmost authority. Hand over the Extreme Mystic Token and return immediately. In addition to these two messages, messages from Yongsheng and other people also arrived one after another. However, Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to them as he told the Five-Element Sovereign, "Of course, we were not friends to begin with anyway." There was no anger on the Five-Element Sovereign's face as he studied Luo Yunyang quietly. After a long time, he said, "Well, that makes sense. We really were not friends to begin with. In that case, I will use my own method to take the things that belong to me." As the Five-Element Sovereign's palms slowly extended, his spotless human fingers turned into 5 different colors: green, red, white, black, and yellow. Each finger was a different color. Then, his palm made a grabbing motion and a 100 feet wide, 5-colored palm came crashing through the void. The moment the 5-colored palm descended, the void around Luo Yunyang was instantly flipped upside down. "It's the 5-element capture," Qin Shuiro muttered when the 5-colored palm descended upon Luo Yunyang. As the top genius of the Autumn Water Path, she was no stranger to this move. Someone in her path had even analyzed this particular move. However, as she watched the execution of the 5-element capture before her, she realized that the descriptions she had read and heard were miles apart from the actual thing. The 5-element capture was a move able to seize an entire world within the void. The life and death of that world were in the grasp of the 5-colored palm. That insufferably arrogant idiot called Luo Yunyang was also within that seized world. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work as soon as he felt the pressure of this technique. He was already prepared to take on the 5-element sovereign. Hence, he acted instinctively when presented with such an overbearing move. The myriad convergence ring flew out of his hand and formed a great chaotic hole that headed towards the 5-element capture. The grabbing 5-colored fingers formed layers of light barriers in the void that the 5-layered chaotic holes tried to devour. Chapter 450. The 5 elements shock the realm, the chaotic hole fragments the world. Luo Yunyang is really unfortunate. Imagine being pursued by so many people that want to kill you for your extreme mystic token and encountering the 5-element sovereign at the final step. A disciple from the Deep Earth Path exclaimed. The disciples of the Deep Earth Path were not that fond of the infamous Luo Yunyang. After all, their elite genius Tian Bohu had been slain by the joint forces of Luo Yunyang and K. Linky. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't the one who had killed Tian Bohu, his death was still related to him. Everyone had clearly forgotten that Tian Bohu had ambushed Luo Yunyang first. "I think Luo Yunyang is just a treasure delivery boy. He painstakingly transferred the extreme mystic token, only for it to be taken away from him like candy from a baby." Someone has started a bet. They're betting how many moves of the 5-element sovereign Luo Yunyang will withstand before losing. Are you guys in? How many moves? This is already the first move. I'll bet on one move. Then do it. Hurry up, damn it. It'll be sad if the results come out before you've wagered. This ruckus wasn't only taking place in the Deep Earth Path. The situation was pretty much the same almost everywhere, with the exception of the Bloody Massacre Path. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds resonated from every screen in the Meru realm. However, just as the man's 5-colored fingers were folding up in the void, Luo Yunyang's 4-layered chaotic hole started to revolve even faster. The vast power of the 5 elements poured frantically into the revolving chaotic hole before disappearing instantly without a trace. The 5 elemental forces were everlasting. However, although the 5 elemental forces that were constantly reinvigorating hadn't weakened much, the 5-colored palm no longer had the energy to crush the boundaries Luo Yunyang had been caught in. The 4-layered chaotic hole kept revolving frantically while the 5 fingers were trying to contract. However, the two forces seemed to balance each other out. Amid this deadlock, nobody was able to hurt the other party. There was no anger or dissatisfaction on the 5-element sovereign's jade white face. Instead, he was smiling. What an amazing great chaotic hole path. This is indeed worthy of a first-grade cultivation path. The five-element sovereign looked at Luo Yunyang as he added, not bad. The power of this four-layered chaotic hole is comparable to my five-element mutual balance. I really hope that you can perfect the great chaotic hole path so that it can compete against my five-element path. Right now, you're still far from doing that. The five-element sovereign kept speaking dryly. The five elements both arouse and restrain one another. I comprehended this principle back when I was at the 6th stage star-grade realm. By relying on life and death, I became unrivaled in the entire galaxy. As he spoke, he moved his five-colored palms, causing the huge palm in the void to suddenly collapse. This collapse was similar to the destruction of a huge dam or the crumbling site of a sacred mountain. In an instant, the boundless energy generated was rushing towards Luo Yunyang. Kei Linki and Qin Shuiro, who were watching the battle, scowled. In their opinion, their invincible yin-yang path would have been able to block the first move of the five-element sovereign. However, the collapse of the five elemental forces, as well as this earth-breaking attack, had left them feeling numb. If they had been in this situation, the only method they would have been able to come up with would be running away as far as they could. Although that wouldn't be the best approach, as they could end up losing their lives, it was the only choice they'd have. The five-element sovereign, who was like a deity, caused fear to creep up from the bottom of their hearts and erase any sense of resistance. They believed that the pace of this battle was controlled completely by the five-element sovereign. Hence, against an individual like him, they would simply have no chance of retaliating. Luo Yunyang had overestimated himself. The power of the great chaotic hole was created by four different forces that caused the chaotic hole to devour and crush everything. However, the five-element sovereign's reversal of the five elemental forces was also a crushing force. Despite not forming a chaotic hole, it still had a greater destructive power. Although Luo Yunyang's chaotic hole was able to devour such forces, Luo Yunyang knew very well that once this force was absorbed by his chaotic hole would probably be torn apart. He could already feel an immense ripping power. Thus, Luo Yunyang conjured his myriad convergence ring again without hesitation. 110,000 star alloy fragments flew out of the myriad convergence ring and formed a fifth and sixth chaotic hole above Luo Yunyang's head. Each chaotic hole increased the overall absorption tenfold. After learning the secret techniques painstakingly developed by geniuses of different paths, Luo Yunyang had cultivated his great chaotic hole path to the 6th stage. The 6th stage was 100 times more powerful than the 4th stage. The rotating chaotic hole absorbed the vast five elemental forces frantically. Although the five elemental forces were exploding unceasingly within the chaotic hole, the rapid revolution of the 6 chaotic holes was able to obliterate the power of the five elemental forces. As he stood beneath the chaotic holes, Luo Yunyang looked like a celestial being. With a thought, the huge chaotic holes rose immediately and a massive absorbing force headed towards the five-element sovereign. From the very beginning, the five-element sovereign had been suppressing Luo Yunyang as if he was an ant he could crush whenever he wanted. However, the five-element sovereign's offense had now been completely negated by Luo Yunyang's 6-layered chaotic hole. Kei Linki's face started turning pale. The two of them had feared the five-element sovereign. However, they had always imagined that they would be able to defeat Luo Yunyang by using their invincible yin-yang path. Unfortunately, after seeing Luo Yunyang's 6-layered chaotic hole, any trace of haughtiness they might have had vanished completely. They had no choice but to admit that, if the five-element sovereign had not appeared and intercepted them so suddenly, they could have died at Luo Yunyang's hands. They might indeed have died without any chance of resisting. As the 6-layered chaotic hole rotated, the raging vortex seemed capable of engulfing everything. Luo Yunyang, who was controlling the vortex, didn't give the five-element sovereign a chance. His 6-layered chaotic hole is indeed powerful. All the 9 path masters who had gathered were watching Luo Yunyang's great chaotic hole closely. Although his chaotic hole was currently about 100 feet wide, they all knew that Luo Yunyang was deliberately restricting its size. If he pulled back this restriction, the surface of the chaotic hole would weaken. If there was excessive dispersion due to the growing surface, its ability to slow down star-grade martialists would weaken as well. Although the Bloody Massacre Path Master was happy, deep down he was also a little rueful. In the entire history of the Great Chaotic Hole Path, the most talented genius had only cultivated up to the 5th stage. The 5th stage had already been very dangerous. When the Bloody Massacre Path Master had been young, he had witnessed the death of a senior who had been devoured by the great chaotic hole. He had died without leaving a corpse behind. Therefore, the bloody massacre path master sincerely hoped that Luo Yunyang would try to comprehend the great chaotic hole path. If Luo Yunyang was hasty, he would be putting his life on the line. Luo Yunyang is indeed a genius. A rare genius. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent, the acute metal path master said emotionally. The bloody massacre path master didn't like what he heard. Although he had never carried his emotions on his sleeve, he was unable to hold back any longer. Could the five-element sovereign still have something up his sleeves? He said unpleasantly. You must have heard what the five-element sovereign said. His five-element collapsing technique was created back when he was at the star grade, the acute metal path master said indifferently. When he self-severed his cultivation, he was at the peak nebula grade. His words silenced the respective path masters who had gathered in the hall. All they could do was look solemnly at the acute metal path master without speaking. Actually, even if the acute metal path master had never said anything, they would have still known that the five-element sovereign had more aces up his sleeves. Although Luo Yunyang had shocked them by unleashing his six-layered chaotic hole, they now hoped that the five-element sovereign would also do something spectacular. What an amazing six-layered chaotic hole! If I'd met you when I was younger, I would surely have surrendered. However, you unfortunately ran into me now. The five-element sovereign didn't even budge an inch, despite the crazy suction of the chaotic hole. 5 powers of different colors gathered all around his body, converging and condensing into a huge, mountain-like mass. As this mass of power glowed, the five-element sovereign slowly extended his other hand. This hand was no different from the previous one. The only difference was that the corresponding colors on this hand were the exact opposite. The five elements can mutually arouse and restrain one another. When these two forces are combined, a giant grinder is formed, crushing all forms of life. The five-element sovereign sounded extremely unsympathetic as an unceasing power formed by 5 different colors of light appeared above Luo Yunyang. Suddenly, another wave of 5-colored destructive energy appeared below Luo Yunyang. Although these two forces were separated by about 3,000 meters, when they appeared, a mysterious connection was formed. A connection that was present yet invisible to the naked eye. 5-element grind, go. Chapter 451. The 6-layered chaotic hole the grinder made from the 5 types of origin source law of the 5 elements, including metal, wood, water, fire and earth, gave one a feeling of invincibility during a battle. Even the skies and land seemed like they would be crushed to bits by this grindstone of elements, let alone anyone who got caught in between. Following the formation of this 5-element grind, the 5-element sovereign earned many people's admiration. Back at the virtual void, the bloody massacre path master watched the 5-colored revolving object inside the void. Luo Yunyang's performance had already exceeded his expectations. However, the 5-element sovereign, who was supposed to be the strongest person born in the past 10,000 years in the entire Milky Way and the 9 paths, had more than lived up to his expectations. The 5-element grind could obliterate the skies, the land and anyone that lived there. Even top nebula-grade martialists would perish if they were to face this 5-element grind, let alone Luo Yunyang. The power of the 5 elements continued to grow and multiply as it gathered in the grinder. It would be no easy task to destroy this grindstone, which was made from a combination of the 5 origin source laws. It was 10 times more powerful, perhaps even 100 times more powerful. Please stop the 5-element sovereign. We surrender this time around. The bloody massacre path master told the acute metal path master after careful consideration. Before the acute path master could say anything, the wild gale path master said, "There are rules about everything, bloody massacre path master. Don't you agree? Now that the battle has started, nobody should have the right to surrender." The deep earth path master and the dark shadow path master also agreed in unison. Since the victor hasn't been determined yet, who is to say that anyone should admit defeat? Everyone present now knew clearly what the intentions of the Earth Ground Path Master and the Dark Shadow Path Master were. They did not differentiate between the many different geniuses of the different paths who had been killed by Luo Yunyang. They just hoped that Luo Yunyang would suffer this final defeat at the hands of the 5-element sovereign. This sentiment was contagious. As the two masters added fuel to the fire, everyone soon became emotional and angry over this situation. Although on the surface the 9 paths generally worked in unison towards achieving their common goals, there was actually a lot of conflict between the paths. Watching their disciples, whom they had painstakingly groomed and trained over the years, yet sacrificed in such a short period of time caused the different path masters a great deal of pain. Although they might not be able to bring back the lives of their talented disciples, they would at least be able to vent the frustration they felt in their hearts. Luo Yunyang would sooner or later have to pay for what he had done. Ha ha ha, you heard them, bloody massacre path master. Even if I agreed, the others would never approve of this. Then, the acute metal path master said solemnly, we set this rule the very year that the extreme mystic token emerged, so let's just stick to it. The bloody massacre path master felt a certain level of hatred in reaction to the deep earth path master and the dark shadow path master's words. Was the acute metal path master actually sleeping? How could he help those two hit someone while he was down? No matter how helpless he felt, he was certain that it was too hard to change anything at this point. After all, too many lives had been lost during this battle. Besides, he had already personally warned Luo Yunyang before the five-element sovereign had made his move. The five-element sovereign's cultivation base will surely reach an all-new height if he enters the extreme mysterious realm. Perhaps he might end up being the first of our lot to attain the celestial domain grade, said the Deep Earth Path Master. If even one human attains the celestial domain grade, our status will definitely be elevated significantly in the Union. The Deep Earth Path Master's words made the other Path Masters feel some hope and anticipation. They were the 9 paths of the Milky Way, so this status elevation was something most galaxy-grade entities could consider. Becoming a celestial domain-grade entity was something many people in the Milky Way had been dreaming of for many years. Nobody uttered another word as rays of light streaked across the screen. The 5-element grind didn't revolve too quickly, yet cracks had already started to form in Luo Yunyang's 6-layered chaotic hole. The cracks that had formed on the continuously engulfing 6-layered chaotic hole began to reach a critical point. Once the 6-layered chaotic hole collapsed, Luo Yunyang, who was in the middle of the chaotic hole, would have nowhere else to go. The disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path watched in silence from the Meru realm. In their hearts, they considered Luo Yunyang one of their own, so they definitely hoped that he would emerge victorious from this battle. However, this situation made them feel helpless. They could only watch as Luo Yunyang slowly started to crumble while he faced the massive, powerful technique called the 5-element grind. They did not have any ideas or sufficient strength. This is slightly unfair to Luo Yunyang. He has only been cultivating for less than 100 years, yet he is already able to create a 6-layered chaotic hole. He should be considered the number 1 genius from our path. Although the 5-element sovereign is very strong, do you know how long he has cultivated for? I think that, considering that this match was only open to star-grade fighters, a shameless veteran like him shouldn't even have been allowed to participate. One of the disciples of the Bloody Massacre Path made an angry post on the forums of the virtual Meru realm. He felt so unhappy that he even added an extra phrase. He called the 5-element sovereign a shameless veteran. Before this post was uploaded, many people from the 9 paths had actually deeply admired and revered the 5-element sovereign. After all, there was hardly anyone who could train to such a level and then self-sever their cultivation base. Doing this would waste many years of hard work and cultivation. However, as soon as this comment was posted, it began to get a lot of approval from the masses. Ha ha, you have a point there. By right, this battle should only consist of star-grade martialists like us. What is a nebula-grade martialist who has cultivated for so many years trying to imply by participating? He's indeed a shameless veteran. Well said, he is really shameless. Luo Yunyang should be considered the only true genius for being able to use the 6-layered chaotic hole to sweep everything before him. Even though this old man self-severed his cultivation to become a star-grade martialist, he is still a veteran. It's a disgrace that he's even trying to bully others given his abilities. This whole matter sparked a huge debate, causing many people to utter unkind words. Although these words distressed the disciples of the acute metal path greatly, at this point in time, they also started to question the intentions of the 5-element sovereign. They did feel closer to the 5-element sovereign than they did to Luo Yunyang. However, they also believed that the 5-element sovereign's deeds were debatable. That was why most of them remained indifferent to this criticism. Luo Yunyang, who had no idea what was going on in the virtual world, was currently fully focused on defending himself against the 5-element grind. Although his 6-layered chaotic hole kept absorbing the crushing forces produced, these forces seemed to multiply continuously, making it impossible for him to get out of the bind he was in. Furthermore, the two different powers formed a disc-like encirclement around him, making it difficult for him to escape. Although the six-layered chaotic hole was devouring them at a rapid rate, due to the continuous barrage of the five-element grind, cracks still started to appear on the chaotic hole. Many marks had already begun appearing, especially on the first layer of the great chaotic hole. Luo Yunyang knew very well that if the first layer of the chaotic hole crumbled, the subsequent layers would soon follow as well. What should he do? Luo Yunyang, who was in a slightly panicked state, thought about using his attribute regulator and immediately opened it, tweaking the attribute numbers carefully. Power: 176 Fire, 152 Mind, 45 Speed, 66 Constitution, 75 Origin Source Laws, 252 Wind, 63 Earth, 61 Fire, 66 Water, 64. All these years of reading the various secret manuals created by different geniuses had allowed Luo Yunyang to improve vastly in terms of different types of attributes. This improvement was particularly great when it came to the fire and wind origins. That was the main reason Luo Yunyang had been able to create the six-layered chaotic hole. However, in contrast to the six-layered chaotic hole, the strongest technique created by Luo Yunyang was actually one that would produce no winner. During his battle with xianxia many years ago, Luo Yunyang had used this very technique. Everything had happened so suddenly that he just not had any better way of fending off his opponent. All these years, Luo Yunyang had improved a lot in terms of skill. Thus, he no longer had the intention of using this double-edged technique anymore. However, he also had not wanted to just give up on such a powerful technique. Hence, before giving up on this foundation, he had decided to conduct more detailed research on this technique. He had never thought that such a shameless technique would actually come into play at this point in time. Five-element Sovereign, did you not want to obtain this extreme mystic token? Luo Yunyang waved the extreme mystic token, which was in his hand, before he added, perhaps in your next life. He did not care about what the other man would think when he said this. Luo Yunyang immediately adjusted the attribute regulator. His water origin source law immediately dropped to 0. Every single layer of the six-layered chaotic hole required water origin source law. Without water origin source law, the other three origin source laws that converged together would crumble instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The six-layered hole crumbled in space while a boundless wave of energy flew forth. This infinite power headed explosively in every direction like a collapsing star. After making these adjustments, Luo Yunyang quickly converted all his power points to constitution points. He had already done his research regarding this sort of explosion. Therefore, as he did so, he tried to find a safe spot to hide as fast as he could. The five-element grind, which had been spinning, was immediately blown away by the power of the explosion caused by the collapse of the great chaotic hole. The five-element Sovereign, who had been conjuring the five-element grind, felt a mighty force surging towards him. The impact of this force blew the five-element Sovereign immediately back several thousand meters. The mighty force then moved in the direction of the meteorite-laden void. Boom, boom, boom. Countless meteors crumbled at the impact as that power continued to expand towards the boundless space. xianxia and Qin Shuiro, who had been using the invincible yin-yang path to defend themselves, were also blown back several thousand miles. In an instant, everything went black. Although the Kunyu planet was only slightly affected, this powerful force made mountains crumble and rivers go dry. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.